Jingdu Sandaku University.
Second-year dormitory building a standard 4-person room near the public restroom. A young man about 20 years old wearing a red vest, shorts and slippers sits in front of a computer. Waving his hands, his expression ferocious as he stares at the computer screen.
Ah shoot. What are you doing, Bumblebee, what are you doing? His voice was extremely penetrating and distinctive. The door of the adjacent dormitory instantly opened. Soon the door was knocked heavily. As if knowing the person inside was pretending to be dead, the rhythmic knocking turned into violent angry pounding. Seeming resigned, the person outside fell silent for 5 or 6 seconds. Just as the young man thought the person had left and was about to open the door, bang bang bang. The wooden door instantly shook as if a bear, not a human, was outside. Accompanied by the violent pounding and angry roar that seemed to want to tear the person inside to shreds. Qin Chuan, what on earth are you yelling about early on the weekend, huh? Qin Chuan's face turned pale, then he showed a relieved and smug expression as he looked at the door. Shafu, your grandpa is yelling, so what? Come in and hit me. Outside the door. A 2-meter tall man with a sunny appearance froze, then glared with a murderous look, pressing his eye against the peephole. Seeing the arrogant figure inside looking toward the door as if sensing the peephole gaze, the person inside Jiahao turned his back to the peephole, bent over and made a mocking gesture with his right hand. The young man outside was so angry he saw black, then fell straight backward with a thump. Other people already attracted by the commotion saw this and immediately called emergency services. Qin Chuan heard the chaotic footsteps and noise outside. Then the door was knocked. Student Qin opened the door. The voice of the counselor Jiang Ning came from outside, steady, grave and unquestionable. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then fell back onto the chair behind him. His right hand accidentally knocked over the goji tea on the desk. The hot water instantly poured onto the colorful wolf spider keyboard. The entire keyboard immediately went black. Seeing this, Qin Chuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. No, he said, reaching for the keyboard. Now he somewhat regretted it. He should have gone to bed earlier. His absent-mindedness just cost him an 800 yuan keyboard. Qin Chuan grasped the keyboard, his face pain, shaking it vigorously left and right. Qin Chuan, what's wrong? Student, don't do anything foolish. The guy next door just fainted. Don't do anything rash. Listen to the teacher, open the door. Clearly Qin Chuan's desperate voice made his expression ugly. This troublemaker really knows how to cause chaos. This time when I get out, I'll find a way to transfer to another department or just drop out. If this continues, his doctoral admission would be completely ruined if stained by such a black mark. Qin Chuan now felt a bit of tinnitus. His hands were tingling. He looked at the keyboard, puzzled. Why is it tingling? Oh no. Qin Chuan's face changed as he realized he was being electrocuted, and he began frantically shaking the keyboard stuck to his hands. Gradually the entire data cable flashed with arcs quickly spreading to the keyboard, then to his arm. His whole body was bathed in red-white electric arcs. It's over. Qin Chuan's heart turned cold. Gradually his consciousness was completely filled with red-white, and the sound of the electric arcs quickly faded away. Mythical word trait plunder system binding. Binding. Binding successful. Qin Chuan felt like he had slept for a long time. The sudden electronic mechanical sound in his mind was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Qin Chuan's consciousness instantly awakened. He tried to open his eyes but felt his eyelids like 2 pieces of scraping glass. He forced his eyes open. Consciousness instantly flooded in with what he saw. It was countless colorful electromagnetic waves. Ah! The massive amount of electromagnetic waves, this novel perspective made Qin Chuan scream. And his scream sounded like a distorted electronic sound. Qin Chuan tried to open his other eye. This time he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar scene. Familiar because it was no longer colorful electromagnetic waves, unfamiliar because there was a large English signboard nearby. Fortunately he scored full marks in English in the college entrance exam, so recognizing such signs was no problem. America, California, Empire Mine. How did I wake up and end up in America? Qin Chuan couldn't help but almost lose his voice. The distorted electronic sound rang out again. He sensed something wrong. Ah. 5 minutes later. Qin Chuan looked at his mottled rusty steel body inside helplessly. I didn't expect to be thrown into Transformers. The data template in his mind began to fully activate, and blurry ancient memories emerged from the depths of his consciousness as if he had experienced them himself. Duan Guoshan, what an ugly name. Through those memories Qin Chuan learned the origin of this transformer. Before the Decepticons were formed, this guy had keenly sensed the impending war. Ran away early. Spent a long time on this planet until today, about to die of old age, then was completely possessed and reborn by Qin Chuan. This guy is really an old turtle.
When he came, humans wouldn't appear for another 2 million years. With a sigh, Qin Chuan called out nervously, "Hey, that god-level word trade plunder system, are you still there?" After saying this, Qin Chuan looked around with his remaining eye, as if searching for something. Suddenly a blue panel appeared in front of him. Host Qin Chuan, Duan Guishan, identity wandering fossil. Current form abandoned, broken car, body damage 50, transformable spark grade, medium energy level, weak. Weapons multifunction, arm cannon, retractable arm blade. Word trait color gray, division white, common blue, advanced fine purple, epic rare gold, legendary excellent red, mythical transcendent colorful supreme, mythical unique. Rules of the god-level word trade plunder system: touch transformers, alien technology or cosmic deities for 1 minute to copy their core talents, combat instincts and special abilities. Please host touch freely. Qin Chuan looked at the blue panel, stroking his chin. Since I'm here and I've awakened this awesome word trade plunder system, then Qin Chuan decided to make a big move. He scanned the surroundings. He seemed to be in a factory yard. Creak, creak. The rusty transformation wheels groaned. Qin Chuan transformed into a tall, thin figure, parts falling like dust from his trembling limbs. Ah, my back. America. The sunset painted the sky orangered. On a remote path in a suburban town, a dilapidated modeled sedan wobbled slowly on the asphalt road. Qin Chuan was now furious, because he didn't know what to do. It's August 25, 2005. Energy blocks. Forget it now, Earth is full of Ba Tianhu. In the movie, Qin Chuan remembered that Hong Jiju came to Earth early to find their leader Wei Zhentian. He urgently needed to replenish his power, but going to find Ba Tianhu was just waiting to be dismantled for parts. Maybe go to Shanmu Gogo and wait for De Huanfeng. But he needed to eat now. Without energy blocks he would soon fall asleep again. He knew the whole story and was unwilling to accept that. Bang. Oh. Damn. Because he was completely lost in thought, he crashed into a tree beside the road. The old decrepit Qin Chuan felt like he was falling apart. An angry voice came from inside the car. The car body swayed slightly, slowly straightened and wobbled toward the small town ahead. These Americans really know how to enjoy life. Damn it, what's the use of having a cheat that I can't use? Hey. System. Can human technology products be touched for word entries? Qin Chuan was very hopeful, expecting a positive answer from the system. But after waiting for a long time, no system window appeared. Oh, it's a mute. Qin Chuan couldn't help but complain. Because he was too old and shabby now that it was daylight, people in the town would come to check out a driverless car. This was not the era before his time travel, the advanced artificial intelligence era. Once exposed, with their nature, he would definitely be caught like Wei Zhentian and sliced for research. Research. Qin Chuan suddenly froze. Then the entire car instantly stopped on the road as if crashed. Right, there is also China in this world. I can't, but I can cooperate. China is still trustworthy. At least the treatment will be decent. Hey. You ahead, get out of the way. Son of a bitch, damn. Suddenly a loud curse came from behind. Qin Chuan was startled, then through the cracked rearview mirror he saw a blue sedan. A white-skinned youth with blonde hair was arrogantly cursing at him, and in the passenger seat was a blonde, blue-eyed American beauty. Faced with this situation, Qin Chuan naturally gave way obediently. He turned the car, pointing his rear toward them. Seeing Qin Chuan so cowardly, the youth became even more proud, pulling the beauty over and kissing her affectionately. Qin Chuan's rearview mirror adjusted slightly, watching the blue sedan slowly disappear. He memorized the license plate in that kid. Damn, 3 years of low tide, 3 years of high tide, don't bully an old car poor. He slowly drove into a dilapidated wooden house nearby. He waited quietly for nightfall. Not much car left. Watching the sky completely darken, Qin Chuan slowly drove toward the town entrance. Entering the town. After passing a crossroad in a 2-story residential area, Qin Chuan found a phone booth near a large building. Qin Chuan was secretly pleased. Although his cyber intrusion was not as awesome as Shenghua, an ordinary transformer could still make a satellite call quietly. Qin Chuan decided. First, go back to rely on the country to gather information, find energy mines, absorb energy blocks. Then return to America, find a way into Hufwa Dam and plan for the Huazhong Yuan and Wei Zhentian's word entries. Thinking this, Qin Chuan quietly parked beside an inconspicuous streetlight. Some white people walked by, glanced at him casually and left. Seeing those contemptuous looks, Qin Chuan was really angry. He decided that when he came back he would definitely blind those white people's dog eyes. Bang. A brick suddenly hit his hood, bounced off, leaving a 10-centimeter deep dent. Qin Chuan felt a bit tight in his chest. He almost fainted. Beggar car. Old junk. Qin Chuan followed the sound and saw a snaggletooth boy and a group of kids laughing at him across the street. Hold it, Qin Chuan, remember these people, you'll get revenge later.
He thought to himself. Time quickly came to 11 o'clock. Deep night silence.
Under the dim yellow streetlight, Qin Chuan secretly rejoiced and moved toward the phone booth. Based on the tens of thousands of years of social practice on Cybertron before crossing over.
Relying on memory and instinct, Qin Chuan easily pulled out a black phone line. He slightly adapted his computing power just enough to match the current Earth's communication technology. Damn, maybe my luck is turning.
Qin Chuan sensed the surroundings and found that the street was empty except for two barking dogs.
His consciousness instantly entered the network of the era. Damn, this encryption is practically non-existent. Qin Chuan proudly hacked into the satellite. He was like a silent parasite quietly linking to a certain office in China.
The communication technology of this era's America was quite impressive. Qin Chuan thought so. He used Cybertron language and specific numerical ordering mixed with the current binary algorithm to create a new encryption system.
That's it.
Qin Chuan created a 300-character message and coordinates encrypted into a complex mixed code and sent it to China.
China, in a room at Sandoku in Kyoto.
A middle-aged man was reading an encrypted file.
Bang bang bang. Careful knocking sounded. The middle-aged man didn't look up, frowning at the encrypted file. Linbu, the communications department has a major anomaly report. Director Wang asked me to call you quickly.
This matter has been reported to the Supreme Council.
What? The last sentence brought the middle-aged man back to reality.
Shocked, the Supreme Council.
Major anomaly. What happened? Bang.
The door suddenly burst open. A middle-aged man with a shaved head wearing a Zhongshan suit rushed into the room. Before the middle-aged man could stand up, he was lifted up. The man was excited, looking at Minister Lin like he had found a treasure.
Damn those bastards from America, now we have it too. Have what? Let's go, you'll know when we get there.
The Supreme Counselor just called me directly announcing an emergency meeting tonight at Luoshan.
The two talked as they quickly left the building.
It should take no more than 3 days for an embassy to take me back to China under the guise of collecting foreign trash. Qin Chuan was secretly pleased, slowly cruising toward the road outside town.
300 meters underground at Luoshan.
An emergency meeting at the highest national level was urgently convened in a spacious stepped meeting room. On the podium, a vigorous old man sat at a red-covered table.
On the steps sat 25 Chinese people who were currently at the apex of power in China.
These people looked at a confidentiality agreement, then at a file with a prominent red title, Top Secret. Their faces were serious. The words of the Supreme Counselor fell like a stone into a placid lake.
In an instant, an uproar swept the hall.
Many exchanged glances, quickly grabbing the documents and scanning them. Yet the moment they opened the folders, they were dumbfounded. Because inside there was only a blank sheet of paper neatly printed with 300 Chinese characters in Kai Fontaine from Cybertron.
The entire assembly hall fell into a deathly silence. Finally, all eyes turned to the Supreme Counselor on the podium.
Supreme Counselor, should we help it? Linbu stood up, his expression hesitant and peculiar as he stared at the text in his hand.
Although the Eagle's actions over the years were covert, there is no wall that doesn't leak. With enough money, any intelligence can be obtained. Naturally, China in this world had also noticed the Eagle's anomaly.
Every year it searched the world for something. However, limited by technology, although China knew the Eagle was up to something significant.
What exactly it was doing remained unknown to China. Now this sudden encrypted message gave them a vague understanding. Something extraordinary might be coming.
In the end, Qin Chuan hadn't expected that his proposal would pass unanimously in China's Supreme Council.
September 1, 2005.
On the coast of Southern California, a huge weathered cruise ship docked at the port.
Beside it, Eagle ordinary workers were salvaging seabed garbage.
A middle-aged white man with golden curly hair, looking at the Chinese man opposite, said with a tone full of gratitude, "Oh,
my God. You are angels sent by God to save this beach. You're welcome, Mr. William. We need these."
The two eventually went through some haggling. The garbage on this cargo ship was sold for 500,000 RMB. In a spacious storage room, Qin Chuan quietly stood in the center.
Just as Qin Chuan was pondering his next plan, creak.
The door behind him made a sound.
Qin Chuan adjusted his rearview mirror and looked over. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit stood beside several fully armed soldiers with an imposing aura. Qin Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration.
He never thought he would one day receive a treatment similar to Optimus Prime's. Linbu, a soldier who looked like a squad leader, suddenly blocked the middle-aged man.
The middle-aged man waved his hand to indicate it was fine. Qin Chuan rejoiced inwardly. It seemed this Linbu from China was quite sincere. If it were him, he would have made the squad leader go first. Hello, Mr.
Alien Minister Lin said, though his expression was strange as he addressed the dilapidated car in front of him. The soldiers behind him immediately aimed their rifles at Qin Chuan, their eyes stern and solemn.
The atmosphere instantly became tense.
Minister Lin, tell your soldiers to relax. Qin Chuan's electronic voice sounded like a broken bellows. Minister Lin with a stern face coughed twice and gestured with his right hand. The soldiers then lowered their rifles but remained vigilant, gripping the handles tightly. Minister Lin hesitated for a moment, then lifted his gaze to Qin Chuan.
Why did you come to Earth? Qin Chuan pondered briefly before replying. We are looking for something. What? Minister Lin pressed. The sacred relic of Cybertron, the Allspark.
It was lost in the Great War 4 million years ago.
We are the advance force. The Decepticons and Autobots will descend upon Earth later.
Qin Chuan's words were like a grenade. It blew everyone in the storage room to pieces.
Qin Chuan was somewhat satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Borrowing the tiger's skin to pull the flag. To bind China together. Minister Lin's psychological quality was evidently extremely high. He regained his composure after just a moment of distraction. Ahem. Xiao Zhao, you all go out first. I'll have a talk with this gentleman. With a bang, the door closed tightly.
Qin Chuan, puzzled, began to rotate his rearview mirror 360 degrees.
Minister of China, is there something you wish to say?
Qin Chuan spoke with a tone of worldly weariness, mimicking the voice of Duan Guoshan from his memory.
Minister Lin smiled, standing still. Why did you choose to cooperate with us? The Eagle is obviously more qualified than we are.
As his words fell, silence ensued. After a long while, Qin Chuan deliberately sighed, pretending to be in his twilight years, and said, I have lived for tens of millions of years and can no longer personally accomplish certain things. After arriving in this world, I infiltrated your culture and networks. It merely suits my taste. As for technology, it will serve as a bargaining chip in our cooperation. You just need to help me accomplish a few things. After Qin Chuan finished, he saw Minister Lin lost in thought, his eyes flickering. Qin Chuan knew this guy was tempted. Besides, with his 10th Asanti or social practice, he still remembered some basic materials in physical theories. A little bit of these would be enough to advance China in this world by decades, even centuries. If they treated him well. A ticket to the stars was not out of the question.
Then 4. No, little one from China, please call me Ao Zun. Ao Zun.
Minister Lin, his eyes serious, repeated the name several times, then looked up at the dilapidated car and smiled.
All right, Mr. Ao Zun, you'll remember that.
I'm tired, Qin Chuan said, feigning exhaustion.
Minister Lin immediately stepped back, then stood at attention and saluted. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Ao Zun. The door closed again. The room returned to silence. Yet Qin Chuan's mind was unusually active.
His body now felt heavy. Days of travel had nearly depleted his remaining energy. The issue of energy cubes was urgent. Qin Chuan began searching through the vast memories of millions of years.
Damn, it really exists.
The technology for making and storing energy cubes, Duan Guoshan, you're truly a treasure trove. Qin Chuan's heart surged like a turbulent wave, filled with excitement and passion. Since that was the case, he would use the energy cubes as a bargaining chip for cooperation. At the same time, Qin Chuan felt that the information in these memory banks was too vast and overwhelming. In the future, he must touch more Decepticons' brains. The brains of Soundwave and the Surgeon were quite sharp.
Qin Chuan silently made up his mind.
Just now, while searching for energy cubes, he had inadvertently glimpsed the space bridge. That was wormhole technology.
Just thinking about it was awesome. September 8, 2005.
At an eastern port of China, a weathered cruise ship docked against the setting sun.
The once bustling port was eerily silent.
Only 2 or 3 people in plainclothes looked around vigilantly, very competent.
The moon rose. Several large trucks entered the port and began transporting foreign garbage, all following the same route. Under the cover of night, they headed toward Luoshan in the eastern outskirts of the capital. Verification passed. Permission granted.
Since leaving the harbor, winding through many twists and turns, Qin Chuan could sense that the Chinese had made numerous transfers. It seemed he had underestimated how seriously China took this matter. Qin Chuan thought as he heard the sound of the lock opening on the container in front of him, and then the container door swung open violently. A beam of incandescent light shone directly at him.
Click.
A switch sound rang out and the incandescent light vanished.
Mr. Ao Zun, we have arrived.
Minister Lin stood at the door, smiling as he looked at him, his right hand gesturing outward in an inviting pose.
Qin Chuan adjusted his rearview mirror to face the door. Outside was a wide marble floor gleaming with white light. There seemed to be quite a bit of discussion, suggesting there were many people.
Qin Chuan hesitated no longer. His forewheels slowly started rolling, laboriously turning forward. Damn it, if he didn't absorb an energy block soon he would fall into slumber again. Given his current bodily condition he was like a severely injured patient. Once he fell asleep it would be eternal slumber. Minister Lin's eyes turned serious and he immediately said, "Mr. Ao Zun, do you need help?" As soon as Minister Lin said this the murmurs instantly ceased. It seemed everyone was waiting to hear what an alien's voice would sound like. Yes. A weak-aged electronic voice sounded like that of an old man afflicted with a terminal illness. It made everyone present feel that this alien gentleman might expire at any moment. "Quick, get the engineering team here." Minister Lin immediately turned his head to look at the not-a-distant area behind him, his voice urgent and tone commanding. Before long, Qin Chuan saw a forklift and 3 Chinese workers in blue uniforms rush in. At the turn of the millennium, China's technology was modern but far behind that of America at the same period. Watching himself being carefully lifted by the forklift and slowly extracted from the container, Qin Chuan could clearly hear the surrounding silence, a strange quiet with faint, almost imperceptible breathing sounds coming from all directions. Slowly he was placed on an open area. It seemed like a warehouse. All around were many military camouflage vehicles and there was also a 2-story staircase. Above there was a simple elevated railway also crowded with people. These people were either in military uniforms or white lab coats. There was even an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, his gaze fixed on him. Just as Qin Chuan was surveying the environment, Minister Lin, where is the alien? A figure also dressed in a Zhongshan suit with an excited expression looked at Minister Lin from the crowd in the main hall. The man with a bald head smiled. "I am Ao Zun, a Sabotan mechanical life form. You may also call me Kichuan now or simply Mr. Ao Zun." Qin Chuan's mechanical voice instantly made everyone present show expressions of disbelief. "This is Mr. Wang Hong, the director of our country's communication engineering. Let's get straight to the point." Qin Chuan felt as if his body were hollowed out, his vision blurry. He couldn't help but cut directly to the purpose. 5 minutes later, Qin Chuan looked at the 3 red cloth tables opposite. Minister Lin and Director Wang sat on either side while the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit sat in the middle. Someone at the scene placed a camera on the open space between them to film and record. "Mr. Ao Zun, state your conditions for cooperation." The elderly man opposite looked at Qin Chuan and said in a serious tone, "Does China currently have the ability to store electronic information? Don't misunderstand. You only need to help me manufacture energy blocks. In return this technology will belong to you." Boom. Qin Chuan's words were like a thunderclap exploding over everyone's heads. Qin Chuan clearly noticed that the air around seemed to solidify. Minister Lin's face was excited and Director Wang along with everyone else in the warehouse was extremely excited. Energy technology from alien science. The fact that these mechanical life forms could cross the universe to reach here spoke volumes about their technological level. If they truly obtained this technology, China's basic scientific and technological advancement would likely leap forward by 50 to 100 years. How could such explosive progress not be exciting? Qin Chuan noticed that the elderly man's previously cloudy eyes were now startlingly bright, staring at him with blazing intensity. Qin Chuan was startled. This guy, he wouldn't be thinking of dismantling me for research and dissection, would he? Thinking this, Qin Chuan spoke again. 9 million years before humanity was born I visited your planet. Humans don't lose the watermelon for the sake of the sesame seeds. Oh Mr. Ao Zun, I apologize. Please forgive my rude gaze just now. I was just too excited. The old man's voice was steady and powerful yet somewhat hurried as he spoke. Clearly he was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstanding. Next the 2 parties quickly signed the contract. However, when Minister Lin took back a stack of contract documents from Qin Chuan and saw the laser-printed Kichuan symbol on them, his expression turned strange. Qin Chuan was secretly delighted. China's efficiency was notoriously high. Otherwise it wouldn't have earned the title of infrastructure maniac 20 years later. After the contract was signed, the Supreme Counselor took a group photo with Qin Chuan and then left. The figures in the warehouse quickly thinned out, leaving only about 100 people. Most were heavily armed special forces with only about 30 whitecoat personnel surrounding him. Qin Chuan sized up these people and they sized him up in return. "Mr. Ao Zun, hello. I am Su Chang. We have already dispatched reliable military and scientific researchers to search based on the clues you provided. Additionally, the relevant technology has been sent to the Beijing Academy of Sciences for analysis and I believe results will come soon. Finally, the standard production line for manufacturing energy blocks has also been set in motion. Results will be produced within 5 days. Among the group of white coats a 60-year-old man with graying temples walked up to Qin Chuan with a smile. His voice was full of wisdom. The people nearby quickly made way staring at the old man with awe.
Wow! Mr. Su, you are my idol. Wow! He's a true titan in astrophysics researching black holes. This Mr. Su Chang is one of the top academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I never expected this.
Hearing the surrounding people suddenly express admiration like discovering an idol, Qin Chuan felt speechless. This cliché plot, couldn't it be any less predictable? But Qin Chuan was quite satisfied with this old man's report. Perhaps later he could consider granting this guy some kind of consciousness immortality.
Days and nights passed and soon 5 days went by.
During this period Qin Chuan felt like a person who had blacked out from drinking, his consciousness was in chaos. Finally, on the 4th day, using the energy detector provided by Qin Chuan, they found an energy mine in the Gobi Desert of northwestern China. Because the equipment and material specifications were like an open book exam, the parameters and elemental materials were quickly prepared and iterated. 2 days earlier a standard production line for energy blocks had been completed. Then came the 5th day. That morning Qin Chuan was surrounded by maintenance technicians who sighed helplessly, their eyes anxious.
If this alien died, China's loss would be tremendous. They would become sinners.
But they were helpless. It was like a person who was starving to death, yet you kept bathing and grooming him. It only caused trouble without any effect.
Just as Qin Chuan felt his eyelids unbearably heavy and about to close at any moment. Mr. Aozun. Mr. Aozun. Bang. The 2 warehouse doors burst open instantly and a military off-road vehicle rushed into the warehouse. Qin Chuan laboriously turned his rearview mirror to look. He saw the 60-year-old Su Chang and Minister Lin each holding a blue cube the size of a standard building brick sprinting toward him. Qin Chuan's eyes were like those of a starving man quenching his thirst by looking at plums. He instantly opened his mouth wide. Pour it here. The carousel of memories had just begun to unfold before Qin Chuan's eyes. His consciousness was jolted awake by a refreshing coolness, and his aged frame, like a starving wolf, frantically seized every bit of that cool and sweet energy. Ah! Qin Chuan had no idea how much time had passed. He felt as though his entire body had been steamed in a sauna. The numb memory modules and body modules of his brain instantly regained control. The battered vehicle began to shudder and the deformed wheels reanimated. Crash! Crash! The aged frame started to transform. Minister Lin and the maintenance workers nearby recoiled in fright, clearing the space. The mottled rusted hood flipped open and the front tires on both sides began to reveal mechanical arms. The rear hood also split open, revealing 2 thick mechanical legs. The surrounding Special Forces soldiers widened their eyes at the sight, instinctively raising their submachine guns and aiming at Qin Chuan. Put them down. Put all the guns down. Oh my God.
Su Chang instinctively stepped back a few paces, his eyes wide, his hands raised defensively in front of him. Amid the horrified expressions of everyone, Qin Chuan's mechanical head protruded from the hood and a clattering sound arose from beneath his feet. Qin Chuan looked down at the scattered parts, his orange pupils flickering wildly.
Aozun, sir. Do you need assistance?
Minister Lin stared at him with a serious expression, his tone laced with concern. Qin Chuan lowered his head without speaking.
He must be thinking.
Su Chang stepped forward, slowly standing beside Minister Lin, gazing up at Qin Chuan.
His chest heaved violently and his eyes shone with an alarming intensity.
Though he had known Qin Chuan was an alien before. A broken car was common and could not satisfy their expectations of extraterrestrial life. The Special Forces soldiers and scholars in the warehouse initially thought it was some classified national project. And Qin Chuan was merely a decoy prank. But what had just happened?
A broken car had actually transformed into a towering Autobot.
Their worldview was shattered. There really were aliens in this world. And now they stood right before them.
Everyone do your jobs. Psychologists will arrive shortly.
Minister Lin finished speaking. Among the Special Forces nearby, a squad leader stepped aside and listened to Minister Lin's instructions.
Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed.
The young fully armed soldier then slung his rifle and returned to the crowd.
Within 5 seconds,
order was restored to the scene.
But gazes occasionally turned to him in awe.
Minister Lin of Huaxia, we shall initiate a second cooperation. Aozun, sir, state your terms for cooperation.
Human manufacture body parts for me.
As you can see, my frame is far too aged.
I will provide you with an electronic data file just like the energy cubes. Follow the instructions. A distorted, aged electronic voice like that of a decrepit elder echoed through the warehouse. Su Chang and Minister Lin exchanged glances. Su Chang looked up at Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes and said excitedly, "Ao Zun sir, name the deadline."
Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. He had expected the old man to ask for benefits.
It seemed he had underestimated Wuxia's magnanimity.
Qin Chuan began searching his memory modules for vast amounts of information, frantically retrieving. Soon Qin Chuan packaged the entire production line, even the simple AI for the automated surgical table, and sent it all to Huaxia.
To Cybertron, with its long history, these items were barely worth a hair.
Indeed, longevity had its advantages. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly while patiently waiting. It had been less than half a month.
He needed to speed up.
In the movie, Starscream awakened this very year.
Time was pressing.
Qin Chuan recalled the details of the film, and suddenly his orange electronic eyes flickered.
That's right. Starscream might have discovered Megatron before Soundwave came to Earth.
But that guy always wanted to be the leader, so he kept deceiving Soundwave. From the subsequent plot, they didn't know that the Allspark was in the secret military base at the nearby Hoover Dam. Should he touch Megatron first or go straight for the Allspark?
Qin Chuan was torn.
From the movie, the American military at that time seemed to lack the technology to detect Autobots.
It was an opportunity.
As long as he got the Allspark with his system, Qin Chuan believed his spark energy would surely leap to the leader level.
By then, he would be the one who didn't eat beef.
Thinking of this, Qin Chuan grew excited, his mechanical grin widening, blue Energon dripping down.
Time flew by. A week later. Crash.
The heavy metal door of the warehouse slowly opened.
Qin Chuan's gaze fixed on it.
A military off-road vehicle followed by 3 green military vehicles resembling ambulances drove into the warehouse.
They stopped in the center. Bang. 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 The sound of doors closing echoed.
Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. He seemed to guess what was happening.
He walked over excitedly with steady steps, and the whitecoat personnel instinctively scattered.
"Have you completed the manufacture of the prosthetic frames?" Qin Chuan circled around to the back of the 3 vehicles.
He saw 3 huge metal cubes gleaming with metallic luster, with forklifts trying to unload them to the ground. "I'll handle it."
Qin Chuan stepped to the rightmost vehicle, and his 2 thick mechanical arms easily pulled out 2 cubes from the 2 trunks.
He also dragged out the 3rd. The forklift workers stared wide-eyed, their throats bobbing.
Each cube weighed as much as a small car, yet he handled them with ease.
Like toys.
Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Qin Chuan approached and looked at the upward-facing side of the 3 cubes.
Each cube measuring 1.5 meters in length, width, and height had a red dot on the top face. Qin Chuan input the Cybertronian startup source code via radio. Hum. A dull hum sounded.
The 3 metal cubes began to unfold and connect to each other.
Qin Chuan controlled the simple internal instructions.
On the ground, a 6-meter-long metal prosthetic bed unfolded. At the head, middle, and both ends of the bed, 3-meter-high mechanical arms as thick as 2 people bundled together hung limply. Countless intricate gears were exposed, embedded like works of art. Beside those large arms were hundreds of smaller ones, more like intelligent manipulators. Dense wiring on the mechanical arms was also exposed. The entire bed resembled a huge mechanical table with red light glowing beneath the large arms. At the base of the bed's head there was a cubic groove, the slot for energy cubes.
Consuming 1 energy cube could perform a simple prosthetic upgrade surgery.
Such surgery was of little significance, it could only temporarily restore the old frame to 50 of its peak performance.
Qin Chuan walked to the off-road vehicle's trunk, took out an energy cube, and approached the bed. He placed the energy cube into the groove.
The entire prosthetic bed came alive like an octopus, its dense mechanical arms whirring into motion. Detecting Qin Chuan standing nearby, the bed's frame instantly retracted.
Following his memory, Qin Chuan lay down on it.
3 thumb-thick data cables connected to his memory modules. Everyone watched with mouths agape as Qin Chuan directed the mechanical arms to dismantle the worn-out parts from his body. The old prosthetic modules were also removed. In truth, Qin Chuan had been on constant alert. This beta technological crystallization from the most ancient era of Cybertron could serve as a body for a transformer, provided there was a spark in memory modules. If these people from Huaxia suddenly tried to control him, they would be in for a nasty surprise. Recalling that he had secretly hidden some energy cubes in the discarded old body, Qin Chuan felt a smug satisfaction at his own cunning.
Bang! The metal door opened.
A small inconspicuous mechanical arm instantly aimed at the entrance.
2 large trucks covered with big seals drove into the warehouse. Everyone inside rushed over.
Qin Chuan quickly realized what it was. A pile of cold hard metal cubes were delivered beside the prosthetic bed. Compared to the 3 that formed the bed, these were much smaller. Such technology likely surpassed even the Decepticon's scalpel. It was a relic from the era when the Quintessons were driven away, a Cybertronian legacy.
Qin Chuan was very satisfied with the second cooperation.
And so he began the reassembly of his new frame operating circuits and prosthetic modules.
Huaxia Harbor. Qin Chuan sensed the feeling of weightlessness, his rearview mirrors spinning wildly.
He still appeared as a dilapidated car.
Drops of blue energy liquid dripped from the undercarriage onto the container. Damn, how could I get seasick? Ugh. Ah, much better. He decisively shut down the phase perception in his memory module.
Instantly he felt completely relaxed. However, the moment he relaxed, a chill ran through Qin Chuan. Fortunately, this situation was discovered in time. If it had been in space or during the imminent contact with the Allspark once a battle ensued without having adapted to either Cybertronian or human consciousness, it would have been catastrophic. It seemed he had to learn how to become a transformer.
With this thought, Qin Chuan's consciousness quickly searched through the memory module. That would be catastrophic.
It seemed he had to learn how to become a transformer.
With this thought, Qin Chuan's consciousness quickly searched through the memory module.
Over the following period, Qin Chuan spent every day recalling the major events from the past life of Duan Guoshan.
Gradually, subtle changes occurred in his state of mind. He began to think from the perspective of Cybertron.
After all, during recollection compared to human memories, Cybertronian memory modules were virtually a virtual reenactment of events. It felt as if he had experienced it firsthand.
Click.
The sound of a lock turning came from outside the door. Qin Chuan suddenly became alert, his rearview mirrors staring straight ahead.
Under the car.
The front wheel hubs extended outward on both sides, a dark ominous gun barrel protruding from the left side and a metallic retractable sword tip revealing itself on the right.
Just as Qin Chuan tensed up ready to launch an attack, Mr. Aozuan, we have arrived.
Hearing the words of the Special Forces King Asin, Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had encountered pirates. The container door opened and Qin Chuan slowly leisurely moved out of the container. In the end, he was dumped beside a nearby garbage mountain.
Thank you, human.
Watching this Special Forces King turn around preparing to return to the cargo ship, Qin Chuan's distorted aged voice still came from the driver's seat. But the voice was flat and distant, devoid of any warmth. Asin paused in his step, a smile appearing on his face.
The next moment he instantly turned around. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Aozuan.
Asin saluted, his resolute face showing sincere eyes.
As straight as a rod. Qin Chuan's high beam lights flickered, bobbing up and down as a nod.
It was still the same cargo ship, but this time he would set foot in America again. He assessed his body, only 50% of his abilities.
He could only sneak in quietly. The moon slowly rose.
Under the hazy earth, taking advantage of the darkness, Qin Chuan stealthily slipped out through a back door. He soon disappeared into the winding end of the bay. Passing through coastal hills, he rushed onto the highway.
Qin Chuan now wanted to go to Hoover Dam, but he didn't know the way. He pondered for a moment.
He thought of the navigation app from his past life.
Let's make one. His memory module began programming and soon a voice navigation system was completed.
In addition, Qin Chuan directly made a signal receiver by hand.
Soon through the receiver he easily hacked into America's satellite network. Welcome to the Little Aozuan navigation system. Your current location is...
A distorted electronic voice came from the cockpit. Qin Chuan smiled and the car restarted. Although his body was only at 50%, his speed could already rival luxury sports cars on the market. According to the navigation prediction,
he could reach Hoover Dam before dawn tomorrow.
And so on the empty highway, a dilapidated yellow sedan with blurry yellow high beam lights sped swiftly. The starry sea overhead went from dense to sparse and the black backdrop grew increasingly azure.
I'm exhausted, finally here.
From the hills to the heart of the desert. If it weren't a transformer, an ordinary car would have had its wheels smoking and broken down long ago.
Qin Chuan's rearview mirrors focused ahead.
On the open sand, a small rest area stood beside the highway less than 100 meters away. 3 military off-road vehicles were parked there. Beside them stood dozens of American soldiers. Qin Chuan felt a bit excited, slowly making a wide detour to the back of the rest area. Seeing no one behind, Qin Chuan amidst the rolling yellow sand quietly approached the rest area. As he got closer, he heard continuous conversation and discussion inside the rest area.
Hey Charles, I heard your wife gave you a green hat. Wow. Really? Oh. Woo God, that damn bastard.
Charles, pull yourself together.
Forget that damn woman. We're going back to Hoover Dam tomorrow. Let's all go out later and cool off.
Qin Chuan listened silently. This was clearly a patrol team responsible for daily security patrols.
But now it seemed too lax.
Yet wasn't that exactly what Qin Chuan wanted?
During the journey here, Qin Chuan had entered the satellite network and using a simple embedded parasitic electronic virus easily parasitized their firewall. Not only did he obtain the troop deployment of Hoover Dam but he also dug out the internal 3D structural map of Hoover Dam. However, regrettably, the location of the Allspark was not found. It was presumably a paper document. After all, such a high level of security warranted the utmost caution. Of course, based on his past life memories, Qin Chuan still knew the approximate location. The Allspark was hidden in the deepest part of Hoover Dam in a top-secret underground research base. Just as Qin Chuan was about to continue eavesdropping, bang! The iron door in front of the rest area slammed open with a crash followed by the sound of footsteps. "Charles, what are you doing? Calm down, my brother." "Mike, let me go. I'm going back to kill that damn bitch." "Quick, brothers, restrain Charles." "Ah. Woo." Qin Chuan was speechless. In his memory module the figure of a Sen emerged. Compared to a Sen's resolute and upright form, these were just a bunch of misfits. Indeed, free America happy every day. Qin Chuan was not in a hurry. He continued to wait patiently. His plan was already very clear. This rest area was his ambush point. Once the opportunity was right, Qin Chuan would transform into a military off-road vehicle and sneak in with them. After that it would be even simpler. Based on his memory, during the Transformers 1 period the American military had not yet made contact with the Autobots. So sneaking in wouldn't be a big problem. Then he would seize the opportunity to constantly change vehicle models, believing the Allspark would be within reach. Thinking of himself touching the Allspark, his body and spark would both transform, becoming a leader class. What a splendid sight that would be. Just as Qin Chuan was envisioning a bright future where he would be a national hero and not eat beef. Bang bang bang. Continuous gunfire suddenly erupted. Qin Chuan extended his body, revealing his rearview mirror, and secretly peeked at the front of the rest area. He saw a white man with yellow hair and aquiline nose and golden pupils raise a submachine gun, looking forward with a terrified expression. Following his gaze, Qin Chuan saw 3 people lying on the ground in front of the man. Other soldiers quickly rushed out of the rest area, raising their submachine guns at the terrified white man. "Charles, damn it. Put down the gun." These words seemed to open Pandora's box. Charles, who had been in a daze, instantly raised his gun and fired, then quickly retreated to the nearest military off-road vehicle for cover. Bullets soon flew everywhere. Bang! Someone threw a grenade and gravel and sand immediately flew up. Charles' upper body was instantly pierced by shrapnel. With a thud he fell straight to the ground. "This is Vulture, a soldier is out of control, there's a firefight here, damn. SSSSS. Seeing a white soldier calling for backup, Qin Chuan's entire vehicle couldn't help but tremble. The opportunity had come. The sun rose from the horizon. On the distant highway a line of small black dots rapidly approached. The roar of engines grew closer as Qin Chuan glanced over, counting 10 green military off-road vehicles. These off-road vehicles left the highway one after another, charging toward the service area. Qin Chuan was hiding behind the service area, leaning against the mottled and damaged wall, patiently listening to the sounds coming from ahead. According to intelligence obtained through his parasitic electronic parasite, the patrol teams at Hoover Dam operated on a 3-group rotation system. Each group's standard equipment: 3 military off-road vehicles, 12 armed personnel. This was only the surface patrol. There were certainly many hidden sentries. Their satellites could already capture some things on the ground. If discovered, Qin Chuan felt he might be sliced for research. So he had to wait. Now it was daytime, obviously unsuitable. Wait until night, when another group rotates he could take advantage of the darkness to swap a military off-road vehicle. ZZZ. Suspicious target detected in the desert 10 kilometers east. Does Echo Team copy? Echo Team copy. A black officer in camouflage with a dark complexion holding the communicator at his collar set. In Qin Chuan's memory module the command from the secret military base at Hoover Dam simultaneously sounded. Could Hongjizu have already discovered this place? Qin Chuan was startled. "Quick guys, we have a new mission. Get in the vehicles, quickly leave these to the rear logistics support team." The black officer's eyes were stern as he watched the soldiers quickly boarding. The engines roared as 12 military off-road vehicles rushed onto the highway, speeding eastward. Great! In front of the service area there was only the off-road vehicle with blood on its front. 4 blue body bags were laid in a row, each printed with the American flag placed aside. Opportunity has come. Qin Chuan hesitated, no longer creeping along the peeling wall toward that vehicle. As he passed the military off-road vehicle he stopped behind it. The streetlight ahead extended a cross-sectional transparent light curtain. From top to bottom it began scanning the vehicle. In the memory module all parameters and coding of this vehicle were recorded.
Qin Chuan began to proportionally expand the length, width, height and wheel hub dimensions. Even the interior was identical.
Finally the coating turned into military camouflage with a red coating of bloodstains on the front.
Looking at the vehicle beside him, Qin Chuan transformed into a formidable giant, his orange electronic eyes flickering. Qin Chuan bent his mechanical body, extending two thick mechanical arms into the car's chassis.
Lift.
Qin Chuan exerted force throughout his body and the off-road vehicle in front immediately emitted a piercing screech and a shower of sparks. The mechanical arms also creaked. Fortunately he had upgraded his body, although only half of his body had recovered he could still move it.
Thump thump thump.
With heavy steps he carried the off-road vehicle toward the desert behind the service area. In front of a small sand dune, Qin Chuan aimed his right arm cannon at the base of the dune.
Boom boom boom. With the arm cannon's bombardment, a 3-meter deep pit quickly appeared ahead. Bang.
Feeling it was enough, Qin Chuan kicked the nearby vehicle into the pit. Then he fired 3 shots at the overhanging sand dune. When the dust settled, the ground was flat with no signs of damage. After doing this, Qin Chuan transformed back into the camouflage off-road vehicle.
The rear wheels would spin wildly, throwing up yellow sand to bury the tracks left behind.
Thus Qin Chuan completed the swap and stopped in that spot.
Qin Chuan began a long wait. Finally, as the electronic clock was about to reach 7 p.m.,
the roar of engines sounded from the highway behind. Qin Chuan adjusted the rearview mirror toward the highway and soon saw the convoy. 3 military medical vehicles and 2 armed off-road vehicles with heads occasionally popping out to look at the service area.
Half a minute later the engine sounds died out opposite.
3 medical vehicles stopped across from him with 3 military off-road vehicles beside them.
Soldiers and medical personnel emerged from the vehicles. The medical personnel loaded the 4 body bags onto the medical vehicle.
In the center of the open space, a white female medical worker was talking with 3 officers.
Then everyone quickly boarded. Engines started.
Seeing this, Qin Chuan grew anxious. Why weren't they taking him alone?
This didn't make sense.
Just as Qin Chuan was about to give up and wait for the next opportunity, footsteps came from beside him. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw a white female in military uniform. She walked up to Qin Chuan, naturally opened the driver's door and sat in.
Qin Chuan noticed the officer rank on this woman's shoulder.
So she was a colonel. Could she have gotten the position through connections? Qin Chuan thought as the white female started the car and chased after the convoy ahead. Qin Chuan was ecstatic inside, causing the car to tremble slightly.
Following the convoy, after driving 10 kilometers, the convoy finally veered off the right side of the highway. The rustling sound of water became clearer, eventually even like muffled thunder. Qin Chuan observed the surrounding terrain, continuously collecting detailed 3D topographical data.
The convoy rounded a sand dune and Qin Chuan's eyes brightened. On the open sand, a brightly lit base appeared 100 meters ahead.
Colonel Mei Ling, glad to see you.
Beside Qin Chuan, a white soldier carrying a searchlight glanced inside the car, then smiled at the colonel.
Do your duty well, soldier.
A curt voice came from inside the car. The convoy continued driving into the air raid shelter ahead.
Qin Chuan secretly rejoiced.
As the convoy wound through the coldly lit tunnels, twisting and turning, passing through 3 metal doors, they arrived at a vast underground space. Qin Chuan glanced around roughly. It was the size of 2 football fields. Suddenly he seemed frozen, stopping dead in his tracks. His pair of rearview mirrors stared straight ahead. Less than 100 meters in front of him, a huge metal cube hovered in midair.
Its surface seemed like countless small cubes rising and falling.
It was the Allspark. In an instant, Qin Chuan activated the transformation gear and became a mechanical warrior. The white female fell to the ground like a discarded small part. In panic, she raised her hands in front and scrambled backward frantically. The others in the base scattered in all directions and alarms blared instantly.
Qin Chuan approached the 5-meter diameter floating pitch-black giant metal cube. His orange electronic eyes shone terrifyingly bright. He tremblingly extended his mechanical hand toward the Allspark. Ding ding ding. Damn it, don't move, you bastard.
Just as Qin Chuan touched the Allspark, a metallic clatter sounded behind him.
A dozen American soldiers formed a crossfire net and a torrent of bullets rained down on his back. A tingling sensation like mosquito bites came from his back. Qin Chuan dared not be careless. He grabbed it firmly. Almost at the moment of his touch, before him a long-awaited pop-up window appeared.
Ding! Congratulations to host detected. Host is contacting the Allspark. Contact time 36 seconds.
5 4 3 1. Congratulations to host, obtain trait Allspark Heart Gold. Congratulations to host, obtain trait Universal Animation Gold.
Qin Chuan felt as if a hot coal had been stuffed into the center of his chest, then his entire body grew hot as if about to soften. A feeling of swelling then surged from every part of his body. In just 2 blinks Qin Chuan grew to 8 meters tall. His red-hot body quickly cooled and hardened, gleaming with a gray metallic sheen.
His physique was similar to Optimus Prime, not as ferocious as Megatron.
Qin Chuan looked at his hands, then turned his head to examine his body, his orange electronic eyes flickering wildly.
He glanced back.
In the hall, aside from the alarm, the soldiers who had been firing at him had long fled in terror.
What to do? Indefinitely surrounded now.
Qin Chuan heard the faint sound of tank engines outside.
He showed a human-like helplessness. He now felt his body was unprecedented good.
Qin Chuan glanced at the Allspark from the corner of his eye, but he was not as excited as before.
The Allspark was still very important to the Autobots and Decepticons, but to him it was no longer useful.
Suddenly Qin Chuan's eyes brightened as he looked at the various vehicles behind him.
The Allspark could energize metal into mechanical life.
With that thought, Qin Chuan took a step forward, sparks flying from his feet. His deep gray metal palm firmly grasped 2 corners of the Allspark. He lifted it and walked toward those off-road vehicles. Qin Chuan lowered 1 corner of the Allspark slightly, then touched it to each of these vehicles in turn. A cascade of electrical sparks and arcs began to spread across the outer shells of the cars. Immediately after, these vehicles began to split apart from the center, and amidst the clash of sparks and metal, a dozen transformers standing nearly 5 meters tall materialized in the hall. As soon as they appeared, these creatures curiously surveyed their surroundings, their mechanical lifeforms' faces displaying an innocent, childlike expression.
Qin Chuan nodded to himself in approval.
These beings were like infants, a few words from him would easily sway their judgment.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered wildly and the corners of his mouth curled up. My children, look here. Qin Chuan took half a step forward, showing no air of authority whatsoever.
His mechanical voice was steady and weighty, instilling a sense of trust. In the major movie, Bumblebee's voice box was also healed by the Allspark. The Allspark's wonders went far beyond that. Thus Qin Chuan's previously damaged voice was restored, returning to its prime form.
The group of mechanical lifeforms stood before Qin Chuan, only half his height, about the size of children.
These little ones looked up, their electronic eyes glowing in various colors, all fixed on Qin Chuan.
Children, we are blocked by alien monsters. Here are their files. They show no mercy to us, and we absolutely cannot sit idly by. As Qin Chuan spoke, his memory module quickly edited a video and a large amount of altered electronic information.
The innocent mechanical lifeforms before him would soon be misled. They would become extreme and obey him completely.
Sure enough, not long after sharing the data, an Autobot transformed from a medical vehicle stepped forward.
Its massive metal arm beat against its chest, sending sparks flying. Creator, we will blast those scum into dust and avenge the fallen.
This medical Autobot quickly ignited the atmosphere.
All the newly born mechanical lifeforms gazed at Qin Chuan with fervent electronic eyes.
Good. You hold this position. I, your leader, will retrieve an item. Once I have it, we withdraw.
Qin Chuan spoke with solemnity, then turned his 8-meter-tall metal frame and dashed rapidly toward the interior. Relying on vague memories from the movie, Qin Chuan stood before a metal wall that also had a gray hydraulic door. Qin Chuan raised his right arm, cannon aimed forward.
Continuous flashes of fire and roaring explosions erupted ahead.
Shards of metal flew everywhere, some ricocheting off the ground or striking Qin Chuan's chest. A shower of sparks and the clanging sound of metal impacts ensued.
He kept firing relentlessly until the 12th shell struck the door ahead.
With a thunderous blast, the heavy door crashed down at Qin Chuan's feet.
From the tunnel behind, faint panicked footsteps of humans could be heard.
With steady strides, his metal feet scraped against the floor, producing a grating sound. Sparks trailed beneath his soles as he advanced. Qin Chuan walked about 100 meters through the 15-meter diameter metal tunnel before emerging from the passage.
The moment he stepped out, a hail of bullets struck his chest.
Apart from a few sparks, not even a shallow scratch was left on the gray metal surface. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across. 30 American soldiers stood before him.
Where is that robot?
Qin Chuan's voice boomed like a hammer, causing everyone to cover their ears in terror. Qin Chuan frowned, then glanced to one side. A young man in a white lab coat, around 20 years old, was pressed against the metal wall, seemingly trying to slink out of the tunnel behind him by staying out of sight.
Qin Chuan's electronic eyes flickered, fixed on the young white man. Where is that alien?
His tone was unquestionable and icy.
It was as if failing to answer would result in instant death.
Seeing the young man frozen in terror, Qin Chuan pressed the dark muzzle of his cannon against the man's face.
The black cannon barrel was nearly half the boy's height.
If fired, the lower half of the boy's body would be instantly vaporized. The young white man wiped cold sweat from his forehead, staring in horror at the cannon and then at Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes. He's in the cold storage warehouse inside.
After speaking, the young man's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily.
He pointed to the corridor on the right, then collapsed as if drained of all strength. He slumped to the floor unconscious.
Qin Chuan didn't hesitate.
As he took a few steps from the crowd behind him, an American man with slick back hair cautiously pulled out a camera from his waist and aimed it at himself. Qin Chuan raised his arm cannon and fired a blue shell into the crowd. Bones and blood instantly burst like a crimson bloom, splattering everywhere like red tomato juice. Since they saw death, there was no need to spare them. The towering machine passed through the vast warehouse stocked with weapons and ammunition, stopping before a metal wall lined with cables.
Qin Chuan took 2 steps back, aimed his multipurpose arm cannon and unleashed another barrage.
In his mind, if one shot failed, fire 2, if 2 failed, then 10, 30, 100.
To acquire traits and grow stronger, everything else could wait. This time it was easy.
After the third shell struck, a 10-meter diameter hole appeared in the metal wall. The entire wall crackled with sparks and severed cables at the opening smoked as they hung around the hole. The acrid smell of burnt rubber wafted from the smoke of the blasted cables. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, his massive frame stepping through the wall into the warehouse. The warehouse covered 500 square meters, roughly the size of a basketball court.
Empty except for nothing.
Suddenly Qin Chuan's electronic eyes fixed on the center of the room.
There stood a 7-meter block of ice.
Above the machine's head hung 4 liquid nitrogen cryoguns, though they appeared to have been replaced.
Qin Chuan's electronic eyes flickered wildly as he approached the ice.
The entity inside had crimson electronic eyes, and its tall gray frame was covered in vicious metal spikes. The whole look was menacing and ferocious like a classic villain.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flashed.
He extended his left arm, deploying a blade, and struck at one corner of the ice block. In the silent warehouse, the violent sound of chipping ice echoed. After just the 4th swing, cracks as thick as a thumb appeared in the massive ice block. Qin Chuan paid no heed, his gaze burning intently on Megatron's abdomen. The 1-meter diameter section of the machine's body was now exposed before him.
Qin Chuan extended a single finger, touching the metal surface.
His orange eyes locked onto the crimson optics while the cannon on his right arm remained aimed precisely at the exposed area.
Without the replenishment of cold energy to suppress the ice, and with cracks forming, Megatron would soon awaken.
Qin Chuan was extremely cautious.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the trait Leader Level Combat Technique Gold. Leader Level Combat Technique Gold, battle skills and instinctive reactions at the level of a leader. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the trait Fighter Jet Form Purple.
Fighter Jet Form Purple, you can transform into various types of fighter jets like a Decepticon. Qin Chuan's expression remained calm.
He turned and dashed toward the tunnel entrance, his massive frame instantly transforming into an American-style long-nosed truck, a Peterbilt identical to Optimus Prime's. The Redan blue paint was vivid like flames, with metal exhaust pipes on both sides of the cab. The overall appearance was imposing and majestic. He sped to the base hall of the Allspark, then slowly drove into the tunnel. Hearing the roar of rockets and tanks outside, the curses and screams of American soldiers, and the battle cries of his minions.
Clearly the battle outside was fierce.
Under the long-nosed truck, the 4 wheels spun wildly in place, the engine roared, and the vehicle launched forward with a jolt.
It charged into the winding tunnel ahead. Hoover Dam. Smoke and dust hung over the sandy ground not far from the base entrance. A dozen camouflage-painted armed helicopters hovered below them, more than 20 armored tanks with hundreds of soldiers interspersed among them.
Rockets and armor-piercing shells accompanied by a dense hail of bullets rained toward the base entrance. Inside the cave, a dozen mechanical lifeforms rapidly shifted left and right before the entrance. Hand cannons fired forward, some plunging into the gaps between tanks, others aiming high at the rotors of the highly threatening helicopters. With a roar, a hand cannon struck true, hitting the rotor of a helicopter. Black smoke and sparks rose, and the aircraft plummeted like a boulder into the armored forces below. A massive blaze accompanied by a shockwave knocked over the surrounding soldiers and tanks.
Sand mingled with thick smoke and the cries of the wounded. Damn aliens, go to hell.
A white soldier standing beside the foremost tank bravely raised his submachine gun and fired wildly at the air raid shelter ahead. Suddenly a blue orb shot out from the shelter, whistling as it landed on the tank beside him. With a deafening explosion, a huge fireball erupted. The man's ears rang instantly, his body, like a match in high heat, quickly reduced to ash. The tank beside him, its camouflage armor melted like wax, pooling into a heap of molten metal. Qin Chuan stood at the entrance of the shelter, his towering frame imposing, his orange electronic eyes flickering as he gazed at the 7th sector across the way. At the sight of Qin Chuan, the opposing crossfire seemed to pause, the atmosphere turning tense and wary.
Let us leave, or it'll raise the entire 7th sector. You have 10 seconds.
As Qin Chuan finished speaking, a dozen mechanical lifeforms emerged behind him, standing in orderly ranks, appearing utterly obedient.
Qin Chuan glanced back.
It seemed the real world was vastly different from the movies. He had considered using them as disposable cannon fodder, yet in such intense combat not a single one had been lost. Each one showed great potential.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered.
Clearly he had changed his plan of escaping alone. As for where to go, he had already decided. China, of course. Now with formidable strength and the inherited memories of Duan Guoshan, he could announce their existence to the world on this living planet.
The 10 seconds were nearly up.
Many tanks adjusted their turrets aiming at him, and the hovering helicopters also trained their rockets on him. Clearly these people still didn't realize what kind of being they were dealing with. In an instant Qin Chuan raised his right arm.
The dark muzzle of the cannon glowed ominously, a dense energy-charged orb coalescing.
With a thunderous crack, the orb shot from the cannon, instantly reaching the airspace above 3 helicopters. A massive fireball erupted, bringing intense heat and a shock. The rotors of the 3 helicopters melted like wax into molten iron, leaving only bare fuselages that crashed into the armored formation below. The sudden attack caught them off guard.
Attack! Qin Chuan barked in Cybertronian, his tone icy and hard as steel.
Unbeknownst to him, his subconscious had begun to absorb the influence of Duan Guoshan's millennia-old memories, making him increasingly rational and decisive.
Qin Chuan charged first, reaching a tank in 2 strides.
The soldiers raised their guns and fired angrily, sparks erupting across his chest in a dense pattern. His electronic eyes flickered, a sinister grin forming. A formidable-long arm blade extended from his left hand, and he swept it mercilessly across the crowd and armored vehicles before him. The soldiers had no time to react as the blade passed through, cleaving their bodies in 2, collapsing limply.
The blade sliced through the tank's turret, sending up fine sparks and arcs of electricity along with faint screams.
Qin Chuan raised his right-hand cannon and fired at an adjacent tank that had already aimed at him.
Another thunderous explosion and a violent fireball rose. He looked around. A dozen subordinates had already plunged into the armored forces, their towering frames weaving through the gaps between tanks.
Behind them only a blur of blood and metal remained. The helicopters, unable to climb quickly, were targeted by hand cannons and fell like ripe apples, crashing into the ground one after another. In an instant the entire 7th sector turned into a sea of flames, thick smoke billowing. A group of mechanical lifeforms like demons, their tall grey metal bodies flickering in and out of view. They wreaked havoc on all defenses in the 7th sector. The cold moon hung high in the starry sky, casting light on the sand below. Qin Chuan stood on the sand, glancing back.
The entire 7th sector was ablaze, the flames lighting up half the sky. To an outsider it might have looked like a brightly lit town.
Around Qin Chuan stood a dozen tall mechanical lifeforms, their electronic eyes glowing in various colors, gazing with respect at the towering Qin Chuan, who was twice their height.
Creator, where are we going? Creator, this place is boring. Can we go somewhere fun?
These mechanical lifeforms looked at Qin Chuan with eager eyes, expecting an affirmative answer from their leader.
Qin Chuan's gaze swept over his subordinates, a sage-like smile on his face. From now on you may call me Mr. Ao Zun, or simply Creator.
As he spoke, Qin Chuan suddenly looked to the west, where the road he had come from was filled with heavy electronic radiation.
But that wasn't all. Far behind the dam, a large number of aerial electronic signals were rapidly approaching.
For transformers, the world of data networks was visible. As for perception, that went without saying. As mechanical lifeforms, they were born signal receivers.
Let's move. Qin Chuan didn't dare take chances.
He activated his transformation cog, his towering frame lowering, limbs retracting into the chassis. A long-nosed American-style truck like Optimus Prime's, with fiery red flames on the sides contrasting against the blue body. The subordinates followed suit, activating their transformation cogs to become vehicles. Dust kicked up as Qin Chuan led his dozen subordinates speeding away in the opposite direction of the road. They quickly turned into a dozen small black dots, disappearing over the horizon.
The Pentagon. The entire building was brightly lit, with people hurrying through the corridors.
Several politicians rushed in, walking quickly, their faces flushed as they argued heatedly. They quickly rounded a corner and one pushed open the door to a nearby conference room, stepping inside. The others, their expressions grim, followed.
Damn it. What happened to the 7th sector? Good God. You idiots.
Those creatures just walked away as if they owned the place, my God. On the podium at the front, the Supreme Leader of the United States stood with a livid face, slamming his fist onto the lectern. His golden eyes were nearly blazing with fury.
The hall fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the ragged breaths of a few.
From the middle seat in the front row, a man in a blue suit with a sullen expression and an aquiline nose rose to his feet. His brown eyes, sharp as a hawk's, gazed up at the podium, and he spoke with a serpentine smile.
Lord Tepus, this is the first attack. I assure you. It will also be the last.
On the podium, Tepus fixed his golden eyes like copper bells on the man below, staring intently.
Damn it, Charles. Do you have any idea?
Our satellites have already been infiltrated by those accursed things. We have no leads now, like a helpless blind man.
Put away your petty schemes.
As he spoke, Tepus' face quivered and he glared at the man with a warning expression. Charles' aquiline nose twitched as he quickly lowered his head and sat back down obediently. Then beside Charles an elderly white-haired man over 60 disheveled and wearing a white lab coat stood up. The old man's movement swiftly drew the attention of all the attendees. Seeing the old man rise, Tipus on the podium shook the fat on his face, squinted and said, "Professor Lipson, share your thoughts." The old man smiled faintly. These extraterrestrial beings clearly came for those two items, yet they seemed to have taken nothing. The old man's words stirred a murmur in the hall. Silence. Tipus roared, his golden eyes like copper bells sweeping across the audience. As the supreme leader of the United States, his authority was not to be challenged. The hall fell silent again and the old man continued. "We have been accelerating the development of a detector, but some critical data." He paused, lifting his cloudy aged eyes to look at Tipus. Tipus' jowls quivered. "Oof. Very well, I'll have the Congress allocate funds." "Thank you, Lord Tipus." The old man stretched his dry lips, grinned and sat back down. Hoover Dam in the United States attacked by terrorists. Is it a distortion of human nature or a collapse of morality? In a valley, a gray Decepticon shaped like a ladybug, Starscream, listened to the Earth's news broadcast, his crimson electronic eyes glowing ominously bright. If Qin Chuan were here, he would have instantly recognized Starscream. Irritably, he switched off that frequency. In his memory module, a battered old car flashed by. There was also the scene of Qin Chuan leading the Cybertronian lifeforms to destroy Sector 7. Who is he? He ruined my plans. Damn it. With that, Starscream couldn't help but punch the red rock wall beside him. Fine red debris trickled down. "Starscream, what's the status? Lord Megatron's whereabouts?" Scalpel's voice came from behind. With a flash of his crimson electronic eyes, Starscream turned slowly, looking down at the ground. A Decepticon the size of a child with a snarling face stood there. Its narrow crimson electronic eyes fixed on Starscream. "I'm still searching." "Very well." Scalpel said, somewhat disappointed, then turned and headed toward the base's interior. But just as he turned, his electronic eyes flickered. Though Starscream had concealed it well, how could he fool this Decepticon scientist? "Perhaps I should go look for myself." Watching Scalpel disappear around the corner of the mechanical corridor, Starscream rubbed his chin, his red electronic eyes glinting. He should probe the mysterious Cybertronian's background. With a transformation gear activation, an F-16 Falcon fighter jet shot into the sky, racing toward the distant horizon. Shortly after Starscream left, Scalpel stood at the cave entrance, behind him a low-level warrior Decepticon. "Let's follow him." Scalpel turned, looking at the Decepticon as if admiring a work of art. These Decepticons were a batch he and Starscream had manufactured on Earth during this period using various resources. They had no allspark. Instead, they were powered by energy blocks and a central energy regulator. The Decepticon instantly transformed into a purple fighter jet, its purple canopy opening, and Scalpel jumped aboard. Soon the purple fighter tore into the sky, chasing after the direction Starscream had taken. On a highway in Southern California outside the city, a battered American long-nose truck rumbled slowly along. Behind it, 3 black SUVs followed closely. "Mr. Aozuan, what's our next move?" The electronic voice of cannon fodder came through the communicator. But Qin Chuan was in a foul mood and ignored it. They had already dispersed along this highway. In a short time, the Americans wouldn't find them. Tonight they could board a Chinese cargo ship and slip into containers. Qin Chuan's rearview mirror spun wildly. He carefully recalled Duanshan's memory and compared approximate body parameters. He discovered a frustrating reality: he was only at commander level, not leader class. So he had been foolishly celebrating. Suddenly a familiar term flashed through Qin Chuan's memory module: the matrix of leadership. Instantly understanding dawned on him. In the Transformers lore, the matrix of leadership, the energy core, could only be used by those acknowledged by the will of Primus. Only then could he evolve his body to reach leader class. With this thought, Qin Chuan's heart sank. He recalled that in the movie, only Sam with his protagonist's luck could retrieve the matrix from the pyramid. Qin Chuan felt a pang of melancholy. He would have to lie low for now. The plot of Transformers 1 was about to begin, he just needed to wait patiently for an opportunity. His memory module involuntarily conjured the scene of Sam using the Matrix to revive Optimus Prime. Perhaps that moment was his only chance to become a leader class. The convoy swayed along the highway, passing through coastal plains with sandy soil and undulating brown hills. The sound of waves crashing on the beach grew clearer. Qin Chuan and the dozen vehicles trundled across the sand, soon stopping on a beach. Less than a kilometer ahead lay the back entrance to the port of Los Angeles, a gray metal gate. Qin Chuan felt a surge of emotion. In just 2 days he had become a commander-level Cybertronian lifeform. Though his weapon system was still outdated, the power of his commander-level spark had amplified his attacks to match his current rank. Slicing through a tank turret like tofu and melting one with a single shot were the best proof. Suddenly Qin Chuan sharply turned his truck toward the distant horizon.
A piercing sonic boom rang out from the sky.
A Falcon fighter jet hurtled recklessly toward Qin Chuan and his group. The body of Qin Chuan shook as the transformation gears activated. Four-wheel hubs protruded to the sides and sturdy mechanical legs supported the entire vehicle as it stood upright. The mechanical arms of the front wheel hubs extended as well, the engine cover split in two, revealing the mechanical head inside. Qin Chuan raised his right hand, aiming at the Falcon fighter jet, the dark barrel glinting with a cold light. The blade on the left arm shot out, presenting a combat stance. Should the situation turn unfavorable, he would strike in an instant. Beside him, the expendable minions activated their transformation gears, completing their transformations as they stood to his left and right, aiming their arm cannons forward. Drawing from memory and assessing the current situation, Qin Chuan was nearly certain that this fellow was the infamous Red Spider, a commander-level Decepticon. His temperament was capricious, highly cunning and vengeful.
Qin Chuan's electronic eye flickered. It seemed he had never actually encountered this being, however the imposing aura was unmistakable.
Suddenly Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye flickered as he recalled the order he and the African soldier had received just before entering Hoover Dam.
Could the anomaly at that time refer to Red Spider? Qin Chuan understood internally but remained calm. He was now a bona fide commander-level powerhouse. The beings around him, though merely junior Cybertronian mechanical lifeforms, could still provide some interference. Moreover, he had copied the leader-level combat technique from Megatron. Taking down a Red Spider would likely require little time and effort. If a sneak attack were to be executed, it would be even easier to handle. Under the watchful eyes of Qin Chuan and his minions, the flying missiles hanging beneath the Falcon fighter jet were launched, heading straight for Qin Chuan. It appeared trouble was on its way.
Qin Chuan narrowed his electronic eye and dove into the palm grove behind him.
"Follow me." The cold metallic voice echoed ominously. The minions immediately followed Qin Chuan, slipping into the dense forest.
Qin Chuan trod through the underbrush, his heavy steps thudding against the grass, producing a dull metallic clank.
A series of explosions soon erupted from behind. Following that, the sound of heavy metallic objects crashing to the ground could be heard. He glanced at his surroundings.
Qin Chuan did not delve deeper but turned to look back. Listening to the hurried approaching sound of metallic footsteps, a smirk of human-like mockery danced at the corner of his metallic mouth.
This fellow truly believed himself to be some high-ranking warrior easy to bully.
It made sense. After all, Red Spider had been alive for tens of thousands of years, having seen countless renowned Cybertronian mechanical lifeforms. Previously he was merely an outdated nameless elder. If it weren't for his transmigration and the acquisition of special abilities, he might have already been discarded as scrap. How could he stand here now possessing commander-level strength? Transformers rarely sensed the strength of others directly, it was usually through battle and achievements that one spoke. He could exploit the information gap to capture Red Spider and replicate the attributes he possessed. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye flickered restlessly, gazing in the direction from whence he came. The sound of dull metallic footsteps grew closer. Trees began to sway and topple, and a large black figure with a menacing scarlet electronic eye soon came into view. It resembled a ladybug with its wings dangling on both sides, exactly like the Red Spider he remembered.
Qin Chuan's electronic eye narrowed.
His minions forming a pocket around Qin Chuan advanced forward.
Faced with Qin Chuan's encirclement, Red Spider's scarlet electronic eyes flashed wildly as he swaggered to the center of the encirclement. He stared intently at Qin Chuan, brazenly surveying him from head to toe, seemingly ignoring the lower-tier mechanical lifeforms surrounding him. The scarlet electronic eyes and the orange electronic eyes locked in a gaze. The forest fell into a silence, the only sound being the rustling of leaves. Just as the atmosphere was about to erupt in battle, Red Spider's voice, laced with disdain, broke the tension. "Who exactly are you?" Bang!
The sound of the shot rang out before he could finish his words. Qin Chuan's cannon suddenly lifted, aimed at Red Spider's chest, and a blue energy sphere formed and shot out of the dark barrel in an instant.
Ah!
Red Spider screamed, his towering 8-meter frame flying backward and crashing into the bushes a dozen meters away.
Qin Chuan quickly ran after him.
The minions followed closely, surrounding Red Spider.
His chestplate was charred black, and sparks and exposed circuits flickered ominously.
Blue energy fluid oozed from the corner of Red Spider's mouth, his scarlet electronic eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Qin Chuan raised his massive mechanical foot and stomped heavily onto the charred area of his chest.
Ah!
Red Spider screamed again, his scarlet electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan.
Transformers were remarkably similar to humans, with even more sensitive senses.
Gritting his teeth, Red Spider gasped heavily, struggling to speak.
"Listen, I am a Decepticon. Red Spider, I know you're the second in command, and then what?" Qin Chuan interrupted, his electronic eye flickering as he ground his mechanical foot left and right.
The chest plate of Red Spider caved in as sparks flew and the sound of metal grinding echoed like nails on glass, harsh and grating. Bending down, Qin Chuan retracted the blade from his left arm and grasped Red Spider's throat with his gray mechanical hand.
Ding! Congratulations host, you have acquired the attribute High Energy Laser Cannon Purple. Congratulations host, you have acquired the attribute Thermal Dagger Purple. The system's prompt echoed in his memory module. Qin Chuan's electronic eye flickered, pleased and narrowed. Unexpectedly, what he couldn't achieve from Megatron was delivered to him by Red Spider. Looking at the Red Spider before him, now devoid of any ability to resist, Qin Chuan's electronic eye flickered once before he released his grip, simultaneously lifting his mechanical foot and stepping back 10 meters. The expendable minions with their variously colored electronic eyes exchanged glances filled with confusion. After a while, the body lying on the ground, sparks flying from its chest, slightly twitched, its tall form struggling to stand like a drunken man. Red Spider lowered his head, his scarlet electronic eyes darting with fear. His memory module was rapidly searching for data on famous Cybertronian mechanical lifeforms. But he found nothing. How could a commander-level being have no recorded data? Red Spider's mind was filled with confusion and horror as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Red Spider. A cold, dull metallic voice suddenly rang out ahead. Red Spider's body trembled and he instantly raised his head, his scarlet electronic eyes gazing submissively forward. The towering gray figure had icy, piercing orange electronic eyes that dug into him. What do your Decepticons want? I don't care as long as your leader Megatron is safe. Qin Chuan's tone was firm, his orange electronic eyes coldly fixed on Red Spider. His right hand's dark barrel had already been replaced by a more sci-fi-looking active purple metallic muzzle. Inside the muzzle, a red glow gradually emerged, pointing towards Red Spider's head. The scarlet electronic eyes of Red Spider flickered wildly, causing him to bend even lower. Though he was burning with rage, the situation was against him. To survive, he needed to endure. Red Spider had already decided that once Megatron was revived, he would incite his leader to eliminate this old fellow. In response to Red Spider's flattery, Qin Chuan couldn't help but sneer internally, recalling scenes from the film. In the movie series, Red Spider was merely a minor character with a low presence. However, this fellow was indeed the second in command among the Decepticons, and this was a real alternate world. If he were to truly kill him, the consequences were unpredictable. But now if he were to let him go, with Red Spider's vengeful nature, living in peace would likely be impossible. He would surely face the endless pursuit of the Decepticons. It could even pose a severe threat to his future plans of plundering leadership module attributes. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, his orange electronic eye flickering, beginning to emit a cold glint. A veiled encrypted message swiftly transmitted into the memory modules of the minions. Qin Chuan slowly retreated as the minions advanced, their variously colored electronic eyes gleaming with excited and cruel light. No, what are you doing? You can't do this. Hong Jiju retreated in terror as the low-level mechanical lifeforms closed in on him. His crimson electronic eyes flickered wildly. Qin Chuan's underlings paused slightly, then grew even more excited. Lord Aozuan said, whoever removes the spark first gets to keep it. This is a commander class. The body, the spark and the weapons are all treasures. And don't forget the accumulated knowledge and combat experience. Hearing these trash whom he had never taken seriously before now wanting everything he had, Hong Jiju felt a chill of dread surge within him. He had done such things many times, never imagining that now it would be his turn. Just as despair was about to consume him, the Ba Tian Hu's signal frequency in his brain module suddenly blazed to life. Overwhelmed with joy, Hong Zizu's scarlet electronic eyes regained their former haughty demeanor. I don't care who you are, my Ba Tian Hu Legion has arrived. Since you know me, you must know Shoshu Dao. Hong Zizu's scarlet electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, exuding his usual arrogant swagger. Qin Chuan's amber electronic eyes flickered incessantly. He hadn't expected Shoshu Dao to be tailing Hong Jiju. Familiar with the movie plot, Qin Chuan naturally knew the sordid affairs within the Ba Tian Hu. Over the distant sea, a fighter jet skimmed the surface, its sonic boom growing rapidly. Qin Chuan looked up to see a black aircraft plummeting toward the ground beside Hong Jiju. Mud-splattered bushes snapped, startling a large flock of birds from the woods toward the ocean. Qin Chuan cursed his bad luck inwardly. He never expected to be caught in such a cliché rescue scene. The black fighter transformed into a three-turtle black grunt standing beside Hong Jiju. Hong Jiju, looks like you're in a tight spot. The grunt's chest hatch opened and Shoshu Dao crawled out onto the hood, smirking at the battered Hong Jiju. I found Wei Zhentian at the Hoover Dam. He ruined our plans. Ignoring Shoshu Dao's taunt, Hong Jiju pointed at Qin Chuan, his scarlet electronic eyes fixed on Shoshu Dao. Shoshu Dao turned his red electronic eyes, scanning Qin Chuan. The tall gray body gleaming with metallic cold light was imposing, almost rivaling a leader class in height. His red electronic eyes swept the surroundings, taking in the low-level cannon fodder, then shifted back to Hong Jiju.
Suddenly a familiar yet unfamiliar energy frequency was keenly detected by Shoshu Dao. The source emanated from Qin Chuan.
Shoshu Dao instantly whipped his head around, staring intently at Qin Chuan, his electronic eyes flickering wildly, his body trembling.
You have residual energy signatures of the Huazhong Yuan on you. You've been in contact with it.
What? Hong Jiju exclaimed involuntarily, his scarlet electronic eyes blazing with intensity as he fixed them on Qin Chuan.
Facing the gazes of both Hong Jiju and Shoshu Dao, Qin Chuan ignored them automatically. Internally he cursed the damned Shoshu Dao, truly a veteran Batian who scientist with a sharp eye. Qin Chuan resolved that next time he used the Lingdao Mokwai he would do it cleanly and leave no trace.
He waved at his cannon fodder underlings who withdrew behind him. Qin Chuan desperately wanted to kill both Hong Jiju and Shoshu Dao. But when Hong Jiju revealed Wei Zenshin's location to Shoshu Dao, he doubted Shoshu Dao hadn't immediately sent the information to Shang Bo. Unknown to Qin Chuan while he was pondering the safest course of action.
The opposite side had already activated an internal communication frequency between Hong Jiju and Shoshu Dao. Shoshu Dao, you sent the info to Shang Bo, right? I never expected the Huazhong Yuan to be there too.
Hong Zizu's voice was excited.
Let's think about how to get out of here, Hong Jiju.
Hong Jiju paid no attention to Shoshu Dao's words.
He won't kill us. If we die, Shang Bo will definitely gather the Batian Hu to finish him off. But if he's pushed too far, he could kill us right now. Shoshu Dao's voice was shrill and frustrated. For a moment there was silence on Hong Zizu's side. Shoshu Dao let out a sigh, closed the internal channel, and under Hong Zizu's gaze spoke to Qin Chuan.
Senior, thank you for giving us the whereabouts of our leader Wei Zhentian.
As a token of gratitude, let this matter end here. Qin Chuan stared at the little Batian Hu on the engine cover, sneering inwardly. The reputation and conduct of you Batian Hu are not exactly trustworthy. Why should I believe you?
Then what do you want?
Hong Jiju turned his head, his scarlet electronic eyes flickering as he stared intently at Qin Chuan, his tone hostile. He was a completely different being from the cowering dog-like figure he had been moments before.
Ha ha, Hong Jiju, do you believe I could kill you right now? Qin Chuan raised his right arm. Within the purple cannon barrel, red light gathered as the muzzle aimed at Hong Jiju. His amber electronic eyes glared coldly at Hong Jiju.
The red light in the cannon barrel grew brighter and brighter as if it might fire at any moment.
Senior, we apologize. Please lower your weapon.
Shoshu Dao was startled, waving his arms to signal Qin Chuan to calm down.
Hong Zizu's core trembled. He could feel that if that blast struck him squarely he would truly die.
Faced with the laser cannon on the verge of firing, he had no choice but to lower his proud head once more. Senior, please. Before Hong Jiju could finish, he sensed something shooting toward him, but gravely wounded he could not dodge.
Boom!
A crimson laser struck Hong Zizu's head. A massive fireball engulfed half his body. From the head area mechanical fragments flew back.
Shoshu Dao and the cannon fodder grunt were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Qin Chuan's amber electronic eyes watched the flames coldly. This Hong Jiju from the big movie was far inferior to the one in Leader's Seal. Dignity is for those who have brains. If you have no shame, then die.
The grunt slowly rose, standing 5 meters from Hong Zizu's remains.
Shoshu Dao, lying on the head, shook his own head.
As his brain module recovered and his vision cleared, Shoshu Dao scanned the area. The flames dissipated, revealing a headless, rigid mechanical body standing motionless. Shoshu Dao looked behind it. The grass was littered with mechanical fragments, and among them lay an electronic eye, its scarlet glow extinguished. Shoshu Dao trembled, his body going limp like a noodle. I think you know what to say when you go back, don't you, Shoshu Dao? From beside him, Qin Chuan had somehow appeared, his purple cannon barrel now aimed at Shoshu Dao's head. Hearing the voice, Shoshu Dao turned stiffly. A cannon barrel larger than his own head was nearly pressed against his face.
Senior, I understand.
It was the humans who killed Hong Jiju. He'll leave his body to you and his spark as well.
Shoshu Dao trembled all over, his limbs flailing wildly from tension.
Qin Chuan glanced at the horizon. Night had fallen, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and a few stars were faintly visible. His amber electronic eyes flickered for a full 5 minutes before the purple cannon barrel slowly withdrew from Shoshu Dao's face.
Mr.
Aozu and I hope we can collaborate in the future.
This is my signal frequency.
A green communication frequency code emerged in Qin Chuan's brain module. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered twice as he gazed at the small figure before him.
Very well, Scalpel. You may leave.
After speaking, Qin Chuan turned and walked toward the wreckage of Starscream. Soon, with a burst of heart-pounding electric arcs, a red orb of light materialized in his hand. Qin Chuan lowered his head, scrutinizing the spark before him. Within the orb, Starscream's brainwave frequency was faint, a result of slumber yet still detected by Qin Chuan.
His orange electronic eyes fixed intently on the spark.
Compared to the human brain, a Transformer's spark was the true soul and heart.
Theoretically, if he were to replace the spark of any cannon fodder underling with this one, that underling would become Starscream.
The reason he kept this spark was of course the golden keyword of the spark core. Qin Chuan recalled that in the lore of the Matrix of Leadership the Allspark possessed the ability to rewrite sparks of power far more domineering than a factory reset. Before completely erasing Starscream's will, Qin Chuan would exhaust every means to extract all his memories. After all, he coveted Starscream's assets on Cybertron.
Reaping spoils was the most satisfying. His orange electronic eyes shifted downward, observing the chassis. Perhaps he could forge a loyal commander-class warrior with the spark core.
The moment this idea arose, Qin Chuan felt as if his meridians had been unblocked.
Indeed, he could directly leverage the two keywords of the spark core to rapidly build a formidable mechanical army of his own.
But soon Qin Chuan grew uncertain. His current strength was only at the commander level.
Forget it. His orange electronic eyes blazed intensely as he shook his head, temporarily clearing those thoughts.
Turning to look beside him, Qin Chuan waved his hand.
The cannon fodder underlings immediately scurried over eagerly.
Under their fervent gazes, Qin Chuan raised his left hand and a thermal dagger red as a branding iron extended instantly.
He sliced through Starscream's limbs and cleaved the torso in two.
Just as the underlings watched Qin Chuan with fanatical eyes, a jet roared into the sky from somewhere behind him. Qin Chuan looked toward the sound. At the cockpit of the ascending jet, half a small robot's body was still scrambling to get in.
His orange electronic eyes flickered twice. Scalpel must have been terrified. Though he often dismantled Decepticons, he feared death.
As the black jet sped back toward the horizon, the black dot soon vanished beyond the sea.
Ha ha ha. Lord Aozuan is mighty. Indeed, those vile Decepticons dared to trouble Lord Aozuan.
These beings, upon being activated by the Allspark, inherited many Cybertronian memories.
Enough, bring these things along. Our people have arrived.
Qin Chuan cut off the chattering cannon fodder and turned toward the harbor.
Just then a secret communication frequency from China's top-secret network transmitted a message to his memory module.
In the forest, the sound of breaking shrubs continued unceasingly as Qin Chuan's long-haul truck carved a path.
The cannon fodder underlings transformed into vehicles, their trunks filled with Starscream's remains.
Not a single piece of debris from the original grassland remained. The convoy burst out of the woods, crossed the coastal beach and slipped through the metal gate. Inside there were several mountain-like heaps of garbage.
Qin Chuan led the convoy through 4 piles of trash over 50 meters high.
After passing through a container area spanning hundreds of square meters, they stopped in a narrow alley against the wall.
5 minutes later, his memory module.
A communication prompt lit up and Qin Chuan received a message.
Lord Aozuan, we have arrived. Coordinates sent. Come over.
The voice was modulated, hoarse like a duck.
Clearly China had prepared thoroughly.
The communication ended in less than a minute. Outside the passage, the rustling of footsteps rapidly approached.
About 30 people in Chinese sailor uniforms appeared at the entrance.
Each of these individuals had sharp eyes and decisive movements. Trained and disciplined, they quickly boarded the convoy's cabs. Engines soon roared to life and the convoy slowly left the passage, heading toward the nearby harbor. Inside, Qin Chuan's cabbason stared at the luxurious interior, his eyes blazing as if he had guessed something.
I have obtained what I wanted.
Qin Chuan broke the silence, first confirming the soldier's speculation.
Thank you, Lord Aozuan. China's latest technological breakthroughs are significant. These are words from Counselor 1. Oh, is that all?
Qin Chuan's heavy mechanical voice carried a hint of teasing.
He understood that a nation's interests came first. Qin Chuan doubted that China would fully trust an extraterrestrial life form.
From Qin Chuan's perspective, this cooperation was only in its infancy.
As an ancient Cybertronian mechanical lifeform, he could be considered a walking library.
Once he obtained the keyword of the Matrix of Leadership and ascended to the leader level, many plans could be set in motion.
China's current actions were merely a way to seek cooperation while drawing closer to him. Everything came down to interests.
However, compared to those barbarians, China's methods were far more civilized. And this was just the beginning. Both sides could take what they needed, each had value to exploit. As the convoy boarded the cargo ship's deck, Qin Chuan led it to the bow, where there was an open space the size of a basketball court. 2 figures stood on the open space like 2 sesame seeds.
Qin Chuan's visual system quickly magnified the image and transmitted it to his memory module.
The massive truck cab slowly approached, stopping 5 meters away from the 2 men.
Minister Lin, long time no see.
Qin Chuan's heavy metallic voice emanated from the truck, devoid of any hoarseness. The middle-aged man on the left stared at Qin Chuan with intense eyes.
You've grown stronger.
Looking at the enormous truck, its cold hard gray metal, Minister Lin's eyes twitched. The other middle-aged man also gazed at Qin Chuan in awe, glancing at the convoy behind him, his Adam's apple bobbing.
Lord Aozuan, these behind you.
Yeah. Upon receiving the confirmation, the two exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with elation.
Just then a young man in sailor attire wearing black-rimmed glasses ran frantically to Minister Lin.
The young man whispered something.
Minister Lin's expression grew increasingly grim. Qin Chuan's visual system keenly captured the subtle changes in the minister's face.
Minister Lin looked up, his face solemn, first at Qin Chuan then at the convoy behind.
The Eagle's satellites captured your battle in the forest.
Just now Counselor 1 informed me that the Eagle's leader has lodged a serious protest against us. Pausing, Minister Lin suppressed his grim expression and continued.
If China continues to participate, they will consider it a violation of national security and wage war against us. Damn it.
Director Wang, standing beside him, tore off his hat, revealing a shiny bald head, his face flushed with anger as he stared at Minister Lin. But Qin Chuan felt a surge of fury.
How could his electronic virus be so easily erased?
Earlier he had set it to semi-hibernation mode, which was already capable of interfering with imaging of his location. In the long history of Cybertron, the more ancient the technology, the more terrifying it was.
His electronic virus was nothing like the low-entropy beings in the movies. It could be considered an electronic grunt possessing strong repair and replication capabilities. Even Soundwave could not guarantee its complete removal. So who was it?
Minister Lin, I respect your choice for the Huaxia Nation. As Minister Lin and Director Wang paced anxiously in place, a deep metallic voice emerged from the truck.
Both of them reacted as if electrocuted, and after regaining their composure they immediately approached Qin Chuan, looking up at the massive vehicle. Mr. Aozuan. The chief representative has responded.
As Minister Lin spoke, halfway a young man with black-framed glasses rushed forward, excitement written all over his face, handing over a blue screen. Minister Lin turned his head, reached out to take it, and long pressed the fingerprint icon in the center of the screen. He immediately began to browse through it.
Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood.
This blue electronic panel, resembling a tablet, must have been inspired by the holographic screen of a mechanical bed. After about 15 seconds, Minister Lin raised his head, looking at the gray truck with a serious expression. The chief representative has decided to concede some costs in the basic manufacturing industry and will also allow the sports event project to be given to the Eagle Sauce, willing to pay for future opportunities to join the World Trade Conference to meet the compensation demands of the Eagle Sauce as much as possible. With every word Minister Lin spoke, his face grew paler. It seemed to completely disrupt the original plan.
This was somewhat related to the fate of the nation. What nonsense, are they crazy? They are just handing over the sports event and joining the World Trade Conference like this. What is the chief representative thinking?
Director Wang, usually cheerful, was now showing despair and loneliness on his face, as if he had aged a bit.
The atmosphere in the room fell into a suffocating silence.
At that moment the electronic panel in Minister Lin's hand suddenly trembled slightly. Minister Lin seemed to have been electrocuted, instantly raising his hand to press the fingerprint unlock again and continued to browse. His gaze was fixed on the screen, his expression growing increasingly calm, his breathing steadying.
Director Wang beside him looked confused.
Qin Chuan, however, appeared as if he were a wooden sculpture standing in front. If he were still a human, still that passionate Huaxia youth, he might have been deeply moved immediately. But he was no longer human, his behind dictated his brain. Moreover, having spent countless years on Mount Duan, his almost real experiences made him as shrewd as a monster. This level of crisis was merely a drizzle.
He had actually made preparations.
If Huaxia truly gave up, he would immediately rush down the cargo ship and hide with his little brothers. In these 10 minutes it seemed like he had just been stuck on the panel doing nothing. In reality he had already reinvaded the Eagle Sauce's orbital satellite. And the method was at the quantum ghost level. If the previous viruses were minor ones, then the current electronic virus was a supervirus. Such a supervirus was extremely terrifying even in the Supreme Era. This time no matter who it was, unless they did not wish to have satellites. In the original work, Autobots and even at the end Decepticons were chased by the Eagle Sauce. The satellites in the sky and the detection technology shared with Autobots contributed greatly.
Optimus Prime's mother was indeed a ball thief. Fortunately Mount Duan is a living document. Ragged and good Ragged has knowledge and insight.
Qin Chuan was somewhat lost and thought, indifferent to this crisis.
Minister Lin tucked the electronic panel under his arm and looked up at Qin Chuan. Mr. Aozuan, the Eagle Sauce.
At this point Minister Lin's expression became strange. They have given up on pursuing and hope to establish a long-term cooperation with you. Qin Chuan smirked inwardly. These small fish, the weak meat strong eat Eagle Sauce people, he would sooner or later eliminate them. Next to him Director Wang's mouth fell open and then his eyes lit up.
Indeed, Mr. Aozuan, your methods are truly impressive.
Director Wang showed a look of admiration as he looked at Qin Chuan.
Alright Minister Lin of Huaxia, let's go.
As for the cooperation with the Eagle Sauce, tell them I will consider it.
Minister Lin, overjoyed, immediately reactivated the electronic panel and began sending messages.
Soon a smile appeared on his face as he looked at Qin Chuan with admiration. A scene of being chased was thus effortlessly resolved by Qin Chuan without him having to use any means at all.
September 2, 2005. In the deep mountains on the outskirts of eastern Kyoto.
Apart from Qin Chuan and the small cannon fodder, there were also 4 military off-road vehicles following along for some distance. They arrived at the foot of a mountain. The grass beneath their feet resembled 2 blocks of building blocks splitting apart with a gap in the middle pushing the grass to both sides,
revealing a large gray metal door beneath.
A sound of air pressure release was heard.
The gray metal plate split like petals, dividing into 4.
An air defense hole appeared with a downward slope inside.
Qin Chuan's vehicle shot out a transparent curtain sweeping across the metal passage inside, with a diameter of 50 meters.
The 4 military off-road vehicles led the way with Qin Chuan and his group closely following behind. The passage was lined with incandescent lights, the metal corridor bright and gleaming. Compared to the old yellow light bulbs from last time, it was immeasurably better. After passing through the long metal corridor and turning a corner, the team arrived at the exit. The position of Qin Chuan's headlights, the transparent detection curtain once again swept inward.
In less than a second, the 3D holographic modeling in the brain module was completed and even dynamic heat sources could be captured in real time.
After discovering that there were no technological weapons threatening him inside, Qin Chuan finally relaxed and drove out of the passage. Inside was a rectangular space as large as 2 football fields. The 6 walls were made of the same super alloy used when crafting the mechanical beds. They glimmered with a gray metallic luster. Above were long strips densely packed with incandescent lights. The 4 walls were filled with gigantic construction and manufacturing platforms. The eastern side was a huge warehouse. Inside were various mechanical prosthetic beds. He had previously made a total of 5. Opposite the warehouse on the wall hung 2 mechanical limbs as thick as Qin Chuan's own limbs, naturally hanging down.
The entire wall was a massive circuit board.
Below was a circular metal platform with a diameter of 10 meters. The remaining sides close to the passage were also gray warehouses. On the metal door of the warehouse hung a light sign the size of a sedan bordered in gray metal.
The black electronic screen on it was actually a holographic projection. Energy block warehouse, welcome Mr. Aozuan. Qin Chuan's rearview mirror spun wildly as the transparent detection curtain swept across the warehouse.
Inside, thousands of energy blocks were neatly stacked.
An evil thought suddenly crossed Qin Chuan's mind.
In the future, when he goes to other universes, perhaps he could bring these people to make energy blocks for him.
Qin Chuan quickly dismissed the thought.
There was no need. He would command the Mechanical Legion in the future, which would be much faster than these mortal beings. Under the guidance of the vehicles, Qin Chuan and his cannon fodder brothers stopped in front of the warehouse for the mechanical prosthetic beds. The place was already filled with people. Qin Chuan scanned with his eyes. They were all top scientific experts from Huaxia. These materials had been infiltrated by Qin Chuan through his means when he had just arrived in Kyoto. He quickly completed the comparison and learned about these people's identities and research directions. All of them were physicists and mathematicians of all ages and genders. They were now looking at him with eager eyes.
Qin Chuan felt a slight chill. I have some matters to attend to. A heavy metallic voice emerged from the truck and the people quickly made way.
Qin Chuan slowly drove into the warehouse for the mechanical prosthetic beds. His little brothers followed cautiously, afraid of damaging the items inside. The warehouse was almost the size of 3 basketball courts.
Even Transformers would not feel crowded walking in the passage.
At the deepest part of the warehouse, Qin Chuan completed his transformation, placing the lower half of Red Spider on the metal floor, causing sparks to fly. When the last limb was placed beside the mechanical prosthetic bed, Qin Chuan looked at his cannon fodder brothers and waved his hand. The little brothers immediately understood, excitedly heading out of the warehouse. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, focusing again on the red spark in his hand and the severed limb beside his foot.
His orange electronic eyes flickered.
The tall gray body leaned down, extending its right hand with the gray metallic index finger reaching out towards the surface of a segment of the torso. At the deepest part of the warehouse, sparks and arcs erupted beside the gray metal wall, resembling a miniature sun 5 meters in diameter at the center of the blazing electric arcs. A towering gray figure bent down with arcs of electricity also flowing through its hands.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered wildly.
A feeling of weakness, as if he had stayed up for 8 consecutive nights, surged through his body like a tidal wave.
Damn, why is it so hard to create a perfect body?
As Qin Chuan complained, the cockpit on his chest opened and he leaned slightly, letting a blue energy block fall into his waiting palm. Opening his mouth wide, he grabbed the energy block with his left hand and stuffed it in.
Clang.
After consuming the energy block, the transparent cube was spat out, hitting the ground with a crisp metallic sound.
Watching the last energy block he had brought from Eagle Land being consumed, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered.
This base seemed well-equipped and the Huashan nation had shown sincerity, but who was he, Qin Chuan? He understood the principle of a cunning rabbit having multiple burrows. Energy, a strategic resource, should not be kept in one basket. His brain modules immediately thought of the one belonging to Utnd. There was a spaceship he needed on the moon. As for why he didn't go to the icy satellite of Saturn to find the ship there,
that was due to Duoluo Jin Gang.
As the creator of the Bashianhu, he had killed Hongjizu, and going there would be like walking into a trap.
He refocused his attention. The body at his feet was already 99% complete.
In Qin Chuan's perception, within 5 minutes a new commander-class body would be finished.
As for the rewards promised to his minions, he would make up for it with energy blocks and a mid-level warrior upgrade. With the heart of the spark, he could easily do that. As the last trace of current surged into the body at his feet, Qin Chuan moved his hands downward, inserting them into the back and leg joints, causing crisp metallic clashes and sparks to burst forth again. He stepped forward, leaned against the mechanical repair bed, and slowly lowered his arms, placing the 8-meter-tall gray body onto the smooth metal platform. Glancing at the spark in his hand, Qin Chuan reached out and pressed a red button on the holographic screen beside the bed. The four corners of the mechanical repair bed raised thick metal mechanical arms rapidly. Between the corners, smaller mechanical arms emerged like weeds from the edges. The upper half slowly tilted up, forming a 60-degree slope. The mechanical arms at the two front corners approached the chest armor of the body, and 2 pairs of metal fingers clamped onto the 2 chest plates. Buzz. The mechanical arms trembled, emitting a hum, and the thick metal armor plates were forced apart like metal doors opening to both sides. Dazzling sparks burst forth from the contact points in all directions. Inside, the dark mechanical cavity was completely invisible.
Qin Chuan brought the spark above the chest. Suddenly, intense arcs erupted from his arm, rapidly covering the spark in his palm. Inside the spark, a signal band of anguished howling was instantly read by Qin Chuan. Only when the spark fell completely silent, with no trace of Hanzi's consciousness frequency detected, did Qin Chuan fully relax. In his metal palm, a transparent subtle energy fluctuation slowly emerged, and a red light burst forth, flashing once and vanishing.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes projected a transparent scanning curtain.
A new active consciousness frequency began to grow clearer.
Qin Chuan was delighted and brought the spark to the Boda's chest.
As it approached, the red spark brightened suddenly and moved downward. The direction was exactly the dark opening.
Almost the next second after the spark entered the dormant gray, Boda's fingers trembled slightly, and then the chest plates closed with a bang. The tightly shut metal eyelids instantly opened, revealing blue electronic eyes. Qin Chuan stood nearby, his orange electronic eyes flickering ceaselessly, filled with excitement. "Hello, young one. Come down and take a walk." Qin Chuan's deep and steady metallic voice echoed beside the mechanical repair bed.
The tall body turned its head, its blue electronic eyes meeting Qin Chuan's gaze, then rose and knelt on one knee. Looking up at Qin Chuan, it said, "Creator."
"Haha, rise. From now on your name is Storm." Qin Chuan was very satisfied with the initial performance of this commander-class subordinate. Qin Chuan bent down to help it up.
The 2 towering gray figures walked toward the warehouse entrance, their steps echoing with a dull metallic sound. Just as they exited the warehouse, they saw not far away that the cannon fodder minions were standing in front of the energy block warehouse, waiting eagerly.
Without his permission, these fellows hadn't stolen any.
This was far better than those Bashianhu. Sensing Qin Chuan's approach, the cannon fodder minions turned their heads. Seeing a new unfamiliar mechanical life form beside Qin Chuan, they felt it was mighty but still approachable.
"Mr.
Ao Chuang has created a new companion for them, much stronger than them.
Alright, as compensation each of you gets 5 energy blocks and a body upgrade. Long live Mr. Ao Zun. Mr. Ao Zun, I will serve you forever." Wow. A mid-level warrior upgrade.
I'm just a beginner now, jumping 2 levels at once.
Yes, we can never repay Mr. Ao Zun's kindness.
Amid the flattery of the cannon fodder minions, Qin Chuan walked to the warehouse door, extended his fingertip, and touched a red grid. It trembled and a red laser shot out, scanning Qin Chuan up and down.
Identity confirmed. Welcome, Mr. Ao Zun.
A metallic voice came from the red grid, and the tightly sealed metal door slid open to both sides.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. Waxia's learning ability was quite fast.
In such a short time they had mastered refining energy blocks and the many technologies derived from the mechanical repair bed. Now if there's another cooperation, he must only give them some vehicles. Otherwise Huaxia would develop too fast.
Too much deviation in the plot might disrupt the storylines of certain sacred artifacts.
As for killing Hongjizu, Qin Chuan thought he could at least cooperate with the Bashianha to keep the plot from straying too far.
It was 1 a.m.
The mechanical repair bed shut down. The last minion had been upgraded. From then on, all of Qin Chuan's minions were at least mid-level warrior mechanical lifeforms. He had initially formed a team. The slight weakness in his body intensified his desire to plunder and replicate the leadership matrix. As long as he advanced to the leader level, Qin Chuan believed he could build his own force.
His ambition was not limited to Cybertron and Earth.
Since he had obtained the trait plunder system, his goal should be set higher.
Mechanical ascension was a good choice. In the cosmic space near Earth,
in the pitch-black cosmic void, a green spherical spatial vortex dozens of kilometers in diameter rapidly formed.
A black cone slowly emerged, growing thicker like a giant serpent, becoming increasingly massive and elongated.
A warship resembling a 100-meter mountain, ferocious and still, floated silently in the dark cosmos.
Crack!
The green vortex behind it emitted a crisp shattering sound, then vanished.
Huaxia Nation.
Deep within the eastern outskirts of the capital, inside a secret base, Qin Chuan stood in the center of the hall. Storm stood beside him while his cannon fodder underlings stood opposite him.
All right,
Qin Chuan said, pointing to one side. These vehicles are provided by Huaxia Nation.
Choose your own.
Having said that, he stepped on the metal floor, producing a dull metallic sound, and walked toward a long-nosed truck.
Looking at the old Jiefeng in front of him, Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes flickered wildly. He now felt a bit nostalgic for the same model of truck that Zhu Zige had when he was in Yingjiang.
The old Jiefeng was good, but it was not his cup of tea. Storm, who was following beside Qin Chuan and a head shorter, stared at the old Jiefeng, his blue electronic eyes also flickering repeatedly.
No one knew what he was thinking.
Beside the old Jiefeng, Minister Lin and the old professor exchanged a glance. Both their eyes flashed with a hint of confusion.
Qin Chuan's cannon fodder underlings, however, did not settle for less.
After all, their lives were given by Qin Chuan.
Whatever Qin Chuan said, they would unconditionally execute.
Watching the staff drive the vehicles away, Qin Chuan then turned to look at Minister Lin.
Our third cooperation can begin.
Minister Lin's eyes widened at the words, then he quickly reacted and a smile appeared on his face. He looked up at Qin Chuan, rubbed his hands and said,
Mr. Aozuan, state your requirements.
Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, then turned around and placed his gaze sweeping across the entire base before finally focusing back on Minister Lin in front of him.
How many energy blocks can you produce in a day?
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Minister Lin glanced at the elderly man beside him. Seeing that both Qin Chuan and Minister Lin were looking at him, Academician Su Chang reached his hand toward his pocket and pulled out a blue panel. He placed his fingers on it, the process similar to Minister Lin's. After flipping through it for about a minute, he lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and a confident smile appeared on his face as he looked at Qin Chuan. According to the 3 existing smelting plants already in production, the efficiency is 150 energy blocks per day. The 4th and 5th plants are also about to be completed and put into operation. By then it will be 250 energy blocks per day. Having said that, Su Chang confidently adjusted his glasses. Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes flickered non-stop as he rubbed his chin, sparks flying. At this rate, 250 energy blocks per day in half a year, a total of 45,000 energy blocks can be accumulated. When he goes to the moon again and obtains the Ark, by then he would be considered a third neutral faction besides the Autobots and Decepticons.
Qin Chuan even began to fantasize. The Decepticons, Autobots and Yingjiang would fight to the death while he would loot the bodies behind them, continuously acquiring traits and expanding his mechanical army, a beautiful blueprint. Just as Qin Chuan was daydreaming, a communication signal accessed his mind requesting his acceptance. Qin Chuan came back to his senses and his brain module found an identical band in the recent signal frequency records. After a quick comparison, Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes flickered. What did Scalpel want? With curiosity, Qin Chuan accepted the communication and his orange-yellow electronic eyes shot out a blue light screen. Seeing Qin Chuan's action, Minister Lin and Su Chang exchanged a glance, their gazes also focusing on the blue screen. Storm, who had been standing by Qin Chuan's side, also stepped forward and stood beside him, his blue electronic eyes staring fixedly at the screen. Beep. An electronic sound rang out.
In the center of the holographic screen, the originally empty blue screen suddenly went dark. The sound of heavy footsteps on the metal floor was heard, and then the screen lit up.
The background of the screen was a huge blue holographic display. 1 or 2 Decepticon grunts were moving around behind.
One was overall silver-gray with a body like a 4-legged spider. Its front head bore 2 scarlet electronic eyes like light bulbs. Beneath its head there were 2 silver metal forearms for grasping. Scalpel looked at Qin Chuan, glancing behind with the corner of his eyes, his scarlet electronic eyes flickering slightly.
Mr.
Aozuan, because you killed Hanjizu, Lord Xinghua has also come to Earth this time. Lord Xinghua hopes you can replace Hanjizu and cooperate with the Decepticons to rescue Lord Waizenchen. Scalpel spoke quickly but clearly.
Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes stared at the opposite side and flickered once. He hadn't expected that the death of Hanjizu had actually brought out Xinghua, who hadn't appeared in the first part. This was somewhat troublesome. Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, glancing sideways at Storm. This guy was actually a reincarnated version of Hanjizu. Sending him should be no big problem. Qin Chuan stepped aside, pushed Storm to the center of the screen, looked at Scalpel with his orange-yellow electronic eyes and pointed at Storm. This is my new subordinate Storm, a commander-class warrior. He will replace me in cooperating with you to complete the operation. Scalpel had already noticed the Storm.
Now that Qin Chuan introduced him, although Scalpel already understood that the guy in front was modified from Hanjizu, the look in his eyes, the parameters captured from his unintentional movement probabilities were quite different from the Hanjizu in his memory.
Scalpel stared at Storm intently. The longer he looked, the more his brain module analyzed and the more terrified he became.
He had modified Decepticons for tens of thousands of years.
As long as the spark was preserved, even if the body was completely destroyed, even if it was gone. Scalpel believed that with his medical skills it would be easy to forge a new body from Cybertronian metal.
At that time he only needed to place the preserved spark back in to revive it.
Scalpel had originally thought that even if Qin Chuan took away Hanjizu's spark, he might later exchange it back through some deals. But now... Mr. Aozuan, what exactly did you do to Hanjizu? Scalpel's tone was cold and hard, filled with trepidation.
After all, Hanjizu was once a member of the Decepticons and now he was dead just like that. Qin Chuan stared at the opposite side and shrugged.
Ask him, don't ask me.
Qin Chuan's tone was quite smug with a hint of teasing.
Minister Lin and Academician Su Chang exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and relief in each other's eyes.
They had not only witnessed a conversation between aliens, but also seemed to have the stronger side in their own Aozuan.
I don't know who the Hanjizu you mentioned is. I only know that Mr. Aozuan created me.
Storm said, turning around and kneeling on one knee on the metal floor before Qin Chuan, continuing, I will follow you to the death, Mr.
Aozuan.
The cold voice like a heavy hammer struck the opposite side. Scalpel's eyes were terrifyingly bright, staring fixedly at this scene, a chill rising in his heart.
Hanjizu was truly dead. Scalpel's scarlet electronic eyes flickered wildly and the two front claws under his head trembled slightly.
Never fall into Qin Chuan's hands in the future or you will really die.
After silently mourning for Hanjizu for 3 seconds in his heart, Scalpel looked at Qin Chuan. This is the communication frequency Lord Xinghua left for you.
As soon as Scalpel finished speaking, a line of red Cybertronian hieroglyphic code appeared in Qin Chuan's brain module.
After staring at Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes, looked at the opposite side. Scalpel's screen, which he had not yet closed, showed his scarlet electronic eyes staring straight at Storm as if trying to find some clue. Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes flickered once. Beep.
The blue screen in front of him disappeared instantly.
Qin Chuan turned around, his gaze focusing on Minister Lin. I need to leave for 2 days. Take care of Storm Ann. Qin Chuan paused, then bent down and extended his hand to Academician Su Chang. The silver-gray metal hand opened. A silver-gray basketball-sized rectangular USB drive lay quietly in the palm. This is the reward for cooperation. Crack. Activated the transformation gear.
Qin Chuan's towering frame shifted and the silver-gray long-nosed truck had just appeared when it turned and drove toward the passage entrance not far away. Watching Qin Chuan disappear into the passage, Su Chang immediately turned his head to look at Minister Lin beside him, his expression excited.
Minister Lin will take the item and leave first. Minister Lin looked back at Academician Su Chang.
The old man's hair appeared disheveled, his deep-set eyes were clouded and his body occasionally leaned forward.
Academician Su, you should rest. You've been working so hard lately.
Minister Lin spoke with a worried expression, stopping mid-sentence. Su Chang immediately glared with alertness, stepped back a few steps and unconsciously clutched the silver-gray USB drive at his chest.
What do you know?
Hearing the truth in the morning, one can die content in the evening.
Alas, Academician Su. Stop.
No matter how Minister Lin tried to persuade him, Su Chin directly interrupted, not giving him a chance to speak.
Minister Lin grew anxious. Academician Su Chen was a national treasure of a scientist. Scientific research was important, but one's health also needed to be considered.
So Minister Lin prepared to persuade him again.
Seeing Minister Lin's persistence, Su Chang, like a mischievous old man, snorted and actually ran to the black sedan not far away, clutching the USB drive. Bang.
The car door slammed shut heavily and the vehicle sped toward the passage entrance as if fleeing, leaving only the fading sound of the engine. Minister Lin was first stunned, then helplessly smiled and shook his head. Qin Chuan rushed out of the air raid shelter entrance.
Before landing, the transformation gear activated again.
A highly sci-fi-looking Greycoat fighter jet shot into the sky with continuous airbursts. The surrounding clouds blurred and rapidly receded. The fighter quickly broke through the blue ozone layer and the space around became completely dark.
The sonic boom behind suddenly vanished as if a mute button was pressed.
The Grey fighter instantly halted, its entire fuselage slowly rotating, and the transformation gear activated.
Qin Chuan transformed into a robot form.
His towering frame slowly rotated and his orange electronic eyes gazed at the Earth before him. The Earth seemed somewhat dimmer, possibly due to the sun's backside with the entire upper edge.
The massive ozone layer curved into a deep blue arc of light. The background was a pitch-black cosmic space. The silence was eerie.
Qin Chuan's frame trembled slightly, staring at the awe-inspiring scene.
In my past life I wanted to become an astronaut, but I never expected to fulfill it in this life. Qin Chuan looked at everything before him. True experience is always more real than memory.
Before this planet he was no more than a speck of dust.
The universe is vast and boundless.
Now that he had become a Cybertron, he would pursue mechanical ascension in the future.
Alright, time to get the Fangzhou. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered and he transformed into a Grey fighter, again charging toward the moon behind him. In the pitch-black space, a light point with a blue trail streaked across. The moon rapidly enlarged in Qin Chuan's view. From the belly of the Grey fighter a deep blue curtain shot downward and nearly a third of the lunar surface was quickly scanned by Qin Chuan. This scanning technique was an ancient technology Qin Chuan had excavated from the memory bank of Duanguoshan. It was extremely advanced and efficient for planetary surveys.
Finding no valuable suspicious targets on the front side, the Grey fighter instantly turned around and rushed to the far side of the moon. Over a huge lunar crater on the far side at a height of 100 meters, the Grey fighter suddenly stopped and then rapidly descended.
Boo!
The moment before the fighter hit the ground, Qin Chuan switched forms, landing on the bare lunar rock. The frame crashed into the rock, causing a slight tremor, sparks flying, and the rock layer instantly shattered. Not far ahead of Qin Chuan, at the center of the crater, a mottled, dilapidated and riddled black spaceship lay quietly. Behind the spaceship, on the dark, friction marks, scattered parts and torn wires were everywhere. Qin Chuan slowly walked toward the spaceship. Heavy metal crushed the gravel on the lunar rock with very few sparks and creaking sounds.
He passed by the dark sliding marks.
Qin Chuan examined the circuit boards and torn, shattered wires and parts, silently guessing. As in the original plot, this Utian D had just fled to the moon when he was beaten by the Ba Tian, who was engine destroyed and fell into a deep sleep. After walking some distance, Qin Chuan soon found a cracked metal gap with a diameter of 10 meters.
He passed through a layer of dark gray metal armor plate 20 meters thick. Only then did Qin Chuan enter the interior of the spaceship. His orange electronic eyes emitted a transparent curtain scanning every space, and the 3D holographic projection of the ship was quickly completed in his brain module. After traversing a metal corridor for several kilometers, he turned a corner, and less than 100 meters away a gray metal door 50 meters tall and 15 meters wide blocked the path. Qin Chuan stepped forward and reached out to touch it. As his fingertips touched the door, the elements of the metal door were rapidly read, and his brain module quickly searched for identical attributes in memory for comparison. Sai-Tai alloy. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered continuously.
The moment the 3D projection was completed, 90% of the entire spaceship's material was Cybertron metal. Except for the precious stasis pods. The door in front was obviously the entrance to the precious stasis pods.
Boo!
Qin Chuan punched out dust falling from the metal door.
He raised his left hand and the red-hot thermal dagger stabbed forward fiercely.
In the corridor within less than an hour, thick layers of Sai-Tai alloy fragments were piled around Qin Chuan's feet.
Sparks and explosions were incessant and the entire corridor shook slightly.
Finally, at a certain moment, the metal door trembled, emitting a metallic groan, and slowly fell inward.
Boo! Metal collided.
The impact shook the entire spaceship violently, causing many old parts to fall like withered leaves.
Through the 3D holographic projection,
Qin Chuan, who saw it all in real time, nearly had his brain module short-circuit and almost fainted. Fortunately, the vibration stopped and the main structure of the spaceship remained undeformed. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief.
Stepping on the metal door, he looked into the cabin with his orange electronic eyes flickering ceaselessly.
Suddenly his entire frame froze. Before his eyes, 5 dark gray metal cylinders, each over 2 meters tall, were neatly arranged at 5 nodes in the front of the cabin. The cylinders were engraved with complex mechanical patterns, and multiple vertical energy grooves were embedded on their surfaces, emitting a faint blue glow.
It was very sci-fi.
Qin Chuan stepped forward to the cylinder on the right, and his left eye shot a red beam onto the surface.
Soon his orange electronic eyes stared fixedly at the metal rod. It's an energy pillar. I can't believe I forgot about this treasure.
Qin Chuan immediately reached out with his left hand, his metal fingertips touching the surface of the cylinder.
Ding!
Detected that the host is contacting the energy pillar.
Contact duration 56 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations host, you have obtained the trait Space Bridge attribute 12 purple. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered ceaselessly.
He turned his head to survey the room, then walked to the other energy pillars. After touching the left one, he was somewhat puzzled. Except for the first one, the other energy pillars did not trigger any system prompt. This indicated that the other half was not among these pillars.
Where could it be?
Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, unconsciously stepped back a few steps and suddenly bumped into a metal wall.
He turned around.
In front of him, a side door 10 meters tall emitted a metallic gleam that seemed much darker than the surrounding environment, made of Saitai alloy.
Damn it, you Tian D, you sure know how to hide.
Qin Chuan muttered softly, raised his left arm, and the thermal dagger popped out again, stabbing fiercely toward the door.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Qin Chuan's gaze fixed on the red-hot cannon barrel, his amber electronic eyes locked onto the target ahead.
The dark-colored door now revealed only a basketball-sized hole.
Qin Chuan leaned down, his right eye aligned with the door, casting a red curtain of light. His sight first pierced inside. Within the silver-gray metallic space, a colossal rectangular metal object lay silently.
He withdrew his gaze and refocused on the door before him.
The amber electronic eyes flickered wildly. In his brain module, a torrent of data concerning the history of Cybertron's exotic materials cascaded like a waterfall, rapidly retrieved.
Damn, it's just a Psi titanium alloy with a few trace elements added. Nearly gave me a heart attack. Qin Chuan couldn't help but complain.
His right foot kicked the door violently, accompanied by a harsh clang.
Sparks flew.
To break down this door, Qin Chuan had spent twice the time it took for the outer one.
The dark gray door now bore a jagged-edged hole 5 meters in diameter.
Qin Chuan raised his hands, gripping the upper edge of the hole, his massive body leaning backward.
Creak.
A piercing sound of metal twisting echoed, and Qin Chuan's amber eyes flickered.
An even more terrifying force channeled through his heavy frame transmitted to the door. Bang.
With a muffled thud against the entire metal wall, Qin Chuan pulled the door forward, dragging it along. He tossed the door onto the center of the metal chamber floor and stepped into the small room. His gaze swept across the space the size of a basketball court, with metal walls on all sides.
As soon as he entered, the pitch-black space lit up.
The 6 metal panels were covered in dense hexagonal grids extending everywhere.
A blue glow emanated. Not far ahead, a gray metal hibernation pod lay quietly. Qin Chuan's amber electronic eyes fixed on it.
His body trembled and he involuntarily walked toward it. In the empty space, the heavy tread of metal echoed continuously.
Arriving before the pod, he examined its surface. The pod was rectangular, 5 meters thick, its surface engraved with Cybertronian hieroglyphs.
On the seal, a metal disc resembling a steering wheel was embedded in the center.
Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, circling the pod with a mischievous intent twice.
Standing at the pod's center, he grabbed the steering wheel and twisted it left and right tentatively.
Whir!
Qin Chuan exerted force to the right and the entire pod vibrated slightly, emitting a metallic hum.
Delighted, he continued twisting 3 more turns until the 4th. The entire space trembled, the metal floor beneath every corner of the surroundings. All the hexagonal grids went dark in an instant. The seal slowly slid to the right.
Qin Chuan's gaze immediately peered inside. A tall dark red frame estimated at 10 meters with scorched and curled chest armor. Even one of the electronic eyes dangled on the face, dim and lifeless. The chest, where the normal spark fluctuation should be, showed no sign at all.
This Utiendi is in even worse shape than my old broken-down vehicle.
Gazing at the battered, lifeless Utiendi, Qin Chuan muttered to himself.
Yet his right hand skillfully landed on Utiendi's chest. Ding!
Detected host contacting a deceased Autobot leader.
3, 2, 1. Congratulations host. You have obtained the trait Space Bridge attribute purple. Space Bridge attribute has been merged. Scientific exploration pioneer gold.
Qin Chuan rejoiced in his brain module. A golden trait appeared in his visual signal.
A vast torrent of data poured into the quantum neural network. 5 seconds later, Qin Chuan's electronic eyes began to rotate. Just as he thought the copy was complete, the system panel popped up again in his sensor array. Congratulations host.
You have obtained the trait Yuanshan Blade Gold. This time Qin Chuan waited even longer. Only when the system panel stopped appearing did he look at his left arm. A golden flash on his left hand and a gray blade appeared in his grip, its handle painted red on both ends. Qin Chuan lifted the Yuanshan blade and walked to the 10-meter broken door he had cut down. The gray tip of the blade lightly touched the door surface, scraping off sparks. Qin Chuan pressed hard with his left hand.
The half-meter-long blade plunged in without resistance.
He pulled his left arm forward, slicing off a third of the door smoothly, as silky as of chocolate. Withdrawing the blade, his hand caressed it and his left eye shot a red laser. Indeed, a leader-class weapon is different. Qin Chuan placed the Yuanshan blade on his back. Instantly a metal scabbard appeared, absorbing the blade, and the metal cover sealed with a burst of sparks. Having obtained the traits from Yutiendi and the energy pillars, Qin Chuan's amber eyes flickered. In his quantum neural network, his system panel materialized. This was also the first time Qin Chuan had viewed his own attribute panel since his transmigration.
Post Qin Chuan Duanguoshan. Frame Commander Class. Currently activatable forms Vehicle Fighter. Frame damage negligible. Spark Level Commander Class Peak. Spark States Peak Good Weak Dying. Weapons Laser Cannon Purple Retractable Thermal Dagger Purple Yuanshan Blade Gold. Trait Attributes. Leader Class Combat Skills Gold Scientific Exploration Pioneer Gold Huazongyuan Heart Gold Universal Activation Gold. Gazing at the luxurious panel, Qin Chuan's frame quivered, his amber eyes shining fiercely. Possessing two major trait attributes from Huazongyuan combined with leader class combat abilities, plus the newly acquired Yuanshan blade, Qin Chuan felt that he could now be called the strongest under the leader class. He felt terrifyingly powerful. Ahem. Realizing his smugness, Qin Chuan coughed twice softly. Sucking the energy fluid that had overflowed from the corner of his mouth back in, he considered whether to take Yutiandis Yuanshan blade as well. After a long pause. Forget it, I'll leave it for the old fellow. Qin Chuan stood by the pot, his gaze falling on the identical Yuanshan blade beside Yutiendi. Though he yearned for it deeply, he knew that if he affected Yutiandis' combat power, leading to Qing Tiance's survival and deviating from the plot, things would go awry. Perhaps after Yutiandis' death, Qin Chuan could take it later. His amber eyes flickered. This was a leader-class weapon, who wouldn't covet it? Having obtained what he wanted from the chamber, Qin Chuan retraced his steps. Squeezing through the gap again, he stood outside the Fangzhou. His amber eyes locked onto the entire Fangzhou, flickering. He was about to own his own spaceship. Excitement surged, his metal hand trembled as it touched the mottled surface. From Qin Chuan's chest, a torrent of white electric arcs like tentacles spread to his right hand. Huge red-white arcs surged through the palm, engulfing a third of the ship's hull. Almost instantly, a red glow erupted from Qin Chuan's metal palm, covering the cascading arcs. An extreme suction sensation transmitted from the ship through his palm to his spark. Qin Chuan felt as if he had run a marathon, his limbs were as limp as noodles. The spark intensity dropped like a battery, leaking bar by bar, visibly decreasing. Qin Chuan felt as if he had endured a century. As the last exposed metal plate on the ship's tail was fully repaired, he stumbled and fell onto the lunar rock, causing sparks to fly from the impact. His amber eyes dimmed, staring ahead. Now the Fangzhou gleamed with a gray luster, completely free of its former mottled damage. Under Qin Chuan's command, 4 primary mechanical lifeforms tossed Yutiendi along with 5 energy rods and the Yuanshan blade out of the ship. During the ship's repair, Qin Chuan had created 10 primary mechanical lifeforms on the side. For him now this was as easy as drinking an energy block. Watching the cannon fodder underlings bustling in and out of the ship, Qin Chuan's amber eyes flickered endlessly. He needed someone to control the ship while he was away. These grunts were his means of controlling the ship. He had already shared some data on hiding the vessel. He trusted they would soon get the hang of it. Qin Chuan's peripheral vision glanced at the nearby area. Before the ship's bow on the open lunar surface, Yutiendi and his belongings lay piled like scrap. A moment of guilt washed over Qin Chuan for 3 seconds. For a while Yutiendi would have to sleep on lunar rock. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the Fangzhou. This repair nearly sent him into hibernation. It was extremely perilous. During the process his spark approached death hundreds of times, but thanks to the 2 gold tier traits from Huazongyuan, Qin Chuan not only avoided hibernation but also completed the ship's repair beyond expectations. He looked down at his chest. The spark was now blazing once more. These traits plundered from Huazongyuan were truly formidable. Through this extreme experience, Qin Chuan realized how foolish it was to use the 2 traits separately before. After Wei Zhenshan's fall and the conclusion of the Hoover Dam mission, Qin Chuan decided to begin creating a true mechanical legion. Qin Chuan boarded the Ark, traversed a section of the bridge and entered the control hall. In the control hall directly ahead was a massive blue holographic screen, beneath which lay rows of intricate metal buttons. On either side smaller holographic screens displayed various complex curves. Before each screen stood a subordinate. They rapidly tapped on the metal keys. Hearing the commotion at the hall entrance, all subordinates fixed their gaze on Qin Chuan in salute. This was the first rule Qin Chuan had imposed upon them: when meeting a superior or advanced warrior they must offer a salute. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the hall. Relying on the memories of Duanguoshan, even though he had never piloted a spaceship before, he could quickly master it by reading the information chip.
Under Qin Chuan's command the arc began to tremble.
Conventional fusion engine operating curve normal.
Environmental scanning module normal 3D environment constructing, though bustling everything proceeded in an orderly manner.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered continuously as he recorded the operational steps into the information chip.
He too needed to master piloting the spacecraft. The wedge-shaped spacecraft slowly ascended. 5 vector nozzles pointed downward, their immense thrust propelling the colossal vessel to rapidly gain altitude. Where it had been the lunar soil became smooth like glass.
UTND and his equipment were swept away like leaves drifting into the distance under the force of the blast.
The already battered hull bore some scorch marks. Qin Chuan stood at the porthole withdrawing his gaze from below and fixing his eyes on the cosmic space ahead. Just as Qin Chuan was lost in contemplation of the cosmos, a communication signal connected to his brain module.
He imported it into the information chip. Comparison completed, it was from Soundwave. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye flickered.
From his left eye a beam of blue laser shot out, expanding into a blue holographic screen.
The center of the screen darkened, then brightened again.
Qin Chuan stared at the other side. The background remained that secret base with a massive blue screen serving as the backdrop.
Clank clank.
The sound of heavy metallic footsteps echoed. A mechanical lifeform stood before the screen. It was overall dark purple with a slender build, broad shoulders and thin limbs resembling a bat. Its head was like a mantis, inverted triangular, and its face bore only a single optic screen. On the tape compartment on its chest the Decepticon insignia revealed its identity. It stood there like a mindless machine, silently confronting Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes also fixed on the other side without speaking. Just as the atmosphere grew eerily silent, a familiar figure burst onto the screen on the opposite side, looking at Qin Chuan like a mantis.
Mr. Aozuan, this is our... Ah.
Scalpel looked at Qin Chuan, then turned and pointed his 2 silver foreclaws at Soundwave behind him. Just as he was about to introduce him, Scalpel's entire body vanished from the screen, followed by a dull metallic crash.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye flickered. It seemed Scalpel's status among the Decepticons was not high. Soundwave's behavior was the attitude high-ranking Decepticons showed toward replaceable assembly line grunts.
After waiting for a long time, finding no response from the other side, Qin Chuan said in a cold hard tone like a hammer striking the opposite side, "Let someone who can understand talk to me."
The single optic screen immediately flashed 3 red exclamation marks. Beep.
The holographic screen before Qin Chuan closed. This Soundwave is exactly like the one from the Prime artifact.
Qin Chuan gazed at the blue planet ahead.
In less than 10 minutes the Ark had completed 2 attitude adjustments and was now heading toward Earth.
Energy signal shielding activated. Stealth coding activated.
In the hall a cold mechanical voice broadcast throughout the ship. Behind the wedge-shaped spacecraft 5 vector nozzles suddenly burst forth with blue light clusters.
The surrounding cosmic space rapidly receded.
Standing in the command hall, Qin Chuan felt normal gravity with no sense of thrust.
His orange electronic eyes flickered.
The information chip quickly retrieved data on the gravity balance chamber technology.
Phew. This is a great thing. I never imagined Cybertronian civilization could be so incredible. After becoming a Cybertronian lifeform, Qin Chuan inherited Duan Gushin's talent for science.
Adding to that the recent fusion of the gold-level trait pioneer of scientific exploration.
Qin Chuan had ranked himself among Cybertron's historical scientists. He placed second with Primus first. If I were human independently discovering and publishing this physical law, what would Einstein be?
Qin Chuan sighed, thinking of the great minds of his past lives' scientific community who spent their entire lives unable to grasp even the basics of such concepts. Now all of that resided in his information chip and spark. Space bridges, warp drives, dark matter engines, gravity balance, any one of these was something humanity in this universe dreamed of obtaining. Qin Chuan suddenly understood why the Decepticons and Autobots fought to the death but never passed on their technology to humans. Based on his observations of Earth's humans during this time, warlike, murderous, extremely aggressive and enslaving, if he truly gave them this technology, then what would become of him and the Cybertronians? Ha! A communication signal from Storm requested connection in Qin Chuan's brain module. Qin Chuan's left eye immediately projected a blue holographic screen. On the screen Storm stood in the familiar base with a warehouse of energy cubes behind him. Storm froze for a moment, then slightly bowed to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye flickered, but he said nothing. Mr. Aozuan's Scalpel contacted me just now. I refused him. Without your consent, any signal access would be disloyalty to you. Hearing this, Qin Chuan felt inwardly embarrassed. This Starscream was notorious for betrayal, yet his reincarnated version was so loyal. Qin Chuan looked at Storm. Wait for me to return. Well, go together. Yes, Mr. Aozuan. In the Eagle Nation north of California, deep in a desert valley. Inside the desolate valley, a series of screams echoed. Scalpel's mechanical limbs, only one of his 4 legs remained, and his 2 crimson electronic eyes were dim and lifeless. He lay sprawled on the cold metal floor, twitching occasionally. 3 Decepticons stood nearby, emitting signals of contempt and bloodlust, colliding with one another. Not far away, before a blue screen Soundwave, stood his slender fingers rapidly and calmly tapping on the red holographic keys. On the screen, a section of the Eagle Nation's territory quickly zoomed in. With the final tap, a red light cluster appeared, accompanied by a color photo, the Hoover Dam of the Eagle Nation. "It's here." A cold pre-programmed voice suddenly rang out from the triangular screen, dark and icy. Soundwave's single optic narrowed slightly. A communication signal was sent again, hurtling at light speed toward the other side of the planet. In the outskirts of eastern Kyoto, a secret base deep within the mountains. Minister Lin stood before Qin Chuan, his expression tinged with embarrassment. He sighed and lifted his gaze to Qin Chuan. "Mr. Aozuan, the previous collaborations went smoothly. How about last time?" Qin Chuan did not respond, merely standing at a distance with his arms crossed over his chest. As he looked at Minister Lin, his amber electronic eyes flickered incessantly. Minister Lin instinctively wiped non-existent cold sweat from his brow, inwardly cursing those old fogies. Last time, the Chinese high-level officials had high expectations for the information inside the USB drive Qin Chuan traded. Some even thought it might be controlled nuclear fusion. After all, the previous 2 items, energy blocks and mechanical prosthetics, still amazed them. If it were truly controlled nuclear fusion, China would leap ahead of the world. But sometimes the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just as they were eagerly waiting, academician Su Chang relayed the grim news: what Qin Chuan gave them was not controlled nuclear fusion technology. It was a low-power laser ray excitation technology. Qin Chuan had delivered something utterly disappointing. This caused a sharp decline in the attitudes of many among China's high-level officials. Unfriendly remarks surfaced accusing Qin Chuan of ingratitude, claiming that aliens were bound to be treacherous, and even bringing up the fable of the farmer and the snake. One counselor even dared to suggest to the first counselor that they should forcefully detain Qin Chuan and his group and put them to work for scientific research. At that moment, the first counselor revealed a knowing smile, causing the counselor to lower his head, unable to meet his gaze. All discontent was barely suppressed. Qin Chuan watched quietly, his amber electronic eyes flickering. Now, with the ARC's cooperation in the sky, he had established his own network ecosystem. As long as China's secrets were not quantum encrypted, they were no secrets to him. Minister Lin. Ha! Just as Qin Chuan began to speak, a sonic communication band entered the perception matrix via the brain module. After a simple chip comparison, a blue laser shot from Qin Chuan's left eye and a blue holographic screen materialized. The familiar purple inverted triangle face appeared in the center of the screen. Hoover Dam. Mission. Raid. Move now. Beep. The voice was grim, the message brief, the tone cold and hard, as if pre-programmed and now output. Watching the screen vanish, Qin Chuan's amber electronic eyes flickered ceaselessly. Though the voice bore the likeness of the Soundwave from the animated series, its personality was far colder than that in the live-action movies. He wondered how formidable it was in combat. Qin Chuan remembered that Soundwave defeated elite warriors like a father spanking a child. This mission, sending Storm alone, carried high risks. Storm. Qin Chuan did not turn around, his voice drifted behind him. Not far away, Storm, who was wrestling with a dozen underlings, immediately stopped and rushed to Qin Chuan. Mr. Aozuan. Storm stood beside Qin Chuan, his blue electronic eyes fixed on him, radiating fervent signal waves. Qin Chuan turned to appraise Storm. In his brain module, a vast amount of combat data regarding leader-class units was packed and transmitted to Storm. Upon receiving it, Storm immediately knelt on one knee before Qin Chuan. These were leader-class combat experiences, mostly about dodging and escaping. Storm thought that Qin Chuan must have considered his lack of experience survival first, then output. Storm swung his right arm, thumped his chest, raised his head and looked at Qin Chuan with his blue electronic eyes. Storm will fight to the death. The metallic resolute voice declared Storm's truest thoughts. The perception matrix received Storm's fervent and loyal signal waves. Qin Chuan nodded, deeply satisfied. This Storm could be groomed as an adjutant. Suddenly Qin Chuan turned, walked toward Minister Lin and leaned slightly forward. His amber electronic eyes like light bulbs fixed on Minister Lin. Minister Lin's expression turned serious, his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously as he stood straight as a spear. Just as Minister Lin was inwardly puzzled, a heavy mechanical voice suddenly came from the front. The first counselor has secured a glimmer of possibility for your China. Minister Lin's pupils contracted. He looked up at Qin Chuan, his face showing disbelief and gratitude. Mr. Aozuan, thank you for your recognition of the counselor. Minister Lin smiled gratefully, gazing at the towering mechanical form before him.
Cooperation will come. Qin Chuan's tone was emotionless.
After speaking, he turned around, activating his transformation cog. The tall humanoid robot instantly transformed into a long-nosed truck driving toward the tunnel entrance ahead.
Storm, take them, it's time to leave.
Qin Chuan's voice came from the tunnel. Storm turned around. The group of cannon fodder had already transformed into vehicles and lined up behind him.
Storm's blue electronic eyes flashed.
The transformation cog activated and his tall humanoid frame turned into a black fire truck, leading the convoy toward the tunnel entrance. Watching Qin Chuan and the convoy leave the base, Minister Lin's expression darkened. Qin Chuan had clearly known about their conversation all along, and a rift had formed between.
Future cooperation would likely be perfunctory.
After leaving the base, Qin Chuan directed the cannon fodder toward the desert in northwestern China. There the Ark would take them aboard. These were his core team. Qin Chuan planned to upgrade them to elite-level combatants, each leading their own mechanical legion.
Storm, the vehicle form is an auxiliary cog I crafted for you. Your true form is a fighter jet. Here is the replacement code. In the deep mountains, after watching the cannon fodder disappear, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and focused on Storm before him. When he created Storm, he had considered the limitations of the Transformers' transformation cogs. For Transformers, the transformation cog could activate new weapon modules and even enhance combat power. But once lost, they would be reduced to mere miners hauling scrap. Qin Chuan possessed the trait Plunder system, so the form of the transformation cog could be fused or even altered by swapping traits to activate different forms. But Storm and the others were not so lucky. They had only one transformation cog. Qin Chuan attempted to tinker using the spark core combined with disassembly experience from the Duanguoshan information ship. And surprisingly, he succeeded. He was ecstatic at the time. If the Autobots ever found out, they would likely line up to have Qin Chuan create new transformation cogs for them. Such modification had never appeared in previous Cybertronian technology. Qin Chuan had broken the Transformers' conventional thinking. A line of red code flashed in Storm's eyes, and he quickly integrated it into his information chip. The next moment, his entire body rapidly transformed into a Cybertronian fighter jet soaring into the sky. Qin Chuan also activated his fighter form, transforming into a Cybertronian jet. Two silver-gray highly sci-fi fighter jets raced toward the horizon against the setting sun. Only startled birds and beasts fleeing in the woods remained. The two jets skimmed the sea surface, trailing sonic booms that kicked up 5-meter waves. Storm, this time do whatever I do, don't act on your own. Qin Chuan sent a language signal to the equally silver-gray jet beside him. The reason he dared to cross the Pacific so blatantly was that all orbital satellites worldwide had become Qin Chuan's parasitic hosts. Coupled with the Transformers' naturally malleable metallic skin, they possessed radar-absorbing stealth coatings. 3 hours later, a horizon appeared on the sea ahead. Qin Chuan switched his visual mode, zooming in like a telescope to see the location clearly. The familiar Hoover Dam. Just as Qin Chuan and Storm were silently skimming the sea observing from afar, a communication signal suddenly came from a kilometer above. Aozuan, you are responsible for intercepting aerial units. Qin Chuan ignored him, instead opening an internal communicator. Storm, stay close. After sending the message to Storm, Qin Chuan soared into the sky. Yes. Storm received the message and followed closely. Two silver-gray sleek highly sci-fi fighters dashed toward the heart of the desert. The direction was exactly the Eagle Air Force Base, 33 kilometers away. Since the last incident involving Qin Chuan, the entire 7th sector had increased its defenses by at least 5 times, and this Air Force Base was part of that. Through the Arch's 3D real-time holographic projection, Qin Chuan had been monitoring Los Angeles and the Hoover Dam in real time. As for the Air Force Base, Qin Chuan could create a 3D holographic model himself. At that moment, the real-time dynamics of the entire Air Force Base had been captured as data. Received through the perception matrix, it surged at light speed into the brain module and was rapidly analyzed by Qin Chuan's quantum neural network. Storm data sharing is already enabled. Don't act recklessly, follow my plan. As Qin Chuan's words fell, the perception matrix received another request for a communication signal access. Damn, this Soundwave is crazy. Seeing it was Soundwave, Qin Chuan cursed loudly, then connected. Autobots out. Bleep. Before Soundwave could finish saying out, Qin Chuan closed the communication. The battle must have already started on that side. Qin Chuan changed his mind on the spot and decided to go back and pick up scraps. Storm, drop a few EMPs and then return to the Ark. Understood. After Qin Chuan said this, the internal communication closed. The streamlined fuselage turned 180 degrees and rushed back the way it came. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared over the horizon. The sand dunes beneath Storm rapidly receded. Soon Storm hovered a kilometer away from the Air Force Base. So close, yet the Air Force Base remained utterly quiet, clearly unaware of the anomaly. Obviously, as long as he didn't actively expose himself, the eagle couldn't detect him at all. Relying on the shared information from Qin Chuan, Storm began analysis. This base covered an area of 89 square kilometers, truly a super base. A main road ran through the entire base. Eagle soldiers in camouflage sat in off-road vehicles. Large aircraft groups were parked in designated areas, and the logistics department and ammunition depot were heavily guarded. At the four corners of the base were anti-aircraft radars. On the 5-meter-high electric fence a bird just landed. Thud. The gray bird turned black, emitted black smoke, and fell onto the sand. After the perception matrix received everything, Storm launched an attack. The silver-gray fighter directly charged toward the Air Force base, and a loud sonic boom instantly revealed his position. Back off or we will open fire. Shoot him down, damn it. The electronic loudspeaker hanging on the watchtower beside the electric fence issued a warning. Seeing the warning was ineffective, the base's anti-aircraft missiles and portable rocket launchers aimed at him without hesitation. A dense swarm of missiles like bullets rushed toward him. A blue curtain swept across Storm's nose, and all trajectories were calculated by the quantum neural network in synchronous orbit. The streamlined, highly sci-fi fighter was like an elegant swordsman. It weaved through the dense rain of missiles. Storm's fighter skimmed close to the Air Force base. Four silver-gray missiles shot out from under the wings on both sides. Storm soared upward. The 4 missiles with automatic navigation distributed themselves at 4 nodes above the Air Force base. Under the sun's glare, the missiles shimmered like 4 sharp swords. Boom! Transparent energy mushroom clouds erupted violently from the 4 points. All electronic devices in the entire base, including those outside. The fighters that were about to support the Hoover Dam all emitted smoke and sparks. Clearly they were scrapped. The perpetrator, however, shot straight into the sky, heading toward outer space. Qin Chuan stood on the road not far from the Hoover Dam. On the already chaotic road, Qin Chuan walked to a bridge pier. The panicked crowd nearby, seeing the robot appear again, were so frightened that they reversed completely and fled back the way they came. Beside the concrete bridge pier, the olive-green bone crusher had completed his Louis XVI cosplay. Qin Chuan stood nearby, his orange electronic eyes flickering. He was extremely happy at the moment. As for not going to support, he might face Soundwave's revenge. But hadn't Vertigo also not gone? Moreover, as a commander-level unit, Qin Chuan was only stronger, not weaker. The reason he came back this time was precisely for these scraps. Thinking about how the two factions were now fighting tooth and nail, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered wildly. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the perception matrix, ever since he started returning to the Hoover Dam, the communication signal access requests from Soundwave had never stopped. Suddenly, Storm's information was rapidly received by Qin Chuan's perception matrix, and the quantum neural network began lightspeed analysis. Storm did a good job. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered once. His gaze focused on the bone crusher in front of him. The tall mecha bent down and half-squatted, grabbing Bone Crusher's head and torso. The entire tall mecha, relying on the brute force of the vector thrusters at 3 nodes, shoulders, back and legs, shot upward. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a height of 1,000 meters. The thrusters on his legs and shoulders flared brightly. Qin Chuan instantly transformed, and the sleek silver-gray fighter dove sharply. The remains and head were thrown away by inertia. By the time Bone Crusher was falling, Qin Chuan had already opened the cockpit, retracted the head, and the fighter surged forward. 4 pairs of silver-gray clamps instantly extended from under the fuselage. They firmly clamped onto Bone Crusher's chest. Below, many people witnessed this scene and exclaimed, "Wow, Mom, that's so cool." A little boy with short blonde hair, after watching the entire process through the car window, looked excitedly at the white woman in the driver's seat. The white woman's mouth hung open, her eyes wide with an expression of utter disbelief. "Storm, bring the Ark over." Qin Chuan stood in the pitch-black outer space. Ahead, a small black dot rapidly enlarged. A wedge-shaped dark gray spaceship appeared in Qin Chuan's field of vision. From the fighter's tail, 2 thrusters erupted with blue light. At the rear of the Ark, the dark gray belly plate split open downward at a 60-degree angle, revealing a metal passageway 100 meters in diameter in front of Qin Chuan. The gray fighter dragged Bone Crusher inside, and the passageway closed quickly. It was pitch black all around. Qin Chuan threw Bone Crusher onto the ground, and the fighter transformed back into the tall mecha. Not far away, Storm, leading 3 underlings and a medical gurney, was rapidly approaching. "Storm, take him to the medical bay. Don't worry about anything else." As Qin Chuan spoke, he bent down and yanked out Bone Crusher's spark. His orange electronic eyes flickered eerily. In his palm, the dim green spark glowed faintly, like a candle flickering in the wind. Lightning spread across Qin Chuan's chest, traveled down his arm, and upon contacting the spark in his palm, a burst of red light erupted from his palm and vanished in an instant. Storm and the others stared intently at Qin Chuan's palm. The red light dissipated.
A blue spark blazed fiercely and the newly born consciousness wave signal inside was received by all the mechanical lifeforms present.
Long live Lord Aozun. Storm and his 3 underlings knelt on one knee in unison.
Their electronic eyes in various colors flickered wildly as they stared at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's perception matrix received this wave of fervent signal and he felt satisfied inwardly.
This was exactly the effect he wanted.
Qin Chuan bent down and handed the spark to Storm, who nervously reached out to take it.
Take the remains back and repair them. Put the spark in the storage device and wait for my return.
After saying this, Qin Chuan walked to the metal passage.
The metal plate under his feet vibrated and tilted downward.
As the plate tilted to 60 degrees, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flashed. The transformation gear activated and the tall mecha turned into a silver fighter diving toward Earth. The fighter jet like a silver blade shimmering with light pierced through the atmosphere. Behind it a cloud disk condensed resembling a dandelion plummeting at breakneck speed. The communication signal request like a stubborn plaster blared again.
Qin Chuan paid no heed. The neural module in his brain received the data torrent from the arc at light speed.
Within the consciousness of the quantum neural network, a holographic city cluster the size of a billiard table floated silently, glowing blue.
The streets, vehicles and pedestrians were all blue. Inside the city a red dot stood atop a tall building.
Qin Chuan moved his gaze to the red dot. Beside it a 4K color image popped up and transmitted into his perception matrix. A heavy armored helicopter transformed into a Decepticon stood on the rooftop.
Its towering form was 10 meters tall, fierce and menacing.
Below, pedestrians on the street fled in panic in all directions. Xianyun paid no attention, its crimson electronic eyes fixed on the city's entrance.
On the highway not far from the bustling city, vehicles flowed endlessly back and forth.
A convoy of over 100 armed vehicles rushed toward the city entrance. A classic yellow Chevrolet Camaro was sandwiched in the middle.
In front were a lemon yellow Hummer and a black heavy pickup, while behind was a silver Pontiac. Qin Chuan arrived above the city.
Just as Qin Chuan was pondering how to scavenge for scraps, his perception matrix received an internal communication request from Xianyun. Qin Chuan was startled. What did Xianyun want? With curiosity he still granted the communication permission.
Lord Aozun, Lord Shangbo asked me to relay a message.
Hearing Xianyun's rumbling metallic voice, Qin Chuan sneered inwardly.
Oh. What did he say?
Lord Shangbo said to ambush De Huangfeng and the others and seize the Wuzhong Yuan or else. Before Xianyun could finish the word else, Qin Chuan cut off the internal communication. Xianyun stood on the rooftop, its crimson electronic eyes flickering wildly as it stared at a certain point in the sky. That damned Aozun, after this war he would definitely report to Lord Wei Tian.
This damned Aozun should be torn apart by them. Qin Chuan hovered high in the sky, now pondering a question.
If he slacked off like Hong Zhizhu, then in the end Wei Tian would fall and Qin Tianzhu would remain almost at full strength. What should he do to maintain the battlefield balance? Suddenly Qin Chuan thought of Sam. In the end it was Sam who unexpectedly thrust the Wuzhong Yuan into Wei Tian's chest, destroying the fire. But this time, because he had killed Hong Zhizhu, Shangbo arrived early. After much deliberation, Qin Chuan decided to slack off just like Hong Zhizhu. As for what happened afterward, he believed that Shangbo, who was loyal to Wei Tian, would not idly watch his leader be killed by the plot. By then Shangbo would surely help Wei Tian fight against Qin Tianzhu. Qin Tianzhu was no match for Wei Tian to begin with, and with Shangbo's assistance he would definitely fall even further behind. Qin Tianzhu would likely be defeated and Sam would be killed along with him.
Qin Chuan's amber electronic eyes flickered. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
At that critical moment he would step in to help Qin Tianzhu and maintain the battlefield balance. As for where his confidence came from, wasn't the leader-level combat technique gold trait and Tian dis Yuan can blade enough? Xianyun, I will cooperate with you to get the Wuzhong Yuan. After sending the message to Xianyun, standing on the rooftop below, Qin Chuan was about to soar into the sky when behind him the roar of 2 fighter jets approached rapidly.
Qin Chuan looked and saw a dark silver Cybertronian starfighter, its fusion cannons under the wings glowing with a sickly green light. The death drone followed half a position behind. Qin Chuan's whole body trembled. The next second, whoosh. Whoosh. 2 sickly green high-energy laser beams shot from the cannons targeting Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was wary. His vector thrusters erupted with blue light and he climbed rapidly, charging toward the sky above De Huangfeng and the others. He had barely flown 100 meters when a massive explosion occurred at his original position. A mushroom cloud of scorching air rocked his fuselage left and right. Seeing Qin Chuan escape, the starfighter and death drone did not pursue. They flew toward a building on a street in the city center. Just before landing they activated their transformation gears. Two towering ferocious Decepticons stood on the rooftop looking down and exchanging words.
Qin Chuan landed on a tall building in the suburbs.
His left eye suddenly brightened and a blue laser shot forward.
A holographic building cluster the size of a billiard table rapidly rendered into shape a miniature version of Los Angeles.
Qin Chuan's amber electronic eyes moved downward to the street at the city entrance.
The armed convoy led the way. In the middle of the convoy, De Huangfeng and the medic Tai Pai had already raised their hand cannons, watching their surroundings warily. Suddenly a sonic boom sounded behind the convoy. De Huangfeng and the others immediately turned around. In the sky a massive dark purple drone swept overhead, firing several cluster missiles. Tai Pai exchanged a glance with De Huangfeng.
The two quickly ran to the side of the street, hoisted a van upright and hid behind it.
Sam and the other American soldiers hid behind nearby vehicles, staring in terror at the rain of missiles about to hit. These things were no firecrackers.
Boo! Boo! The van was instantly struck and torn apart like a rag.
De Huangfeng and Tai Pai hiding behind it were flung like cannonballs, crashing into the road behind. The armed convoy was tossed like garbage against both sides of the street.
Sam, Michaela and the American soldiers inside were thrown into the air like toilet paper, then fell to the ground.
After the drone passed, everyone struggled to get up. Qin Chuan watched this familiar scene with a sense of nostalgia.
In his past life he had been a fan of De Huangfeng.
When he saw De Huangfeng's legs blown off, he had been deeply grieved.
But now,
having transmigrated as a Cybertronian warrior himself, he no longer had that enthusiasm. As Qin Chuan sighed. On the battlefield, De Huangfeng had already handed the Huazhong Yuan to Sam. Seeing the Huazhong Yuan again, Qin Chuan felt no interest. He himself was now a living Huazhong Yuan. He truly didn't care for the thing. Because the storm had destroyed the Air Force base, the originally planned air support in the storyline did not appear.
Boo!
The explosion of a shell suddenly interrupted Qin Chuan's thoughts. He looked back at the miniature Los Angeles. A large crater had been blasted in the asphalt road, and not far away a tank raised its barrel. Behind it a suspicious brand new police car lurked. Shangbo in the sky turned back again, cooperating with Chao Nao and Lu Zhang to trap the Autobots on this street. A battle broke out between the two sides. Qin Chuan's gaze, however, turned to the city entrance. Xing Tianzhu was about to enter the city.
Wei Zhentian seemed to sense something too.
His crimson electronic eyes flashed and he transformed into a starfighter, joining the battle below.
The battle below instantly became 5v4.
In the holographic projection with Wei Zhentian's arrival, the Autobots immediately collapsed and fled.
Zhu Shi stayed behind to cover the convoy. The outcome was inevitable.
Wei Zhentian dragged him to the top of a building, holding him by one leg like a chicken.
Zhu Shi's hand cannon attacks only sparked off Wei Zhentian's body, no more effective than a tickle.
Finally, the moment Xing Tianzhu appeared at the street corner,
Wei Zhentian looked over, his crimson electronic eyes flickering eerily.
He grabbed Zhu Shi's body with both hands. Xing Tianzhu, see the gift I have prepared for you.
Bam! Sizzle!
Megatron stared at Optimus Prime, his hands wrenching apart the metal at Jazz's waist, which emitted a dull snapping sound.
No! Megatron!
The oncoming truck cab roared with Optimus Prime's fury.
Ha ha ha! Megatron sneered, his arms violently yanking. Amidst a dazzling shower of sparks, Jazz's body was brutally torn in two. Ah, that's just too damn brutal.
Witnessing such a gruesome scene on the streets of mini Los Angeles, Qin Chuan felt that Megatron was truly ruthless. This only hardened his resolve to kill Megatron.
With his lieutenant dead, Optimus Prime was completely enraged.
The Peterbilt long-nosed truck transformed directly, revealing a towering Redan blue frame. An energy sword extended from his left arm as he charged at Megatron. The two faction leaders instantly locked together,
crashing into the skyscraper behind them.
Inside, the building rooms shattered like paper, one after another.
The building was instantly plowed open into a wide tunnel. Ironhide, protect Sam.
Take the Allspark and leave here immediately. Just as he burst out of the building, Optimus Prime swung his energy sword, forcing Megatron back, and shouted without looking back.
Sam was already running toward the city center.
Ironhide ran while firing his cannon backward. Ratchet tried to help him, but his energy gun merely sparked uselessly against the Decepticon's armor. It was no different from a tickle. Michaela drove her motorcycle, keeping close behind Sam.
Just as they were about to dash out of the street ahead, bam! A dull metallic impact suddenly echoed from the street ahead. Blackout, who had been missing, appeared.
His 10-meter tall frame coupled with his hideous visage. His crimson optic sensors gazed mockingly at the human boy racing toward him. Sam screamed, his hands instinctively releasing the Allspark, which clattered to the ground. Nearby vending machines and street vehicles were quickly activated by the Allspark.
transforming into mechanical lifeforms with glowing red eyes and frenzied behavior.
As soon as they were born, they launched missiles of various types down the streets.
Sam snapped out of it
and immediately grabbed the Allspark, dashing toward the nearby church. The mechanical lifeform activated from the vending machine sprayed bullets wildly at Blackout and even fired a rocket.
The attack exploded against Blackout's chest like a firework. Not much damage but utmost humiliation. Blackout's crimson optic sensors fixed on the little creature that barely reached his knee.
His left hand instantly raised, unleashing a hail of bullets that engulfed the machine.
Boo! The mechanical lifeform fell straight backward, sparking as it hit the pavement. Blackout's crimson optic sensors watched Sam dash into the Blackout immediately followed.
His towering frame stepped into the church, his crimson optic sensors scanning the second floor above.
Sam stood on the second floor, meeting Blackout's crimson gaze, which sent a chill down his spine. Fear drove him to climb high. Seeing Sam flee upward, Blackout erupted in fury. Insect! Hand over the Allspark.
With a roar, he reached upward and the wooden floor above shattered with a crash.
As easily as punching through paper.
Soundwave stood on the church rooftop staring at the small metal door nearby, a smile pattern appearing on his single-light screen.
He was clearly waiting for his prey. On the street beside the church, Ironhide and Ratchet pinned down Brawl in front, while behind them an armed convoy parked near the trailer carrying Bumblebee, with Bumblebee's plasma cannon and human firepower supplementing.
Ironhide and Ratchet were still struggling to survive against Brawl and Barricade, who sniped from cover. Brawl grabbed Ironhide by the chest and slammed him to the ground. Behind him, Barricade raised his left arm cannon barrel aimed at Ironhide's head.
Boom! A shell fired. Ironhide rolled aside while firing his cannon in return.
Sam is about to reach the rooftop. Qin Chuan's orange optic sensors flickered, suddenly alert. He transformed into a silver-gray fighter jet, soaring into the sky and heading toward the church.
He didn't want the Decepticons to get the Allspark so easily.
On the church rooftop, the tremors beneath grew stronger and the small door in front opened.
Sam burst out, confronted by the sky-blocking figure of Soundwave.
The single-light screen displayed a cartoonish smile.
Damn! Sam instinctively stepped back.
The church roof behind him suddenly exploded. A hand emerged, then the church shook as an even larger frame climbed out.
Blackout's body soon leaped out. Soundwave in front, Blackout behind.
Sam gritted his teeth and dashed toward a row of statues at the edge of the rooftop.
Soundwave and Blackout's crimson optic sensors tracked Sam's movement.
The two Decepticons cornered Sam against a statue.
Sam leaned against the statue, glanced down,
and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him.
Sam immediately turned back, clinging to the statue with one arm while the other clutched the Allspark. Insect, last chance. Soundwave's screen displayed 3 crimson exclamation marks, his voice dark.
Clearly he had tired of the Catan mouse game.
I will never give you the Allspark, Sam roared.
Beside Soundwave, Blackout's crimson optic sensors flashed. His chest split open, a cannon barrel aimed at the base of the statue, and a shell flew out. The corner where Sam stood exploded instantly. He was thrown into the air along with shattered debris, plummeting rapidly toward the street below. His ears rang and the world seemed to freeze. Sam closed his eyes in despair, instinctively clutching the Allspark to his chest.
Sam! Oh no!
Nearby, a building collapsed. Optimus Prime was flung not far away, and catching a glimpse of the scene, he let out a roar.
On the street below the church,
everyone in the armed convoy wore expressions of despair. Michaela screamed in anguish.
Bumblebee tried to rise to save Sam,
but with his lower half gone, he could only watch helplessly as Sam fell from the rooftop.
The dust from the collapsing building still hung in the air. A towering monstrous frame emerged from the dust. Megatron saw the scene, immediately looked down at Optimus Prime, raised his left arm and aimed at Optimus' chest. Optimus Prime's blue optic sensors stared at Sam, their light dimming. Oh my old friend, look at this despairing sight. When you die. Megatron gloated, wanting to taunt his former brother.
But the moment he said die, a sonic boom suddenly erupted ahead. Then a silver-gray sleek sci-fi interstellar fighter jet streaked toward the church. Under the fighter's wings, 2 cannons aimed at Megatron, the red dots at the muzzles blazing bright. 2 beams of crimson laser, thick as barrels, shot out, instantly slamming into Megatron's chest.
Boom!
A high-temperature red mushroom cloud exploded on the leader's chest. Megatron screamed, his frame staggering, and he crashed into the already crumbling building beside him. The building groaned under the unbearable weight and collapsed entirely. Megatron, who had just tried to rise, was completely buried. Sam had no idea what happened, but felt a hurricane-like gust beneath him. Then his seat felt soft,
his back as if reclining.
He snapped his eyes open. What met his eyes was a glass canopy. He looked around and found himself sitting in a cockpit. He was actually sitting in the cockpit of a fighter jet. Suddenly realizing something, he looked down. The Allspark was still there.
Sam then cautiously surveyed his surroundings.
He quickly noticed that the fighter had no pilot.
Just as Sam understood that this was also a transformer.
Hold tight. Qin Chuan's voice rang out, his heavy metallic tone brimming with confidence.
Before Sam and everyone's eyes,
Qin Chuan flipped in midair, instantly charging toward Brawl and barricade, his cannons glowing red again.
This time the laser cannon's power was not as strong. But only by comparison.
Brawl's right shoulder and arm instantly melted and fell off like a candle. Seeing this, barricade slipped into a nearby alley. The laser struck the wall,
which immediately melted. Sensing the battle balance restored,
Qin Chuan landed and transformed his towering silver gray frame only a meter shorter than Megatron. Under the gaze of the armed convoy Michaela and Bumblebee, Qin Chuan leaned down, placed his hand on the cockpit. On his chest the hatch opened and Sam jumped into his palm. Qin Chuan glanced forward from the corner of his eye. Except for Bumblebee and Ironhide, who kept their weapons raised warily. The humans had long since dropped their jaws. Just then William, who had been hiding behind the armed convoy, noticed Qin Chuan's orange optic sensors. Instantly the horrific scenes from Sector 7 flashed through his mind. Suddenly beside the tow truck, Michaela's figure rushed out and ran toward Sam.
My God. Hey. Michaela, don't go over there. Hell kill you, God. Me, Kyla.
Vigilant Shan Mu stared at Qin Chuan retreating slowly. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned his head.
Seeing it was Kyla. Shan Mu's face lit up with joy.
He immediately turned and lifted Kyla, who had already thrown herself into his arms. Tai Pai followed, standing behind Kyla and Shan Mu. Noticing that Qin Chuan bore no Decepticon insignia, he slowly lowered his left arm, his green optical sensors flickering incessantly.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Ao Zun, you scum.
2 rocket-propelled grenades accompanied by Xian Yun's furious roar came from the rooftop of the adjacent church. Qin Chuan's orange optical sensors flashed and he transformed into a silver fighter jet soaring into the sky.
Tai Pai immediately shielded Shan Mu and Kyla behind him, stepping backward as the ring-shaped shockwave pushed them away. Xian Yun, follow me.
Standing on the rooftop in the center of Shangba's inverted triangular screen, a single eye narrowed, staring at the direction Qin Chuan flew toward the outskirts. Having killed the Decepticon commander and now repeatedly sabotaging Decepticon plans. More than anything, it was the combat prowess Qin Chuan had just displayed that left Shangbo unsettled. When he first heard that Hong Jizhu had been suddenly killed, Shangbo thought it was some kind of prank. But what had Qin Chuan just done? With 2 laser cannon shots he had sent Lord Wei Jingtian reeling.
Shangbo began to sense a new threat. If this Qin Chuan was not eliminated immediately, he would surely become the 3rd enemy after the Autobots. Unstable elements must be eradicated.
The inverted triangular face in Boss' grim mechanical voice rang out and Xian Yun's frame trembled slightly.
Yes, Lord Shangbo.
The rooftop shook, dust swirling. A purple drone burst out from amidst the chaos, arcing through the sky, chasing after the direction the silver fighter had departed.
An olive-green stallion helicopter followed closely behind.
Qin Chuan had instantly drawn the attention of 2 Decepticons, coupled with his earlier ambush on Wei Jingtian.
The scene once again fell into a stalemate.
The silver fighter streaked across the city sky.
Storm head to Sector 7. Here are the coordinates of Miluan's frame.
Qin Chuan transmitted the information through the perception matrix to the Ark, which was in low Earth orbit.
Bang.
At the city entrance, Qin Chuan transformed into robot mode and landed on the ground.
Metal struck the pavement, scraping up large sparks.
Qin Chuan turned, scanning the surroundings.
Silence. Desolation.
The battle of the Transformers had caused the once bustling traffic to vanish, not a single vehicle in sight.
Now it was just the right place for a fight.
Suddenly a set of coordinate data from the Ark entered the perception matrix. Staring at the green scrambled code before him, Qin Chuan's quantum neural network rapidly deciphered it.
5 seconds later his orange optical sensors flickered continuously. 30 minutes 36. 24 and 110. 24W. Within 30 minutes 34. 25 and 115. 82W. Within 30 minutes 36. 57 and 115. 68W. Lord Ao Zun, evacuate immediately.
This data was the latest summary of the Eagle's air support from the Ark. Qin Chuan had originally planned to finish off Shangbo and Xian Yun here. With the Yuanshan blade and leader-level combat techniques, it wouldn't have been a problem. But now the Eagle's support was imminent, unexpected yet reasonable. After all, considering what he had done in Sector 7 earlier. He had long been exposed to the Eagle's high command. Seeing him now, they would likely feed him missiles. Just as thoughts raced through Qin Chuan's mind.
Bang! Bang! Two loud dull sounds erupted from front and back.
Qin Chuan's perception matrix instantly fed back to his quantum neural network.
Before Shangbo and Xian Yun could launch their attack,
Qin Chuan transformed into a silver fighter and dashed back toward the city.
This scum!
Xian Yun roared in fury, bellowing at the direction Qin Chuan had fled, and slammed his fist heavily into the ground.
Sparks flew.
Shangbo stood nearby, a series of wave-like patterns undulating across his inverted triangular screen. He had just received a message from the Decepticon warship on the far side of the moon. The Eagle's air support would arrive soon, leaving them less than 10 minutes to seize the Allspark. With this thought, Shangbo instantly turned his head toward the city.
The Eagle's support will arrive soon, we must obtain the Allspark.
His grim, icy mechanical voice fell, and his elongated frame transformed into a drone chasing into the city. Xian Yun's crimson optical sensors flickered incessantly as he swiftly followed. In the city center, without the assistance of Lu Zhangqiao, now began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. But Tai Pai and Yi Shang still could do nothing to stop him.
Tai Pai desperately wanted to support Qing Tianzhu.
But if he left, Yi Shang would be no match for Chao now. The faint sound of dull metal hitting the ground could be heard.
Wei Zhentian limped forward.
Although Qin Chuan's ambush had dealt him severe damage, moments ago he had fired 2 consecutive fusion cannons in a duel with Qing Tianzhu, quickly regaining the upper hand. 100 meters ahead of Wei Zhentian, amidst a pile of rubble from concrete walls,
Qing Tianzhu's blue optical sensors were dim, his entire frame convulsing.
His body was shattered, covered in sparks and electrical arcs, and his chest armor was scorched black and cracked. His fiery blue paint had long since peeled off, leaving him mottled and worn.
Clang!
Wei Zhentian lifted his foot and brought it down heavily on Qing Tianzhu's chest, shattering the already cracked and dented chest armor,
exposing the blue leader-class spark within.
Wei Zhentian's crimson optical sensors stared at that spark, and his right arm reached out.
My brother, do you know why you always fail? Oh, because you've always been fighting for the weak, ha ha. Wei Zhentian's last words were laced with mockery, followed by a maniacal laugh.
The next second his crimson optical sensors flashed and 3 metal pincer claws shot toward the spark. Clearly he intended to finish Qing Tianzhu here and now. Qing Tianzhu stared straight at Wei Zhentian, his blue optical sensors dull and lifeless.
At this critical moment, whoosh! Boom! Behind Wei Zhentian, 2 barrel-thick red laser beams struck his mottled back.
A red mushroom cloud rose.
Wei Zhentian, like a cannonball, was instantly embedded into the rubble beside Qing Tianzhu. Lord Wei Zhentian! Ao Zun, you scum!
Xian Yun, seeing this from behind, roared in rage. The rocket pods on the sides of his frame unleashed a rain of rockets streaking forward. Qin Chuan fired and then climbed high into the sky, showing no desire to linger. Seeing his attacks miss, Xian Yun was consumed with fury. This scum had repeatedly sabotaged Lord Wei Zhentian's plans. This treacherous vermin had to die today. Their leader had been ambushed twice. This made Xian Yun feel utterly useless. For Wei Zhentian to prove himself, Xian Yun for the first time lost his usual composure and gave chase. Bang! Shangbo landed beside Wei Zhentian, the impact sending a ring-shaped shockwave that dispersed the dust around. Shangbo's single eye glanced to the side. In the rubble, Wei Zhentian lay on his back like a malfunctioning robot. His entire frame trembled, his back glowing red with sparks and electrical arcs darting everywhere. Shangbo, help me up. Yes, Lord Wei Zhentian. Shangbo didn't even look at Qing Tianzhu. He walked to the prone Wei Zhentian, bent down and flipped him over with both arms. Then with both hands he slowly propped Wei Zhentian up. Wei Zhentian's crimson optical sensors flickered on and off like a shorted LED light. Clearly his injuries were already severe, leaving him with no combat capability. Lord, less than 6 minutes. Shangbo's cold, grim mechanical voice rang out. Wei Zhentian turned his head to look at the other end of the church. His crimson optical sensors flashed a fierce expression in his eyes. The Allspark is right in front of us, Shangbo, go seize it. With that, Wei Zhentian transformed into a dark gray interstellar fighter and soared into the sky. Yes, Lord Wei Zhentian. Shangbo replied coldly, already walking toward the street corner. Standing at the street corner, he saw that Di Huangfeng's plasma cannon was already aimed at Chao Nea's chest armor. Tai Pai and Yi Shang were pulling at Chao Nea's limbs from both sides. Chao Nea's situation was already extremely dangerous. Shangbo showed no emotion. He raised both arms and fired 2 laser beams directly at Di Huangfeng. From both sides of his waist, 2 purple barrel-thick tentacles extended. The tips protruded 3 silver metal pincer claws.
They shot out rapidly, aiming for Shan Mu, who was hiding in the trailer's cab.
With the explosion and fire inside the trailer, its rear half vanished. De Huangfeng was blasted away like a tin can, crashing onto the pockmarked street behind Tai Pai. William and Sean Mu's group only then reacted. They turned to look at the street corner behind them.
It's that Decepticon. Sean Mu's face turned pale when he saw Shangbo.
But the two purple tentacles quickly drew his attention. The direction of the purple tentacles was exactly toward him.
Sean Mu's expression darkened. He immediately pulled open the car door and with Mikhaila ran toward a nearby alley. De Huangfeng.
At the last moment before diving into the alley, Shan Mu looked back, sorrowfully gazing at De Huangfeng, who lay on the ground, fate unknown.
Soundwave stood on the path, paying no heed to Ironhide and the others. He aimed his arm cannons at Sam. A low hum resonated as the muzzles glowed and two green beams shot forth, landing behind the duo. Sam and Mikhaila were sent flying.
They crashed into the mouth of the opposite alley, lying face down, immediately knocked unconscious. From Soundwave's waist, two tentacles extended toward the alley. Two silver claws reached behind Sam. One claw seized the collar of his jacket while the other grasped the allspark. The tentacles began to retract with their prize. On Soundwave's inverted triangular electronic screen, a single crimson electronic eye observed calmly. His chest compartment opened, the claws released the allspark, which dropped inside. The other tentacle lifted Sam, and Soundwave turned his head to look toward Bumblebee.
The next moment Sam was tossed aside like discarded refuse.
As for Brawl, there was no time left.
Soundwave turned, preparing to activate his transformation gear and depart as a drone when
a red laser beam as thick as a barrel struck his back directly.
Thanks to the timely feedback from his sensory matrix, Soundwave tilted half a body length to the left. The explosion swept through the street with Soundwave bearing the brunt.
His frame was struck by a tremendous force, spinning like a top and crashing into the adjacent restaurant.
The restaurant's concrete wall gave way like paper. The first floor's tables, chairs, refrigerator, everything was crushed by the frame against the innermost wall. Stone chips cascaded from the massive breach. Dust billowed out, mingled with green smoke and the acrid smell of burned circuits. Thud.
Qin Chuan landed on the street before him, not looking back, raising his right arm. A low hum emanated as the cannon's muzzle glowed red again, and a beam shot forth, aimed directly at the rampaging Brawl. With a series of agonized shrieks and rolling smoke, Brawl crashed with a thunderous roar, falling straight into the crater behind him.
Ironhide and Ratchet turned back in shock.
Both felt a mix of confusion and complexity, slowly lowering their weapons. They retreated to Sam and Bumblebee. After Ratchet confirmed that Bumblebee was merely unconscious, Ironhide finally turned, looking back at the towering, majestic silver-gray figure on the street beside the church.
"Thank you, warrior." Ironhide's deep metallic voice resonated like a solid wall.
Seeing Qin Chuan ignore him, Ironhide and Ratchet exchanged a glance. Then they headed together toward the ruins behind the church.
Sam and Bumblebee were temporarily safe, left where they lay. Less than 5 minutes left.
Qin Chuan paid no attention to Ironhide and the others. His orange electronic eyes were fixed on the restaurant, his mind troubled.
The American reinforcements had arrived rather quickly. A dull thud suddenly came from within the breach. Qin Chuan was alert, raising his left arm as a thermal knife deployed. Crack! The wall shattered and another sound of metal striking concrete echoed. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. He sensed something amiss. The sound of an inner wall being breached reached him, and Qin Chuan transformed his starfighter, soaring into the sky. At the same moment, the back of the restaurant building exploded, sending debris flying, and a purple drone shot into the air. Almost as soon as it appeared, it streaked toward the suburbs at an extreme speed, rapidly gaining altitude. Its speed could be described as hypersonic without exaggeration. Qin Chuan sneered inwardly. The silver fighter pursued almost simultaneously, with barrel-thick cannon muzzles under each wing, rapidly gathering red light, ready to fire at any moment. Two sonic booms rang out in the sky. Once within attack range, Qin Chuan launched a lethal assault. Two red lasers fired in rapid succession like red segmented lines, wildly scanning the Soundwave ahead. But a bizarre scene unfolded. No matter how cunningly Qin Chuan blocked, the trajectory was almost unpredictable. The purple drone swooped and darted like an agile AI, precisely dodging each red beam. The two fighters wove through the sky like a DNA double helix, madly exchanging red and green lasers. Admittedly, even with his leader-class combat skill gold trait, the probability of quickly subduing the Decepticon commander was zero. Just as Qin Chuan was at a loss with Soundwave, a sudden sickly green light came from behind. He decisively abandoned the pursuit, his craft instantly ascending vertically. His heart sank to the bottom. Optimus Prime was truly a useless piece of trash, a planetary traitor. Qin Chuan cursed inwardly, completely forgetting that he himself had killed Starscream, triggering the chain reaction, causing Soundwave to appear early. Soundwave was loyal to Megatron and would not slack off like Starscream.
The roles of hunter and prey were instantly reversed. At that moment Megatron, though his humanoid frame's combat power was barely 20%, his fighter mode's output was unaffected. A laser cannon shot to a commander-class frame caused no less damage. Lord Megatron, the Allspark is in hand.
Soundwave's cold, sinister voice sounded over the internal calm. Well done, Soundwave. You are far better than Starscream. Lord, enough, Soundwave. You know I hate being shot in the back more than anything. He must die, understand. Megatron knew what Soundwave wanted to say.
But the memory of Qin Chuan's ambush kept stimulating his quantum neural network. As a leader, how many years had passed? Qin Chuan was the first to ambush and severely wound him twice in a row.
Megatron was furious.
If not for Qin Chuan, Megatron felt that Optimus Prime was nothing more than a roadside stray.
And indeed reality matched his thought. Optimus Prime was truly useless.
In the original story, Optimus Prime was defeated and it was Sam who killed Megatron in a sneak attack. The three fighters soon clashed again above Los Angeles.
Qin Chuan grew enraged. He glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on the city hall in the center. A metallic crash against concrete, sparks flying, the silver-gray humanoid frame slid to a halt. Qin Chuan raised his right arm, his multifunction arm cannon aimed at the sky. Red beams fired at the diving Megatron and Soundwave. Megatron swooped, firing a sickly green laser at Qin Chuan on the street. Qin Chuan immediately sidestepped behind a building.
As the fighter passed,
a concentrated red beam burst forth.
A red mushroom cloud exploded.
The starfighter's belly split open with a shocking gash.
Suffering repeated heavy damage, the fighter crashed toward the block ahead, trailing black smoke.
Megatron paid for his arrogance and rage. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered continuously as his frame dodged among the street buildings. Soundwave hovered high above like a circling hawk.
Several green beams precisely aimed at Qin Chuan. He led Soundwave in a rapid dance through the city hall district.
Debris rained down, covering the potholed streets. Glass from hotels and shops shattered, black smoke billowing from windows. Countless screams of terror echoed from within. Soundwave, you useless piece of scrap. Look at your leader lying right there.
Qin Chuan dodged, pointing at the stumbling Megatron who had just risen.
He taunted wildly, but it was like talking to a wall.
A chill ran through Qin Chuan's spark.
He reached behind his back and the metal compartment opened. He drew the Yuanshan blade and held it. A laser came from behind. Without looking back, he fired 2 shots while dodging. Soundwave dared not tank the hits and ascended.
But in that instant Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flashed.
He raised his left hand and hurled the Yuanshan blade with all his might.
A sharp, piercing sound of metal slicing through air echoed in the sky.
Megatron, with his back turned, had his sensory matrix temporarily disabled by the explosion.
Just as he shook his head preparing to find Qin Chuan, a weapon suddenly appeared in his chest.
Megatron stared in shock, slowly lowering his head.
In the final second before his crimson electronic eyes dimmed completely,
he recognized the weapon. The Yuanshan blade. How did it end up here? Lord Megatron. More than 500 meters above Megatron, Soundwave was filled with disbelief.
Watching Megatron fall to his knees, the weapon piercing his chest, Soundwave felt a flicker of confusion. As he calmly analyzed the situation, the distant sky from 3 directions saw the arrival of American reinforcements.
Soundwave's spark sank.
While he calmly pondered a plan to rescue Megatron.
Give me the Allspark, one thing for another. Qin Chuan stood beside Wei Zhentian.
With a hum, the Yuanshan blade was drawn out. On the blade, azure energy liquid slid from the edge to the tip and dripped to the ground. Qin Chuan raised his right arm while his left hand struck Wei Zhentian's shoulder. Aiming at the Soundwave in the sky, a faint red glow flickered within the muzzle of the arm cannon. In the distance, the roar of fighter jets grew closer. Under Qin Chuan's incredulous gaze, the Soundwave surged straight into the clouds and vanished.
Damn, we're in big trouble.
Qin Chuan hadn't expected that bastard to be so decisive, just stunned and fled without rescuing the leader. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to pursue, congratulations, host. You have acquired the trait Dual Arm Fusion Cannon Gold. The system's trait prompt flashed in the depths of his consciousness.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered.
He had thought it was a blind stroke of luck, trying on a whim, but never expected Wei Zhentian could still have a second spring.
What a wool to pluck.
But the next second Qin Chuan's good mood vanished. The Allspark was still in Soundwave's hands. Once Soundwave took the Allspark away, Qin Chuan believed that within a week he would forge an overwhelming Decepticon army.
By then Earth would be fully occupied by the Decepticons.
His ambition to seize the matrix of leadership and become a prime would remain a moon in the water.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. This absolutely cannot be allowed.
Unit 003, state your identity.
All personnel prepare for battle. Open fire at any moment.
Around Qin Chuan, an armed stallion helicopter was already hovering nearby. In the surrounding sky, 7 F-22A Raptors were flying back and forth. Qin Chuan merely glanced at these Eagle jets and dismissed them. As for why these Eagle mecha hadn't attacked, Qin Chuan had some guesses. Probably Optimus Prime and the higher-ups behind William had communicated. Under the nervous gazes of the Eagle soldiers, Qin Chuan transformed. A silver-gray fighter jet shot into the sky, vanishing from the overhead sky in the blink of an eye.
The rising air current rocked the helicopter left and right.
Inside the cabin, the middle-aged man who had just been holding a megaphone, dressed in camouflage with a robust build, sunglasses and a hooked nose, his face drastically changed color as he hurriedly grabbed the doorframe.
Fuck!
Seeing Qin Chuan disregard them, the man's face darkened as he cursed loudly, then casually tossed the megaphone out of the helicopter.
Using the arc's positioning, Qin Chuan quickly locked onto Soundwave. The fighter jet veered and flew toward California. The green mountains below turned into wasteland and finally into desert. Just as Qin Chuan was about to give up and return to discuss a long-term plan with Optimus Prime, his perception matrix rapidly locked onto a familiar mechanical signal ahead. Damn, finally found you.
Several kilometers away, Soundwave stood on a stone pillar of sand, preparing to gather the remaining Decepticons to plan the next step for rescuing Wei Tian.
Suddenly he turned his head to the right. On his inverted triangle electronic screen, his single red eye narrowed.
Just as he was about to transform into a purple drone, a pale green laser struck him. A pale green mushroom cloud rose.
Thump!
The sand nearby splashed and the sound of a heavy object landing echoed.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered as he brought his arms together.
A fusion cannon identical to Wei Tian's was clamped between the dissipating green flames.
Quantum neural network operated at light speed, his perception matrix fully focused on every anomalous turbulence.
Once there was any signal fluctuation from Soundwave, he would immediately fire the fusion cannon to destroy him. As for why Soundwave discovered Qin Chuan so late,
that was thanks to the knowledge base of Duanguoshan.
Long before joining the Battle of Los Angeles, Qin Chuan had thought about hiding his own signal band. What made him relieved was that this thing had been researched in Duanguoshan's memories and the results were gratifying. It was a core mechanism utilizing the deformable plasticity of the body by altering the specific spatial orientation of internal microscopic particles to change the interval, ultimately achieving complete suppression of the BOTA signal fluctuations. This was likely something only the most brilliant scientists of the early Cybertronian era would have dabbled in. Qin Chuan was now curious, what exactly was the background of this Duanguoshan? How could his memory chip always find such good stuff? It made Qin Chuan somewhat path-dependent. The smoke cleared and Qin Chuan saw Soundwave standing there. A large hole had melted into the sharp-edged hatch on his slender chest.
Qin Chuan could even see a corner of the allspark inside. Hum. Whoosh.
His arms trembled and the fusion cannon muzzle suddenly glowed with pale green light, firing instantly.
Soundwave watched the attack, electricity arcing across his body.
From his waist on both sides, purple tentacles shot out like two arms, grabbing the sandy ground beneath his feet.
The tentacles bent to the left and Soundwave was propelled to the left.
But how could he easily dodge a gold-grade cannon barrel of the prime level while severely wounded?
A mushroom cloud of pale green even larger than the ambush rose from the ground.
The sandy ground beneath cracked and shook and Qin Chuan immediately retreated. Transforming into a silver fighter jet, he activated his perception matrix, swooped down and emitted a red curtain. He scanned back and forth carefully and finally at the deepest part of the collapsed sand and rock.
Soundwave lay quietly inside.
Electricity arced over his body, emitting curling green smoke, and flames flickered in the large hole in his chest.
Two pale green lasers shot out and struck the rubble.
The rubble, a small mountain of sand and stone, was instantly blasted open, revealing a large hole.
Qin Chuan landed inside the hole.
Looking at the purple body, he extended a thermal energy dagger from his left arm and approached cautiously. The moment he saw the allspark, his orange electronic eyes flickered. After carefully sensing and confirming that Soundwave was indeed unconscious with chaotic neural network signals, Qin Chuan stepped forward, bent down and reached out his right arm. The arm cannon also exposed, always ready for emergencies. His right hand reached into the large hole and grabbed the familiar allspark. That familiar energy fluctuation couldn't be faked. With the allspark in hand, Qin Chuan placed his right hand on it.
A minute passed quickly. Ding.
Detected that the host is contacting a commander-class warrior.
Congratulations, host.
You have acquired the trait high-quality Soundwave Purple.
Congratulations, host.
You have acquired the trait Brainwashing Purple.
Congratulations, host.
You have acquired the trait Excellent Perception Purple.
The trait Plunder succeeded.
Qin Chuan was excited. In the depths of his consciousness, the blue trait panel slowly materialized.
Host Qin Chuan Duanguoshan. Body Commander Class. Currently activatable states car fighter jet. Body damage 0. 2 negligible. Spark grade commander class peak. Weapons dual arm fusion cannon gold retractable thermal dagger purple Yuanshan blade gold. Single arm cannon pale green trait power at prime level. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. Conventionally without a prime level spark it's impossible to fire a prime level laser cannon. But now Soundwave was lying there as solid proof. Suddenly Qin Chuan thought of the Transformers. If one installed a prime level transformation gear, combat power would also increase. Could the system have made similar adjustments? No, the effect seemed even stronger. This way Jintian was practically his #1 benefactor, sending combat techniques and fusion cannons. With an excited mind Qin Chuan continued reading. Attribute traits prime level combat technique gold scientific exploration pioneer gold allspark heart gold universal activation gold excellent perception purple. Supernatural traits high frequency soundwave purple brainwashing purple. Seeing the new supernatural traits Qin Chuan felt a surge of indescribable emotions, both excitement and a strange discomfort. Bang! Stowing away the allspark Qin Chuan transformed into a silver fighter jet and soared toward Los Angeles. The sky around him blurred and receded at breakneck speed. With a velocity even greater than his outward journey Qin Chuan swiftly returned to Los Angeles. At this moment most of the city's buildings had been reduced to compressed concrete packets of rubble. Within the city streets craters of varying sizes and billowing black smoke were everywhere. Above the urban expanse dozens of armed helicopters lowered ropes and one by one special operations soldiers descended onto the streets to begin their patrols. A multitude of police cars roamed the thoroughfares maintaining order amidst this wasteland. Boo! Boo! A streak of silver shot across the sky hurtling toward the city center. At the church in the city center Optimus Prime had slowly risen to his feet. Bumblebee lay nearby while within the passenger seat of Ironhide Michaela was bandaging Sam's forehead, eliciting occasional hisses of pain from him. This caused Michaela to chuckle softly as she looked at Sam. William stood beside the doctor and at his side was a middle-aged man in camouflage clutching a submachine gun. The two were currently engaged in an argument. Listen William, this is the partner you championed, you've ruined everything. Simon spat, his saliva flying as he pointed one hand at William and the other at the newly steadied Optimus Prime. Hey Simon. Calm down. We should trust Sam and Optimus Prime. God. At William's words Simon's face flushed crimson and he couldn't help but let out a curse. He was convinced that by now these Autobots must have employed some nefarious trick to control the soldiers beside them and that human youth. He needed to report to the secretary immediately. With that thought Simon reached for the satellite phone clipped to his collar. Just as he picked it up and was about to dial. Silver Warrior. Almost the instant the words left Optimus Prime's mouth a deafening sonic boom erupted ahead. Both of them swiftly turned their gaze forward. The others reacted in the same manner. Only Ironhide's green optical sensors flickered with wariness. Among the group he alone still possessed combat capability. Vigilance was paramount. Though it was of little use. Thud. On the street 5 meters in front of Simon and William, Qin Chuan transformed into robot mode a second before landing, his metal frame striking the pavement and scraping up a shower of sparks. Qin Chuan strode directly toward them without any hesitation. William immediately raised his gun, aiming at Qin Chuan's optical sensors, cold sweat beating on his forehead as his finger tightened on the trigger. Simon, however, was panicking like mad. He rushed forward and pushed the gun barrel downward. Put down the gun, William. Do you want to kill everyone here? William had never seen Simon so terrified before. The man hadn't even been this scared when fighting the Decepticons. What was wrong now? A chill crept into his heart. Slowly he lowered his weapon. Qin Chuan's orange optical sensors glinted and inwardly he found Simon amusing. In the original story this guy didn't even trust the Autobots and was hostile toward them. Now seeing him, Simon was instead frightened out of his wits. It seemed his standing with the Americans was indeed lofty. From the moment he entered Los Angeles until now no fighter jets or anyone had encircled him. After all, Prime had been chased and attacked and Bumblebee had even been electrocuted. If he hadn't held their orbital satellite hostage they probably wouldn't have been so obedient. Indeed, no matter where, bearing one's fangs made enemies fear you. Just as Qin Chuan was summarizing his insights. I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. This is my weapons specialist Ironhide, and this is... Optimus Prime's voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Alright, I know. Qin Chuan cut him off brusquely, clearly displeased. Seeing their leader so rudely interrupted by Qin Chuan. Ironhide's optical sensors flickered his earlier wariness toward Qin Chuan, turning into anger, and a signal of emotional fluctuation radiated outward. Qin Chuan's perception matrix instantly detected it. But he merely turned his head and glanced at Ironhide before withdrawing his gaze. Once again dismissed Ironhide could only stand there, his frame trembling slightly. Sam and Michaela watched Qin Chuan nervously uncertain of his intentions. Toward Qin Chuan Sam felt more gratitude than fear, though a trace of dread lingered. Qin Chuan swept his gaze around. Within his quantum neural network the frames of Jazz, Brawl and Barricade were all present. No soldiers had come to tow them away. Ignoring everyone, Qin Chuan looked down at the two humans who seemed like ants at his feet. Those frames belong to me. That's my price. As he spoke, the chest compartment opened and he reached in to retrieve the Allspark. You actually recovered the Allspark. Optimus Prime's blue optical sensors blazed with intensity as he stared fixedly. A surge of disbelief filled his mind. No, this is a bargaining chip. Qin Chuan replied coldly, lowering his arm and opening his palm, waving it back and forth before William and Simon. Their gazes followed the motion. Seeing Qin Chuan produce the Allspark, everyone was delighted and relieved. But the Autobots' hearts sank. I don't care what you want to do. You can have the Decepticons but not Jazz. The doctor, who had been silent, spoke up. His tone was cold and hard, his yellow optical sensors fixed on Qin Chuan, his demeanor grave. Warrior, even though you saved us, Jazz is our comrade. We won't allow him to be exploited. Ironhide added. Optimus Prime's blue optical sensors flickered continuously, but he said nothing. Qin Chuan's orange optical sensors glinted and he looked down at the two humans before. What about you? I'm all for it, haha. Simon raised both hands, flashing a bright smile at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan turned his head, looking at William, who was staring at the ground with a conflicted expression. And you? Qin Chuan's voice was flat, as if making an ordinary inquiry. Yet William felt as though a mountain had been pressed onto his back, almost suffocating him. Finally he sighed, not daring to look back. Agreed. His voice was resolute. After uttering those words, William felt a lightness in his body, regaining his former steadiness and maturity. They had no grounds or conditions for negotiation. Securing the Allspark and keeping the risk under control was what a mature soldier should consider. Hearing the official American stance, Sam and Michaela's faces darkened. They could clearly see that Qin Chuan was deliberately shifting the conflict. Bumblebee and Ironhide, lying on the ground, were panting heavily, their gazes turning to the ever-silent Optimus Prime. Qin Chuan looked up at the Autobot leader opposite him and spread his hands. The Allspark fell to the ground. Simon immediately rushed over, scooped it into his arms, and then obediently returned to his original spot, standing properly. Qin Chuan caught this from the corner of his optical sensors, feeling a hint of smugness as he looked at Optimus Prime. Learn from the humans, Optimus Prime. For the greater good, small sacrifices are necessary. As Qin Chuan's words fell, William and Simon cooperatively turned and walked toward Optimus Prime. Simon even raised the Allspark high, with both hands staring at Optimus Prime with excitement. Optimus Prime, make amends. You must agree. William looked up, also gazing at Optimus Prime with hope. Optimus Prime, one who commands cannot afford to be merciful. You. Ironhide fumed, glaring at the spineless William and Simon. His frame seemed ready to lunge at them at any moment. Simon and William's faces paled and they involuntarily stepped back. Jazz is a comrade. Optimus Prime paused, then looked up at Qin Chuan, continuing, and more importantly, a friend. We are willing to offer other compensation. Optimus Prime's gaze was fixed on him, not coercive but carrying the weight of a leader's responsibility. Oh. What kind of compensation? Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, his orange optical sensors studying Optimus Prime. Inwardly he was already gloating. The fish had finally taken the bait. In truth, to Qin Chuan, Jazz had no special talents. Having him or not made little difference. He preferred Brawl and Barricade. Once those two were successfully reborn, their talents would still remain. Then his Mechanical Legion would gain two more formidable generals. As for why Qin Chuan was so confident that the talents would be preserved, it was something he had understood back when he created Storm. Even if the soul reincarnated, the quality and talent of the spark were fixed. This was the feedback from the gold trait of the Allspark's heart. Thus he had only used Jazz to test Optimus Prime's attitude. As expected, Optimus Prime was a leader with a strong sense of responsibility. Qin Chuan had already planned from the moment he obtained the Allspark. If the attempt to access the Matrix of Leadership failed, he could use today's bargaining chip as a backup plan to propose touching the Matrix of Leadership to Optimus Prime. Moreover, he had saved Optimus Prime twice today. By also playing on sentiment, he believed Optimus Prime would likely agree. After all, just touching the Matrix of Leadership was not an excessive request. What request? Optimus Prime's blue optics fixed on Qin Chuan. Next time you encounter something like the Allspark, let me touch it for good luck. I believe in such mystical things. Qin Chuan said, lowering his gaze to Simon, who was clutching the Allspark.
Seeing Qin Chuan staring at him, Simon immediately grinned and looked up at Optimus Prime.
Like a blessing from a god. You should understand Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime's blue optics flickered.
Words spoken without intent found a willing listener. Their home planet Cybertron evolved from the slumber of the deity Primus. Though Qin Chuan had saved them before and now retrieved the Allspark. The Allspark remained unchanged.
Yet why did a sense of unease linger in his spark? Optimus Prime, you cannot agree. Ratchet, standing beside Bumblebee, suddenly stared at Optimus Prime with urgency.
Optimus Prime's blue optics flickered as he raised his head to meet Qin Chuan's gaze. Objects resembling the Allspark are sacred relics of our Cybertron, each possessing unique power.
I know not your intent, but this condition is unacceptable.
Optimus Prime's words were like a time bomb dropped into the scene.
The atmosphere froze, tension mounting.
Ironhide and Ratchet raised their weapons, optics locked on Qin Chuan, ready to open fire.
Simon snapped. Hey, damn it, Optimus Prime, look at Los Angeles now.
Simon glared at Optimus Prime, face flushed, pointing at the surrounding ruins with his right hand. He paused, then pointed at the distant street wreckage and again at Optimus Prime's head. If it weren't for 003 retrieving the Allspark tomorrow, Earth would be renamed Decepticon.
Optimus Prime looked up at the distant buildings. At a glance, the dense structures stood like burning torches, spewing flames and black smoke. Blood and bodies littered the streets. A faint piercing scream of despair echoed from afar. Los Angeles was almost reduced to rubble. It was a living hell. Optimus Prime's blue optics dimmed and he slowly lowered his head. Bumblebee and Ironhide also bowed their heads.
Just as the mood sank, all right, merciful leader, since you care so much about your fallen comrades.
A grating voice cut through.
Ironhide and Sam's gazes turned to Qin Chuan.
He paused mid-sentence, bent down, and despite Simon's struggling expression, took the Allspark back into his hands. Stowing the Allspark back into his cockpit, Qin Chuan looked up at Optimus Prime. Then unfortunately the deal is off.
He shrugged helplessly, shaking his head as he turned. With a sonic boom, Qin Chuan transformed into a silver jet and shot into the sky. The shockwave kicked up dust and Sam and Michaela raised their arms to shield themselves. Through the gaps between their arms they watched Qin Chuan land before the Decepticon wreckage. Under their gaze 4 metal claws extended from the jet's belly, latching onto Brawl's torso. To William and Simon's horror, the silver jet soared into the sky, quickly shrinking to a dot and vanishing.
Simon's jaw dropped. Recovering, he spun around, eyes blazing as he glared at Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, why didn't you agree? He just wanted to touch something. And a broken body, what's the big deal? Could have thrown it in as a bonus.
No sooner had Simon spoken than he felt a threat from the side.
He instinctively looked left. Ironhide's cannon was aimed at him, glowing green. Clearly he was about to blast him. Ironhide.
Optimus Prime's voice carried a stern reprimand.
Oof. Ironhide snorted heavily and turned away. Optimus Prime, what do we do now?
William stepped forward, patting Simon's shoulder to calm him, and looked at Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime did not respond, staring at the sky where Qin Chuan had disappeared.
Agent Simon, I'd like to know more about this 003.
His words drew Sam and Bumblebee's attention.
Everyone was curious about the origin of 003.
Feeling their gazes, Simon stood up and smiled at them.
Actually, before you arrived, Sector 7 was attacked. William grabbed Simon and turned him around. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Under William's glare, Simon relapsed into his smugness.
No obligation to inform. Bang. William's face flushed red. He punched Simon hard on the right cheek. Ah. Damn.
Simon staggered back, clutching his swelling cheek, glaring at William.
Talk or not?
William sneered, lunging again, pinning Simon to the ground with a gun pointed at his head.
Simon's expression changed. Ill talk, ill talk.
He stood up, dusted himself off, and coughed. Seeing William step forward again, he raised a hand to stop him.
He's called Aozuan.
He came to this planet millions of years ago.
Like you, he's from Cybertron. He attacked Sector 7 some time ago. And so on. 5 minutes later, Optimus Prime's blue optics flickered. Who was this Aozuan?
He seemed indifferent to the Allspark, yet why make such a condition? This question troubled not only Optimus Prime. Everyone who thought about it felt a chill down their spines.
Even Simon, horrified, immediately dialed a satellite phone.
This massive discovery had to be reported to the top brass of the US immediately.
The familiar sonic boom echoed again from above.
A silver figure crashed into the City Hall area.
Optimus Prime looked at Ratchet. Ratchet, I think we should have a talk with this Mr. Aozuan. With a heavy mechanical voice, Ratchet nodded.
Thus Optimus Prime and Ratchet transformed into vehicle modes and sped toward where Qin Chuan had landed.
Back at the scene, Sam and Michaela stood between Ironhide and Bumblebee.
William and Simon exchanged glances, found an armored vehicle and followed.
Los Angeles City Hall. The white office building was now a compressed heap.
The surrounding streets were pitted and scorched.
A faint smell of gunpowder hung in the air.
Near the building debris, Qin Chuan's orange optics flickered.
He raised his right arm cannon deployed, aimed at the concrete mound. Boom! Boom!
2 shots sent dust flying, revealing a gaping hole that held a crushed Sea Stallion helicopter. Qin Chuan advanced, extending his mechanical arms, grabbing the rotor and cabin, and pulled with all his strength. Amid a rumble, the mound collapsed and the helicopter was dragged out.
A faint spark fluctuation emanated from the body.
Qin Chuan was elated.
This blackout had been easily caught by him earlier. 2 shots had nearly killed it. He thought it was dead.
But it was tough surviving until now.
From now on, blackout would vanish, replaced by a new soul. Glancing at the Los Angeles entrance, Qin Chuan's orange optics flickered.
He didn't need Jazz's body, it was optional. He had tried to cooperate with Optimus Prime. But since the other party was ungrateful, he would stick to the original plan. Activating his transformation cog, Qin Chuan transformed into a silver jet again. With the same metal claws latching onto the body, he shot into the sky, heading for the Ark in low Earth orbit. Shortly after he left, Optimus Prime and Ratchet arrived at the scene.
Standing before the collapsed ruins, watching the dot vanish into the clouds, Optimus Prime's blue optics flickered ceaselessly.
What was this Ozuan up to?
In Earth's low orbit.
Within the pitch-black void of space, a dark gray wedge-shaped starship slowly adjusted its attitude. With a slight tremor in the hull, the bow pointed toward a distant glimmer of light. The 5-vector thrusters erupted with a dazzling blue glow. The ship's velocity surged instantly, the hull like an arrow released from a bowstring, charging toward Mars, which lay closer to the sun. Inside the Ark's control hall. Before the forward viewport, beneath a massive blue holographic screen, 5 gray primary units were rapidly tapping away on a blue holographic keyboard. The blue screen was divided into 4 sections. In the upper left corner was a holographic star map. On the rendered real-time chart, a reddish-brown planet was locked by a blue box and instantly magnified. On the holographic screen below, a blue-line chart began to soar and plummet.
Meanwhile, on another side, lines of Cybertronian hieroglyphics cascaded down like a waterfall.
A vast amount of data interwove, updating in real time with the fluctuations of decline in the lower left corner.
Metal composition detection in progress, reflection signal acquisition in progress, data collection completed.
Before the large screen, one of the units turned its head mechanically to look aside, stating calmly. On both sides of the central screen. The left screen displayed a massive reddish-brown sphere rotating slowly. The right screen showed a bar chart with various colors. As time passed, the colors on the bar chart grew more numerous. Qin Chuan stood in the center with 4 towering units behind him. Since returning to the Ark, Qin Chuan had immediately begun the creation surgery.
His luck was excellent, the sparks of the 3 units were intact, requiring no additional repairs. This greatly shortened the time.
With the aid of the Allspark, it took less than 3 hours for him to complete the soul shaping and body repair of all the dying Decepticons. Fongbao stood at the far right, lifting his gaze to Qin Chuan's back, a fanatical gleam in his eyes.
Beside him, 3 units stood quietly, their differently colored electronic eyes also gazing at the towering figure ahead with adoration. It was this great being who had created them. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered and he slowly turned.
His orange gaze surveyed his masterpiece.
Qin Chuan's eyes first fell on Suigumo, who stood beside Fongbao, coated in sandy yellow.
At this moment, Suigumo's electronic eyes had turned a light green. His body was still horizontally developed, the entire unit resembling a mechanical insect. On his back was a sandy yellow metal mine plow, which could serve as a shield and also split into 2 pairs of metal claws. When Qin Chuan had created him, his spark was nearly extinguished. Optimus Prime had only severed the head back then, so Qin Chuan used the gold tier attribute of the Allspark core to reshape a new soul. As for the original Suigumo, he had become history forever.
Bangia, how do you feel?
Looking at Suigumo's towering ferocious form, only 1 meter shorter than himself, Qin Chuan asked. Qin Chuan's words made Bangia pause, then he immediately stepped forward. Under the gaze of Fongbao and the 2 other units, Bangia went down on 1 knee.
Thud. A dull metallic impact, sparks flying. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered with satisfaction and he stepped forward slowly. Rise, Bangia. Reaching out to support Bangia's arms, Qin Chuan gently helped him up. In this process, Qin Chuan clearly felt Bangia's body tremble slightly. After a few words of encouragement to Bangia, Qin Chuan turned to Chaonoa, who stood nearby. Chaonoa's electronic eyes had turned a light red.
His body was heavy, very tall and sturdy. His right arm was equipped with a quad-barreled cannon, his left arm with a mantis blade. His arm also bore a small Gatling gun.
But that wasn't all. On his left shoulder he even had a rocket launcher mounted. Heavens!
Qin Chuan felt that this fellow was practically a mobile steel fortress. However, the original insect face had been reshaped by Qin Chuan using the gold tier attribute of vitalization of all things into the likeness of an Autobot, making it look much more amiable. At this moment the fellow was watching him with electronic eyes, calm yet slightly excited.
Zhangzai. Lord Aozuan.
Qin Chuan spoke and the fellow merely responded, staying as still as a fortress. Qin Chuan silently complained he should have named him Fortress instead, such a domineering name was wasted on him. Finally he turned his head to look at Xian Yun. This fellow's originally red electronic eyes had turned yellow. His overall shape and weapons were the same as the previous two units and his talents were perfectly inherited.
Xian and I work hard.
Qin Chuan stepped forward, patted his shoulder and after a few words of encouragement turned and returned to the center of the hall. 001 What's the situation? As Qin Chuan's words fell, one of the primary units in front of the central screen paused, then immediately turned and ran over. Lord Aozuan, the metal deposits on Mars are beyond imagination.
Oh.
What is the mining difficulty level?
Qin Chuan looked at the 5-metal silver unit before him, his orange electronic eyes flickering. Based on current conditions it is Class A. Of course this is only the initial stage.
As more mining robots increase, the difficulty will decrease over time, eventually becoming negligible.
001 You've done well. Come before me.
Upon hearing this, 001's silver body stepped forward, bent over and said respectfully, Lord, please give your. Before he could finish, Qin Chuan's right hand landed on his shoulder. Dazzling lightning and red light soon burst from the center of Qin Chuan's chest armor, extending along his arm toward the primary unit.
The commotion quickly drew everyone's gaze.
Under their watch the massive red light appeared and vanished even faster. The silver unit, originally only 5 meters tall, suddenly grew to 7 meters as the red light dissipated. His entire body transformed from slender to robust and towering. His previously bare silver upper arms were now equipped with 2 thick silver cannon barrels, each the width of 2 palms. 001 experienced entirely new sensations through his perception matrix, exulting inwardly.
Lord Aozuan, 001 will serve you unto death.
001 immediately knelt on one knee, raising both hands high in a strangely reverent posture.
Ahem, this is a reward. Go on, work hard.
Qin Chuan found the pose a bit awkward, coughed lightly and dismissed him. Amid the envious looks of the other primary units, 001 returned to his post.
The Ark is about to arrive at the coordinates. Please prepare.
In the command hall the ship-wide metallic announcement sounded.
Qin Chuan gazed through the enormous aquarium-like viewport at the thin atmosphere ahead. The warship soon pierced through the atmosphere.
Below on the reddish-brown land, various basin hollows and valley-like landscapes rapidly expanded in Qin Chuan's sight. The Ark, like a dandelion, drifted slowly in one direction. After about 3 minutes over a vast boundless reddish-brown plain, the gray warship, 6000 meters long, 1200 meters in both diameter and height, crashed down like a mechanical mountain. The plain below shook violently.
Not far away, several 300-meter reddish-brown rock pillars collapsed. Dust rose, spawning a dust storm that swept across the entire sky. About half an hour later the ground stopped trembling and the reddish-brown dust storm gradually dispersed. The Ark's underside hovered 300 meters above the ground like a maglev train. A huge metal hatch on the ship's belly tilted downward at 60 degrees. Standing before the hatch, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes scanned the area below.
He transformed into a silver fighter jet and swooped toward the ground. Behind him, Feng Bao transformed into an interstellar fighter and rushed out of the hatch, while Xian and I transformed into a stallion helicopter, descending slowly.
Thud. With a dull metallic impact, Qin Chuan's transformed silver body stood firmly. Feng Bao and Xian and I stood on his left and right.
According to the Ark's environmental scan, less than 100 meters deep in this area there are strong metal reflection signals.
This is an ocean of metal. Qin Chuan responded. His orange electronic eyes flickered. He raised his right arm, reached his right hand into the chest compartment and pulled out a deep gray cube. Under the fanatical gaze of his 2 underlings, Qin Chuan held the Allspark in both hands, lifted it high, and lightning and red light exploded from his chest. The Allspark seemed to sense the same origin. Boom!
With a thunderous explosion, electric arcs shot across the vast boundless land centered on Qin Chuan like countless incandescent snakes slithering.
Seeing this effect, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered with ecstasy.
He bent down, held the Allspark at the center of the lightning arcs with both hands and pressed it firmly into the ground beneath his feet. A colossal crimson radiance erupted violently from the Allspark, spreading across the rust-colored terrain in an instant, righting the arcs of electricity. The earth seemed to be blanketed by a red lake dozens of meters deep. As time slowly trickled by, approximately an hour later, Qin Chuan's frame wobbled slightly like a drunken man and began to sway unsteadily. Feng Bao and Xian and I swiftly positioned themselves on either side, reaching out to support Qin Chuan.
Master Ao Zun said Feng Bao. His blue optical sensors fixed on Qin Chuan as his chest hatch opened, revealing an energy block. Qin Chuan opened his mouth wide and the blue energy fluid was poured down. With the replenishment of energy, his frame regained its strength. He shook off their support and his form once again stood tall and imposing. However, his amber optical sensors dimmed slightly. The crimson radiance on the ground vanished instantly. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, countless gray frames each 5 meters tall stood silently. They were like pillars scattered across the earth, orderly and densely arranged. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and carefully placed the allspark back into the chest hatch. In Qin Chuan's perception, the allspark's energy had been consumed by nearly a third. To recover quickly and once again deploy a massive army, he would need to constantly nurture it with the gold tier trait of the allspark's core. Only then could it slowly recover. Ever since acquiring the allspark and effortlessly completing the reconstruction of the 3 major frames, this idea had crossed his mind. What he had just done was merely an experiment. With his current commander-level spark, if he didn't rely on the allspark's properties as a backup battery and amplifier, he would be forced to obediently mine on Mars alongside his subordinates. Fortunately, the allspark was unexpectedly powerful. His amber optical sensors scanned the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of steel forged from 5 maternal gray frames. A surge of exhilaration swelled within Qin Chuan. This feeling was akin to the first time riding a pirate ship, thrilling beyond measure. Suddenly, information from the Ark descended into his perception matrix. In the quantum neural network, 4 lines of Cybertronian text appeared. Lord Ao Zun, number of basic frames 12 million. Morph classification: fighter, ground vehicle. Ground vehicle basic frames 6 million. Fighter basic frames 6 million. Qin Chuan's amber optical sensors flickered. Inwardly, he was overjoyed. 12 million basic frames evenly split between the 2 types. No matter what he did in the future, he would never lack cannon fodder again. Qin Chuan looked down at the silver chest hatch before him, his optical sensors flickering incessantly. He had originally intended to keep the allspark in his custody temporarily. When the time was right, he would naturally give it to the Eagle. Yet in less than a day he had not only created frames but also built a mechanical army of such scale. If he had relied solely on himself, working day and night without rest with only his commander-level spark and 2 traits, he could only create a few hundred. At that moment, Qin Chuan's heart was shaken to its core. He finally understood why the Decepticons and Autobots fought tooth and nail over the allspark. The ability to mass-produce frames, repair sparks and restore frames, who wouldn't want such a treasure? Of course, in Qin Chuan's hands the allspark's capabilities and limits were magnified infinitely. As Qin Chuan pondered, 2 communication requests rang out in sequence within his brain module. The perception matrix transmitted them to the quantum neural network for analysis. It's Soundwave. Looking at the first signal band, Qin Chuan sneered and did not connect. Soundwave had caused him no small trouble last time. Now he was likely seeking the allspark to revive Megatron. In the original story at the start of the second act, Qin Chuan clearly remembered that Megatron held a deep grudge against Sam, who had killed him. After capturing Sam in a dilapidated warehouse, Megatron clawed him into the air and slammed him heavily onto the car hood. If not for the timely rescue by Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, Sam would undoubtedly have been sliced to pieces. So reviving Megatron? No way. Who would risk their own life? His attention shifted to the subsequent communication request. This is... Seeing the unfamiliar Cybertronian signal puzzled, Qin Chuan chose to connect. From his left optical sensor a blue laser shot out and a holographic screen appeared. The center of the screen darkened first, then instantly brightened. On the other side of the screen he saw the familiar Sector 7 underground base. Optimus Prime stood before the screen. Behind him, on a metal platform the size of a standard classroom, numerous Eagle high-ranking officials in administrative jackets looked toward him. In the front, a tall, thin, bald, middle-aged black man and a short, fat, white elderly man were chatting. The commotion drew everyone's attention in the base. In their pupils behind Qin Chuan, an endless tide of steel flooded the entire surface. Metal striking the earth, the camera trembling, the pressure overflowed from the screen, permeating the entire underground base. Everyone felt a profound suffocation. My God! The Eagle's supreme leader, the black gentleman, stared at the opposite side with trembling eyes. His legs were like noodles, his body swaying on the verge of collapsing. The elderly minister beside him reacted swiftly, reaching out to support the faltering black gentleman. On the adjacent metal corridor, William and Simon gaped, their faces etched with horror. Optimus Prime, what are these? The minister spoke in a low voice, staring at the redanned blue frames. Optimus Prime turned his head, looking at the humans, and sighed inwardly. How could he know what was happening? This Ao Zun's actions had been consistently contradictory and his origins were extremely mysterious. After the Battle of Los Angeles, he had contacted Ultra Magnus on Cybertron asking him to sneak into the Iron Vault to check Aozune's background. But Ultra Magnus later told him a shocking piece of news: in the archives of the Iron Vault there was no record of anyone named Aozune. Optimus Prime immediately felt that Aozune was merely a fabricated identity, not his real name. Not responding to the human's inquiries, Optimus Prime stared at Qin Chuan. Aozune, what exactly are you planning? What do I plan? Can you do anything about it? Qin Chuan's casual remark fell upon the entire underground base. The Autobots and Eagles felt as if a butcher's knife hung over their necks. Optimus Prime's blue optical sensors flickered. Qin Chuan's words were misinterpreted as a warning and contempt. Originally Optimus Prime intended to ask Qin Chuan to return the Allspark. But now Qin Chuan's attitude and the army behind him made Optimus Prime believe that Qin Chuan was the same kind of Cybertronian as Megatron, both wanting to conquer Earth. Although Qin Chuan had saved him twice before in Los Angeles, that didn't change the fact that they were now adversaries. Among the Eagle high-ranking officials, the elderly minister stared fixedly at Qin Chuan, a glint of sharpness in his murky eyes. Beep. The screen before him shut down and Qin Chuan's amber optical sensors flashed. He had taken in every micro-expression of Optimus Prime and those humans. These people had clearly misunderstood something, but Qin Chuan didn't care because it was all part of his plan. Qin Chuan had done this deliberately. Only by showing his strength could he avoid the Eagle's capricious retaliation. After all, he felt he couldn't withstand the power of mutual destruction. Ah, Optimus Prime, Optimus Prime. At that moment Qin Chuan completely set aside the last remnants of goodwill he had toward the Autobots. He slowly turned his amber optical sensors, falling on his two subordinates. Feng Bao was to manage the spacecraft affairs and Xian and I was responsible for assistance, he was reassured. As planned, upgrade the ship. I'm going to Earth. Qin Chuan's amber optical sensors flickered as he looked at Feng Bao and Xian and I. His tone was cold and hard, like the clash of heavy metal full of authority. Yes, my lord. September 15, 2005. On the road to the small town of Witwicky, Southern California. A silver supercar crept along not far ahead beside a fork on the right. A modest metal signpost stood there bearing the conspicuous English word Witwicky. The silver Countach pulled over to the roadside and came to a complete halt. Its wedge-shaped silver body, aviation-style air intakes and iconic scissor doors gave the sports car a futuristic sci-fi look. On the road, many family cars passing by slowed down, their owners lowering the windows. Watched by these longing gazes, Qin Chuan felt a pang of regret. He should not have been so ostentatious. Just as he began to reproach himself, a yellow Camaro sped up from the rear road. The silver car's rearview mirror immediately locked onto it. Inside sat two people chatting and laughing, Michaela and Sam. How did Bumblebee recover so quickly? Qin Chuan wondered inwardly but decided to finish the task first. Inside the yellow Camaro, Sam, deep in conversation with Michaela, glimpsed ahead. Beneath the town signpost, a Countach sat quietly, its scissor doors and silver wedge-shaped body catching his eye. What a cool car, even cooler than Bumblebee. Wow, Michaela, look at the town sign. Seeing Sam's astonishment, Michaela followed his gaze and her eyes widened too. Oh my god, is that even a car? Michaela exclaimed. Bumblebee, slow down. Sam patted the steering wheel gently. Sam, that's nothing special. I can do that too. Bumblebee said with a hint of pride, looking at the two inside. The yellow Camaro crept forward, slowing to a crawl as it passed Qin Chuan, moving almost at a snail's pace. It emitted a piercing honk, as if taunting the driver of the other car. Sam and Michaela covered their ears, the horn giving them a headache. Hey Bumblebee, let's go. Sam, unable to bear it anymore, was about to tell Bumblebee to leave. With a series of clanks and sparks, the silver Lamborghini beside them transformed into a towering mechanical figure. On the road, several terrified screams erupted from cars entering or leaving the town, and they all scrambled to flee. Sam and Michaela stood on the road, faces pale with fear. They backed away toward the signpost, glancing over their shoulders. Soon they reached the roadside, ducking into the grass and pressing themselves flat. Unable to resist curiosity, Sam cautiously raised his head and stared tensely at the figure across. Bumblebee stood on the road, right arm raised, backing away, his yellow optical sensors fixed warily on Qin Chuan. To avoid provoking Bumblebee, Qin Chuan remained still, his amber optical sensors calmly watching. Bumblebee, I've come to return the Allspark. Qin Chuan's metallic voice rang out flat and cold. As he spoke, the right scissor door of his chest cockpit opened. He reached in with his right hand, and under Bumblebee's wary gaze, a dark golden cube lay quietly in his open palm. That's the real Allspark. What exactly are you after? Bumblebee hesitated, then shot a ray from his left optic onto the Allspark. He quickly analyzed its source code.
He stared at Qin Chuan demanding an answer. Sam soon noticed the amber optical sensors of Qin Chuan. When Qin Chuan spoke,
Sam became even more certain.
This was the one called 003 from that day. Remembering that Qin Chuan had once saved him, Sam's heart calmed.
He mustered courage, pulled up the confused and tense Michaela and rushed back to Bumblebee's side. Sam, get away. I've already called Optimus Prime. I'll hold him off as long as I can. Bumblebee, do you have some kind of sensitivity complex? Hearing Bumblebee's words, Qin Chuan could no longer hold back.
Why did it sound like he was the villain?
Under the puzzled gazes of Sam, Michaela, and Bumblebee,
Qin Chuan bent down, pushed the Allspark in his hand toward them with force, rolling it like a glass marble. He sent it skidding toward Bumblebee's feet. The Allspark landed on the road, hovering 3 centimeters above the ground, sliding forward like a curling stone on ice, easily reaching Bumblebee's toes.
Sam's eyes lit up. He dashed over, bent down, and scooped the Allspark into his arms. All right, we can make a deal. What kind of deal? Sam looked at Qin Chuan, puzzled. Qin Chuan's amber optical sensors fixed on Sam as he stroked his chin. Well, I can resurrect Jazz. The same condition as before, touch the artifact. Something like the matrix of leadership.
As Qin Chuan spoke the last words, his gaze shifted to Bumblebee.
Sam knew nothing about this.
Seeing Bumblebee hesitate, Qin Chuan's amber optics flashed.
Seemed like no deal. With a sonic boom, the tense standoff shattered instantly.
A silver interstellar fighter shot into the sky, streaking toward the horizon, leaving behind a ring of air that blasted dust and gravel off the road. Sam and Michaela ducked behind Bumblebee, unable to open their eyes.
What is Aozuan really after?
Bumblebee stared at the vanishing point, filled with doubt and unease. On the far side of the moon, in the pitch-black void of space, a dark purple wedge-shaped ship 3000 meters long and 600 meters in both diameter and height floated silently. Inside the ship's head, a command hall the size of a football field. At its center stood a metal cylindrical table shaped like an hourglass with a diameter of 15 square meters. 10 meters above the table, a holographic star map of the solar system slowly rotated.
Around the table, a few low-ranking Decepticon soldiers occasionally approached.
One Decepticon stepped forward, reaching out to touch the table. With a strange hum, the vertical blue grooves engraved on the surface lit up. Circular holographic keys and palm-sized screens appeared.
A heavy metallic thud suddenly echoed from the entrance of the command hall.
The vertical blue grooves on the walls around the door slowly illuminated. With a hum and a hiss, the 15-meter-tall metal door rumbled and rose, electricity crackling along the walls.
Aozuan has already given the Allspark to the Autobots. Lord Soundwave, we can seize it. Shut up, you fool.
As the metal door fully lifted, 2 figures several times larger than the 5-meter Decepticon cannon fodder inside strode into the command hall.
Scolded by Soundwave, Barricade could only shut his mouth and follow cautiously. During the last battle in Los Angeles, Barricade's escape had infuriated Soundwave.
But then Soundwave realized he had no one left to use. The bodies of Brawl, Blackout, and Bonecrusher had mysteriously vanished. On the human side, the cassette army had turned everything upside down.
Yet found nothing.
If not for the desperate shortage of troops, Soundwave would have crippled the coward beside him right then. He strode to the disc, holographic keys appeared, and he tapped rapidly. The star map above suddenly shifted, transforming into a holographic projection of a massive metallic cylinder.
The cylinder was covered in intricate Cybertronian script.
16 energy grooves around it began to glow rapidly. As all 16 filled to capacity, a red UI holographic interface appeared below the projection.
Encrypted console activated. Remote relay system initiated successfully. Remote communication established. A cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the hall.
The pillar projection vanished and a massive red holographic screen instantly appeared. In the center of the screen, a gigantic domed laboratory came into view. Inside the dimly lit laboratory stood a curved metallic table with a deep gray sheen surrounded by metallic walls. Various complex instruments were arranged in what seemed a chaotic manner, yet there was a hidden logic to their placement.
Additionally, 5 transparent cylindrical containers, each 15 meters tall, stood there. They were filled with yellow liquid. Within the liquid, 5 enormous mechanical life forms occasionally trembled, revealing their dark golden mechanical wings. In the central open space of this laboratory stood a towering dark purple body, its single eye resembling a red traffic light. Its entire body was covered by exposed mechanical ribs. On its right arm, a massive cannon was mounted, connecting from its shoulder to its wrist. Just standing there, it exuded a sense of coldness and heaviness. The icy red single eye was now directed towards the Soundwave. What happened, Lord Megatron?
The Soundwave immediately inquired about Megatron's whereabouts, his voice cold and heavy as if steel was grinding. Besides Soundwave, Barricade quickly lowered his head, diminishing his presence. Lord Megatron has fallen. The Allspark is in human hands. That Optimus is mysterious and powerful.
Soundwave succinctly recounted the events surrounding the attack on Sector 7 and the circumstances leading to Megatron's fall.
He placed particular emphasis on the existence of Qin Chuan.
This is illogical. The cold metallic voice responded again, revealing confusion.
The moment Soundwave mentioned the title of Optimus, the memory chip of Shockwave was quickly retrieved and analyzed by the quantum neural network.
He even retrieved the information from the Ironhide archives during the conversation. There's no such person, Anne. Overall, his actions are quite illogical.
Regarding the intelligence on Qin Chuan and the activities on Mars, they were naturally not hidden from Soundwave and the others.
Shockwave was feeling quite frantic inside.
This Optimus instantly captured all his attention. Judging from the images sent back from Mars, the methods he used to create mechanical life were both ancient and exaggerated.
With just himself and the Allspark, he could create tens of millions of Cybertronians.
This method was not inferior to that of the 13 Primes.
I have dispatched a Decepticon to negotiate.
Soundwave glanced at Shockwave, his tone cold and shadowy.
In the dimly lit laboratory opposite them. Shockwave's crimson single eye flickered as he looked up at the opposite side. Soundwave, I'm on my way. Shockwave's words were powerful.
Barricade beside him trembled slightly. Shockwave was known for his cold and harsh demeanor, leaving Barricade feeling that his good fortune was about to end.
What about Cybertron? Soundwave's tone was hesitant.
This planet is exhausted. I will bring all Decepticons and resources to the solar system. That Optimus must be an old relic from the time of the 13 Primes.
Perhaps we can seek cooperation to find a way to revive Cybertron. Beep. With a series of electronic prompts, Shockwave actively closed the long-distance communication. Above the disk, the screen vanished and switched to a real-time projection of the solar system slowly rotating. A silver fighter jet pierced through the thin Martian atmosphere like a sword. Below, a small black area the size of a palm resembled a tiny rag. It covered a negligible part of the reddish-brown ground. Qin Chuan arrived above the arc, with the arc at its center. Tall dark silver metallic structures spread out like a spider web, radiating into the surrounding terrain. Most were dome-shaped building-like, and some even had spire-like formations. There were also some more twisted and deformed buildings that defied the laws of nature. Within this 10-kilometer steel jungle, countless dark gray mechanical life forms were piloting rudimentary gravity flyers, weaving through the area. On the dark golden streets below, Qin Chuan could see tens of thousands of mechanical life forms moving slowly. Some even engaged in fierce fights over parts for a certain device. In less than a day's time, this area had already formed a mechanical ecosystem which shocked Qin Chuan. Previously, he had only regarded these beings as warriors for training, but now he seemed to have overlooked some considerations. The return of Optimus. A metallic mechanical voice suddenly resonated with excitement. This voice was like a command, and instantly all mechanical life forms began rushing towards this direction like bees returning to their hive. They rushed towards here, blocking out the sky. Qin Chuan landed on the head of the Ark warship, transforming into a towering silver body. Standing at the metallic tip, the massive body looked down. Boom! Behind Qin Chuan, a stallion helicopter and a starship stood beside him, their transformed bodies at either side. And this was not the end. Boom! With a heavy metallic crash, Qin Chuan slowly turned around. His gaze swept across. Beside 001, a dark purple primary body with crimson electronic eyes was staring intently at him. Kneeling on both knees with arms behind his back, he resembled a prisoner about to be executed. Energy handcuffs glowing with white arcs were locked around his wrists and ankles. At this moment he struggled violently, looking up at Qin Chuan. I am here on behalf of Lord Soundwave to negotiate with you. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes examined this intermediate body. This fellow lacked the aura of the Allspark. He should be a clone of a Decepticon driven by some kind of energy device. Qin Chuan speculated inwardly. Rubbing his chin, he finally said, "What did Soundwave say?" His heavy and cold mechanical voice made the primary warrior opposite tremble slightly. Yes, it is to eradicate humanity and transform Earth into a new home for Cybertronians. As he reached the last sentence, this fellow was clearly fervent, his crimson electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. Impudent. To Qin Chuan's left, the crimson electronic eyes of the Inferno flickered. The towering body stepped forward 2 paces. The massive metal cabin on its back surged with arcs ready to unleash. A 5-meter-long shockwave giant leaped out from the cabin, landing behind the primary warrior. The entire process was as fluid as a nimble leopard. 2 enormous alloy pincers, one above and one below, clamped around the neck, slowly closing in. The Decepticon's cannon fodder hurriedly lowered his head, twisting his body like a worm in panic. Enough, Inferno, the big dog still needs to look after his master.
Qin Chuan's indifferent words caused the shockwave giant's metal pincers to suddenly release, retreating to Inferno's side, lying quietly. Ultimately, under Qin Chuan's gaze, a menacing single-person reconnaissance ship slowly sailed out towards Mars.
Half an hour later.
On the far side of the moon in the command hall, Soundwave raised his head, staring at a swirling sphere projection above.
Next to the swirling projection, 3 lines of Cybertronian text displayed as various curves of data continually changed, stabilizing overall. Soundwave turned around, his gaze fixed on the primary body in front of him.
What is the status?
The cold, shadowy mechanical voice rang out.
The other busy bodies around subconsciously slowed their movements. The hall fell somewhat silent. The body bent down, presenting a posture of submission before speaking. My Lord Optimus told us not to dream. Upon hearing this, 3 massive red exclamation marks lit up on the dark purple inverted triangle electronic screen, only to change to a wavy line the next moment.
Withdraw. Soundwave's cold and shadowy mechanical voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Yes, Lord Soundwave. Saturn outside the massive rings.
In the quiet of space, a green energy vortex suddenly appeared, causing the surrounding space to begin collapsing.
ZZ. Wang.
With a peculiar hum, the vortex rapidly expanded to a diameter of 2,000 meters.
Ripples spread through the surrounding spacetime, with arcs of electricity dancing across its surface.
Almost in the next instant, the vortex collapsed into a single point and the green light dissipated. A sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers, its surface adorned with a galaxy, was revealed.
It stood silently in the pitch-black cosmic void.
Every side of the sphere was both a curved surface and a barrel-shaped vacuum. Within these vacuums, the immense inner walls were curtains formed by warped spacetime across which galaxies drifted. At the deepest part of the passage, the curved spacetime arms undulated like the ocean's surface. Above the undulating spacetime sea, an interstellar fleet resembling hundreds of sesame seeds in comparison slowly sailed.
As time passed, this ferocious-looking fleet finally emerged from the colossal spacetime wormhole. Almost at the same moment, the entire fleet exited the wormhole.
The massive sphere began to close slowly, then collapsed instantly into an extremely dazzling streak of light, which gradually dissipated into a point.
Earthing Zhang. Beneath the Hoover Dam.
After the heavy losses in the previous mission, the high-level officials of Xinjiang, after a series of deliberations, ultimately disbanded the entire Sector 7. Of course, this was not a scapegoating. Inside the underground base, 100 meters below the Hoover Dam in the center of the hall, King Tianzi stood with Tiepi and Yixing backing their lead. In the open space around them, tanks and soldiers carrying shoulder-fired rocket launchers tightly surrounded the second-floor corridor and the first floor. Within the encirclement opposite King Tianzi and his companions,
William, dressed in camouflage, looked at King Tianzi opposite him with a complex expression. King Tianzi. Enough.
As William was about to plead again, Tiepi's heavy metallic voice like a hammer cut off his words.
King Tianzi looked at William with a grave expression, then turned to Tiepi and Yixing beside him.
He shook his head helplessly.
Woo.
A side hatch on the chest armor's cockpit opened and King Tianzi reached in to retrieve the Allspark.
The movement behind him caught Tiepi and Yixing's attention, their optics glancing toward King Tianzi. King Tianzi giving this thing to them will definitely cause a huge mess. Yixing turned and stepped forward, his orange electronic eye fixed on King Tianzi. I cannot let this place fall into war again. William is our friend.
He is nothing but an obedient puppet, King Tianzi. Hearing Yixing's words, William's face flushed red, but after thinking for a moment he could only sigh. Such was the truth.
King Tianzi's blue electronic eyes flickered incessantly.
When Qin Chuan returned the Allspark to them, he had thought it was merely a generous gesture. Now, seeing the humans around him raising their weapons, he understood Aizen's tactics.
King Tianzi sighed inwardly. Against such an open scheme he was helpless.
On the Decepticon side, with Soundwave's abilities, they surely knew by now. If they relied solely on themselves now, it would be difficult to protect the Allspark. Handing the Allspark over to the Xinjiang people for safekeeping while cooperating and jointly building defenses.
And after so many years of research yielding nothing, a little more time wouldn't matter. With this thought, King Tianzi lifted his gaze to William, and despite the reluctant looks from Yixing and Tiepi,
King Tianzi stepped forward on the metal floor, approaching William. Under the tense gazes of the crowd, the tall Redan Blue Mech knelt down, lowered his right arm and extended his open palm to William. The dark golden cube lay quietly in his palm. William's face showed gratitude, and he unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with both hands.
Thank you for understanding, King Tianzi.
After speaking, William lifted the Allspark with both hands, then cradled it in his left arm.
King Tianzi's action instantly cooled the tense atmosphere in the hall. Bang! Tiepi sat down heavily on the floor, the metal ground trembling, sparks flying, and nearby dozens of soldiers also fell to the ground. Yet after this confrontation, an invisible rift had already been sown. Watching the base return to its usual leisurely pace, King Tianzi sighed inwardly.
Now they had formed an alliance with Jiang, establishing a new nest unit. Jiang had decreed that they were not allowed to set up a base on Earth. If this had happened before, King Tianzu would not have taken it to heart. Just a few days ago they had discovered a Decepticon base in a small valley in the California desert. Although some had escaped, the Energon inside was enough to sustain them for a while. Suddenly a figure surfaced in King Tianzu's mind.
Aozuan, perhaps as a last resort I could seek his cooperation.
King Tianzu reconsidered the suggestion Aozuan had made, adding it to his list of options. After all, from the Battle of Los Angeles to now, Aozuan had never harmed them.
Dong King Tianzu, why don't we go find Doangfeng? This base is like a prison, we can't go anywhere. Tiepi, this is not Cybertron, we must respect their rules.
King Tianzu, without a base I can't conduct experiments, and logistics supply is also a problem. Yisheng, sitting in the corner tinkering with components, complained without looking up.
King Tianzu could only shake his head helplessly and respond with silence. Near Mars orbit.
The Ark had undergone a drastic transformation. Originally a boxy blocky ship resembling several cubic building blocks, it was now highly futuristic. The hull remained wedge-shaped, but the design had completely abandoned the original heavy industrial style.
The entire hull surface was smooth, radiating a cold dark gray metallic sheen. The warship's bow pointed toward the moon. Surrounding the Ark,
100 warships, each 500 meters long, hung silently.
Lord Aozuan, the satellite ahead has detected an abnormal energy reaction. They are sending a communication request. Qin Chuan stood before the viewport in the main hall.
Beside him 001 bowed, respectfully presenting the latest information.
Hearing this,
his mech's orange electronic eyes flickered and he turned to face the holographic screen, which now covered an area of 100 square meters. 001 stood beside him, extending a finger to rapidly tap the holographic keys.
Communication request connected.
As the electronic prompt sounded, the image on the massive screen changed instantly. The moment Qin Chuan saw the opposite side, his mech stiffened. On the screen across from him, two towering mechs with single eyes stood side by side, staring back at him. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to the most robust Decepticon among them. This one's crimson single eye scrutinized him, and its chest armor resembled the abdomen of a scorpion.
A cannon on the right side extended from the shoulder to the wrist.
On the left arm a slender rod-shaped device was mounted. Qin Chuan guessed it was an energy shield. The two sides sized each other up.
So you are Aozuan?
Zendongbo's bright red single eye flickered. His tone carried doubt and mostly disappointment.
Qin Chuan did not respond, merely watching quietly.
Seeing Qin Chuan's silence, Zendongbo paid no mind and spoke.
This time we are going to rescue Lord Waizenchen. Logically you would interfere.
Beside him Xingbo, who had been as still as a statue, suddenly moved. His inverted triangular faceplate turned squarely toward Qin Chuan, revealing a crimson exclamation mark. I'm sure you already know the location of the Allspark. I hope you can revive Waizenchen soon.
After speaking, Qin Chuan pressed a long blue key.
The screen before him vanished and the slowly rotating solar system star map returned.
Before the viewport, Qin Chuan gazed into the dark cosmic void, his orange electronic eyes flickering. Compared to the original timeline, Zendongbo, who only appeared in the third movie, had arrived early. As everyone knows among the Decepticon, scientists are never weak in combat. Zendongbo was the second in command under Waizenchen, a truly formidable character.
The inseparable driller must have come as well. The stage was set. Once the two sides started fighting, he could make off with the fallen elite level or even commander level mechs.
Fight, break the Allspark and kill King Tianzu. Qin Chuan muttered, his optics flickering with intensity. September 20, 2005.
In the heart of Mohawe Desert, a gravelly land surrounded by sand dunes on all sides. The cold moonlight shone upon the calm sand.
However, the next second,
the calm was broken. The ground suddenly trembled and a steel worm 330 meters long and 50 meters in diameter burst out of the sand.
Above its head,
a towering machine stood, one with a scarlet single eye, a pair of silver horns on its head, and a chest plate resembling the abdomen of a scorpion.
Dong!
The towering machine slammed onto the sand, shaking the surrounding grains half a meter into the air. At the same time, in low Earth orbit,
a drone hovered beside an American satellite, the two relatively stationary.
Under the drone's wings, two purple tentacles carefully attached themselves to the satellite. The American satellite's firewall was as thin as a piece of paper.
Soundwave's massive garbage computing power instantly overwhelmed it. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, the location of the Allspark and the Mariana Trench where Megatron had sunk were all excavated by Soundwave. Decepticons attack.
Soundwave sent the action order to the Decepticons on the ground via the satellite. Behind Soundwave, a wedge-shaped battleship several hundred meters long flickered and vanished. In the silent universe, a dark gray meteorite capsule plummeted downward. On the sand surrounded by hills.
My precious, soon you will wreak havoc everywhere. After Shockwave spoke, the driller before him let out a screech. Shockwave's scarlet single eye flashed. The towering machine instantly sprang up and landed steadily on the driller's head.
As the sand trembled violently, the huge mechanical worm burrowed underground again, charging toward the place where the Allspark was stored.
4:00 a.m. Eagle Lake, Michigan. 30 kilometers southeast. The secret base here was the Eagle Nation's Area 52. Around the base, a 10-meter high-voltage electric fence surrounded it completely. Inside, the sentry posts operated round the clock without stop, and beams of red-white light swept across the surrounding grass almost continuously. Inside the base,
the roar of tank engines could be faintly heard, and police dog patrols wandered back and forth.
Outside the electric fence there were countless metal crosses. Obviously after 2 alien invasions. The Eagle Nation's defense deployment this time was armed to the teeth.
At the same time, in an industrial base 20 kilometers away from this base,
NEST, in a chemical plant on the outskirts of a city,
detected the life signal of transformers. Before Ironhide and the Nest personnel could enter the factory, Bonecrusher exposed himself voluntarily.
Ironhide and the Nest soldiers were helpless. As in the original plot, Optimus Prime arrived and easily destroyed Bonecrusher with one shot. "You fell for it, ha ha ha." This was the last words the assembly line-made Decepticon left to the excited Nest before dying. Deep in the dense forest 10 kilometers from Area 52,
leaves rustling, a scarlet figure flickered and vanished.
Almost the next second after the mechanical dog disappeared, the turf trembled and a worm poked its head out. It sniffed the air, then instantly fixed its gaze on the direction of Area 52. Under Soundwave's command, the Decepticons' invasion went smoothly. On the Martian surface,
under Qin Chuan's command, the original steel jungle disappeared, and above this reddish-brown terrain, a massive mothership 6 kilometers long hovered high in the sky. At the four corners of the sky, 4 secondary escort ships 5 kilometers long also hovered. The smallest attack warship also reached a length of 500 meters. Of course, compared to these 5 behemoths, they were like the size difference between an ant and an anteater. These small warships moved slowly among the 5 larger ships, almost blotting out the entire sky. No matter how many suns there were in the sky, our fleet covered the heavens and veiled the sun. Qin Chuan stood at the bow window looking down all the way to the camera. A sentence suddenly popped into his mind. Mechanical ascension, mechanical ascension. Qin Chuan, excited, couldn't help but shout instinctively. Inside the command hall behind him, Feng Bao and Blackout, who were busy, immediately looked up. 001 and other cannon fodder minions also looked at Qin Chuan. Watching the tall machine suddenly become so fervent, puzzled, they looked out through the window. In the sky outside, countless spaceships and secondary warships formed a fleet that covered the sky. Then they looked at their creator, now so fervent. Gradually they too seemed to be infected by something. Feng Bao's blue electronic eye flashed, his arm immediately raised high and his body trembled slightly as he followed shout. Mechanical ascension, mechanical ascension. Blackout, 001 and other primary machines immediately dropped their work. All turned around facing Qin Chuan, arms raised high, their electronic eyes of various colors frighteningly bright. Mechanical ascension, mechanical ascension. The mighty metallic sound wave made the entire command hall tremble slightly. Qin Chuan turned around looking at these beings, his heart stirred with emotion. A week ago, when the Ark transmitted the holographic projection of the far side of the moon, his heart was filled with palpitations. Among the Decepticons' interstellar fleet, although there was no mothership 6 kilometers long, there were at least 7 secondary escort ships. The dense blue dots around like grains of rice were all small warships upon detection. Although Qin Chuan was shocked, he was not afraid. Relying on Duan Gushan's memory chip, Qin Chuan found a method for short-distance fast jump. An extremely ancient yet incredibly perverse and advanced spacetime phase device. Tens of millions of years ago, Duan Guoshan was once specifically responsible for the development of this technology, though he was not the chief scientist. However, in terms of contribution to this technology, he dared to say he was second and no one else dared to claim first. Qin Chuan was overjoyed at that time, when he was building spaceships and upgrading the Ark. Qin Chuan handed this technology to 001 and 110 primary machines. As the number of spacetime phase devices became sufficient, Qin Chuan gathered them, took out the memory chips and erased the relevant data. Alright, hurry back to your posts. Feng Bao, follow me. After speaking, Qin Chuan's tall silver machine walked down the metal steps by the window. As he passed the center of the hall, Feng Bao immediately withdrew his hands from the holographic keyboard, turned and followed Qin Chuan toward the metal entrance door. On the metal corridor, Qin Chuan and Feng Bao walked side by side. Sir Soundwave has already obtained the Allspark and has rushed to the trench where Megatron sank. Furthermore what? Qin Chuan's machine stopped turning to look at Feng Bao beside him.
Feng Bao's blue electronic eye flickered.
Qin Chuan was startled and a set of coordinates and attached information was sent to his perception matrix.
His quantum neural network absorbed it instantly. Bone Crusher. This thing.
Qin Chuan began to recall. In the original story this Bone Crusher looked quite mighty but was instantly killed by Optimus Prime.
This combat power is not worth it. Did the Decepticons suffer any other casualties in the attack on the naval base?
Qin Chuan stared at Feng Bao. Feng Bao was now responsible for work similar to Soundwave, gathering intelligence. Of course he was also capable of assisting Qin Chuan in some scientific research.
Not for now. Shockwave and his team's attack was very fast.
When Optimus Prime and his team arrived at the base the scene had already turned into a pitch-black hole. Needless to think it was definitely the work of the driller.
Feng Bao.
Forget it, you should continue managing the ship.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye fixed on Feng Bao.
In the end he was reluctant to let him accompany him in the upcoming great battle. The Fallen, the complete Allspark and a fully restored Megatron. Damn, how the hell did this become an enhanced version? Qin Chuan muttered, his machine walking toward the mothership's experimental area. After traversing a long corridor rounding 3 corners and continuing forward for about 100 meters, a silver mechanical door loomed ahead, cold and imposing, its surface etched with blue energy grooves. Qin Chuan approached and halted 10 meters away with Feng Bao standing beside him.
A synthetic voice announced initiating signal scan. Signal match confirmed.
A red curtain of light emitted from the top of the door, sweeping across the towering frames of Qin Chuan and Feng Bao.
In the blink of an eye the scan was complete.
The vertical blue energy grooves on the door flared to life and the heavy door rose slowly, bathed in a blue radiance. Beyond the door lay a mechanical laboratory the size of half a football field.
At the center, on a vacant patch of metal floor,
lay a mechanical bed far more intricate than any in the Huaxia nation, sitting still like a colossal mechanical altar. Its base was a massive mechanical platform. On the surrounding metal floor blue energy grooves flickered in and out of sight. The closer one drew to this altar-like prosthetic bed, the denser the energy grooves became. This mechanical bed had been crafted by Qin Chuan, designed for routine maintenance of core members' frames. Of course it could also be used to create new frames or reforge sparks.
Qin Chuan stepped forward, mounted the platform, turned and lay down upon it.
Almost instantly a strange phenomenon occurred. With a hum the bed blazed to life, emitting a dazzling blue light that enveloped Qin Chuan's frame. Mechanical arms like tree branches at the 4 corners began to stir swiftly, traversing his frame.
Various complex metal probes and magnifying lens-like devices extended from the arms, along with tentacle-like sonic appendages tipped with silver pincers.
A massive holographic screen materialized beside the head of the bed.
Feng Bao stepped forward, his right mechanical index finger landing on the screen and swiping right. The screen responded and a set of holographic keys appeared below. Feng Bao's hands flew across the interface.
A synthesized voice announced, "Commander-grade coding preset target locked." From beneath the bed's edge hundreds of smaller mechanical arms emerged, moving cautiously like octopus tentacles, slowly climbing onto Qin Chuan's frame. They began a more precise calibration and temporal spatial anchor locking of the coding atoms.
Both large and small arms adjusted the commander-grade frame according to the preset coding. 3 hours later Qin Chuan burst forth from the arc, hurtling toward the blue planet ahead. Earth. Over the vast boundless ocean, a massive, sleek yet robust mechanical worm erupted from the sea.
Coiled around its body, a frame with a hole punched through its chest was being carried to the surface. Above the sea the air rippled and a warship slowly materialized. Its armor shimmered with iridescent colors like fish scales. Such rudimentary optical camouflage was as effortless as breathing for the Decepticons. As the drill demon and the frame boarded the 500-meter vessel, the warship's surface glistened once more, and with a flash of color the entire ship vanished again, leaving only ripples on the water. On the far side of the moon, inside a Decepticon subfrigate, Megatron stood in the command hall, his towering frame with hands clasped behind his back, his crimson gaze fixed on the figures behind him.
"Soundwave, Shockwave, you have done well."
His voice was deep and cold with a hint of satisfaction. In his mind the image of Starscream flickered briefly. If Starscream were still alive, standing here today would not have been so easy. What Megatron could not fathom was that in the original timeline Starscream had never bothered with him.
Had Soundwave not come personally, he might have slept until his frame disintegrated.
And Starscream would likely never have appeared. "Lord Megatron, now that we possess the complete Huazhong Yuan, what of the Fallen?" It was Soundwave who spoke. His preset electronic voice echoed through the hall, cold and sinister. Megatron stared at the metallic disc, his crimson optics flickering incessantly. The Fallen, though his mentor would reduce him to a subordinate if released.
Megatron, ambitious and proud, could not bear to bow to another. Yet if he did not aid the fallen, his position among the Decepticons would remain precarious. Megatron turned his crimson gaze sweeping over Soundwave before settling on Shockwave. Shockwave, I want your opinion, Megatron said, his voice devoid of emotion, his crimson optics fixed on Shockwave. Shockwave was known for objective reasoning. Lord, I believe the allure of the AO Zune is no less than that of the fallen. As Shockwave spoke, his single red optic subtly scanned Megatron's gaze as if searching for something he wished to see.
But soon disappointment filled his spark. Megatron frowned, then the memory of being pierced through the chest by the Yuanshan blade resurfaced in his consciousness. The agony of having his spark pierced was like having his heart gouged out.
Where is he now? Megatron whirled toward Soundwave, his expression brimming with rage and fury. Soundwave's inverted triangle screen began to cycle.
A moment later his cold, sinister voice rang out.
Cannot detect. What about his fleet? Shockwave turned his gaze, shifting to Soundwave, a flicker of surprise surging within him. He has a fleet.
Megatron stared at his two lieutenants, his crimson optics flashing, his tone deep and icy.
Yes, Lord.
But it has vanished abruptly. No reflected signals from any fleet within a light year.
Soundwave replied again in his preset cold, sinister voice. This defies all logic. Shockwave found the situation highly anomalous. Enough. Put this aside for now. We will find the fallen first.
By the way, cleanse all residual energy from the Huazhong Yuan.
I do not want the fallen to know we deceived him. Megatron and the fallen were merely using each other.
He would never reveal the acquisition of the Huazhong Yuan to his so-called master.
Let alone use it to restore the fallen to his peak. What Megatron needed was a crippled primal Cybertronian.
Sometime later, on the far side of the Moon, 3 flight vehicles shot toward Saturn's Moon Titan.
They arrived above an orange-hued surface. Below, a colossal steel ship was half buried in the icy rock terrain. Its hull frame was twisted and warped like a pretzel exposed above the surface.
Torn sections of the hull were riddled with gaps of varying sizes through which the internal metal corridors could be clearly seen.
A thin layer of orange ice dust had already settled on the hull.
The 3 fighters plunged inside, heading toward the section embedded underground. Before a rusted metal door, 3 towering frames halted. With a strange hum, the heavy industrial-style door rose slowly. Megatron, my worthy apprentice, have you found the Huazhong Yuan? Inside the mechanical chamber, on a prosthetic bed atop 20 steps. The fallen lay supine, his crimson optics fixed on the 3 Decepticons below. Megatron stood at the front, lowering his head, his crimson optics flashing.
Master, I will surely extinguish Optimus Prime's spark and bring back the Huazhong Yuan. Megatron spoke with heartfelt sincerity.
The fallen above stared at the bowing Megatron, his crimson optics flickering uncertainly.
Go bring back the Huazhong Yuan.
Megatron, along with Soundwave and Shockwave behind him, bowed and backed out of the chamber. The door slammed shut. With the door closed, the fallen stared at it. I still need a few days of recuperation to recover my leader-level combat. The plan can finally be set in motion again. In the dense, secluded forest of Pennsylvania, deep within a rock valley. Beside a 100-meter black cliff on charred rock, Optimus Prime stood in the center of the clearing.
Sam stood opposite him, his expression complex as he gazed at the Autobot leader. Optimus am not some hero. I'm just an ordinary person. Sam finished, then moved to step past Optimus toward the dense woods.
Bumblebee blocked Sam's path, his yellow optics looking at Sam with a pleading, almost human expression.
Sam, don't be like this. You're the only one we can trust now. Bumblebee crouched as he spoke. Optimus, what do we do now? A pink female Autobot stepped forward, standing beside Optimus. Optimus looked down at RC.
Since the loss of the Huazhong Yuan and the arrival of RC Sideswipe and the others, the high brass of the Eagle had completely shed their pretense.
The Nest unit was disbanded on the spot. Had it not been for Simmons secretly warning Optimus to flee, the Autobots might have been sacrificed. Just as Optimus at a loss was pondering their future, a series of rapid sonic booms suddenly erupted from the distant sky. Decepticons. RC tensed while Ironhide and Sideswipe transformed their arms into weapons. Optimus' blue optics fixed on the approaching Megatron and his Decepticon forces. Bumblebee, take Sam and leave now. Doctor and RC, you go with them. Optimus then turned to Ironhide and Sideswipe. Ironhide, Sideswipe breaks Mudguard, well, hold them off.
High in the sky beneath the 2 side wings of the dark gold tank, 2 laser cannon ports instantly lit up.
Amid a piercing spatial shriek, basketball-sized plasma shells rained down like dense droplets upon the cliff face.
Behind this flying tank, a purple drone all too familiar to Qin Tianzhu followed closely.
Several purple laser beams simultaneously struck toward the Autobots. In an instant, where Qin Tianzhu stood, rock slabs shattered and dust billowed, obscuring the dense forest for 100 meters around the cliff.
Meanwhile, thousands of meters away within the towering forest kingdom, Qin de Huangfeng and Jiao Huche frantically rushed forward. Behind them, towering trees like skyscrapers toppled with earth-shaking roars. A stallion helicopter with its airborne missiles like a curtain of rain wildly strafed the escape route ahead of De Huangfeng and the others.
Oh God, De Huangfeng, what should we do?
Shan Mu, sitting inside the car, nervously gripped the rearview mirror, glancing to the right front. The dense missile barrage made him feel as if an air conditioner blast was blowing straight at him, a bit like death. Erqian, take Shan Mu away from here.
I'll stay behind to cover. Hey De Huangfeng, I won't let you.
Shan Mu's words were cut short as his body was flung like a natural projectile. The fancy Halley that had been following closely instantly swooped in and caught Shan Mu securely.
No, De Huangfeng.
Shan Mu turned back, looking at De Huangfeng, who had already executed a tailspin and charged back the way they came, his eyes red and swollen. 1,000 meters above De Huangfeng and the others, what a touching scene. Qin Chuan murmured, having already activated the commander-level stealth coding. This wonderful piece of technology had been lost since the quintessence. This made Qin Chuan sigh with emotion. Truly an old man in the house is a treasure. As for Qin Tianzhu's side, he dared not go there this time. With Shang Bo Zhendong Bo and a fully powered Wei Zhen Tian, Qin Tianzhu was a lone commander, even a bite would break his teeth. Although it had always been Wei Zhen Tian and Shang Bo, Qin Chuan knew that this damned Zhendong Bo was surely lurking underground, waiting to deliver a fatal blow.
Qin Tianzhu, this tribulation is your fate. As Qin Chuan thought this, a continuous roar came from below. Hearing the laser cannon fire, Qin Chuan swept his gaze downward. There he saw De Huangfeng swiftly maneuvering through the dense forest, furiously unleashing ion cannon fire at the opposing manhwa. In the area between them, not a single patch of intact ground remained. Around the charred craters, the ancient trees towering like skyscrapers had turned into burning sticks, collapsing with a roar amid the intense fire net. A Decepticon squad that should have been overwhelming the Autobots was instead being led around by De Huangfeng like dogs on a leash. Seems there's nothing to gain here.
Qin Chuan grumbled discontentedly and rushed toward the direction of Erqian and her sisters. The moment the sonic boom sounded, Qin Chuan appeared above the heads of Erqian and her sisters. Looking down at Shan Mu, who was gripping the handlebar tightly with a dazed expression, Qin Chuan was both amused and exasperated. This Shan Mu really had protagonist treatment. The critical information regarding the Star Harvester and the matrix of leadership resides within Sam's mind.
Qin Chuan's ultimate objective this time is to obtain the matrix of leadership. Thus the Sam would likely have to accompany him on this journey.
As for Bian Lu, to Qin Chuan he was merely a roadside obstacle.
Now only a few elite-level Cybertronians like Shang Bo and Zhendong Bo could catch his attention. High-level warriors, such second-rate riffraff, he wouldn't even spare a glance. In the underground dense forest, Bian Lu had already transformed into a towering mech. Across from him, Jiao Huqi's yellow optic flickered, his left arm raised, aiming at the opposing Bian Lu. As the metal barrel as thick as an adult's thigh emitted a yellow glow, a beam of orange-yellow light shot straight into Bian Lu's chest plate. Amidst a terrifying explosion, the green smoke dissipated. Bian Lu stood still, lowered his head to examine his chest plate. Aside from some chipped paint, it remained intact. Jiao Huqi, you.
Air's eyes blue optics flickered beside him, at a loss for words. Jiao Huqi's face darkened, then his yellow optic flashed. Just an advanced Batian Hui Air, she let's go. With that, his right arm extended a medical circular saw and he charged at Bian Lu. Air, she shook her head, instinctively covering her forehead. Sam, take care of yourself.
Well, be back soon. She glanced back at Sam.
The three sisters of Air, she rushed forward. The two sides soon fell into a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. Bian Lu's crimson optics flickered imperceptibly towards Sam, his mind darkening.
These damned Chi Chairan.
Having finally encountered a group of weaklings Bian Lu had hoped to show off. Now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Just as Bian Lu wallowed in frustration and Jiao Huqi and Air she prepared to charge again, a terrifying sonic boom erupted from the forest behind Sam above the thicket where he was hiding.
Sam instinctively covered his ears, but it seemed of little use.
His head spun, his stomach churned violently, and stars appeared to dance before his eyes. A large hand suddenly grabbed him. Sam felt a blur and found himself seated inside a cockpit.
Got it. Qin Chuan's orange-yellow optic flickered with excitement. His towering frame transformed once more.
With a ground-shaking tremor and swirling dust, a silver starfighter shot into the sky, racing toward the horizon.
In a dense pine forest,
Qin Tianzhu's body staggered in place, arcs of electricity dancing across him. His left shoulder was gone and his right face was severely deformed, sparking.
Wei Zhen Tian. Qin Tianzhu roared in defiance, staring ahead like a cornered king. Near him, Wei Zhen Tian, Shang Bo and the recently devastating Zhendong Bo surrounded the Chi Chairan leader in a triangular formation.
Purple tentacles extended from Shang Bo's waist, lashing Qin Tianzhu's back. Jindangbo stood nearby the drill demon beneath his feet, hissing excitedly. A thick metal tail like a steel whip struck Qin Tianju's right face.
Qin Tianju, your defiance is futile. Oh, let me show you something nice.
Wei Tian's crimson optics like those of a tiger fixed on Qin Tianju, his voice mocking and venomous. Under Qin Tianju's unwavering gaze, he raised his right arm, reached into his chest plate and rummaged inside. Soon he withdrew his right hand and held it before Qin Tianju. As the dark gold palm slowly opened, a metal cube rested in its center. Lord Wei Tian, this.
The two commanders began.
Qin Tianju, who had been on one knee, suddenly lunged, grabbing the allspark with both hands.
Wei Tian, you will pay dearly for your arrogance. Qin Tianju was now almost pressed against Wei Tian. His blue optics locked onto the crimson ones. In Wei Tian's horrified gaze,
Qin Tianju seized the allspark and shoved it deep into his own chestplate.
No. Damn it. Wei Tian roared, propping up Qin Tian's charred chest armor with both hands and hurling it fiercely aside. While feeling a lingering fear, he was both shocked and enraged. Jindangbo and Shenghua stood silently on either side.
From Shengba's waist, two purple tentacles suddenly extended, picking up the hundreds of metal spark source fragments scattered on the ground.
Each silver claw held a fragment, presenting them before Wei Tian. My spark source.
Wei Tian stepped forward, his crimson electronic eyes fixed on the fragments before him, his frame trembling.
Qin Tianju. Wei Tian roared, his ferocious towering dark gold frame abruptly pivoting. Bang. Accompanied by a dull metallic thud, Wei Tian kicked out.
The extinguished frame like a rolling stone crashed into the nearby gray boulder.
The rough surface of the boulder instantly became covered with finger-thick cracks. Gravel ricocheted like bullets, sparking flashes. Dong. Dong. The dull sound of metal footsteps resounded.
Wei Tian slowly stepped forward, stood beside the gray boulder and stared at the dead frame before him. This damned fool, what had he done? Originally he planned to use the spark source to create a mechanical army and strengthen the Batianhu.
Now it had all come to nothing. Though you are dead, I am still very dissatisfied.
Wei Zhenqian's voice was filled with malevolence.
But he had forgotten.
If he hadn't flaunted the spark source before Qin Tianju just now, this accident would never have happened.
Just as Wei Tian bent down to dismember Qin Tianju in anger, Lord Wei Tian Aozun has captured the human boy named Shanmu.
Hearing Shengba's cold, gloomy mechanical voice, Wei Tian paused, then turned his head, his crimson electronic eyes glancing at Shenghua.
No need to pay attention, Shenghua. Wei Tian said, and a string of symbols suddenly appeared in his perception matrix.
His crimson electronic eyes flickered incessantly, excitement surging within him.
His quantum neural network began rapidly extracting the combat footage from the memory chip.
At the moment when Qin Tianju inserted the spark source, the image froze. Wei Tian slowly examined each frame. As the footage neared its end, he found the last 100 images and flipped through them slowly. He saw a red glow swiftly drilling into his mind.
Wei Zhenqian's heart was filled with tears of joy.
After so many years, Lady Luck had finally stood by his side.
Key information obtained. Shenghua, come with me to see Duoluo Jingang. With that, Wei Zhenqian's ferocious frame instantly transformed.
The dark gold flying interstellar tank shot straight toward the blue sky above.
Shenghua and Jindangbo exchanged a glance. Jindangbo will go first. With his cold, gloomy voice fading, Shenghua transformed into a purple drone and pursued. Watching the black dot disappear overhead, Jindangbo withdrew his gaze and focused on the dense forest 5 kilometers away.
The battle there was still fierce. The blazing sun scorched the earth. On the sandy ground not far away, several figures were distorted by the almost tangible rolling heat waves. Behind them, several hundred maternal pyramids stood silently on this land. At the center of the pyramid cluster, atop one pyramid, a silver light flickered.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes swept back and forth hundreds of times, and soon his gaze settled on 3 pyramids standing in a row.
At the center of this cluster on the right edge, 3 pyramids stood on the sand sea, the middle one tall, the 2 flanking ones short.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered.
With the spark source heart's gold level trait, he had long known the exact coordinates of the star harvester. As for the ancient symbols needed to find the temporal coordinates of the matrix of leadership, he naturally knew them as well. The reason he brought Shanmu along was still as a precaution. In truth, Qin Chuan was not certain either. After all, because of his own actions, the spark source was intact.
Moreover, Shanmu did not have that desperate sacrificial mindset now.
In the original plot, Shanmu nearly died while rescuing Qin Tianju, and only then was he authorized by the 6 Yuanzu Jingang to wield the matrix of leadership. In a flash of thought, Qin Chuan had landed on the top of the middle pyramid. Looking down, he brought his arms together and pressed down, aiming at the pyramid tip before him.
Amid violent roars, this 1,000-year-old tomb was ruthlessly destroyed. Qin Chuan's way of thinking became increasingly rational and direct.
Two fusion cannon blasts struck and Qin Chuan separated his arms, returning to his original form. His orange electronic eyes stared ahead, somewhat dazed at the thing resembling a mind controller. The surrounding dust like a sand cloud shrouded the pyramid top. Qin Chuan raised his right arm, his hand slowly reaching out. A minute quickly passed and in his consciousness a long-missed trait reappeared.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered.
Though he had long known that traits of the same level attracted each other and would merge, seeing it for the first time was indeed extremely exciting. Shitong, after the merge, can the spark source hearts effect still function independently? Also, will this affect all things activation? Qin Chuan dared not guarantee whether he could bear the consequences of the merge.
If it got ruined, he would be a fool.
After all, the two major traits of the spark source were praised by all who had used them.
Is this system frozen?
After waiting for a long time without receiving a response from the system, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel puzzled.
But then in the next second,
in his consciousness, the system's blue panel slowly emerged.
I choose option 3.
Qin Chuan finished speaking and the panel in his consciousness vanished. The first option sounded quite tempting. But since the system had proposed option 2, the first one was clearly a trap.
Qin Chuan didn't want to be locked into a limit.
Without dreams, what difference was there between him and a salted fish? Since there was a color level cheat, he had to climb upward.
This experience gave him a rough anchor for his efforts. That was only by continuously collecting major artifacts and plundering their traits.
Could he synthesize the most powerful color level trait? Once he possessed the attribute bonuses of such a level, Qin Chuan felt
he could trample Yujo Dadi, punch Yuanzhi Tianzuan, and even challenge the cosmic will itself.
As his thoughts raced, Qin Chuan's left eye lit up. A red beam shot out, striking the star harvester before him. The perception matrix collected data, the quantum neural network analyzed it rapidly and then stored it in the memory chip. The light in his left eye faded and Qin Chuan raised his right arm, the muzzle glowing green.
Just as he was about to destroy the star harvester, his orange electronic eyes flickered.
If he destroyed the star harvester, now Duoluo Jingang and the Batian who would hunt him to the ends of the earth to kill him.
Qin Chuan dared not gamble. Duoluo Jingang was after all one of the 13 Yuanzu with mysterious methods. If there was any time reversal, it would be over. Thinking this, he slowly lowered the muzzle of his right arm and the green light instantly vanished. He glanced imperceptibly at the deeply unconscious Shanmu in the chest cabin. This time he was careless, this Shanmu was useless. Qin Chuan grumbled inwardly, and as he prepared to search for the matrix of leadership again, he suddenly sensed an intense crisis from above. Damn it, Megatron, you just wait.
Qin Chuan cursed under his breath as his body transformed into a silver fighter jet streaking toward the horizon. Bang! A heavy thud echoed from the shattered pyramid peak where the dark gold interstellar tank completed its transformation a split second before impact. The towering figure stood atop a platform of piled stone blocks. Staring at the direction where Qin Chuan had vanished, Megatron's crimson optics flickered. It was Qin Chuan who had caused his demise last time. He had planned to ambush and cripple him here, but the opponent's vigilance was far too keen. Just as Megatron sighed in frustration. Whoosh! Behind Megatron, the space emitted a strange hum and a blurry silhouette of a mech suddenly appeared, then instantly sharpened into clarity.
Megatron, where is the matrix of leadership?
A cold voice rang out abruptly. A mech with a sleek frame, wearing a dual crown, a dark silver mask, and a black armor covered in vivid crimson runes that flowed with life materialized. On his gray metal mask, a pair of crimson optics glared at Megatron like a superior scrutinizing a subordinate. An aura of destruction and violence radiated from his frame.
Megatron turned around, bowed slightly with deference, and looked at the mech before him. Master, we useless.
The Fallen cut him off mercilessly, his crimson optics glaring with brutal disdain at Megatron. Whoosh! With a strange screech, the Fallen vanished from the pyramid peak again. Clearly millennia of waiting had drained his patience.
He was now eager to destroy the sun and this living planet. Megatron looked at the spot where the Fallen had stood, his crimson optics flickering. Ever since he returned to Titan and told the Fallen the key information about the matrix of leadership, the Fallen's attitude had shifted like a mask from patient and weak to ferocious and domineering, completely shedding the pretense. I am the true leader of the Decepticons, Megatron muttered, a surge of anger rising in his spark. At the airfield of Area 51, the setting sun spilled golden light across the runway, turning it into a path to heaven. At the far end of the runway, beside a transport plane, a row of damaged mechs lay silently on the asphalt. William crouched down, his eyes complex, scanning the scene. Soon his gaze settled on the towering mech before him with faint blue coating visible. Optimus Prime, I'm sorry. William's mind flashed back to that day. After the Decepticons stole the Allspark, the high brass of the Eagle Nation vented their rage on the Nest unit. Dissolution on the spot, that was the outcome. But that wasn't the worst part. More outrageously, they planned to control the Autobots for their research. After a fierce battle, the Autobots vanished from their sight. But sometime later, the commotion in Pennsylvania quickly caught the attention of satellites overhead. In an ancient forest, their intense Cybertronian radiation fluctuations were erupting. Yet when they arrived at the scene, the forest had turned into scorched earth. Charred tree trunks, craters, and blue Energon splattered everywhere across the area. All the Autobots had their chests ripped open with hideous holes. Their bodies lay scattered and broken on the blackened smoke-rising ground. After a widespread search, they soon found Optimus Prime lying dead beside a gray rock a few kilometers away under a cliff. William, the High Command has issued new orders. These mechs have research value, the annoying voice cut in again. Enough. Hearing the mosquito-like relentless suggestion, William interrupted him sharply without hesitation. He stood up quickly, turned and glared coldly at the man beside him. The man he stared at was a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket with a lean build, slick back hair, and a pair of black sunglasses over his angular double-chinned face. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, exuding smugness. Ignoring William, the slick-haired man shifted his gaze to Optimus Prime. Behind the sunglasses, a pair of brown eyes gleamed with greed. Many financial tycoons and big families in the Eagle Nation's high circles had long coveted these. At this critical moment, he believed it was only a matter of time before they got their hands on them. Boom! A sonic boom suddenly exploded from the distant sky. The slick-haired man turned in shock, his face darkening as he looked over. But when he saw a silver interstellar fighter jet streaking in from the horizon, his face instantly turned pale. What was this living hellspawn doing here? Before he could react, crash. A heavy object hit the ground on the middle runway. The slick-haired man stiffened and looked up. On the runway, the mighty silver mech lowered its arm. As its palm opened, a young Eagle Nation man jumped down and landed on the tarmac. During the journey here, Sam had been unconscious. Qin Chuan thought it was not ideal, so he gave him a little nudge, and the effect was immediate. Seeing Sam run toward Bumblebee, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at the soldiers around Optimus Prime, including William. As for the slick-haired man, he paid him no mind. These humans were mere minnows to him now. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. While copying the Star Harvester trait, Qin Chuan had learned through the arc hidden in the spacetime wormhole about the Autobots' annihilation. Qin Chuan stopped before a Bumblebee, his orange optics flickering. On Bumblebee's chest plate, a massive hole had pierced through the entire frame. The whole body was charred black with severe distortion and scorch marks on the limbs. Turning his head, he glanced at the other Autobots. Ha, cosplaying Louis XVI. His attention was caught by a yellow-green painted mech. A head lay beside the headless body. Qin Chuan's orange optics flickered. This must be Ratchet. Then, under the astonished gazes of William and the slick-haired man, Qin Chuan took a step back, spread his arms, and lightning erupted from his chest, forming a white electric web. The web enveloped all the Autobot bodies. Zzz. Hum. After the crackling and a strange hum, a red glow burst from Qin Chuan's chest like an inverted Red Bull, completely covering the electric web. The red light vanished in an instant. The mechs that had been lying dead moments ago now stood up. The Autobots instantly raised their weapons, aiming warily at Qin Chuan. Ao Zun, it's you. Ratchet couldn't help but exclaim. Ao Zun, did you save us? Optimus Prime stepped forward, signaling Bumblebee and the others to lower their weapons. Let me reintroduce myself, old friend. I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. As Optimus Prime spoke, he extended his hand. Qin Chuan's orange optics flickered, satisfaction welling within him. That's more like it. I am Ao Zun, the supreme ruler of this nation. Qin Chuan said, turning his head to look at William. All the Autobots, including Optimus Prince, curiously looked at William. William was taken aback, his expression bewildered. He was just a messenger, he had no access to higher secrets. At that moment, the slick-haired man stepped forward, turned to face Qin Chuan, and immediately bowed. Mr. Ao Zun, the Eagle Nation's forces are at your command. Qin Chuan looked at Optimus Prime, arms crossed. See, brother. These guys are just pathetic. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Optimus Prime's blue optics flickered and he nodded. Having experienced what happened before, he had seen the dark side of humanity, and the resurrection of all Autobots was a debt he could never repay. Feeling the time was right, Qin Chuan's orange optics flickered and a beam shot from his left eye. In the holographic screen, the Fallen stood atop the pyramid with a staff, discussing something with Megatron. The Fallen, when did he appear? We must stop him. Optimus Prime's tone was grave. Qin Chuan walked over to Optimus Prime, circled around him, and patted his shoulder. There's residual Allspark energy on you, Optimus. You I have inserted the seed of fire into my own flame. Hearing Optimus Prime's words, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye flickered. The seed of fire truly had unfortunate luck to encounter him. Fortunately, he had already absorbed the two major attributes of the Stellar Harvester and the seed of fire. Even if the seed of fire was destroyed now, as long as he could seize the attribute of the leadership module. Qin Chuan believed that with these attributes he could once again condense the seed of fire into a physical form. But now the seed of fire had already shattered. The Decepticons must have already acquired all the key information regarding the leadership module. Time was running out for Qin Chuan. Optimus Prime, you all. After Qin Chuan's explanation, Optimus Prime understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately turned to face all the Autobots. Autobots, let's move out. Hey! Wait a minute. The man with a slick-back hairstyle who had been bowing and scraping next to Qin Chuan instantly looked up as Optimus Prime raised his hand to halt. All Autobots except Qin Chuan turned their gaze towards the slick-back man filled with vigilance. Ironhide and Bumblebee even raised their cannons aiming at the slick-back man. Reflected in their pupils were the dark muzzles of the cannons. The slick-back man froze, his mind going blank as he forgot what he wanted to say. Optimus Prime's blue electronic eye flickered and the transforming long-nosed truck was about to leave. He was neither distant nor particularly close to humans. Qin Chuan subtly glanced at the Autobots' attitude, then his electronic eye flickered. Believing that with him mediating, humans and Autobots could still cooperate. Qin Chuan did not expect that because of him the Autobots had already completely severed ties with humanity. As he reflected on this, his gaze fell upon Optimus Prime, who had already set off. Hey Optimus Prime, for my sake, why don't you cooperate this time? Qin Chuan's words made the truck that had driven 10 meters stop, then it reversed. Optimus Prime was still very grateful for the life-saving favor. Transforming again into a 10-meter-tall red and blue body, he looked at William and nodded. Seeing Optimus Prime being so accommodating, Qin Chuan felt that even if it was not for profit, he had to find a way to enhance his power with the flame of heaven. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye turned to Optimus Prime. I'll go find you some equipment, Optimus Prime. After saying this, Qin Chuan transformed into a silver interstellar fighter and sped towards Washington. At the Eagle Sauce Aerospace Museum, the setting sun cast its rays on the bustling traffic in the streets. Various fashionably dressed beauties were seen everywhere, catching the attention of many passers-by. Suddenly a silver wedge-shaped supercar blasted through the street. The roar of the engine sounded like distant thunder, causing the vehicles along the way to swerve, seemingly afraid of a collision. The silver supercar showed no signs of hesitation, directly crashing through the metal gate and barreling over the grass towards the museum's glass door. With the shattering of glass, Qin Chuan rushed into the museum. At this time it was already closing time, so apart from the security personnel there were no ordinary visitors. Qin Chuan transformed into a 9-meter-tall formidable silver body. Despite the commotion here, no one came to stop Qin Chuan. The tiles on the ground cracked underfoot as Qin Chuan slowly walked forward, his eyes emitting two beams of red light. This museum was not large and Qin Chuan quickly reached the end. He turned his head, his gaze falling on a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft to the right. His orange electronic eye flickered. He stepped forward, slightly bent over, placing a hand on the aircraft's nose. Although there were no shards of the seed of fire with the attributes, Qin Chuan could still resurrect the flame of heaven. The cold metallic feeling transmitted from his palm and arcs of electricity erupted from Qin Chuan's chest. As the enveloping red glow dissipated, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye focused ahead. A hunched-over elderly Decepticon appeared before him with a mechanical hand pounding its back and its left arm lifting a metal plate off its face. With every move, several rusty parts fell from its body. Watching the entire transformation process, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye flickered uncertainly. Compared to his own state when he first crossed over, this was much better. Qin Chuan did not expect this guy to be so old. In fact, Qin Chuan could fully restore the body of the flame of heaven, but it was unnecessary. This Decepticon was merely a disposable prop in the storyline. Thinking this, Qin Chuan approached and under the watchful eyes of the flame of heaven he began his persuasion. No need to say more, let's go now. Qin Chuan originally thought he would have to spend some effort, after all this was the real world. But he did not expect that the flame of heaven's spirit of selfless dedication was so noble that it almost left Qin Chuan speechless. Outside the museum, two transforming flying vehicles sped towards Egypt. According to the original plot, the flame of heaven was too old to act on its own. It was brought over by Eagle Sauce's cargo plane. However, Qin Chuan had controlled the characteristics of the seed of fire very well while resurrecting the flame of heaven. The flame of heaven felt puzzled and had many questions, but since Qin Chuan did not speak, it did not ask. They were all intelligent beings. Thus within half an hour the two flying vehicles arrived at the pyramid cluster in Egypt. They hovered at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Qin Chuan glanced below. Both sides had already engaged in battle. With human firepower support, Optimus Prime was struggling against the sonic waves and Megatron's assault.
5 kilometers away beside a Sphinx Bumblebee and the others had already started fighting against the high-ranking warriors of the Decepticons. In this combat area, tanks, fighter jets and armed helicopters continued to unleash firepower.
Bumblebee and the others felt the pressure suddenly decrease.
At their feet lay the shattered remains of the massive Decepticon trampled like rubbish. Where's the Fallen? Qin Chuan scanned the area and noticed that the battlefield did not require his assistance, so he shifted his gaze to the stellar harvester below. Beside the silver device, 5 intermediate Decepticons stood with laser cannons vigilantly observing their surroundings. However, the Fallen had hidden itself.
Flame of Heaven, do you see Optimus Prime?
After Qin Chuan finished speaking, the Flame of Heaven shot out, flying straight towards Optimus Prime. The silver fighter jet dove vertically downwards. Below its wings, the streamlined silver barrels glowed with a grim green energy light. The distance between the fighter jet and the tower was less than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Just as the beam was about to be fired from the cannon, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind. Where did this bug come from?
Qin Chuan was shocked and the body instantly veered to the left. But it was still a moment too late. Clang. Boom. Accompanied by a clear metallic collision, a loud roar came from above. Qin Chuan had no idea what had happened. His back felt like it melted like wax and his perception matrix completely lost function amid the terrifying roar. In his mind, the quantum neural network moved slowly like rusty gears struggling to operate. Qin Chuan's awareness stuttered, unable to distinguish his current state. Damn it. What should I do? Right.
The attributes of the Seed of Fire. In the sky outside, the silver fighter jet was now in free fall. Qin Chuan strained to activate his stalled consciousness, struggling to draw upon the Seed of Fire in his chest.
Finally, just as his awareness was about to be completely engulfed in darkness, the Seed of Fire finally responded, igniting fiercely.
As the descending body surged with electrical currents in the cockpit, the red oval light instantly enveloped the body and then vanished. The body instantly restored to its original state.
Collision warning.
Just as he regained his form, the perception matrix alerted him of an impending collision. Qin Chuan looked down. The fighter jet was nearly touching the sandy ground, about to crash. Qin Chuan was horrified and suddenly burst forth with a strong desire to survive.
Boom.
The vector thrusters activated instantly, creating a massive sonic boom and kicking up a ring of dust. The silver fighter jet soared into the sky, speeding towards Optimus Prime.
Swoosh. Swoosh.
The air let out a shrill shriek as 2 beams of ghastly green light shot forth, landing on the sandy ground behind Optimus Prime.
Ao Zun must have his reasons for doing so.
Optimus Prime raised his energy sword, stabbing fiercely once more toward Megatron's chest armor.
Boom.
A thunderous explosion erupted on the sand. The sand surged like a tidal wave, leaping 10 meters into the air. A colossal ring of air, nearly tangible, shattered the 10-meter-high sand tide with ease. A crater 20 meters in diameter was exposed on the sand. A pain shriek arose from the pit, shaking the ground within a 50-meter radius violently. In the vast pit beside the head of the drill worm, Shockwave stood silently. His crimson single eye stared at the starfighter in the sky.
The next moment, Shockwave raised his grotesque right arm, the cannon muzzle glowing with purple light, and a purple energy bolt shot out instantly.
Qin Chuan transformed, descended from the sky and drew the Yuanshan blade from his back.
SSSHHH.
The Yuanshan blade, like a sharp razor, split the energy bolt in 2. Thud. The silver chassis slammed into the sand, sending a muffled rumble through the ground.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes gazed at the crater 20 meters away.
A tremor came from beneath his feet. From the crater, a colossal mechanical insect rose like a skyscraper. Its shadow enveloped Qin Chuan, filling his entire field of vision. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes examined the creature before him, stroking his chin as half of the Yuanshan blade was embedded in the sand.
Does Mr. Ao Zun require fire support?
Qin Chuan glanced out of the corner of his eye toward a pyramid not far away.
Beside it lay the ruins of an ancient town.
Within the ruins, the Eagle Nation had set up several camouflage tents. Many figures in camouflage or white lab coats, military and scientists, came and went. It looked like a temporary command center. A man with slick back hair stood beside a tent holding a phone-like device, communicating with him.
Qin Chuan felt a flicker of doubt, then immediately understood. Optimus Prime must have given the Eagle Nation the technology of Cybertron's internal public communication waves, allowing them to talk to him. Aim your electromagnetic cannons at this giant bug. Beep.
Qin Chuan cut off the public channel instantly after speaking.
He glanced sideways at the star harvester. The Fallen stood at the tip of the pyramid fiddling with something. It seemed reality differed from the movie.
What was chilling, however, was that around the pyramid at his feet, the wrecks of 50 tanks lay embedded in the sand, billowing black smoke. Armed helicopters hawked jets and electromagnetic shells fired from the aircraft carrier. The fallen simply raised his left scepter.
All these things like raindrops instantly lost power and crashed violently.
Qin Chuan was awestruck for the first time he truly witnessed the terrifying power of a supreme. Qin Chuan thought that later he would let Optimus cripple that thing. Then he could touch it as much as he wanted. This ability to manipulate gravity was incredible, and that scepter was a treasure forged by Solus Prime.
A weapon of the Primes. He must take it too. As thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Chuan looked up, for now he had to drive off Shockwave. Shockwave stood atop the drill worm's head.
Qin Chuan's sneak attack had caused minor damage to his chassis. The Crimson Single Eye surveyed the black dot below.
This is highly illogical, a commander-class warrior possessing the combat awareness of a leader.
His gaze shifted to the Yuanshan blade stuck in the sand.
Are there 2 Yuanshan blades? Shockwave rapidly accessed his memory chip.
He had just arrived in the solar system and gone to the dark side of the moon to find Sentinel Prime. At that time he saw the empty lunar crater with Sentinel Prime lying on the moon rock, the Yuanshan blade in his hand. As for the spaceship,
Shockwave also thought of Ao Zun. Are there 2 Yuanshan blades? Did the Iacon archives have a mistake? Shockwave's quantum neural network felt a bit overheated. Forget it, we'll deal with the illogical later. First help the Decepticons take this organic planet.
The Crimson Single Eye returned to its usual cold calm.
He glanced unobtrusively toward Megatron.
Megatron and Optimus Prime were locked in a fierce Mantoman clash. Fighters flew overhead, but all missile barrages were blocked by Soundwave's purple tentacles and energy shield.
Swoosh. Boom.
A tearing sound cut through the air, rapidly approaching.
Shockwave turned his head to see the electromagnetic cannon already less than 5 meters away.
He swiftly sidestepped, raising his left arm to block. On his left arm, a slender mechanical column device, the energy groove at the top, suddenly lit up.
The column split from the central energy groove, extending outward.
A half-meter wide groove appeared, revealing 2 rows of needle-like mechanical devices inside.
Activate. Shockwave issued the command calmly, his spark flaring.
The tips of those needle-like machines began to ooze blue energy threads, all converging in one place.
Dense semi-transparent hexagonal lattices arranged themselves together.
An elliptical concave purple shield 15 meters in diameter rapidly took shape.
Bang!
The spindle-nosed metal shell struck the shield with a thunderous impact, sparks flying from the contact point.
3 seconds later,
the shell lost all momentum and fell to the sand below.
Swoosh!
A piercing shriek exploded beside his ear. Shockwave instinctively turned, raising his shield.
Crack!
The shield shattered like glass, breaking into countless fragments. But the fatal blow had dissipated entirely. Just as Shockwave prepared to attack Qin Chuan, a sonic boom erupted abruptly from the side. A gray blade gleaming with metallic cold appeared instantly to his right. Shockwave twisted sharply, his crimson eye flashing. His right arm with its thick purple cannon swung like a massive hammer, trying to knock the blade away.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flashed as he spun his chassis.
The Yuanshan blade snaked out from his waist, striking like lightning toward Shockwave.
SSSHHH.
Accompanied by a grating screech of metal friction.
Half of the Yuanshan blade pierced Shockwave's abdomen, sparks and arcs of electricity bursting forth.
The drill worm beneath him thrashed wildly. Qin Chuan brought his arms together, pointing straight down, and fired 2 shots at the head of the mechanical worm. The head of the mechanical worm was blasted into metal, dust spraying everywhere. A massive hole melted in the entire head. With a shriek, the drill worm crashed to the ground. The ground shook and dust swept across the area. Not far away, among a cluster of ancient temples, Soundwave glanced sideways toward the fallen drill worm.
Lord Megatron Shockwave has been defeated.
Through internal communication, Soundwave's cold, sinister mechanical voice reached Megatron nearby.
Megatron's crimson optics flashed.
He raised his right arm, wielding the sharp crabclaw blade, forcing Optimus back, and turned to look toward the drill worm. At that moment, the dust just cleared. On the steel body of the drill worm,
Qin Chuan held Shockwave by the neck with one hand, lifting him in the air. Ding!
Detected that the host is in contact with a commander-class unit.
Contact complete. Congratulations, host has obtained trait Chief Scientist Purple. Congratulations, host has obtained trait Multifunction Cannon Purple. Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes dimmed and his consciousness nearly went black. What in the world is this? Qin Chuan couldn't help complaining when suddenly his mecha trembled. His gaze quickly fell to his right arm. The right arm began to swell. Qin Chuan raised his right arm and examined it.
The entire right arm was now almost twice as large as the left. In the quantum consciousness network, some additional functions and switching commands for the multifunction arm cannon appeared. Qin Chuan performed a lightspeed scan, finished analysis, and stored them in his memory chip. This arm cannon is quite interesting, Qin Chuan muttered. He suddenly flung his left hand to the side, sending the shockwave flying and crashing into the sand 5 meters away. Watching the shockwave mecha wriggling and unable to stand up, Qin Chuan finally withdrew his gaze with relief. His mecha turned around and looked up at the pyramid peak ahead. The star harvester had begun to emit a dazzling, blinding blue light. Qin Chuan's heart tightened and he immediately opened the internal communication. Optimus Prime, quickly go destroy the star harvester. Optimus Prime, locked in a stalemate with Megatron, also noticed the commotion from the direction of the star harvester. In his perception matrix, Qin Chuan's voice sounded. Optimus Prime swung his left arm in a sword strike, and taking advantage of the moment when Megatron raised his left arm's broad blade, he raised his gun and fired repeatedly at the chest armor. With continuous explosions, Megatron's chest was blasted black. The powerful shockwave made the mecha stagger back a distance. Before Megatron could counterattack, a sonic boom sounded above his head. The sand in front of him shook. Amid the dust, a Cybertronian stood quietly before him, 9 meters tall, with silver paint, a mighty physique, and especially an absurdly thick right arm. Orange-yellow electronic eyes made eye contact with him, carrying a hint of provocation. Soundwave was flying in the sky, shooting down the third Falcon fighter. He turned his body ready to assist Megatron. Seeing Qin Chuan standing there, his heart sank slightly. The fact that Optimus Prime could be resurrected and cooperate with humans must have been orchestrated by that old bastard. Megatron was already struggling, and now with an additional Aozuan Lord, Megatron's situation was very unfavorable. Soundwave immediately accelerated, ready to charge at Qin Chuan. But behind him the annoying engine sound appeared again. Annoying mosquito. From within the death drone, Soundwave's cold and gloomy muttering was heard. The mecha could only do a tailspin again and go back to deal with those annoying things. Aozuan Megatron is a leader-level war. Alright, rest assured. Hearing Optimus Prime's advice, Qin Chuan interrupted directly and sent the coordinates of the pyramid where Jetfire was hidden. Optimus, go find Jetfire and tell him that you are the leader. Optimus Prime stood in the ruins, and in his perception matrix a line of green coordinates appeared. Aozuan, hold on, I will definitely destroy the star harvester. After saying that, Optimus Prime transformed into a long-nosed truck, rushed out of the ruins and headed toward the nearby pyramids. Optimus Prime. Megatron roared and his mecha began to transform. Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes flashed and he brought his arms together, aiming a silver mechanical long rod at Megatron. Megatron transformed into a space tank, and just as his tail lit up with a purple glow with a boom, Qin Chuan's fusion cannon fired a blinding sickly green beam that struck one of Megatron's mechanical wings. Flames and shattered mechanical wings crashed into the nearby ruins. The tank flipped up, performed 2.5 somersaults in the air, and smashed into the temple behind. Aozuan, I'll give you a chance to submit to me. From the dust-choked ruins a majestic and cold voice sounded. A blurry silhouette 10 meters tall appeared, its scarlet electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan did not respond. He raised his right arm and the cannon muzzle immediately lit up with a sickly green glow. Aiming at the silhouette, several beams shot straight toward it. You're asking for death. Seeing that his response was 2 sickly green beams, Megatron's scarlet electronic eyes flashed, but his body honestly sidestepped 2 steps into the side ruins. Optimus Prime arrived behind a pyramid. Following the coordinates, he came to a beach. Vast stretches of abandoned ruins were scattered over an area of 1,000 meters. Less than 100 meters ahead of him, 5 tanks were slightly sunk in a circle. In the open space in the middle stood a Decepticon. It seemed to have sensed Optimus Prime. Jetfire turned around and looked at Optimus Prime. The next moment his mecha trembled slightly, and with a single step he kicked a tank flying. Optimus Prime's blue electronic eyes flickered. His left arm extended an orange energy sword, revealing its tip, and his right arm's cannon muzzle glowed faintly blue. I never thought at my age I'd still get to see a living leader. Jetfire stepped forward, hunched over in front of Optimus Prime, and used his left hand to lift his falling metal faceplate again. Sensing the dying spark of Jetfire, Optimus Prime lowered his guard a little and his blue electronic eyes flickered before he spoke. The Star Harvester is about to be activated. I need to destroy it. Aozuan said you could help me. Hearing Optimus Prime's brief, steady and powerful inquiry, Jetfire's mecha quivered lightly. Then with his left hand he suddenly exerted force and plunged it into his chest. Jetfire's scarlet electronic eyes took one last look at the young leader before him. Young leader, I hope my power can help you fulfill your mission. With a trembling voice, Jetfire finished speaking. He pulled hard with his left hand, and a blue sphere covered with wires and mechanical frames was held in his palm. Losing his spark, Jetfire's scarlet electronic eyes instantly dimmed and his mecha collapsed onto the sand. Optimus Prime was slightly stunned. Was this the help Aozuan had mentioned? With a sigh in his heart, Optimus Prime stepped forward, bent down, picked up the spark and placed it into his chest. Almost the next second, Optimus Prime's chest blazed with blue light. Jetfire's mecha trembled with lightning and began to disintegrate with each component quickly floating toward Optimus Prime.
Accompanied by a clash of metal sparks flew.
Optimus Prime carried wide wings on his back, his chest bulged high and his right arm now bore a massive thick energy cannon.
His mecha moved with agility, showing no sign of clumsiness. Feeling the immense power within him, Optimus Prime's blue electronic eyes flashed.
His mighty mecha shot into the sky and charged toward the Star Harvester.
Cough cough.
Qin Chuan knelt on one knee in the sand, his left hand gripping the Yuanshan blade which was half buried in the sand. Electricity crackled at his chest armor and his mecha was already covered in cracks with blue energy fluid constantly oozing and dripping. Opposite him, not far away on the sand in the ruins of an ancient temple, Megatron limped out of the ruins.
He scanned the surroundings as if urgently searching for something.
On his chest there was a tenderloin cut almost precisely aligned with his spark.
At that moment blue liquid was gushing out from the gap.
Suddenly he turned his head and looked toward Qin Chuan. "Old man, you can't escape." The cold oppressive voice carried a hint of anger.
Megatron's scarlet electronic eyes flashed.
He stepped on the sand and took a few strides. Swish! A sharp sound cutting through the air from the sky on his right made him pause and turn his head.
Optimus Prime wants to destroy the Star Harvester. Hoof. Seeing Optimus Prime, Megatron was first startled, then sneered with sarcasm.
Even if the Fallen only recovered his leader-level combat power, the means he could employ and the scepter in his hand were not something that a junior like Optimus Prime could provoke.
Whoom. Boom.
A strange hum sounded.
A huge explosion followed like a thunderclap. Megatron snapped back to reality and moved his gaze to the Star Harvester.
In his scarlet electronic eyes, the Star Harvester exploded into a sky full of metal fragments amid flames. Optimus Prime, holding the Fallen, fell from the tower peak with the two mecha crashing into the ancient town below that had been abandoned for 1,000 years.
A good opportunity. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered.
His body transformed, pointing directly at the destroyed pyramid of the Star Harvester, and charged straight ahead. Megatron also transformed, but his side wings were damaged so he could only chase on the ground. Yet before he had run 100 meters, Qin Chuan was already standing atop the pyramid. Qin Chuan looked down, staring at the pyramid below, emitting two red laser beams from his electronic eyes. The two beams were like two massive lighthouses. A red curtain 100 meters in both length and width bloomed.
10 seconds later. Qin Chuan's perception matrix received an abnormal reflection signal. He turned his head and looked at a corner of the pyramid below. There. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes fixed on the rubble below, ecstatic inside. Bang.
A sonic boom exploded on the spot, and the black smoke rising from the destroyed Star Harvester was instantly blown away.
The nearby rocks all cracked.
Qin Chuan transformed into a silver fighter jet, like a silver rocket diving downward.
Thud.
He crashed into the sand, the ground beneath trembling, slightly dust swirling. Qin Chuan raised his right arm, the cannon muzzle glowing with a ghastly green light.
Boom. 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 3 consecutive thunderous roars opened a huge charred gap in front of Qin Chuan. His perception matrix, based on the reflection signal, quickly locked onto a spot. In the center of the charred sand, a core lattice emitted blue light, its surface encased in a mechanical frame. The mechanical frame extended with structures on both sides resembling two wedge-shaped curved blades. The whole thing looked compact and sharp. Qin Chuan reached out his right arm, stretched out his trembling hand and grabbed it firmly. Within his perception matrix and visual module, a blue prompt panel instantly appeared. Ding. Detected host is in contact with the matrix of leadership. Contact duration 56 seconds. Watching the system countdown approaching 1 minute, Qin Chuan's body trembled violently. The matrix of leadership in front of him trembled wildly, once trying to break free. But it was firmly suppressed by a higher dimensional force. Qin Chuan could feel that when he held the matrix of leadership, its blue light blazed intensely as if it were about to turn to dust. But in an instant it was eerily forced to maintain its physical state. Leader level, ha ha ha. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes stared at the matrix of leadership roaring inside. Once he reached the leader level Megatron Sentinel Prime, all would be nothing. Except for Unicron and Primus. He would be the acting ruler of both planets. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host has obtained the trait. The system countdown ended. Qin Chuan stared at the panel excitedly. Suddenly his vision blurred and a sharp pain struck his chest. Fuck your old phone. Qin Chuan's heart seemed to fall from heaven to hell. His spark was attacked. He struggled to lower his head, his flickering electronic eyes gazing at the center of his chest. His heart was filled with palpitations, unwillingness and final madness. The gold-level trait of the spark core wanted to repair, but Qin Chuan forcibly suppressed it. If he used it now, Megatron would likely notice. Then his spark would surely be torn out.
As long as the spark core remained inside his body relying on the trait attributes of the two sacred artifacts, he might still have a chance of resurrection. At this moment a huge hole appeared in the center of his chest armor. The edges of the metal chest armor curled outward. A giant metal blade pierced through, sparks flying and electricity crackling from his body. Large amounts of blue liquid spilled from his chest, splashing onto the sand below.
"Ao Zun, time to go." Megatron's cold, majestic voice suddenly came from behind.
Qin Chuan felt another sharp pain in his chest, as if it were being torn apart. With a burst of explosive flames he saw large chunks of metal flying out from his chest.
Thud.
A dull impact sounded and the silver body fell face-first onto the sand.
In the last moment he turned his head to look not far away.
In the flying temple between two stone pillars the fallen was supporting himself with his hands on the pillars.
His mask had long disappeared, revealing his ugly mechanical face.
Optimus Prime punched through his chest.
Coincidentally, the fallen made eye contact with him. What the hell?
Qin Chuan was stunned, and then his consciousness faded and the abyss of darkness swallowed him completely.
Optimus Prime withdrew his power fist, his blue electronic eyes flickering.
His perception matrix began rapidly searching for Qin Chuan's coordinates. Optimus Prime was puzzled, then looked up at the corner of the destroyed pyramid of the Star Harvester. Among the rubble, Megatron stood holding the matrix of leadership in his hand. On the sand behind him the silver body lay quietly, sparks and electricity crackling from its chest emitting muffled thunderous explosions.
Ao Zun. Seeing Ao Zun fall,
Optimus Prime murmured, his blue electronic eyes flickering, his heart extremely conflicted. He thought back to when he first met Ao Zun, their relationship tense and hostile. Later he was manipulated by Ao Zun, leading to a complete breakdown in relations with the Eagle. Of course Optimus Prime was not foolish. Human greed would demand endlessly, and conflict between the two sides was inevitable sooner or later.
Ao Zun only triggered it early.
As for the subsequent death of all members and then being resurrected by Ao Zun for some purpose, Optimus Prime did not understand what he was trying to do.
Yet he felt that Ao Zun would not destroy the planet. He was not the same kind as Megatron.
However, he did always do some mysterious things.
Now, like Jazz, he would remain on this planet forever.
Ao Zun, before I give you a grand burial I will kill Megatron.
Optimus Prime suddenly raised his head, his deep, steady metallic voice sounding.
The power engines of the Jetfire armor on his back once again burst with dazzling light.
Megatron looked down, playing with the matrix of leadership with interest, then turned his body.
His crimson electronic eyes stared at Qin Chuan.
Ao Zun, I'll gladly accept this gift on your behalf, ha.
Megatron was halfway through his words when his throat seemed to be blocked. He suddenly turned sideways, raised his right arm, the cannon muzzle glowing purple, and fired two purple beams quickly.
Optimus Prime's chest armor just sparked and his entire body lunged forward.
Megatron was pinned to the sand like a turtle on its back, unable to exert any strength.
Optimus Prime pinned Megatron down, his blue electronic eyes flickering.
He raised his left arm, a blue energy sword extending, and slashed down hard at Megatron's right arm.
Arg, Optimus Prime, you! Megatron cried out in pain, roaring with rage, his body struggling violently. Megatron, it's time to end our feud. With that, Optimus Prime raised his right arm, the large cannon muzzle glowing blue aimed at the chest armor below. Boom! A burst of flame rose, metal fragments flew, and Megatron's chest was completely blown open. His crimson electronic eyes dimmed unwillingly.
His body slowly stopped its unconscious struggle. The two great Decepticon leaders had both fallen.
A world-ending crisis was thus easily resolved by Optimus Prime wearing the Jetfire armor. Soundwave and Shockwave, now leaders without troops, fled in disgrace. That night,
moonlight fell over the endless sea of sand. Beside a pyramid a faint campfire glowed. In front of the fire Qin Chuan's body still crackled with sparks and arcs even more violently than in the afternoon.
Optimus Prime and the Autobots stood on the sand not far away.
Watching, the team members with heads lowered, their electronic eyes were all dim. He took a step forward, standing in front of the team, sighed inwardly, and then said, regardless of whether it was for profit or something else, he was a great warrior.
Ao Zun deserves to be remembered.
Bumblebee, however, turned his head and looked at the temple not far to the right.
Their several camo tents were brightly lit and the ground around them was faintly vibrating. His visual module zoomed in and several Eagle high-ranking officials were staring at them like hungry wolves. Optimus Prime, those humans are at it again.
Ratchet looked up, his gaze filled with disgust as he scanned the horizon. Under the dim light the desert sands stretched out. For 1,000 meters around, searchlights and the roar of armored tank engines erupted from all directions. A continuous impenetrable ring of steel was closing in toward the center. In the sky above, the hum of propellers and the roar of Falcon fighter jets approached rapidly.
Within 5 minutes, over the Gongwa sky, hundreds of military searchlights, bright as daylight, had already illuminated the sand below. Clearly they intended to trap the Autobots in this desert forever.
Ever since the Decepticons were defeated and the crisis was resolved that afternoon, the death of Qin Chuan had also signaled the end of the alliance between the Autobots and the Eagle.
Because Qin Chuan had died unexpectedly, the electronic lifeform that had been parasitic on the orbital satellites fell into dormancy. The removal of the blade hanging overhead plunged the Eagle's high command into a brief frenzy of celebration. With their satellites back under control, the Eagle's hatred for Qin Chuan could no longer be suppressed. While Qin Chuan was alive, they had dared not voice their grievances. Now that Qin Chuan was dead, they could finally collect some interest from his body. Of course, taking out the Autobots as well would be a bonus.
Optimus Prime, fight or flee? Give us a straight answer. Sideswipe stepped forward, his green optics fixed on Optimus Prime's silver blades extending from his arms.
He scraped them together, sparks flying, his tone brimming with excitement. Optimus Prime did not respond. Instead, he glanced around.
His tall frame coated in red and blue turned and walked across the sand toward Qin Chuan. He bent down, reached into the sand and lifted Qin Chuan's entire body, cradling it in his arms.
Ratchet! Optimus Prime's gaze swept over the Autobots, finally resting on Ratchet. All right, Optimus Prime, I knew it. Ratchet stepped forward and transformed.
A desert-colored Hummer H2 search and rescue vehicle stopped in front of Optimus Prime. The metal cover on its back split open, the two halves lifting upward. A vast metal space was revealed, 4 meters in both length and width, its interior pitch black. Qin Chuan was placed like a large figurine, his lower body laid in first, his upper body leaning at a 60-degree angle against the metal edge inside. The cover closed slightly, clamping around the sides of Qin Chuan's waist.
Ratchet RC after we break out. And so on. After speaking, Optimus Prime looked at Bumblebee, Sideswipe and Ironhide. Don't harm these humans unnecessarily, we just need to retreat. Optimus Prime said, his blue optics scanning back and forth between Sideswipe and Ironhide. Yes. All right, Optimus Prime. Ironhide and Sideswipe replied immediately, though inwardly they grumbled, why couldn't they harm these humans? Just as the Autobots were about to begin their retreat, an armed helicopter descended slowly overhead. A familiar figure jumped out and ran toward the Gongwa direction. The blurry figure gradually became clear in the firelight. Bumblebee paused, then immediately ran over and stood in front of Sam. Bumblebee, run.
Sam looked at Bumblebee, lowering his voice and making a gesture that said, get out of here. Bumblebee showed a human-like concern, shielding Sam behind him. Optimus Prime turned his head, looking at the helicopter.
No one was approaching from that direction.
Only a single brazen searchlight scanned his body from top to bottom.
Optimus Prime's blue optics flickered, his spark sinking.
He hadn't expected these humans to be so despicable as to bring Sam to force their hand.
Autobots, prepare for action. Optimus Prime's blue optics flashed. He decisively issued the order to retreat. All right, Optimus Prime. Sideswipe finished speaking and walked over to Bumblebee, bumping his right arm against him. Let's go see who can destroy 100 combat units first. Bumblebee was speechless. He lowered his battle mask, bent down and carefully placed Sam into the cockpit within his chest. 2 supercars led the way, followed by a Hummer H2 and 3 Harley-Davidson motorcycles. At the rear was Ironhide in his black pickup truck. Optimus Prime flew high above, following the convoy. Feeling the terrifying boost from the Jetfire armor, Optimus Prime's blue optics flickered slightly. Normally a Decepticon commander-class frame couldn't sustain such a long burn time. Could it be something Optimus had done? Optimus Prime's quantum neural network began retrieving data from the memory chip. When he first saw Jetfire, the frame gave off a sense of decrepitude and decay, reminding him of the Cybertronians who had died during the Cybertronian Civil War. He was already buried, there was no mistake. But now this armor seemed to have 10 more hours of use. Optimus Prime was deep in thought as Bumblebee and Sideswipe engaged the human army ahead. Sideswipe weaved through the tank squadron, his arm blades extended. Like an elegant swordsman, each time he nearly grazed a turret, it was as if he were slicing through paper. Entire rows of armored tanks ground to a halt. Bumblebee raised his right arm, the cannon glowing yellow. While deftly dodging missiles and armor-piercing rounds, he fired 2 ion blasts at the nearby attack helicopters. In less than 6 minutes, 12 helicopters like fiery moths crashed to the ground one by one. Optimus Prime flew overhead, silently guarding the convoy. Not far behind, 7 Falcon fighter jets had just locked on with their fire control radars. Without turning his head, Optimus Prime raised his right arm, the cannon glowing, and fired 3 beams of light behind him. In a single encounter, the Eagle's jets exploded into fireballs in the night sky, vanishing into the darkness. In less than half an hour, the convoy had broken through the Eagle's net and disappeared into the vast sea of sand. The next day, on a highway through the Gobi Desert, the sun slowly rose on the horizon and a convoy advanced slowly under the morning light. Optimus Prime, we need to establish our own base. From behind the long-nosed truck, a Hummer spoke with expectation. Ratchet, that's a good idea, but we're not safe yet. Optimus Prime explained patiently.
As a leader he had to consider far more than that. Keeping the Autobots alive was his primary mission. Behind Ratchet, Bumblebee suddenly pulled up alongside Optimus Prime.
The window lowered and Sam looked at the battered truck cab with a guilt-ridden expression.
Optimus Prime, I'm sorry for dragging you into this.
Sam's voice was filled with apology, his expression genuine.
His heartbeat blink rate and all vitals are normal, he's telling the truth.
Ratchet said. Sam, you don't need to apologize. I understand your situation and feelings.
Optimus Prime comforted.
Optimus Prime, what about Sam? Should we send him home?
Bumblebee's voice carried hesitation and unease.
Bumblebee, check the message I sent you. Ratchet's cold voice rang out.
In Bumblebee's perception matrix several wanted posters appeared.
When he saw that Sam along with the Autobots was listed as a fugitive by the CIA.
Wow, Sam, you're a wanted criminal now, worldwide top of the list.
Hearing Bumblebee's teasing, Sam's face stiffened then turned ugly. Bumblebee, my family. Don't worry, Sam.
Your family is just under surveillance, their lives are normal.
Ratchet spoke up quickly, calming Sam. Sam, from now on stick with us. We've got guns in action every day. It was Sideswipe who spoke. The mood in the convoy lightened considerably. At that moment Optimus Prime was contemplating an escape route. Buzz. The matrix of leadership inside his chest suddenly trembled. Optimus Prime was startled, but before he could react,
a scream came from Ratchet behind him.
Damn it, this thing keeps discharging. What's going on? Ratchet's body shook, jolted left and right by the electricity. On the hood, Qin Chuan's frame crackled with lightning like little snakes slithering.
Under the stunned gaze of all the Autobots and Sam, a burst of blued light erupted from Qin Chuan's chest.
Ambulance, quickly discard the body.
Optimus Prime instantly transformed, his 10-meter-tall form retreating as his right arm lifted the massive cannon's mouth glowing with blue light.
I'm hungry, damn it, I can't move.
At this moment the ambulance was crackling with bright white arcs of electricity swaying violently like a small sailboat on the ocean.
Optimus, help. Help me pull this thing down. The ambulance trembled as it spoke in an electronic voice. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee along with the other Autobots formed a circle around the ambulance, showing no intention of getting closer. After all, acting without understanding the situation could lead to severe consequences. Is this the ambulance's big move, lightning thunder?
Bumblebee remarked with a hint of naivety as he observed the scene. Bumblebee could only shrug helplessly, leaning over towards Optimus Prime, firmly maintaining a cautious distance from the others.
Buzz.
A humming sound emanated from Qin Chuan's body, followed by the slow lift of his 9-meter-tall silver form. Red and blue light erupted from his chest, enveloping him in an oval shape resembling a silkworm cocoon, with red and blue energy flowing like rippling water merging into one another. Under the sunlight the surface shimmered. As the electric current lost its source, the ambulance began to plummet from a height of over 10 meters.
Bang!
Accompanied by a dull metallic crash, the suspended vehicle smashed onto the highway, sending sparks flying. The ambulance immediately transformed and limped over to Optimus Prime. Inside Optimus Prime's chest, the leadership module began to tremble again. The chest armor opened automatically and the leadership module shot out, heading towards the floating oval. In the astonished gaze of Optimus Prime and all the Autobots, the leadership module moved around the oval, its crystalline core wrapped in mechanical structures radiating blue light. The sharp wedge-shaped tips continuously struck the surface of the sphere. Other than emitting blue light, it had no other effect. Finally, it had no choice but to return to Optimus Prime's chest.
This. Optimus. The ambulance watched the scene, its yellow electronic eyes flickering as it could only open its mouth. Yes, ambulance, he just chose Ozan to become the new leader, but... Optimus Prime turned to look at the ambulance, his tone uncertain halfway through. He was rejected. The ambulance added, filling in the unspoken words of Optimus Prime. Bumblebee and Ironhide were stunned by the exchange between the two. Rejecting the leadership module. This was the dream of all Cybertronians.
Being acknowledged by the leadership module meant recognition from all past leaders and the primordial ancestor. Who wouldn't want to be recognized by their ancestors? Who wouldn't want to become a leader? But this was the first time hearing about someone rejecting such a precious opportunity.
Poof. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Ironhide raised his head, his green electronic eyes fixed on the oval, speaking in a deep voice.
Upon hearing Ironhide's words, all the Autobots, including Optimus Prime, nodded in agreement.
Ironhide learns quickly. Sam, sitting in the driver's seat on Bumblebee's chest, leaned out the window and smiled at Ironhide. The atmosphere on the scene began to relax completely.
Everyone was quietly waiting for Qin Chuan's revival when the ambulance suddenly turned its head, looking at the northeastern sky.
What's wrong, ambulance?
Optimus Prime's heavy voice sounded beside him.
Those guys are catching up, Optimus, what should we do now? Optimus glanced towards the northeast.
In the sky over there hundreds of small black dots appeared and the roar of engines grew closer. Optimus immediately withdrew his gaze and looked at Bumblebee. Bumblebee, you take RC and her sisters and retreat quickly. Optimus slid down. 2 fighter jets had just passed overhead, the piercing sonic boom sweeping past.
Sam was jolted, his head aching as he instinctively covered his ears.
In the convoy, Bumblebee quickly drove towards the southwestern desert. Optimus Prime's body shook and the Jetfire armor fell off like a pile of scrap metal. It's a pity, if only I had a power source to replenish energy. Optimus lowered his head, his blue electronic eyes looking at a pile of scattered parts beneath his feet, mumbling softly. The sound of engines in the sky was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing together. On the horizon at both ends of the highway a large number of armored tanks rushed towards them at high speed. Optimus, we've been targeted by strategic nuclear weapons. The ambulance held an electronic panel in hand, quickly fluctuating with satellite patterns. This was a little gadget he had secretly crafted while in the Nest base. Unlike Optimus Prime, the ambulance had used his equally advanced network skills to secretly infiltrate some confidential files while in the Nest forces. As for Eagle Sauce's network to the Cybertronians, this kind of satellite technology was like a primitive man using a pedal car.
It was utterly low.
At this moment the ambulance held the electronic panel, preparing to hand it to Optimus Prime. Optimus merely glanced at it and nodded.
In the next second, his mask came down, his right arm raised and the arm cannon aimed at the sky. The other Autobots immediately dispersed according to the combat plan, pairing off into groups and charging in all directions. However, it seemed Eagle Sauce was well prepared. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, armed helicopters formed a ring around the energy sphere surrounding a radius of 100 meters. 500 meters above the ground, each armed helicopter hung 3 missile pods underneath, accompanied by piercing screams. Countless missiles rained down like raindrops in Optimus Prime's vision.
The web of fire created by the missiles looked like an inverted bowl, appearing impenetrable with no escape.
The ambulance looked at Optimus Prime, then glanced at the energy sphere. Ultimately it stood before Optimus, its yellow electronic eyes locked onto him.
Optimus, this level of energy the energy shield can't hold.
You need to prop me up as the first line of defense. The ambulance felt despair within, ready for the sacrifice. If he followed his suggestion, Optimus would at least survive. Just as death was about to descend, ready to take the lives of 2 Autobots.
The energy sphere, which had been silenced, suddenly vanished.
A domineering, fierce 10-meter-tall silver body stood quietly in the air. Suddenly it raised its head sharply, the orange electronic eyes flashing.
From the chest armor countless small bolts of lightning surged out, scattering into light points, and at light speed they dove into all the missiles.
Revitalize all things.
Qin Chuan commanded in a solemn tone, the red glow from his chest swelling, instantly enveloping the rain of missiles.
The red light vanished in an instant.
There was no earth-shattering explosion at the scene. Mechanical seams began to appear on the surface of those missiles, with various colored electronic eyes revealed at the positions of the warheads.
Annihilate them.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flashed, his tone as cold as metal, clashing. The missiles immediately turned around, all facing Qin Chuan, revealing their fervor.
Yes, Lord Ozan.
The high-pitched voices echoed in unison amidst Optimus Prime's complex and the ambulance's eager gaze. These small things charged towards the direction they came from. The sky soon erupted with densely packed fireballs, and the shattered metal debris fell like raindrops onto the highway, creating a series of clanging sounds. In low Earth orbit, the orbital satellites awakened as Qin Chuan revived, as the dormant parasitic electronic lifeforms also came back to life. After taking control of the orbital satellites, the electronic lifeforms sent a text message to Eagle Sauce's Washington.
America, Washington.
The setting sun was as red as blood, its crimson glow like a semi-transparent red silk ribbon falling upon the grass below. In the center of the lawn, a white building lay quietly. On the cobblestone path in front of the building, the American leader walked hurriedly into the white edifice.
2 bodyguards in suits with towering physiques like iron towers walked before and after, close behind. The 3 took an elevator and soon reached the 4th floor. After passing through a 100-meter-long corridor, the American leader stood before a wooden door, calmed his heaving chest, pushed open the door and stepped into the meeting room. The accompanying bodyguards stood at the door facing the corridor, hands clasped behind their backs. Inside the tiered meeting room, about 20 people sat scattered in the chairs below. The youngest appeared to be at least 40 men and women alike. Before each of them was a small wooden table upon which lay a palm-sized blue electronic panel resembling an MP5 player. They were all staring at the electronic panels, their expressions shifting between gloom and uncertainty. The commotion at the door drew their attention, and their dark gazes turned toward the figure on the podium. It's the leader. We're saved. Our Hughes family is willing to offer 1 nuclear launch authorization, hoping you can behead that monster. Our families have paid good money.
Seeing the black leader, these people immediately began pouring out their grievances. Some also made veiled threats. As for their demands and thoughts, the black leader simply stood at the podium, his gaze indifferent, glancing at the crowd before him. Century-old families that controlled top-tier financial conglomerates in several countries, it was no exaggeration to say they were as wealthy as nations. These people were America's true deep state. Their will could almost alter the fate of nearly every country in the world. Yet what did that matter now? What they faced was not a malleable earthling nor a negotiable Autobot like Optimus Prime nor a foolish Decepticon. That was 001, a cunning deceptive Cybertronian ancient monster whose combat power nearly rivaled Optimus Prime. From the footage of Sector 7 and his behavioral logic, this 001 was unscrupulous. These mere mortals, how could they compete with such a being? The middle-aged black man lowered his head, his expression also unwilling. Before him lay the same palm-sized blue electronic panel. He extended his right hand and subconsciously tapped the center of the screen. Hand over the fallen and his weapons, or Washington will be drenched in blood. The metallic mechanical voice was like a bone-chilling wind from the deepest abyss, cold and majestic. Even through the screen the black leader couldn't help but shiver all over. The voice was not loud, yet it instantly suffocated the previously noisy meeting room. No one dared to speak another word. The black leader took in everyone's reactions. He bent over, leaning toward the microphone on the podium, his expression hesitant. Maybe. Hand it over. As he said this, his throat felt dry. He truly dared not offend either side. After a full 10+ seconds, a sigh came from the front row middle seat. Forget it, well, accept the loss. A thin, slightly hunched old man with slick back hair sighed, his face calm, revealing no emotion. The old man's words triggered a domino effect. Agreed. Seconded. After a 3-minute meeting, the deep state passed unanimously, agreeing to hand over the fallen and his belongings. A set of coordinates was sent from the CIA to a satellite in low Earth orbit. But before sending the coordinates, a brief video was transmitted to the photo albums of all American high-ranking officials. It was the scene of Qin Chuan awakening, using his power to destroy tanks and fighter jets. America, South Los Angeles. Moonlight spilled down, illuminating the entrance of a small town. The road was pitch black, with only occasional distant headlights and engine roars breaking the silence. A yellow Camaro slowly drove out of the town. The car traveled along the highway for about 2 kilometers, then plunged into the dense forest beside the road. After crashing through the underbrush and driving for a kilometer, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Under the cold moonlight, the lake before them was like a mirror, occasionally rippling. The grass along the shore was vast. Optimus Prime and Ratchet were discussing something, both seemingly unable to convince the other. Sideswipe was standing on his hands, arms crossed with his blades stuck into the ground, motionless. The RC triplets were lying on the grass with Ironhide, marveling at the beauty of the place. Bumblebee's arrival soon caught Optimus Prime's attention. Optimus Prime. You really should think this over carefully, Ratchet said, then turned to look at Bumblebee. Optimus Prime stepped forward, placing his right hand on Bumblebee's shoulder, his blue optics fixed on Bumblebee. It seems our human friend is finally safe. Hearing Optimus Prime's words, Bumblebee lowered his head, his yellow optics dimming. Sigh. Ratchet sighed, stepped forward slowly, and looked at Bumblebee. I know you and Sam are close, but for his sake and for ours the separation is necessary. Besides, with Aoshianzen around, they won't do anything excessive to Sam. Hearing the leader's and the medic's words, Bumblebee raised his head. His yellow optics shone like light bulbs. Aoshianzen, this was Qin Chuan's new name after ascending to the leader level. To Bumblebee the name was well deserved. Seeing Bumblebee's mood improve, Ratchet and Optimus Prime exchanged a glance, then walked one after another toward the nearby dense forest. Deep in the forest, Optimus Prime stopped and turned to face Ratchet. As a leader, I have to consider more. No, Optimus, if we don't join Aoshianzen without a base and no Energon supply, how can we stop the Decepticons in the future? Ratchet's voice was agitated, clearly he had been holding it in for a long time. It was just that afternoon. After Qin Chuan awakened and cleaned up the mess, he extended an invitation to them. Something about being a guest elder. Just a nominal title, they would join in name and he would help build a spaceship for the Autobots. Logistics would also be supplied by Qin Chuan's side. The only requirement was that when they needed to act, the Autobots would follow and help. Such good terms, such a sincere invitation. And Optimus Prime had refused. Ratchet couldn't understand. In the end, the brief argument ended with Ratchet's sigh. In the pitch-black cosmos, a massive fireball burned silently. A dark-coated interstellar fighter abruptly appeared. It hovered quietly in the lonely space beside it. 20 meters long, 10 meters in both diameter and height, its form was fierce line, smooth and extremely sci-fi. The overall design was highly aggressive. Not bad, they know what's good for them. System view, the trait panel. In his perception matrix, a line of fluorescent green coordinates and 3 lines of English notes appeared in the visual module. Qin Chuan merely glanced at them and stored them in his memory chip. He shifted his gaze to the trait panel that had already popped up.
Host Qin Chuan Duanguoshan. Body leader level. Seeing leader level, Qin Chuan felt a wave of emotion.
He knew how hard the journey had been, he had nearly lost his life. Fortunately, the traits were powerful enough to let him revive. Calming himself, he continued reading.
Currently activatable forms car fighter. Body damage none. Spark level leader level peak. Weapons dual arm fusion cannon gold single arm hand cannon gold energy blade gold Yuanshan blade gold lost.
I didn't expect that retractable dagger to have upgraded along with me.
Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised and his gaze continued downward.
Attribute traits leader level combat gold scientific exploration pioneer gold allspark heart gold universal vitalization gold superior perception gold extreme energy gold supreme authority gold.
Divine ability traits high frequency soundwave gold brainwashing gold chosen 1 gold light force gold.
Looking at the gold level traits on the panel, Qin Chuan could no longer contain himself.
Ha ha ha. Damn, that's freaking awesome. And this matrix of leadership brought me 3 gold level traits.
Just as Qin Chuan was immersed in the joy of the golden legend, a communication request from Storm appeared in his perception matrix.
Qin Chuan's orange optics flickered and he regained some composure. His left eye emitted a blue beam. A 5 square meter blue holographic screen appeared before him.
As the dark screen lit up, Qin Chuan saw Storm standing in the center with the Ark's command hall in the background.
My lord, the Decepticons want to cooperate with us. Oh.
Qin Chuan lowered his head, stroking his chin as his amber-colored optic sensor flickered.
So Megatron was still alive.
After a moment of doubt, Qin Chuan thought of the spark source fragments. The Decepticons now possessed all the spark source fragments. It was likely that Soundwave had taken Megatron away and revived him using the fragments. As for how Soundwave had managed to take Megatron from under Optimus Prime, who was clad in the Jetfire armor, he was not sure. Now that the Decepticons were seeking cooperation, it certainly meant no good. Qin Chuan remembered that in the original storyline the Decepticons' schemes were flawless. They had no need for a third party like him to intervene. Had some unforeseen change occurred? With this thought, Qin Chuan looked up and gazed at the storm across from him. I have already become a leader-class warrior. You may return to Mars and continue developing the fleet. Qin Chuan paused for a moment, then continued thoughtfully. We will be heading to another star system soon to handle some matters. The ship's configuration and scale have already been sent. Qin Chuan closed the communication. The holographic screen vanished and his amber gaze flickered unsteadily. Within his perception matrix, the entry panel suddenly appeared in his visual module during the conversation. Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the panel. System prompt: the host is currently in the first stage of material reshaping and origin of life. Acquiring the seed bomb will allow synthesis of the red level entry Divine Pivot. Divine Pivot trait: the gear that perturbs matter and life, the foundational condition for the mechanical calamity. This. After reading the content, Qin Chuan's mouth fell open and a tempest roared in his heart. He then struggled to suppress his excitement and asked with a trembling calm tone, System, is this the correct path to mechanical ascension? Yes. The cold mechanical voice exploded in Qin Chuan's perception matrix like a meteor striking Earth. Qin Chuan nearly passed out from the shock. His menacing frame stiffened for a moment in the pitch-black void of space. His amber optic sensors flickered on and off as he stared blankly at the massive fireball before him. This was the first time the system had ever prompted him. The first stage was matter and life. What would the second stage be? Perhaps time-space or something else. With this thought, Qin Chuan's mind began to race, connecting many things. As he pondered, an unfamiliar signal band entered his communication module within the perception matrix. The underlying logic of this band was similar to that used by Shockwave and Soundwave. Qin Chuan smiled. Megatron was indeed impatient. Buzz. Whoosh. With a hum, a blue beam shot out from Qin Chuan's left eye once more. The blue holographic screen reappeared, then its center darkened before instantly brightening. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over. In a dim mechanical laboratory, a massive mechanical repair bed stood on the metallic floor at the center of the room. Megatron's frame lay upon it, with hundreds of mechanical tubes descending from above and inserting into various parts of his body. The surfaces of these tubes were embedded with blue ring-shaped grooves emitting a faint blue glow. If not for the pair of crimson still-glowing optic sensors, Qin Chuan would have thought he was already dead. On Megatron's frame where sparks shot and energy fluid leaked everywhere. The surgeon was crawling over the body, moving from spot to spot. Its 2 chicken claw-like silver talons held various tools, tapping and hammering at different parts of the frame. As the communication connected, the upper half of the mechanical repair bed slowly tilted upward by 50 degrees, emitting a metallic hum along the way. Cough, cough. Megatron coughed. From various parts of his body, especially the chest armor and the wounds, blue energy fluid gushed out and arcs of electricity crackled. Step back. Megatron's authoritative deep mechanical voice sounded, yet it was very weak. Yes, my lord. The surgeon's crimson optic sensors flashed and its frame nimbly leaped off the repair bed, disappearing from the view. Megatron tried to sit up, but the moment his frame left the bed, sparks burst all over his body. Bang! A dull metallic clash echoed through the empty room and Megatron could only lean back against the repair bed. His crimson optic sensors locked onto Qin Chuan.
It seems you have become a leader-class warrior. So Aozun, aren't you going to thank me? Megatron's voice was low, tinged with a hint of provocation.
Qin Chuan's amber optic sensors flickered and a cold sneer rose in his heart.
Just wait.
Once Sentinel Prime fell in battle, Qin Chuan decided to tell Optimus Prime to hand Megatron over to him. He would torment this leader of the Decepticons severely, make him wish he were dead.
For now Qin Chuan was extremely patient, watching the other side in silence.
Seeing Qin Chuan's lack of response,
Megatron's crimson optic sensors flickered and disappointment flickered in his mind.
He hadn't managed to provoke that old geezer. Well, that old geezer had been around for a long time. This level of insult would only be ignored by him.
What do you want? And what's the price?
Qin Chuan suddenly spoke, his tone indifferent. Megatron withdrew his thoughts, his crimson optic sensors meeting Qin Chuan's, and said, "Cooperate with me to conquer Earth. As a reward we split it 50-50.
Those humans are yours to do with as you please. How about it?"
Megatron said, staring intently at Qin Chuan as if trying to catch even the slightest change in expression. But soon he was disappointed. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a playful smirk.
Not interested. Seeing Qin Chuan's dismissive reaction, Megatron was momentarily stunned, then his heart grew dark. Beep.
The screen darkened and the holographic display returned to blue.
Boring.
Qin Chuan shrugged, then thought of something and flashed a wicked grin.
Megatron, oh Megatron, your two commander-class subordinates will soon be mine.
Qin Chuan murmured as his frame transformed into a silver fighter jet. With 5 vector thrusters blazing with a pale green light, Qin Chuan vanished from the spot instantly. 5 minutes later, in the northwest of Eagle Land, amidst a vast sea of sand, a scar thousands of meters long was embedded in the desert. The valley stretched for thousands of meters, with both height and diameter reaching 100 meters. The broad rocky floor at the bottom was covered in thick layers of sand.
On both sides, bizarrely shaped rocks were embedded in the brown rock walls.
A 20-meter-long menacing silver fighter jet wrapped in a circular sonic boom cloud appeared above the valley. After a brief pause, it shot downward at extreme speed. Looking down, Qin Chuan marveled inwardly.
Ratchet sure knew how to pick a spot. This godforsaken place, no one would notice it here. With this thought, Qin Chuan had already reached the end of the valley. Boom.
Accompanied by a thunderous metallic impact, Qin Chuan completed his transformation just before landing.
A 10-meter-tall frame, jet black and gleaming, stood before the rock wall.
On his shoulders, chest, front and back, and even his knees, curved black spikes jutted upward. It looked extremely menacing and imposing. Qin Chuan had actually been contemplating his current appearance. Did he resemble Solon Moore or the Megatron corrupted by Unicron? His amber optic sensors flickered as he stared at the rock wall before him.
Optimus Prime, come out and meet me.
A thunderous mechanical voice sounded, shaking the gravel and dust from the rock face ahead. As his voice fell, the scene fell into an eerie silence.
Rumble.
Suddenly a dull sound rose from the rock wall in front. To Qin Chuan's astonishment, the originally seamless rock wall developed cracks as thick as a thumb outlining a massive rectangular frame. As the rock wall continued to shake, a hum emanated from within the frame.
The rock surface of the wall vanished, revealing a heavy metal door. Vertical energy grooves dense as circuit board traces emitted a blue glow.
The heavy metal door slowly rose.
Qin Chuan peered inside.
A vaulted corridor 10 meters in diameter with walls of pitted dark green glass. It must have been caused by an ultra-high temperature ion cannon. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to step forward, a chill air rushed toward him from the passage. Accompanying it was the distinct metallic thud of a transformer's footsteps on the ground. Qin Chuan gazed at the far end of the long corridor where it turned a corner.
Optimus Prime's towering form emerged, followed by Ratchet, Bumblebee and the other Autobots. Aoshianzan, what are you doing here? Optimus Prime's blue optics fixed on Qin Chuan, his massive redan blue frame standing before him, asking in confusion.
At his side, Bumblebee stepped forward to scrutinize Qin Chuan. Though they had met before, this was the first time at such close range. A sense of pressure unique to a leader warrior surged toward him from ahead.
If Megatron were as strong as you, we Autobots would never have lasted this long. Bumblebee's yellow optics stared at Qin Chuan, his tone tinged with respect.
Regardless of their previous relationship, ever since Qin Chuan saved them, Bumblebee's hostility had vanished.
In that situation back then,
Without Qin Chuan they would have been found and dissected by those eagles by now.
Qin Chuan was quite pleased with Bumblebee's flattery.
But soon his heart sank. Behind Optimus Prime the Autobots looked at him without wariness, yet there was something odd in their eyes. That look, why did it seem like they were looking at a villain? Qin Chuan felt speechless, chose to ignore it, turned to Optimus Prime and said casually, nothing much.
Come with me to these coordinates to retrieve something. I want to go too.
As Qin Chuan finished, Bumblebee beside Optimus Prime stepped forward, looking up at Qin Chuan's towering frame.
Suit yourself.
Qin Chuan shrugged, then turned his ferocious towering frame, transforming into a star tank the size of a standard classroom. Its dark metal coating gleamed with a cold sharp light. At the rear the engine nozzles, 5 of them, resembled those of an aircraft. The nozzles glowed with a sickly green light like 5 soft miniature suns.
Optimus, what about us?
On the other side of Optimus Prime, Ratchet suddenly spoke, glancing back at the corridor behind. This base had taken them great effort to build. Many energy devices for shielding signals still needed to be found and constructed. Once Optimus Prime left, the base would be exposed and they would be trapped inside with no escape.
Ratchet's words plunged the scene into silence. Optimus Prime lowered his head, his blue optics flickering.
Qin Chuan was somewhat exasperated.
The black tank turned back its twin dark cannons facing the Autobots. Startled, the Autobots switched to their battle masks. It'll give you a 5-kilometer-long secondary warship as a space base. The condition is join us.
As Qin Chuan spoke, the tank began to rotate its dark cannons, nearly pressing against Optimus Prime's face. Optimus Prime stepped back, eyeing Qin Chuan warily.
Relax, I don't like enslaving or oppressing others.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Optimus Prime stood still, his weapons and battle mask retracting. He could sense several burning gazes on his back. After all, even during the Cybertronian Civil War, the Autobots had only 5 warships of this class and none remained after the Great Conflict.
Now Qin Chuan was offering them one for free. Any Cybertronian would be tempted. The days of living under the eagle's thumb at the Hoover Dam had been miserable for these guys,
and Qin Chuan had saved them before.
For a moment all the Autobots except Optimus Prime grew excited.
Ratchet looked at Optimus Prime, then shifted his gaze to Qin Chuan.
His excitement was quickly replaced by reason. As the Autobots' Megatron scientist during the Long War,
he had witnessed too many betrayals and sudden defections. Now Qin Chuan offering them a warship made it hard not to think the worst. Seeing Ratchet and Optimus Prime silent,
Bumblebee and Ironhide were slow to catch on. The scene fell into silence.
Sideswipe even raised his arm cannon ready to fire at the treacherous old man Qin Chuan. Fortunately, Ironhide caught sight of it and stopped him in time.
Sigh, why won't you believe me? Qin Chuan took in the Autobots' reactions, helpless, and transformed back into his black frame. His orange left eye then shot out a blue beam. A blue holographic screen appeared.
Look here. As Qin Chuan spoke, the screen before him lit up. Optimus Prime and the Autobots immediately turned their heads to the holographic screen. The screen brightened, showing Fongbao standing in the center. Behind him stretched an endless mechanical jungle. Simple flying vehicles passed overhead in the distance. In the far sky a mechanical fleet blotted out the sun.
Cybertron.
Including Optimus Prime, the Autobots rushed forward, excitedly crowding around the holographic screen.
Sir, the secondary escort ship is about to arrive.
Primary level permissions have been unlocked and transferred to you.
Fongbao reported respectfully to Qin Chuan. Beep.
The holographic screen shut off, but Optimus Prime turned his blue optics fixed on Qin Chuan.
The other Autobots did the same. Their eyes seemed to say, you owe us an explanation. Qin Chuan didn't respond, instead he looked up at the sky.
Above, the clear sky suddenly darkened. A colossal spaceship like a drifting mountain plummeted downward. Just as it was about to crash into the ground, it stopped instantly, hovering 300 meters above. From the side of the hull, a 500-meter ship flew out and slowly landed on the upper valley. Optimus, this is the primary permission.
Once bound, your commands will be the highest priority. As Qin Chuan finished, over 300 lines of glowing green Cybertronian symbols appeared in Optimus Prime's perception matrix.
Optimus Prime only glanced at them and was utterly astonished. Such ancient symbols, with their simple and flawless logical closure, were simply perfect. It reminded him of the time he had worked in the Iacon archives. In a volume of navigation history he had seen the recorder's praise and description of such code. Now he was seeing it with his own eyes. Such ancient advanced logic coding convinced him that Qin Chuan was not only an old relic from the era of the 13 Primes but likely of a very high rank. With an excited heart, Optimus Prime implanted the code into his memory chip. Almost immediately he turned his head sharply to look at Ratchet.
All permissions of this warship have been opened to the Autobots.
Optimus Prime's voice trembled with emotion. How many years had it been since they'd had something this good? In the command hall of the secondary warship, the sounds of Bumblebee and Sideswipe running and cheering came from the corridor behind. Ratchet touched this, looked at that, then excitedly ran to Optimus Prime and nodded.
Optimus Prime turned to look to the side. The tall ferocious frame stood there, arms crossed, head held high. So what do you think? Satisfied now?
For Qin Chuan, a warship of this scale was just a drop in the bucket.
As long as he was willing, his underlings could forge more, as many as he wanted.
Buying a leader with decent character and potential with a single warship was a steal for Qin Chuan.
Optimus Prime nodded. Ratchet! Optimus Prime's heavy mechanical voice rang out.
Ratchet immediately turned and walked to the main control screen, placing his hands on the holographic keyboard below, tapping rapidly. As Ratchet withdrew his hands from the keyboard, a cold mechanical announcement echoed through the command hall.
Coordinates marked. Proceeding to destination. Optimus Prime, this spaceship is absolutely perfect.
Ratchet stood before the main control screen, hands on his hips, speaking with excitement without turning around.
Optimus Prime turned his redand blue frame and approached Qin Chuan. Ao Tianzuan, I agree to join you. We will do our utmost to help you with what is right. As Optimus Prime fixed his gaze on him, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. Once you're on my ship, there's no getting off. All right, Optimus Prime.
I will not kill lightly unless someone provokes me. Qin Chuan's words were spoken with calm yet chilling cruelty. Not far away, Ironhide, having overheard their conversation, turned his frame to face them and spoke in a rumbling voice.
Optimus Prime, you are sometimes too merciful.
When iron-bloodedness is called for, act like this, elder.
Coordinates reached. A cold mechanical voice rang out. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes met Optimus Prime's. Let's go, Optimus Prime.
With that, Qin Chuan turned his fearsome frame and walked toward the hangar's mechanical door, his steps heavy and dull.
Optimus Prime's tall redand blue frame followed closely.
After passing through a dark golden corridor and descending via an elevator to the ship's hold, Qin Chuan piloted the 500-meter-long vessel out of the massive hangar door, diving toward the desert below. Below, near the Hoover Dam military base, a patch of sand held a camouflage armed helicopter with 10 armed off-road vehicles protecting it from behind. Directly ahead of them on the barren sand lay a slender dark body with red energy stripes sprawled in the shape of a cross. Except for a massive gaping wound in the chest, the rest of the body was intact.
Beside it lay 3 Autobot frames and 2 weapons.
In front of the off-road vehicles, figures were moving about.
No one in the crowd was talking, all eyes were tense, staring upward without daring to blink.
As if afraid of missing some crucial moment, a few people in the crowd began to grow restless and whisper among themselves. Then the clear sky above darkened. A dark golden wedge-shaped warship 500 meters long suddenly appeared, hovering 100 meters above the frames. There was no earth-shattering sonic boom, it was as if a single frame had been inserted into reality. Under the astonished gazes of the Americans, the ship began to descend slowly, stopping to hover again 2 meters above the ground.
2 10-meter-tall frames stepped out onto the sand.
Qin Chuan's gaze fell to the ground, the remains of the fallen with the U-engine blade and scepter on the left and 3 Autobot frames on the right.
Qin Chuan glanced and then looked away.
Brakes and mudguard were of little consequence, but it was a pity about Sideswipe, a rather cool character. With a sigh, Qin Chuan bent down. His dark fearsome frame leaned over his right arm, reaching out a dark palm, landing on the fallen's forehead.
Ding!
Detected host is in contact with a deceased Supreme Leader.
3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host. Acquired trait Space Jump Gold. Space jump within a short distance, open a dimensional gate in 1 microsecond and teleport without any warning. Congratulations, host. Acquired trait Telekinesis Gold. Telekinesis, control the spatial trajectory of objects with thought, even manipulate gravity. Congratulations, host. Acquired trait Forward Directed Emitter Gold. Forward Directed Emitter, convert energy into a high thermal particle stream, easily melting rock and metal. Effective range 16 kilometers. Looking at the 3 traits, Qin Chuan felt puzzled. He began to question the system with his mind. System, why is this judged as gold instead of red? Before Qin Chuan finished speaking, the system panel appeared. The fallen merely reached the end of the Transformers path and did not meet the evaluation criteria. Then what is the red standard? Unicron. Primus. Qin Chuan asked. Yes. Upon hearing the cold mechanical answer, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. He sighed inwardly for a moment, then bent down, lifted the frame with one hand and walked toward the ship behind him. Optimus Prime was lifting the last frame. His peripheral vision caught the scene and his blue electronic eyes flickered. What is Ao Tianzan's true purpose in doing this? After throwing the fallen into a laboratory, Qin Chuan returned, placed the U-engine blade into the slot on his back and picked up the silver scepter. He swung it a couple of times and found it quite satisfactory.
As his fearsome frame entered the cabin door, the terrified Americans in the distance breathed a sigh of relief.
When they looked ahead again, the mountain-sized dark golden ship had already vanished.
As the secondary ship carrying Optimus Prime receded into the distance, Qin Chuan stood on the deck watching the cabin door close and withdrew his gaze.
His dark frame turned and the dull metallic thud of his footsteps faded as he walked away.
Xian and I stood nearby, bowing respectfully and following closely.
Relax, Xian and I.
Am not that terrifying, Qin Chuan said in a cold voice as he walked ahead. Xian and I, hearing this, lifted his head and stole a glance forward. There the tall dark fearsome frame moved slowly, exuding a faint but oppressive aura of authority, the spark of a leader and natural suppression of status. Just by looking for a moment, Xian and I's own spark trembled. He immediately lowered his head, his posture even more respectful.
Sensing Xian and I's reaction, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered, but he said nothing more. Rounding a metal corridor, Xian and I headed toward the command hall. Qin Chuan turned and entered a nearby laboratory. Stepping inside, he roughly surveyed the room, about the size of a basketball court, just right for a transformer. He walked to the machine table, lowered his head and stared at the fallen. Qin Chuan extended his right arm, his palm resting on the center of the chest, while his left arm's energy blade extended, glowing with a pale green light. Amid a strange hum, a faint blue light emanated from his chest, spreading to his right arm. Under Qin Chuan's intense gaze, a tiny spark like a blue ember touched the fallen spark chamber. In the next instant, a tiny spark appeared in the previously hollow cavity. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered continuously. Would a Supreme Leader's spark transform into a Supreme Leader upon contact? Excitement surged within Qin Chuan. He extended his hand and a sharp dark fingertip slid out. As he touched it, the system's trait prompt appeared before him. Ding! Detected host is in contact with a dying Supreme Leader level spark. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host. Acquired trait Supreme Leader Spark Gold. As the system's voice faded, Qin Chuan felt the spark inside his chest erupt like a volcano. His entire frame visibly elongated and grew taller. His body became even darker and blue energy grooves appeared on the surface of his armor. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan stood still. His head lowered, his hands raised, his orange electronic eyes surveying his own body. So this is the power of a Supreme Leader, he murmured, and then his body vanished. In a silent patch of space beside the warship, Qin Chuan materialized instantly. He turned his frame sideways, looked back at the ship and felt deeply satisfied. He had long coveted this ability of the fallen. Then, as if struck by a thought, his frame returned to the mechanical repair berth. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. Thank you for your contribution, the fallen. He raised his right arm, firing a pale green beam that instantly consumed the spark before him. When the beam faded, nothing remained. After that, Qin Chuan returned to the command hall. The moment he stepped through the mechanical door, Xian and I hurried forward, his light red electronic eyes flashing once, then immediately knelt on one knee. Lord, the Decepticon fleet just fired a particle lance at our Mars outpost. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. Initiate space warfare. Yes, Lord Ao Tianzuan. Xian Anai's body trembled, then he immediately bowed and retreated, turning to walk toward the main console in the command center. Attitude calibration complete. Warp drive initiating. The announcement echoed and the entire warship hummed with vibration before instantly vanishing from its spot. Behind it, if one looked closely, a hair-thin black trail could be seen. Mars orbit. A fleet arranged in a two-tiered wedge formation advanced slowly forward. The wedge-shaped particle shields emitted a milky white glow, deflecting all manner of high-energy radiation. Outside the shields, colorful sparks of particles erupted. Following the direction of the fire, less than 100 kilometers away in space, thousands of Decepticon ships hung silently like dormant beasts of prey. On the ship's bellies and prows, silver cannon barrels ranging from 100 meters to a kilometer in length began to glow. Dense beams of light wove into continuous overlapping nets of fire. At present, the Decepticons did not seem to hold an overwhelming advantage. In the command hall of the Decepticon mothership, before a massive metal disc, Megatron stood with his hands behind his back, his crimson electronic eyes fixed on the simulated live feed above. Behind him, Shockwave and Soundwave stood silently. Suddenly, Megatron turned, his crimson electronic eyes locking onto Shockwave. Lieutenant, how is this possible? Their technology seems far more advanced than ours. Under Megatron's gaze, Shockwave's single red eye flickered. He too was puzzled. Who exactly was this Ao Tianzuan? Such technology was only briefly described in the Iacon archives, and it had vanished entirely millions of years ago. In the long ages, Cybertron had lost far more than just the Allspark. This shield generator was merely the tip of the iceberg of what had been lost. According to the analysis of attack data, the energy ceiling of this shield could only be breached by weapons of overwhelming force. This shield technology disappeared before the Civil War. Now. It defies all logic. Shockwave's single red eye flickered unsteadily as he replied. Soundwave and Megatron exchanged a glance. The room fell into silence. After a long while Megatron's crimson electronic eyes flashed. Lieutenant, do you have any ideas? Shockwave hearing this raised his head and looked at Megatron with his single red eye. This technology. Only weapons of extreme power can destroy the generator. He paused then continued with a note of resignation. But those methods were lost long before the Civil War. So there is no way. Megatron stepped forward standing before Shockwave, his crimson eyes blazing with fury as he stared at him. Shockwave was inwardly speechless but remained where he stood. Just then the ever-silent Soundwave turned his head to look at Megatron. A cold sinister voice followed. Lord Megatron, we have angered Ao Tianzu and he will surely seek revenge. Megatron glanced at Soundwave then returned to the disc. He looked up at the holographic map of the solar system. His gaze began to drift unconsciously settling on the moon, his crimson eyes flickering ceaselessly. The core members of the Decepticons knew very well what Ao Tianzuan had done. Once Sentinel Prime was revived and his power was harnessed. Megatron believed that while warning Ao Tianzuan he could also leverage Optimus Prime's strength. Then in both open and covert ways the three leaders would join forces to encircle him. What good would those warships be then? Ao Tianzuan was bound to be caught alone at some point. When that happened, Sentinel Prime and Optimus Prime would deal with him properly. Once he was down, Megatron himself would send him off again. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Megatron turned back, casting a sidelong glance at Soundwave. Soundwave about Ao Tianzuan. Blah blah blah. Yes, Lord Megatron. Soundwave, after hearing Megatron's plan, felt a grudging admiration and immediately strode out of the hall heading for the orbital satellite. Several hours later Soundwave returned to the mothership. Soundwave, what's wrong? Seeing Soundwave's hesitation, Megatron fixed his crimson eyes on him, puzzled. Soundwave walked to the disc and projected a purple beam from his chest. On the blue holographic screen 3 photos and a classified document were spread out before them. After reading them, Megatron's crimson eyes flashed. This Ao Tianzuan was so generous as to gift Optimus Prime a frigate. Once Optimus Prime had a space base, Autobots from other parts of the universe would soon gather here. Knowing the Autobots as he did, they would likely avoid him for the next while. What was that old bastard up to? Bang! A dull thud suddenly rang out. Megatron could not contain himself, his right hand slammed onto the disc, venting his rage, and sparks flew where he struck. The plan had died before it even began. As the atmosphere in the room grew tense, a mid-level Decepticon soldier ran to Megatron's side and knelt on one knee. Lord Megatron, we have detected the spark signal of a supreme leader. Before the soldier had even finished speaking, Megatron and his 2 lieutenants had no time to react. A figure 13 meters tall with a jet-black frame stood beside Megatron. On his shoulders, chest, and even his knees there were curved upward pointing black spikes. The overall appearance was terrifying. The next second Qin Chuan appeared. Megatron instinctively raised his arm cannon. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flashed. His black right arm shot out, grabbing Megatron by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Shockwave and Soundwave had no time to react before Qin Chuan kicked them aside. Bang! With a dull impact, the two were sent crashing into the metal wall of the command room, leaving deep dents. The mid-level Decepticons surrounded Qin Chuan warily. They raised their arm cannons, aiming at Qin Chuan. Poof! Qin Chuan glanced sidelong and snorted, and all the mid-level Decepticons were instantly lifted into the air. Under the stunned gaze of Megatron and the 2 lieutenants embedded in the wall, the bodies of the Decepticons shifted and collided. After a final scream of agony, they fell back to the metal floor motionless. Megatron struggled to look down at Qin Chuan. Who are you? He thrashed violently, his voice filled with shock and rage. Qin Chuan did not reply. He glanced to the right. Shockwave and Soundwave were still embedded in the metal wall, their frames sparking completely still. He turned his attention back to Megatron. The left half of Megatron's head was almost destroyed. Tisk tisk tisk, Megatron. You stabbed me in the back just a few days ago and you've already forgotten. As Qin Chuan spoke, his right arm plunged into Megatron's chest. With the tearing of metal, a gap opened in Megatron's chest armor and Qin Chuan's hand closed around the Allspark. Be resurrected once more. With that, Qin Chuan clenched his right hand. A violent explosion and burst of light erupted and Megatron's struggling body went limp like boneless flesh. His crimson electronic eyes along with his drooping head went dark again. Boom! The body fell to the metal floor, sending up sparks. Qin Chuan turned and vanished. Half an hour later, Shockwave and Soundwave woke up one after another, pulled themselves free from the wall and stood in the command hall. Soundwave walked up to Megatron.
He opened his chest compartment, raised his right arm and retrieved a fragment of the Allspark under Shockwave's watchful gaze.
The Allspark fragment fell onto Megatron's chest. October 1, 2005.
Since Megatron was revived and healed using 2 fragments, the Decepticons immediately resurrected Sentinel Prime. Now in the orbital space of Titan, a fleet of 1,000 ships hung silently in the void.
Below, on the endless icy rock plains of Titan, a dark purple wedge-shaped vessel 8 kilometers in length lay sprawled on the ground like a ferocious beast, compared to its dilapidated state under the Fallen.
The Nemesis had now been fully repaired externally, leaving only the internal soft drives.
Once reorganized, this mothership would be able to traverse the cosmos once more.
On the massive hull, the Scalpel clung to the bow, directing the support troops in final inspections.
Having capable subordinates is truly a blessing.
Gazing at the support members who were about his size and possessed exceptional medical skills, the Scalpel couldn't help but sigh. With Shockwave's arrival, the Scalpel was able to regain command of the support forces.
As before, he reported directly to Megatron, reclaiming his position as Chief Medical Officer.
Though his prestige and status had returned to their former glory, his memory chip, however, still bore the nightmare of his time on Earth, where he had to perform tedious maintenance work alone each day while also scheming against the traitorous Starscream.
And Soundwave had constantly exploited him as a mere tool.
At the thought, the Scalpel shuddered.
But thankfully, all that was now in the past.
From then on, the Scalpel was more certain than ever to survive among the Decepticons. One needed strength and backing, otherwise one would remain a lowly tool. Inside the control hall of the Nemesis, the silent metallic throne remained. Megatron sat high upon it, with Soundwave and Shockwave standing at his sides. Below the metal dais lay a dark gold plaza the size of a football field, where Sentinel Prime stood.
Megatron's gaze fell upon him and his deep commanding metallic voice rang out. Sentinel Prime, since you now know what Optronix did to you, then you... Enough. Sentinel Prime interrupted Megatron before he could finish. Megatron's crimson optics flickered, murderous intent rising within him as his imposing frame leaned forward slightly. You still want to teleport Cybertron? Megatron's crimson optics stared downward.
Sentinel Prime snorted coldly, then said, of course.
But first I must reclaim my ship.
With that, Sentinel Prime's 10-meter-tall red frame turned and strode toward the mechanical doors, showing no regard for the Decepticon leader.
Soundwave watched Sentinel Prime until he disappeared and the doors slid shut.
Then he turned to Megatron.
Lord, such an unstable element.
Soundwave began, but Megatron shot him a sidelong glance before looking ahead, a sinister smile curling his lips.
It would still be amusing to annoy Optronix. Of course it would be best if Optronix killed Sentinel Prime. Hearing this, Soundwave and Shockwave exchanged a glance.
Had their leader suddenly changed? He had become so devious. Sentinel Prime piloted a small shuttle racing toward Mars at top speed. On a Martian plane, the landscape had been completely replaced by a shipyard city. Scattered workshops were connected by metal corridors, each 20 meters wide.
Energy grooves along the corridors glowed blue and Cybertronians bustled to and fro.
At the center of this shipyard city, a silver streamlined wedge-shaped mothership 6 kilometers long hovered a kilometer above the ground. A massive gaping hole marred its underside. A blue beam of light shot down, landing on a 100-meter resplendent mechanical throne below. Qin Chuan sat upon the throne, a scepter in his left hand, his amber optics surveying the surroundings. The rank of his subordinates was far too low for him. Now he possessed the matrix of leadership, the Allspark, and the Star Harvester's attributes, enabling him to complete an energy cycle. According to the description of the Gold Supreme Class Spark,
theoretically, if he was willing to pour in energy and time, he could produce millions of Supreme Class warriors.
But theory was beautiful, reality harsh. Even if he converted every star in the Milky Way into energy blocks, it wouldn't be enough to sustain these subordinates. Lately, Qin Chuan had been pondering one thing. Were all the basic units created by the Allspark's attribute truly loyal to him? As he thought, the spark in his chest flared up.
What's this?
In his perception matrix, the visual module seemed to have changed. Qin Chuan looked toward the nearest workshop.
The solid basic units suddenly became transparent. All colors merged into a uniform red.
Qin Chuan concentrated.
Faint spark feedback signals were captured by the perception matrix. Quantum neural network analysis yielded 2 words: loyalty. Qin Chuan looked elsewhere. The results were the same.
He withdrew his gaze, leaned back on the mechanical throne, his amber optics fixed on the distance.
It seemed these basic units were due for an upgrade.
As his thoughts wandered, the perception matrix issued an alert.
An image was transmitted to the visual module.
Seeing a small Decepticon ship, Qin Chuan was puzzled. To him, that thing was no different from a maggot now. But soon confusion gave way to surprise, for the arc relayed trajectory data. That ship was actually heading straight toward him.
5 minutes later.
On the mechanical throne, Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the dark gold mechanical plaza before him. Sentinel Prime knelt, hands bound behind his back. A pair of energy shackles tightly bound his wrists, his frame trembling uncontrollably. He struggled to lift his head, looking toward the throne. A fearsome figure sat there, exuding the spark signal of a prime.
Sentinel Prime, don't tell me you're here on vacation.
Qin Chuan spoke, his amber optics fixed on Sentinel Prime while arcs of electricity crackled along his scepter.
Yes, Elder, I heard the scenery is nice here, so I came to have a look.
Oh. Seeing Sentinel Prime's overwhelming will to survive, Qin Chuan remained composed. His amber optics flickered, a brilliant idea forming, and he looked up at Sentinel Prime.
Since the scenery is so fine, you should stay here and mine with them. Qin Chuan's words struck like a thunderbolt.
Sentinel Prime staggered, his vision darkening. And so under Qin Chuan's guidance, the former Autobot leader was escorted to mining zone 0738, where he truly began mining. In the solar system beyond the Oort cloud, at a distance of 1 AU in space, a blue wedge-shaped frigate hung silently in the void. In the ship's command hall, Optimus Prime stood before the central console. Below on the metal floor, 20 figures of varying heights stood, all looking at him. Sensing the atmosphere was right, Optimus Prime spoke slowly.
His steady, powerful mechanical voice echoed through the hall. Our ranks have grown again. Some management positions are necessary.
He glanced at Ratchet and Bumblebee.
Ratchet, you will continue as Chief Medical Officer, responsible for all logistics from now on. Bumblebee, you will lead the squad for daily missions. That's all for now.
With that, the group dispersed. Sideswipe led a few high-ranking figures toward a training room.
Optimus, this nebula is rich in resources.
Before the central console, Ratchet stared at Optimus, his tone excited as he prepared to outline the mining plan.
Suddenly a piercing alarm blared through the hall. Red warning lights flooded the command center. Ratchet jolted, then swiftly turned, his hands flying over the holographic keyboard.
As Ratchet lifted his trembling metallic fingers, a signal waveform appeared on the holographic screen with rows of glowing green text emerging.
Ratchet read the analysis result, shock flashing through his circuits.
He turned to Optimus.
Is this
a space mercenary? Optimus Prime gazed at the signal waveband, his heart racing.
Ambulance, activate the remote dimensional firing matrix.
Understood, Optimus Prime.
The ambulance bent down, its hands tapping on the keyboard.
At the corner of the wedge-shaped spaceship, an armored component extended outward, revealing a 5-square-meter mechanical circular device exposed to the cosmos, glowing with yellow light. In the command hall, the ambulance and Optimus Prime stared intently at the blue holographic screen before them.
The massive holographic display quickly split into two.
The upper half of the left screen displayed the circular device radiating yellow light, accompanied by 4 layers of blue planes in parallel.
The lower half showed a data waterfall rapidly scrolling by like a surging torrent. 5 minutes passed.
On the right interface, a blurry outline of a spaceship rapidly became clearer, with various weapons and devices being quickly completed.
Until the moment the cosmic rendering was completed.
Optimus Prime clenched his mechanical fist, his blue electronic eyes fixed on that spaceship. In the pitch-black expanse of space, that spaceship resembled an upside-down Gothic castle. The armored plating appeared very thick, exuding a rugged mechanical sense. The dark gray hull glinted with a cold metallic sheen as it traveled at light speed through the cosmos. Based on the orbital calculations, it seemed to be heading toward the solar system.
Estimated arrival in 15 minutes.
The ambulance turned, looking up at Optimus Prime, but was filled with doubt. How did Optimus Prime seem to recognize that spaceship?
Optimus Prime lowered his head, his blue electronic eyes flickering unpredictably.
If nothing went wrong, it was highly likely that it was the Decepticon.
He hadn't expected that while gathering the wandering Autobots in the universe, he would also bring along this formidable foe. Thinking this, Optimus Prime looked at the ambulance. Decepticon, a cosmic mercenary, seems like a hostile visitor.
Should we seek help from Lord Prime?
The ambulance hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced this suggestion.
If Lord Primus was brought in with 2 leaders present, this mercenary wouldn't pose much of a threat.
Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime's left eye emitted a blue beam of light.
As the holographic screen lit up, Qin Chuan's figure appeared in the center.
Understood, just a mercenary.
Qin Chuan responded directly.
Beep.
A series of electronic sounds followed as Qin Chuan closed the communication.
The dark body slowly stood up. Bang.
Accompanied by a sonic boom, Qin Chuan instantly transformed into a starfighter measuring 20 meters in length, exuding a cold metallic sheen as it burst out of the atmosphere.
Arriving in space, the starfighter ignored the distance as if teleporting.
In less than a minute, it appeared sequentially near Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and finally vanished into the Oort cloud.
Following the coordinates sent by Optimus Prime, Qin Chuan blinked through space.
Soon he detected a secondary warship in that cosmic expanse. The next moment, Qin Chuan appeared in the command hall of the escort ship. In the hall, Optimus Prime instinctively raised his right arm, his cannon glowing with blue light, firing a 1-meter diameter energy projectile towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was speechless, gripping his staff tightly with his left hand. Just as the energy projectile was about to strike his face, the light around the staff began to distort. The blue energy projectile instantly vanished as though submerged in an invisible lake. Before Qin Chuan, the light in the spatial dimension swayed as if disturbed by paint. Upon recognizing Lord Primus, Optimus Prime lowered his weapon and stepped forward. "Long time no see, old friend." Optimus Prime's deep mechanical voice resonated as he extended his right hand, indicating a handshake. "You've learned this well." Qin Chuan replied with a calm tone, extending his left hand. Their hands clasped together, generating a slight spark. At the same time, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. With old friends gathered, it seemed that his plan to recruit the spaceship had been a resounding success. In less than 15 minutes, time had flown by. Within a distance of less than 1 AU, a spaceship resembling a hand rushed swiftly towards the escort vessel, its intentions clear. Qin Chuan turned his head, catching a glimpse of the red-blue body beside him. "Optimus Prime, wait for my news." Hearing Qin Chuan's confident words, Optimus Prime turned his head and nodded. "Thank you for your help, old friend." Optimus Prime's heavy metallic voice conveyed a sincere tone. Buzz. A buzzing sound followed. Under the gaze of numerous Autobots, the light around Qin Chuan's body began to distort and swirl again. As a black fringe outline formed around him, in an instant his body became impervious to light. The black body vanished in the hall in the blink of an eye, leaving the Autobots staring at each other in confusion. "I feel like he's just showing off," one of the Autobots remarked. Standing beside Bumblebee, Hound couldn't help but make a quip. Strangely, Bumblebee unexpectedly turned his head and nodded at him. "I didn't expect he had already acquired the power of a super leader." "How did he manage that?" In the hall, seeing only the ambulance and himself, Optimus Prime couldn't help but speak. In front of the main control screen, the ambulance paused while typing on the keyboard, then turned around. He looked at Optimus Prime and shrugged. "Hey, who knows?" In the dimly lit metallic corridor, a 13-meter-tall slender black body abruptly appeared. Its joints were all black with upward curving spikes. Overall, it looked quite menacing. Its orange electronic eyes shot out 2 red beams, scanning the surroundings with reckless abandon. As Qin Chuan walked down the corridor, a real-time holographic projection of the spaceship emerged in his quantum neural network. Within the green bulge between 2 cannon barrels, Qin Chuan spotted the target of this mission. At that moment, the target was sitting in a mechanical chair, accompanied by a mechanical dog. This mechanical dog was jumping around, trying its best to please the Decepticon. Quite leisurely. As Qin Chuan's body vanished and reappeared behind the Decepticon's chair, his orange electronic eyes quietly gazed at the back of the Decepticon's head, as if observing an object. The spaceship's warning system had yet to activate. However, the Decepticon, who was seated and contemplating how to capture Optimus Prime, felt a surge of danger rising from behind. Having spent years as a mercenary, he had developed an instinctive sixth sense for danger akin to a built-in warning system. Just as the Decepticon's right arm lifted slightly, he felt the world spin in front of him, then collided against something hard. Within the perception matrix, the mechanical dog's howls echoed. Before he could ponder what had happened, a sharp pain struck his chest as his spark was gripped by a cold metallic hand. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of flames and the tremor of his body, his spark was ruthlessly crushed in an instant. "Who is it?" In the last moment before consciousness faded, the Decepticon let out a pent-up roar of anger as he saw the green glow of his electronic eyes extinguish. Qin Chuan's gaze scanned the body. According to the original plot, the seed bomb should have been carried on him. Extending his long sinister arm, Qin Chuan began to rummage through the Decepticon's body. Crack! With a piercing screech, the sealed left chest was twisted and deformed by a pair of sinister black hands. Qin Chuan lowered his gaze, his eyes falling on the twisted hollow, while the staff in his left hand crackled with arcs of electricity. From the hollow, a metallic grain-shaped object half a meter in diameter and nearly a meter long slowly drifted out, gleaming with a cold gray metallic luster. Qin Chuan extended his right hand, pinching it between 2 fingers, his gaze fixed upon it. In his visual module, a trait panel popped up. Ding! Detected host is contacting a seed bomb. 321. Congratulations, host has obtained the trait Living Metal Gold. Qin Chuan's amber electronic eyes flickered as he stared at the trait. What exactly was the difference between this living metal and vitalization of all things? Thinking this, Qin Chuan immediately inquired of the system. System, what's the difference between living metal and vitalization of all things? Before he finished speaking, the system panel slowly materialized in his visual module. Host Qin Chuan Duanguoshan. Body Supreme Leader Class. Currently activatable forms: Motorcycle Fighter Jet Body Perfect. Spark Level Supreme Leader Class Peak. Weapons: Dual Arm Fusion Cannon Gold, Single Arm Hand Cannon Gold, Energy Battle Blade Gold, Yuanshan Blade Gold, Forward Directed Emitter Gold. Attribute traits: Leader level combat technique, Gold scientific exploration, Pioneer, Gold heart of the Allspark, Gold vitalization of all things, Gold superior perception, Gold extreme energy, Gold supreme authority, Gold living metal, Gold divine power traits, Space jump, Gold telekinesis, Gold high frequency sound waves, Gold mind control, Gold chosen one, Gold power of light.
Same attributes can be synthesized to enhance effects. Note cannot be undone after synthesis. Consequences are your own.
Close call. When he saw that synthesis was possible, Qin Chuan was delighted, but the subsequent warning made a certain part of his body involuntarily drip blue energy fluid onto the metal floor.
The system explicitly reminded him that the attributes of the Allspark must remain unified. This outcome inevitably left Qin Chuan feeling a slight disappointment. Just as Qin Chuan stood up ready to head to the ship's detention area to see the imprisoned Dinobot squad, the blue panel in his visual module changed its text.
Qin Chuan's body trembled and his amber electronic eyes suddenly blazed with terrifying intensity. The staff in his left hand erupted with arcs of lightning, instantly filling the entire cockpit with writhing electric serpents.
The towering sinister black frame stood in the center, trembling uncontrollably. After 5 minutes the lightning dissipated and the cockpit was glowing red as if it could melt at any moment. Qin Chuan's body twitched and he swept his gaze around.
The sinister frame turned his eyes, falling excitedly on the sealed body. As the staff glowed with tiny arcs, the sealed body floated and hovered before Qin Chuan.
Mechanical Corpse Cataclysm activate.
Staring at Qin Chuan's excited mechanical voice rang out in the cockpit.
Jinba's body quickly changed.
The shattered frame turned into a dark gray sphere 10 meters in diameter like dough. On the smooth surface, limbs and contours quickly reformed. Under Qin Chuan's intense gaze, a 10-meter-tall silver-coated slender-shaped transformer appeared before him.
It had only a single green eye on its face.
Seeing Qin Chuan's gaze, the silver body immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee, looked up at Qin Chuan and spoke with a fervent, shrill voice.
Lord Aoshianzan, I will die for you without hesitation.
Qin Chuan's body trembled, feeling somewhat uneasy. How had it turned out like this? Immediately, without waiting for the transformer before him to react, its body again turned into a spherical liquid. This time Qin Chuan modeled it after Zendangbo. Soon a transformer appeared with a massively exaggerated right arm, a body exuding ferocity, and a chest plate resembling exposed bones. It had a pair of upward-pointing silver horns and 3 pairs of scarlet vertical eyes. On the left wrist there were claws similar to Wolverine's. With a flick of the left arm, the claws covered the back of its hand.
It again knelt on one knee and looked up at Qin Chuan. Wanlong will die for my master without hesitation.
The deep metallic voice rumbled like thunder. The newly cooled metal plates vibrated slightly from the sound. Qin Chuan looked down at the body before him, which had an 80% resemblance to Zendangbo, feeling satisfied. This Annihilation Starseed Mechanical Corpse Cataclysm red level trait
was indeed domineering.
This ability to create sparks at will like molding clay was almost godlike. Qin Chuan immediately called up the system panel. Attribute traits: Leader level combat technique, Gold scientific exploration, Pioneer, Gold superior perception, Gold supreme authority.
Annihilation Starseed Mechanical Corpse Cataclysm red. Between the divine power traits and attribute traits, the red level trait was embedded.
Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, his amber electronic eyes flickering for a long time.
Finally he fixed his eyes on the panel. System, what is the next evolution stage?
Qin Chuan suppressed his anticipation, his tone calm. As his words fell, the panel content instantly switched.
Detected host has completed stage 1.
Stage 2, obtain the magic sphere, the hyper warp key and the time-stopping gun. Qin Chuan was startled, then felt like cursed. Although this was a real world according to the original setting, whether these items even existed in the entire universe was questionable.
Qin Chuan slumped onto the warm metal floor. His amber electronic eyes flickered, and within his quantum neural network he began to search through Duan Gushen's memories.
Indeed, an old hand is a treasure. After a rapid search and analysis by his quantum neural network, Qin Chuan arrived at a desperate truth. That Cybertron core apparently did not have that so-called magic sphere.
Damn!
Qin Chuan roared in fury, his sinister right fist instinctively slamming into the nearby metal table.
A small pit half a meter deep instantly appeared on the table.
Not far away, Wanlong knelt on one knee, his ferocious head lowered, his 3 pairs of scarlet vertical eyes flickering violently. His body trembled slightly. Just as Wanlong was about to faint, a cold, impatient voice came from the mechanical chair ahead.
Wanlong, you go. Blah blah. Yes, master, I'll do it right away.
Wanlong stood up, bowed respectfully and backed slowly toward the mechanical hatch with his body. As the sound of the mechanical door closing echoed, Qin Chuan's gaze fell on the metal table. Suddenly his body trembled.
First go to Cybertron, if not find the hyper-warp key. It was said this thing could travel to a new universe.
With a backup plan in mind, Qin Chuan relaxed his body and leaned back in the mechanical chair. On the dark black corridor of the ship, the mechanical lifeforms that had been instantly killed by Qin Chuan eerily floated up, turning into spherical metal liquid in the blink of an eye. The next moment these spheres began to change, all transforming into slender bodies about 1.7 meters tall. As time passed, the contours of the bodies became clearer and clearer. One by one, transformers in the forms of men and women appeared, their eyes glowing with bionic electronic eyes of various colors.
Inside the cockpit, a phalanx of 300 transformers resembling androids stood on the open ground. They faced Qin Chuan, their electronic eyes blazing with an intimidating gleam.
Qin Chuan sat in a massive mechanical chair, his gaze sweeping over them.
You are all dual-mode transformers. Your first form is human, the second is a dog. Complete the tasks I assign and prove your worth to me.
His voice, brooking no defiance, resounded through the cabin like a All the machines shuddered, dropped to one knee, and looked up at their creator with fervent eyes.
Yes, Lord Outyin.
Qin Chuan found it effortless to acquire such a high-quality group of subordinates. And their strength was that of advanced warriors.
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes couldn't help but flicker.
How convenient that lockdown had come at just the right moment, bringing his whole lot with him. With that thought, Qin Chuan's quantum neural network retrieved the infiltration data he had obtained from humans and stored in his memory chip. He had thought it useless before, but it was good to have.
Unexpectedly, now it came in handy.
Qin Chuan turned to the transformers before him, his electronic eyes glowing as two red curtains shot out, enveloping all his underlings. In the brain modules of the subordinates, the perception matrix instantly flooded with the infiltration data. The quantum neural network completed the learning in the blink of an eye and implanted it into the memory chip. Seeing that his men had received everything and were looking at him, Qin Chuan slowly rose to his full 13-meter height and strode toward the mechanical door.
Follow me. 5 minutes later, Qin Chuan stood on the disc-shaped armor surrounded by 5 curved pillars. The curved rod-like spacecraft at the center vanished in an instant.
I hope I can obtain the hyperwarp key before the Legion upgrade is complete, Qin Chuan murmured to himself. As he turned, his body disappeared from the spot.
At the end of a dark metal corridor not far from a large decomposition plant, roars echoed from within.
Submit to my master or die. The grating metallic voice boomed like thunder through the corridor. If not for this energy cage, I would have torn you to pieces already. A furious voice shot back immediately. Qin Chuan stood in the shadows beside the mechanical door, listening to the commotion, feeling somewhat exasperated.
How was he supposed to toy with Grimlock?
With that, Qin Chuan's fearsome body moved, and with heavy metallic thuds he appeared at the entrance. The moment Qin Chuan appeared, Wan Long's sixth sense instantly felt a pressure.
He instinctively turned around.
When he saw it was his master, Wan Long immediately dropped the energy whip. His ferocious heavy body stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and his 6 pairs of scarlet electronic eyes gazed at Qin Chuan. Master, these pets are disobedient.
Shall I?
Wan Long made a throat-slitting gesture, his scarlet eyes glinting coldly.
Stand down.
Qin Chuan stared at Wan Long coldly, his tone icy.
Yes, Lord.
Wan Long rose and retreated to the side of the energy cage, clearing the metal corridor for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan walked slowly, his orange electronic eyes casting 2 red curtains.
The entire prison covered an area equivalent to 3 football fields. Qin Chuan teleported to stand before Grimlock's energy cage.
At that moment, Grimlock was in his Trex form, hanging upside down in the cage, his scarlet eyes fixed on Qin Chuan.
Who are you?
Sensing the spark of a supreme leader, Grimlock's speech faltered.
Qin Chuan did not respond. Instead, he raised his right arm, his menacing palm aimed at Grimlock. Just as Grimlock was bewildered, his chest spark exploded instantly.
Fire burst from his chest, parts flying. When the flames subsided, only a jagged torn gap remained.
Deprived of his spark's power, Grimlock's body fell limp like a dead dog in the cage.
In the adjacent cages, Stinger and the others who followed Grimlock were filled with terror. They decided they would surrender immediately.
Mechanical remnant cataclysm. Qin Chuan's orange eyes fixed on Grimlock's chest as he uttered the command. His orange electronic eyes blazed with light white arcs of electricity filling them. With a crackling sound, 2 basketball-sized spheres of electricity shot from his eyes and slammed into Grimlock's chest. Amidst the stunned gazes of the assembled Dinobots, Grimlock's scarlet eyes slowly lit up and his body began to stir. Qin Chuan examined him closely. Grimlock's spark body became transparent, revealing a quietly burning spark within. Arcs of electricity flickered in Qin Chuan's orange eyes. Grimlock let out a pain scream.
The orange eyes returned to normal and Qin Chuan turned and walked toward the other cages. No matter how Stinger and the others begged, Qin Chuan moved like a seasoned butcher until the last scream died away.
A new Dinobot squad with sparks that would forever be loyal only to him was born.
Of course, he had already copied their transformation cogs and stored them in his memory chip.
Should the need arise, he might consider building a Dinobot army.
With that thought, Qin Chuan turned to the Predacons.
At the same level Predacons were dominant.
Such a treasure he must obtain it as well. But what puzzled him was that according to the world setting of the true story the Predacons and the Maximals originated from the same place. Since he was also looking for the hyperwarp key he might as well inquire about it from the Maximals. With that Qin Chuan vanished, continuing to teleport toward Mars. 1 microsecond before passing the Oort cloud, Qin Chuan cast a glance at the nearby Autobot ship. In his perception matrix the news of Lockdown's death was transmitted at light speed to the ship via the communication module. After completing this trivial matter Qin Chuan vanished. On Mars at the mechanical throne Qin Chuan appeared instantly, his 13-meter fearsome body slowly settling into the seat, his gaze falling on the metal square before him.
Feng Bao was standing there pacing back and forth looking extremely anxious. Feng Bao, what has happened?
Qin Chuan's tone was indifferent as he leaned back in the spacious throne, the powerful aura of a supreme leader's spark emanating freely. Feng Bao's body stiffened and he turned to look at the throne. On the throne a fearsome figure reclined in the massive mechanical seat, his orange electronic eyes fixed on him.
Feng Bao trembled, immediately knelt on one knee and lowered his head.
Seeing Feng Bao silent and only bowing his head, Qin Chuan sensed something was wrong.
What is it? Lord Outyen Sentinel. Sentinel Prime has been taken away.
Blue energy fluid dripped from Feng Bao's forehead, but he dared not move.
Oh. Who did it?
Qin Chuan asked calmly, arcs of electricity dancing along the scepter in his left hand.
Clearly he was angered. Feng Bao did not dare raise his head, his body trembling as he spoke. It was Optimus Prime. Hearing this answer, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered uncertainly.
How could Optimus Prime know that Sentinel Prime was here?
It must be Megatron deliberately messing with me.
With that thought, Qin Chuan's orange eyes flickered.
So he's using the Allspark fragment as a resurrection coin, is he? Qin Chuan decided that once he obtained the hyperwarp key he would make Megatron pay.
At the same time he grumbled.
That damn Optimus Prime. Isn't he just an outdated leader? He could have been mining here eating energy cubes, what's wrong with that?
Why insist on taking him back to finish him off?
Qin Chuan didn't care.
Sentinel Prime was nothing as long as he didn't provoke him, he could go. With that thought Qin Chuan glanced at Feng Bao.
Feng Bao had not risen, still cowering.
Qin Chuan grew a little displeased.
Is there something else?
Hearing Qin Chuan's impatient tone, Feng Bao quickly looked up.
Well, Lord Optimus Prime killed Xian and I and the others.
Oh.
Qin Chuan's orange optic sensors flickered uncertainly upon hearing this.
These Shen and I Banjia and Zhongzai were among the earliest frames to follow him.
To say there was no emotion would be impossible. He could understand that King Tianzhou came to rescue Yu Tiandi.
But Xian and I and the others were merely high-level warriors. Even if they tried to stop King Tianzhou he could easily break free.
Why kill them?
The more Qin Chuan thought, the more wildly his internal spark surged. The throne beneath his feet began to shake and Feng Bao's frame instantly floated in the air.
Ao Tianzhou and the frames of Xian and I and the others are still here.
Feng Bao said, floating in the air, limbs flailing. On the throne Qin Chuan's optic sensors flickered on and off, his spark steadied again and the black-edged spikes around his body vanished. The swaying throne returned to normal.
As long as the frames remained, even if shattered to pieces, he could resurrect them using the red tier talent, Mechanical Scourge.
Gather all members of the Mechanical Legion and bring the frames here. Qin Chuan lowered his head, his gaze landing on Feng Bao, who had just risen, speaking in a calm tone.
Yes, my lord.
Accompanied by the successive clicks of the frame's transformation gears, Feng Bao transformed into a silver interstellar fighter and shot into the distance. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze. His 13-meter-tall ferocious frame stood up, raising the scepter high with both hands.
Mechanical Scourge. Qin Chuan growled. Black-edged spikes enveloped his frame again and he slammed down the scepter, crackling with electric serpents.
The rapdan like a sword pierced the metal plate beneath his feet. The throne began to vibrate and countless electric serpents erupted from the point of insertion. In the blink of an eye the throne was ablaze with electric light. Stimulated by the lightning, the entire throne seemed to come alive, rising upward. In less than 5 seconds the throne reached a height of 3000 meters, its shape transforming into a pyramid. The centers of the 4 sides began to sink.
A mechanical dark golden staircase 100 meters in diameter converged from the base to the apex.
Qin Chuan stood in the void, his gaze falling downward. At the 4 sides of the pyramid's base countless basic level frames gathered, all looking up toward the apex in unison like fervent devotees.
Whoosh! Sonic booms rang out one after another in the sky ahead.
10 silver interstellar fighters rapidly approached with 3 frames suspended beneath them.
Boom!
Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Qin Chuan lowered his head, his gaze falling downward.
On the mechanical plaza at the pyramid's apex, Feng Bao was kneeling on one knee, his blue optic sensors fixed on Qin Chuan.
My lord, as you commanded, I have brought them. Qin Chuan slowly landed his pitch-black frame, stepping forward. The tall, ferocious frame came to a halt. His gaze fell on the 3 frames, each with a single piercing hole through the chest, a very decisive strike.
Feng Bao, stand up.
Qin Chuan's orange optic sensors flickered once as he spoke coldly.
Feng Bao, who was kneeling on one knee nearby, trembled and quickly stood up.
In Qin Chuan's left hand, the scepter suddenly erupted with electric serpents, and a redan blue alternating orb enveloped Feng Bao and the 3 frames.
The orb vanished in an instant.
Banja, Zhongzai and Xian and I stood in place, looking left and right.
Aren't we dead?
Banja lowered his head, looking at his own moving hands, speaking in a muffled voice, deeply puzzled.
Look ahead of you.
Beside him, Zhongzai bumped his frame against Banja, then knelt on one knee.
Banja raised his head in confusion, his gaze landing ahead.
A figure stood before him, a frame with a sleek pitch-black coating, holding a scepter and covered in blue patterns. Banja was startled. Behind him came the dull sound of metal footsteps, and his knees were suddenly kicked.
Kneel, you fool. Can't even recognize your creator. Feng Bao stood behind him, his blue optic sensors fixed on the kneeling Banja.
Qin Chuan, however, did not mind much. I have already upgraded your sparks to commander level. Work hard.
Yes, my lord. The 4 frames looked at Qin Chuan with fervor, then transformed and departed from the mechanical pyramid.
Qin Chuan stepped through the void and ascended to a high altitude. His orange optic sensors emitted white arcs, and his frame was enveloped by spiky edges. The scepter in his hand detached and flew behind him, where the throne had already transformed into a dark gold mechanical ring-like structure. As the scepter landed at the center of the ring, a burst of redan blue light and arcs erupted from the scepter, instantly enveloping the ring. At the apex of the mechanical pyramid, a redan blue orb suddenly blazed like a sun, condensing and expanding. This energy sphere quickly reached a diameter of 10,000 meters. This mechanical pyramid, pity it can only be used once.
Quite a waste.
Qin Chuan's gaze fell downward, his orange optic sensors flickering once, feeling regret in his heart. This thing was a knockoff version of the Allspark. The effect was passable.
Hum.
A buzzing sound came from above his head.
Then the redan blue sphere began to collapse, instantly becoming a single point. This heaven and earth were instantly dyed with a redan blue halo. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound. The point exploded and the redan blue orb submerged everything in an instant. The light came quickly and vanished even faster.
Qin Chuan turned around, his orange optic sensors blazing, and 2 red beams shot out, heading straight for the scepter.
The Red Pyramid. Hundreds of red curtains swept wildly in all directions.
A vast amount of information was fed back to the mechanical pyramid, and through the scepter surged into Qin Chuan's communication module.
Qin Chuan's orange optic sensors flickered slightly. Nearly 18 million frames had all been upgraded to elite-level warriors. With such a force, if Qin Chuan were willing at this moment, then the blue planet not far away would change hands. However, in the original plot, whether Earth was the setting of Yujo Dati or not remained uncertain. This forced Qin Chuan to abandon that thought. He had always believed in one principle: a gambler dies a miserable death. He did not want himself and his legion to become nourishment for Yujo Dati. As Qin Chuan pondered, the ground beneath his feet began to crack, accompanied by violent tremors. In an instant, Qin Chuan transformed, and a pitch-black ferocious interstellar fighter shot into the sky. The mechanical pyramid, like building blocks, rapidly disintegrated. The drained mechanical metal completely turned to ash, piling up into a 100-meter-high mountain. In the deep void of space, beside a burning fireball, relying on the red tier talent mechanical scourge, Qin Chuan rapidly replenished the depleted energy of his spark. Staring at the fireball before him, his quantum neural network projected an image of it. With lightspeed calculations in his mind, Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. He had only drawn from it twice, and this star had lost 10 million years of its lifespan. If he did it hundreds of times, this star system would likely perish because of him. Qin Chuan felt a cold sweat internally. Only now did he realize the terrifying energy consumption of a supreme leader. It was truly awesome, but its energy drain was equally awesome. Just as Qin Chuan was scouting the nearest star system, his sensory matrix's communication module received a message from the Earth Spy bionic transformer. The prompt of the message pulled his thoughts back. In his visual module, a line of fluorescent green text appeared with 2 coordinates at the end. Oh. So the key is indeed in the New York Archaeological Museum and the Peruvian Temple. Hyperwarp key, here I come. The 20-meter-long pitch-black ferocious interstellar fighter vanished from its spot in an instant. October 3rd. So much time has passed. 3,000 meters above the ground. A starfighter hovered in the high altitude, and Qin Chuan mused over his growth journey during this period. If an apt metaphor were to be used, it would be like riding a rocket. Just as Qin Chuan was reminiscing about the hardships of the past,
The roar of engines suddenly approached from afar, rapidly drawing near. His train of thought interrupted, his perception matrix swept backward. Not far away an aircraft swooped past and then plunged into the sea of clouds.
Throughout the entire process it seemed oblivious to the starfighter beside it.
Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, focusing on a district in the city of New York below. In the center of this district, opposite a cluster of bustling buildings, lay a dense forest. Between the two there seemed to be an invisible barrier,
dividing the two sides with stark clarity.
A small cluster of buildings sat within the forest beside the barrier.
Whoosh!
Two beams of red light shot from the belly of the fighter, landing below to form two crimson holographic curtains.
With a hum, the laser beams ceased.
Inside the cockpit a holographic projection materialized, the museum below.
In an inconspicuous storage room on the second basement level of this building complex,
Qin Chuan found a dark golden bird-shaped statue on a dusty metal tripod.
Almost the moment Qin Chuan locked onto it, an energy pulse shot from the room, hurtling toward the cosmic depths above. Oh! This is getting interesting.
Though surprised, Qin Chuan remained calm.
Even though he had anticipated this, it still activated passively with a mere scan, just as in the original story. Hyperwarp key, here I come.
Qin Chuan murmured excitedly, and the craft vanished instantly.
Second basement level of the museum.
In the dim solitary corridor a violent tremor suddenly began, followed by a massive collapse of the passageway.
In the pitch-black narrow space an orange electronic eye appeared instantly.
As the towering silhouette flickered, a ghastly green light flared and a sickly green energy orb shot from the shadows, streaking toward the pile of rubble ahead. The energy blade gleamed green, slashing repeatedly at the debris at his feet. The rubble and rumbling traveled upward,
causing the entire museum to shake.
Inside the museum the Americans thought an earthquake had struck and fled in panic. Qin Chuan paid no heed. Even if they knew, what could they do? The electronic eye stared ahead, white arcs of electricity flickering as stones and dust around him hurtled backward,
as if that was the correct direction of gravity.
In less than half a minute Qin Chuan stood before a wooden door. His towering menacing form bent forward, right arm reaching out,
piercing through it as if through paper. Ignoring the darkness within the room,
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye fixed on a bird-shaped sculpture secured by a tripod on a wooden shelf.
Whoosh!
Qin Chuan's palm opened, facing the room. The bird sculpture, dragging the tripod, instantly landed in his palm. His fingers closed, applying slight pressure.
Crack!
With a sound like shattering ceramic, Qin Chuan lowered his head and opened his palm. In the center lay a metallic strip the size of a human palm, covered in energy circuits and intricate patterns, exuding a mechanical feel. It was entirely silver. As Qin Chuan touched it, a blue panel instantly popped up in his visual module.
Ding!
Detected host in contact with the incomplete hyperwarp key.
Contact duration 56 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the trait Time-Space Travel Gold Incomplete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the trait Energy Pulse Gold Incomplete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the trait Resurrection Gold Incomplete.
Seeing 3 consecutive gold-level traits, Qin Chuan was ecstatic.
But what did that incomplete mean?
Perplexed, Qin Chuan immediately consulted the system.
System, can these 3 traits be used now?
The other half must be obtained to activate the traits.
Damn. Seeing the system's response, Qin Chuan couldn't help but curse. He then gripped the half-hyperwarp key in his hand and his towering form vanished once more. South America, Peru, Cusco. Under the azure sky.
At a ruined site in a mountain valley. Beside a dilapidated stone hut, the light in the open space suddenly twisted and spiraled in a large patch. As the light converged,
a 13-meter-tall pitch-black menacing form suddenly appeared.
Qin Chuan looked down, his electronic eye emitting red beams that ignored physical matter, as 2 crimson curtains began scanning the entire stone city on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, in a dense forest to the southeast stretching 1,000 meters,
a narrow stream meandered through the woods, flowing toward a waterfall.
Beneath the waterfall, flat grasslands stretched along both banks of the river. A primitive tribe emerged, enclosed by a fence spanning 1,000 meters containing hundreds of stone huts. A gorilla and several mechanical transformers were conversing with some humans. Suddenly the mechanical gorilla seemed to sense something, its green electronic eye flickering.
It turned and looked toward the top of the waterfall. The next second after, it withdrew its gaze.
A tremendous force and a powerful electric shock struck the back of its head.
Optimus Primal's vision instantly darkened, before completely losing consciousness.
He heard the screams of the human tribe members and the roar of rhinox nearby.
What's happening? With this confusion, Optimus Primal fell into a dead faint.
The moment Qin Chuan appeared, he had knocked out Optimus Primal, who could have put up a fight. As for the likes of Rhinox, Qin Chuan dealt with them like bowling pins, one strike down them all.
Looking at the tried humans scrambling like ants on the ground. In a way, humans are no different from ants.
Qin Chuan murmured to himself, his towering form stepping on the soft grass like a giant entering a little people's kingdom.
Qin Chuan walked among the stone huts, the scepter in his hand crackling with electricity.
The crimson curtain swept over the entire tribe again. In his quantum neural network, a holographic projection materialized based on the attributes of the hyperwarp key. Qin Chuan performed a lightspeed search of these rooms. Until the innermost room, the moment it was scanned. The attribute information of the hyperwarp key instantly triggered a matching response.
Qin Chuan's form vanished and instantly reappeared before the stone hut.
Under the terrified gazes of the surrounding tribe members. The thatched roof of the hut eerily levitated, followed by the entire circular stone wall.
Like dandelions floating in the air. He is a god, a deity.
A trembling voice came from a distant stone hut. That voice seemed to carry an enchanting spell. In an instant, the previously terrified tribe members rushed out and gathered toward this spot. On the grassland behind Qin Chuan, they all knelt on both knees, faces full of reverence. Qin Chuan glanced at them briefly before turning his attention back to the clearing before. Various wooden racks, stone bowls, fish pouches, and two old men all floated up.
Swaying like fish before Qin Chuan.
Qin Chuan's gaze quickly settled on the leather pocket of the old man. Swoosh! With a sharp crack of air being cleaved, a black speck hovered before Qin Chuan. The old man lowered his head, staring at his pocket in terror. Qin Chuan raised his fearsome left arm, the metallic tip of his finger touching the sesame's iced hyperwarp key.
3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host.
You have acquired the complete traits.
Time-space travel gold, energy pulse gold, resurrection gold. Current phase 2 hyperwarp key completed. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eye flickered, his heart surging with excitement.
He could hardly wait to break the dimensional barrier and traverse the multiverse. Of course, before that he still needed to make a trip to Cybertron. As for this hyperwarp key, it was better to keep it in his own custody. With that thought, Qin Chuan vanished from the spot. Behind him, the humans were still kowtowing, completely unaware that their deity had disappeared.
New York Archaeological Museum.
The sky above suddenly darkened. In the city's sky, a wedge-shaped spaceship the size of a small mountain appeared abruptly. The ship gleamed with a dark gold metallic luster, exuding a menacing mechanical aesthetic. At the ship's bow, a crimson glow filled the command hall. Before the red holographic main console, a 10-meter-tall dark silver mechanical lifeform stood, its physique robust with a pair of iron triangles rising from its forehead. It faced the main console. Its scarlet electronic eye stared at the screen. Its fist instantly slammed onto the console before it producing dull metallic thuds.
Who the hell is Mars?
Not a system, it turns out. I can only travel through spacetime within this universe. On the crimson cliff, Qin Chuan sat at the edge, gazing at the distant red landscape, silent for a long time. Since obtaining this spacetime travel gold trait, Qin Chuan had dreamed of roaming the multiverse, but it was nothing but his own wishful thinking.
To be precise, this thing was a universal door.
One moment Qin Chuan was in the solar system, the next he stood at the edge of a cosmic bubble.
There was nothing there. No matter which direction he looked, it was like an endless abyss.
Qin Chuan tried to cross, but his body remained unresponsive. After 100 attempts, Qin Chuan could only return to Mars, sitting on the cliff venting his frustration alone. Suddenly Qin Chuan looked up.
Right, perhaps Cybertron holds the answer.
Qin Chuan stroked his chin and his body vanished from the spot. Not long after, Qin Chuan disappeared outside Mars. The Autobots, Decepticons and Terrorcons all appeared in space at a distance of
0.010.
Eerie mechanical alarms instantly blared throughout the entire Mars base. Across the Earth and sky, mechanical warships swarmed like a plague of locusts. Rising steadily, they charged toward Mars orbit.
The local group.
Beyond the Virgo Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy. In a star system at the center of an irregular galaxy, a crimson fireball blazed in the cosmos. Nearby, 5 mudball-sized gas giants and terrestrial planets drifted slowly. On the fourth stable orbital track of the star, a mechanical metal sphere revolved around the central star like the other planets.
Beside the mechanical sphere, a tiny black dot appeared and disappeared in an instant. Boom! With a dull clang of metal, a slender pitch-black machine with sharp spikes protruding from every joint appeared on a deserted metal street. The amber electronic eyes glowed red, emitting 2 beams of crimson light. Qin Chuan walked, twisting his head as a red curtain swept across the ruins on both sides. All information was rapidly collected through the scanning curtain and fed into the quantum neural network. By cross-referencing with the ancient memories in the memory chip, Qin Chuan quickly identified the location. It's actually Pajuo Tiancheng. Qin Chuan stood on a broad street resembling a crossroads. His gaze lifted to the sky. The ruins were eerily silent and two moons hung in the sky. According to Duan Gushen's memory, Cybertron had two satellites. Qin Chuan glanced once and looked away. Based on the current geography and Duan Gushen's memories, Qin Chuan transformed into a starfighter, soared into the sky and streaked toward the city center. Above the silent ghost city, a piercing sonic boom shattered the deathly stillness. Inside some jagged towering ruins, countless scarlet electronic eyes snapped open. At the center of Pajuo Tiancheng, a deep well a kilometer in diameter, its inner walls engraved with blue energy patterns glowed with azure light. The starfighter hovered high above. A beam of red light shot downward, the crimson curtain descending like a circular lens. The light fell rapidly toward the depths. After an unknown time, the machine trembled slightly. Inside the cockpit, at the bottom of a long blue conduit, a right-turn metal passage appeared. Within 100 meters, a heavy mechanical door blocked the passage. The door was covered in complex hieroglyphs. The entire passage wall shimmered with blue energy patterns like circuit board traces. Whoosh! The starfighter dove down, appearing before the mechanical door in an instant. The starfighter transformed. A 13-meter-tall black machine holding a scepter in its left hand stared at the door with amber electronic eyes. Qin Chuan brought his arms together and a black cannon barrel emerged. As the muzzle glowed green, a beam of sickly green light nearly as wide as the entire passage shot forward toward the mechanical door. Boom! A dull impact echoed and the passage vibrated. Qin Chuan and the entire passage were quickly engulfed by the sickly green light and energy shockwave. The once dark well bottom also burst into intense green light, illuminating half the well. Before the light faded. Boom! Boom! A continuous series of explosions echoed from the passage and the entire mechanical well began to tremble slightly. The commotion soon attracted the attention of some mechanical creatures. From nearby buildings, swarms of mechanical worms with red electronic eyes rushed excitedly toward the city center. Some were the size of an adult human, others as tall as Qin Chuan. Their numbers nearly flooded the entire ground street. Qin Chuan now faced a swarm of no small trouble. The passage returned to darkness and Qin Chuan looked ahead. The mechanical door had been blasted away. Beside the metal gash, exposed wires flickered with sparks and arcs in the rolling black smoke. Qin Chuan teleported, appearing inside the mechanical corridor. The first glance made Qin Chuan freeze briefly. He was in a corridor. On both sides stood giant metal statues in various poses, 13 in total. The surrounding mechanical walls glowed with blue energy patterns. The dim blue light cast faint shadows on the blurred outlines. Ahead, not far away, a massive metal platform built against the wall held 100-meter sphere suspended slowly, its surface covered in blue energy patterns. Qin Chuan teleported again, appearing in midair beside the sphere. What? What exactly is this thing? Qin Chuan stared at the object, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. The memory chip rapidly retrieved all events related to the deep well of Pajuo Tiancheng. Even with Duan Gushen's status as a top scientist in the 13 Primes era, he couldn't access the secret. Interesting. From the search results, Qin Chuan learned the origin of the divine well. What surprised him, however, was that he, a top scientist, had no clearance for this project. This deep well was built by the 13 Primes. It was constructed around 300 years after repelling the quintessence. The well had always been under the sole authority of successive leaders. Having digested this secret, Qin Chuan looked at the massive sphere before him, extended his grotesque right arm and placed his metal hand on it. As Qin Chuan made contact, a trait prompt appeared. Ding! Detected host contacting Moli Shinshio. 55 seconds elapsed. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the trait Moli Shinshio Gold. Qin Chuan was puzzled. Was this a lucky hit? As he thought, his gaze swept across the chamber resembling a palace. Suddenly Qin Chuan's eyes locked onto the passage entrance. A sound like metal clashing, like waves crashing, then a dense mass of strip-like things poured into the corridor. On closer inspection, they were worms, their bellies lined with countless sharp claws. Their heads had two pincer-like jaws opening and closing and a single scarlet electronic eye in the center of their foreheads. Qin Chuan raised his arm cannon and fired repeatedly at the exit. Amid the sickly green light, pained screeches echoed. When the light faded, there were even more mechanical worms. Qin Chuan still didn't take them seriously. He could just teleport after all. He activated teleportation, but his body remained hovering in midair. What's going on? Qin Chuan wondered as the spark in his chest ignited with a puff. This time black spikes appeared around him. Just as the outline was about to envelop Qin Chuan, the 13 statues on the corridor all turned their heads to look at him. The burning spark was instantly suppressed by an invisible force returning to normal.
Looking at the passage entrance, the mechanical worms still surged in like waves.
Qin Chuan's heart sank. He fused his arms into cannons firing back and forth, but the moment he cleared one wave the next flooded in.
The sheer numbers were overwhelming. Qin Chuan felt that even a supreme leader, if they landed, would be devoured clean. For a moment Qin Chuan found himself in a dead end.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Green beams and light projectiles descended below, and colossal mushroom clouds and shockwaves instantly lifted and shattered large swaths of mechanical worms. Such a scene had repeated itself thousands of times.
Damned worms!
Listening to the trembling hisses below like a death knell drawing near,
Qin Chuan couldn't help but curse. Suddenly his orange electronic eyes fixed upon the 13 metal statues. His sinister right arm rose, the muzzle blooming with green light, and a beam of light as thick as a bucket shot straight out. It was aimed at the statue closest to him. Since these statues obstructed his escape, Qin Chuan decided to blast them apart. Boo!
A green mushroom cloud rose and the energy shockwave spread, instantly shattering the mechanical worms on the statue into fragments.
Qin Chuan stared intently at that statue. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the worm tide less than 5 meters below. No time left.
Qin Chuan raised his right arm, and with a series of continuous booms 12 green light projectiles fell upon the remaining statues. The 12 statues were instantly engulfed by green mushroom clouds.
Countless worms fell off like dandruff, shedding wildly.
A chill crept into Qin Chuan's heart. Once he got out, he would have to study these worms thoroughly. They might prove useful in the future. Qin Chuan thought this as his peripheral vision returned to the nearest statue. The green mushroom cloud had dissipated. The statue remained intact, but its head was covered in a web of electric arcs and sparks.
Boo!
Qin Chuan raised his right arm and fired another green light projectile as thick as a bucket. After a brief consideration, he fired another round at each of the remaining statues.
SSS!
A hiss suddenly sounded from behind Qin Chuan.
Without time to think, the spark within his chest blazed fiercely.
The spark restored and joy surged in Qin Chuan's heart. His body was instantly shrouded in black spiky hairs. The mechanical worm behind him had just bitten down, but it clamped onto nothing and fell below. Within less than 15 seconds of Qin Chuan's disappearance, the ancient majestic mechanical palace was completely devoured by the worm tide.
Countless mechanical worms madly climbed onto the blue orb, slowly engulfing it. The worms seemed to have little interest in the statues. Above the mechanical deep well, Qin Chuan's body abruptly materialized. Looking down, the well, a kilometer in diameter and 10,000 meters deep, was now packed with a horrifying number of mechanical worms. Qin Chuan felt they resembled the maggots in a latrine from his past life, writhing frantically. A 5-meter-long worm flew out from the swarm.
It hovered before Qin Chuan. His left eye shot a blue beam, unfolding a holographic curtain that bobbed up and down over the worm in front of him.
Bang!
After a long moment, a sharp sound of tearing air erupted.
The mechanical worm plummeted like a cannonball into the writhing tide below. Splat! Blue energy fluid burst from the worm tide below, swiftly consumed by the other worms. These worms are not recorded in Duangushan's memory chip, so they must be a new species born after the Civil War. Qin Chuan gazed below, marveling at the wonder of life. Perhaps in another 100 million years, when all traces of the Transformers' relics have faded, these worms, or some new species, will become the new masters of this planet. Boo! A thunderous blast echoed above the deep well. The Silver Fighter's tail vector thrusters flared with green light, and as the cone-shaped sonic boom cloud appeared, it vanished from the spot. The worms directly below were instantly flattened into oval metal pancakes. Mars orbit. In the silent, frigid blackness of space. Centered around the mothership Fangzhou, 5,000 secondary escort ships, each 5 kilometers long, hovered in a three-dimensional pin formation ahead. Around these secondary escort ships, for 10,000 meters in all directions, small ships swarmed like locusts, stacked like layered sandwiches in square formations, one layer after another. Within 0.01 astronomical units ahead, the combined fleets of the Bashianhu and Kongjishu numbered only 2,000 ships. Moreover, they seemed not to have reached a cooperation agreement, so the two sides were subtly on the verge of a quarrel. As for the Kichuan side, Yu Tiandi had already gone to Earth, intending to activate the space bridge and bring Seibotan over. Unlike the original plot, Wei Jintian had given all the energy pillars to Yu Tiandi and also presented him with a fragment of the Huazongyuan. Yu Tiandi, already a veteran leader with combat prowess surpassing Qing Tianzhu, now possessed a fragment of the Huazongyuan, effectively granting him an extra life. Accompanying Yu Tiandi was Zendangbo. Unlike the original plot, Wei Jintian had not given a strict order to retreat immediately if things went wrong. Chicago. In this city, hundreds of energy pillars were evenly dispersed across 4 directions. Flames and smoke rose all around the city. Warplanes and heavy tanks, along with blood-red tomato juice everywhere, stained the streets and landmark buildings.
On the rooftop of the tallest commercial building in the center, Yu Tiandi sheathed the Yuanshan blade soaked in blue energy fluid into the metal clasp on his back. A piece of metal armor protruded from the energy pillar before him. A holographic keyboard and a palm-sized red curtain materialized. Yu Tiandi bent slightly, placed his hands on the keyboard, and his fingers danced like blurs moving at lightning speed. The content on the red curtain changed rapidly.
Input password.
Seeing the prompt, Yu Tiandi's fingers trembled slightly, then he quickly entered the password. Whoosh! A blue beam 10 meters in diameter shot from the top of the energy pillar and soared into the cosmic space above. Other energy pillars across the city began to rotate.
Blue beams followed closely, rising into the sky.
Above the entire Chicago, the sky had become a vast ocean of flowing blue light. Under a viaduct in the outskirts of the city center, Qin Tianju lay there, a massive gaping wound in his chest.
Cybertron planet.
The extreme northern region. On a plain of metal undulating like a living thing, a magnificent city ruin lay sprawled like a dead beast.
A tiny black dot instantly appeared a kilometer above.
The black fighter hovered at high altitude. The belly armor split open and a small metal pillar 1 meter in diameter extended half a meter.
Hum.
The metal pillar glowed red and 10 laser beams shot out, expanding into a curtain covering thousands of square meters. The black fighter circled above the city ruins. The 10 curtains rapidly gathered all potentially useful information. This time Qin Chuan also paid attention to the spaces within the ruins. Indeed, even in these places mechanical worms were present. If Yu Tiandi really succeeds, all carbon-based life on Earth will die out.
Looking at the ruins almost overflowing with mechanical worms, Qin Chuan felt a chill of dread. Qin Chuan scanned steadily, moving toward the Taibao archives in the city center. According to Duan Gushan's memory, the Taibao archives housed a great deal of Cybertron's history. He was not very familiar with the events surrounding the outbreak of the Civil War. This visit could allow him to clarify the whole sequence of events. Gliding past streets littered with wreckage, Qin Chuan spotted a magnificent 10-angled building. Across from that building, a street extended into the distance. At its deepest end, in the center of a vast open metal plaza, 3 fort-like mechanical structures of imposing scale stood silently. Among the 3 fortresses, only the middle one had a narrow arched door 50 meters in diameter and 100 meters high. Is this the Taibao archives?
As Qin Chuan's words fell, he suddenly raised his right arm, the muzzle glowing green, and a light projectile instantly shot into a pile of steel ruins behind him. In the spire-shaped ruins, a green mushroom cloud slowly rose. Within a kilometer radius, the ground trembled slightly and many buildings emitted metallic creaking sounds. Qin Chuan stared at the ruins, the green light at the muzzle of his arm cannon not yet dissipated. It seemed that at the slightest sign of movement he would fire another energy projectile.
The tremendous commotion awakened something.
Under the cold moonlight from the street ruins, ferocious-looking worms emerged, screeching as they rapidly crawled out.
The entire iron fortress began to shake.
Qin Chuan was shocked in his heart. No wonder he hadn't seen a single Cybertron person along the way, with this many mechanical worms. If not for teleportation, even a warrior of his super leader level would probably have died. Thinking this, Qin Chuan increasingly felt that these worms might be usable for himself as part of building an army. Suddenly Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and focused on the air ahead. A metallic entity entirely silver in color, with a lower body resembling hundreds of metal tentacles and an upper body like a human, appeared in front of him. At this moment the creature was scrutinizing him with its deep blue eyes.
You are the Alpha Trion. How about it?
Interested in reviving Cybertron together? A voice resembling a woman's, a mechanical tone with an electronic tremor, came from the humanoid machine opposite. The voice was ethereal, full of appeal and temptation. Poof. Looking at Kuntasha, whose deep blue electronic eyes stared at him, glowing frighteningly bright, clearly unleashing some kind of mental control.
Qin Chuan snorted disdainfully.
In his chest, the spark energy of a super leader level instantly burst forth. Like an awakened giant beast, it shattered the invisible mental force that was rushing toward him.
Crack!
In the intangible space, a sound like glass shattering rang out.
Kuntasha looked at the tall, dark, ferocious machine opposite, holding a scepter, and felt a chill in its heart.
Its gaze fell on the scepter that resembled a silver spear. It raised its silver-scaled, somewhat ferocious arm, pointed a finger at the scepter, and stared at Qin Chuan with its deep blue electronic eyes.
How did you get the scepter of the fallen Decepticon? Did you kill him? Your words are too many.
Qin Chuan raised his right arm, the dual-arm fusion cannon's muzzle glowed, and a ghastly green beam instantly shot out, striking Kuntasha in front.
Boo!
In the air, a mushroom cloud erupted with dazzling green light. An energy wave, ring-shaped, spread outward in the moonlight, glowing with fluorescence. The swarm of worms gathered below was instantly swept up, hurled into the sky, and crashed onto distant streets. Qin Chuan turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the entire iron fortress. A feeling of helplessness surged in his heart. In his sight, worms were everywhere, converging toward this place. Suddenly Qin Chuan's body stiffened and the next moment his body vanished.
Several kilometers away from the iron fortress on the barren mechanical plateau.
Qin Chuan stood in the void, his ferocious body gleaming with dark metallic cold light, holding the scepter.
He looked down at the writhing mechanical plateau.
In the original story, the entire planet of Cybertron was transformed from Yuanchi Tianzu, and now it seemed highly likely. Thinking this, Qin Chuan's left hand suddenly thrust the scepter downward in the void.
Whoom!
Accompanied by a strange hum beneath the scepter, peculiar red and blue light began to.
Mechanical skeleton disaster.
Qin Chuan muttered in a low voice. The earth beneath his feet immediately emitted a dull sound of plates colliding, and the ground began to tremble even more violently. The originally slightly trembling metal ground surged like waves, rolling wildly. Inside Qin Chuan's chest the spark ignited instantly and a stream of red and blue flowing light shot out.
It instantly coursed through every inch of armor gap of his slender body. Bang! Qin Chuan vanished, instantly reappearing in the surging metal sea below.
As the scepter smashed down with a dull metallic thud, the tip of the scepter sparking with flames and arcs instantly pierced the ground.
The entire plateau instantly became still.
In the next second, beneath Qin Chuan's feet from the penetrated ground, a red and blue halo burst out violently, and arcs of electricity spanning several kilometers lashed across the plateau. Several kilometers away in the transparent air, the moonlight twisted and flickered. Kuntasha slowly materialized.
Watching Qin Chuan's actions from afar, Kuntasha's deep blue electronic eyes flickered.
What exactly is this guy trying to do? As soon as its words fell, a dark gold mechanical building shaped like a spire rose from the ground.
It was tens of thousands of meters in diameter, and its top pierced into the thin, almost transparent atmosphere. The dark dot stood at the top. White lightning from the tip surged into the entire building. Suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared right before Kuntasha. Kuntasha instantly concealed itself, disappearing from the spot. Shangming Tianzuan.
That's all.
Qin Chuan sneered disdainfully, but his gaze fell on the horizon toward the iron fortress. There was a silver line glimmering under the moonlight. Familiar screeches came from afar. Maybe I can try to modify these creatures.
These mechanical worms, although numerous enough to even trap an ordinary super leader as individuals, couldn't even defeat a basic level machine. Of course, there were also some large ones reaching 7 or 8 meters in length with the strength of a commander level. Now the thing beneath his feet was similar to the pyramids on Mars. However, it had consumed half of the spark energy. After this, he would probably have to go to a lifeless star system to replenish spark energy. During the time he was pondering, the area below was already crowded with dense mechanical worms.
They now opened their two ferocious pincer-like fangs. They frantically gnawed at the red-blue energy membrane covering the surface.
As they bit, their bodies began to writhe. Arcs of electricity danced on their surfaces and their size visibly increased. Seeing that no more worms were arriving from the horizon, Qin Chuan raised the scepter high. Countless arcs of electricity centered on the scepter formed a web of lightning showering down below. This mechanical plateau, all the worms were covered by the white electric net. Sparks burst on their bodies and blue smoke rose from their head mechanisms. Some worms 10 meters long roared and tried to bite through. But no matter how they bit, except for their pincer-like fangs growing numb, the electric net remained as new. Purple sonic waves spread in a ring from Qin Chuan's body.
High-frequency sonic wave gold level term activated.
The mechanical swarm below fell like a wheat field swept by wind. From Qin Chuan's electronic eyes, 2 red beams shot out and 2 red curtains scanned the area below.
Collection complete. All dead.
Seeing the fluorescent green prompt from the visual module, Qin Chuan smiled.
A red-blue halo burst from his chest, amplified by the spire building.
Over this plateau, a red flash like a color filter appeared and vanished.
The light dissipated.
The ground returned to its normal writhing and the building beneath his feet turned to gray dust.
Qin Chuan transformed into a black fighter jet and sped toward the iron fortress.
On the ground, the dead swarms of worms began to writhe again. Their eyes were no longer uniformly scarlet.
Electronic eyes of various colors examined each other, full of scrutiny.
Qin Chuan had granted them true self-awareness. Inside the iron fortress archive, Qin Chuan stood in the magnificent mechanical hall, his mouth wide open.
Rows of 100 material dust-covered mechanical shelves.
What they held were not paper books but pieces of something like hard drives inserted into the metal racks. Behind all the metal shelves were tens of thousands of pipes of varying thickness flickering on and off. They were inserted into the nearest mechanical walls. The mechanical walls had blue vertical energy pathways like circuit boards.
Qin Chuan, like a child, walked through the endless metal corridor.
His gaze fell on the tall metal racks on either side. Just as Qin Chuan felt it was too slow and prepared to teleport, ahem, little one.
A strange ancient mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the magnificent archive.
Qin Chuan's electronic eyes glowing with an orange chill swept across the surroundings while the scepter in his hand crackled with a pop. This sound seemed to originate from the spark itself, yet also as if it were right nearby. As Qin Chuan walked, the arm cannon on his right arm lit up while an energy blade extended from his left arm. The silver scepter in his hand was covered in electric serpents. He was armed to the teeth. The tall, ferocious pitch-black mecha cautiously moved forward, two red curtains scanning the surroundings for rapid modeling.
Who are you? Qin Chuan walked through the empty metal corridor, his electronic eyes scanning warily.
A cold, imposing mechanical voice rumbled like thunder through the pipe. At the same time, his left hand tightly gripped the scepter as if ready to launch an attack at any moment.
Thus Qin Chuan asked hundreds of times.
After a long silence with no response, the energy blade on his left arm instantly dissipated. The mecha disengaged its combat stance and proceeded normally.
However, the lowered cannon on the right arm still glowed with a faint sickly green light. Obviously Qin Chuan had lowered his guard. Following the energy conduits through the dim flickering gray metal corridor after walking for a while and finding no further anomalies, his mecha vanished, instantly reappearing deep in the corridor. He stood before a file partition. Qin Chuan looked up, his orange electronic eyes gazing at the top of the metal shelves. A blue holographic screen had been there all along.
Several milky white Cybertron characters scrolled in a loop at the center of the screen. Technology Archive section. Qin Chuan merely glanced at it and then averted his gaze, turning to look at the end of the corridor not far away.
When his mecha vanished and reappeared again, he was already standing at the end of the corridor.
In front of him was a dull, thick metal wall covered with energy stripes. His gaze swept across the tops of the metal shelves on both sides.
Subsidiary Civilization Archive section. Planetary History Archive section. Qin Chuan wondered, and his mecha immediately moved towards the metal shelf marked with the Subsidiary Civilization Archive on the left. The ferocious palm reached out and landed on the metal shelf, its touch akin to an ice pick.
As Qin Chuan made contact, streams of blue energy patterns began to light up on the dull, dust-covered metal shelf. The metal shelf began to tremble slightly on its own, emitting a hum.
Large patches of dust fell away, revealing the dark gray metallic surface beneath.
A 10-square-meter holographic panel of emerald green suddenly materialized before Qin Chuan, and a line of milky white Cybertron characters appeared. Super Leader signal detected, verifying.
Verification failed. A piercing electronic sound rang out.
The green panel vanished. This startled Qin Chuan, who couldn't help but stroke his chin and began to search the relevant information in his memory chip.
After a minute,
Qin Chuan's gaze fell on the metal shelf that had once again returned to its dull state.
This damn thing insists on some spark signal verification.
Qin Chuan erupted in fury, his ferocious iron fist striking out, instantly crashing into the metal shelf, which sent a few sparks flying.
It's quite sturdy.
Qin Chuan examined the still intact metal shelf, curled his lip and withdrew his arm.
This trip to the planet Cybertron.
He had already obtained the entry for the Mythological, and the Mythological was probably destroyed by those worms. The reason he came to the Taibao archives this time.
Qin Chuan still wanted to see if he could encounter Tai Shifu, as the Yuyan Bai in his hand was quite good.
Qin Chuan thought that possessing the Yuyan Bai would allow him to predict the future and plan ahead.
With this thought, the ferocious mecha was instantly shrouded in blurry fuzz and disappeared from the Taibao archives.
Almost at the moment, Qin Chuan vanished. At the spot where he had stood, a towering mecha 13 meters tall with red, purple and white colors and a purple cape on its back materialized instantly. On his forehead there was a pair of upward-pointing triangular purple horns. His blue electronic eyes flickered, and he turned his head to look at the metal shelf that Qin Chuan had struck. A newly born leader-level spark, but with the abilities of the Fallen, and that scepter surprisingly in his hands too. Ever since Qin Chuan arrived at Cybertron, every move he made fell under his observation. He even knew about the mechanical deep well. The reason he wasn't worried about the Mythological was that those worms were created by him. Since Cybertron had fallen into years of civil war, the original defense forces had completely dissipated over time.
Forget it, let him be. Tai Shifu let out an aged mechanical sigh. Tai Shifu turned around and his mecha vanished from the spot. Not long after he disappeared, the entire Taibao archives began to shake violently. On the mechanical plateau outside Taibao, Qin Chuan was about to go explore other places when the ground beneath his feet also began to tremble violently. Qin Chuan glanced down and his mecha vanished, instantly appearing in the orbit of the planet Cybertron.
Soon he witnessed a mind-boggling scene. At one corner of the entire planet, a green sphere began to visibly expand like a giant mouth trying to swallow the whole planet. Xing Tianju, that traitor messed up again. Qin Chuan's voice carried a teasing tone.
His orange electronic eyes stared at the Taikong bridge for a full minute.
At the tail of the black fighter, 5 small suns lit up from the 5 thrusters, and the fighter instantly shot forward, charging towards the expanding green sphere.
Yingjiang, Chicago City.
At this time, Chicago was devastated with ruins and broken walls everywhere. On the streets of the city, tens of thousands of Batianhu moved slowly. When they passed some relatively intact buildings, explosions of fire and screams would sound. It seemed to tell the Yingjiang High Command that there were still living people here. Over 100 silver energy pillars emitted stable blue beams evenly distributed throughout the city, shrouded in black smoke.
The blue energy beams provided stable power for the Taikong Bridge. Whoosh! Whoosh!
The three remaining most advanced fighters of Yingjiang hadn't even approached one of the energy pillars when they were spotted by three junior Batianhu warriors nearby below.
They raised their arm cannons, fired energy beams and easily hit the three fighters,
accompanied by three bursts of fire rising not far from the city.
In Washington, 1,000 miles away.
Inside a strictly secured office, sounds of gasping, desperate roars and the shattering of glassware rang out in succession.
At this moment on Earth, almost all of humanity knew of the existence of the Transformers.
Countries around the world blamed Yingjiang for concealing the truth.
Just as the world fell into panic and countries blamed each other.
In Earth's orbit, from within the four-dimensional projection of the green sphere void, a small black dot shot out instantly.
As soon as Qin Chuan appeared, the sphere behind him instantly expanded to the size of the moon.
Qin Chuan turned around and looked at the green sphere before him.
The sphere began to warp and sway left and right.
A small part of the planet Cybertron slowly emerged, still rapidly enlarging. Within the 1 or 2 seconds Qin Chuan observed,
almost half the planet was teleported out. Qin Chuan could even see some building ruins and mechanical creatures beginning to float into space. Above Chicago. Above the city center, a blurry fuzzy outline instantly appeared, then quickly faded, revealing a sleek black mecha. Qin Chuan looked down, his gaze falling on the ruined Chicago below.
When he saw the streets full of ketchup, he was stunned. If Yu Tiandi had just mined honestly, none of this would have happened.
Qin Chuan couldn't help but complain.
He slowly raised his right arm and a green energy bullet shot out, blasting into the nearest energy pillar. Just as the green energy bullet struck the energy pillar, a voice filled with shock and anger came from the sky behind.
Ao Tianzuan. Stop.
With a bang, Qin Chuan raised his right arm, his cannon aimed at the 15 energy pillars not far away.
Green energy bolts, as if guided by sight, struck every single one.
15 mushroom clouds rose slowly.
The ring-shaped shockwave, like a tangible tidal wave, reduced the nearby buildings to fragments.
The entire city of Chicago shuddered violently. After completing this, Qin Chuan looked up. With the stabilizing energy of the 15 pillars lost, the space bridge instantly faltered. The mechanical planet, which had been rapidly expanding and emerging, nearly ground to a halt.
Heavy metallic footsteps sounded from behind Qin Chuan. Ao Xianzhen. Do you know what you're doing?
Hearing the aged mechanical voice laden with reproach, Qin Chuan slowly turned around.
The orange electronic eyes fixed on Yu Xiandi below. This fool was actually disrupting his plans. Once this planet truly fell, both the storylines of Unicron and the time-stop gun would become hopelessly blurred. Then his second phase would be delayed indefinitely.
Qin Chuan absolutely would not allow such a thing. He could not endure the long years he had to seize the day. Everything blocking his path to mechanical transcendence must die. With that thought, Qin Chuan fabricated a righteous reason to eliminate Yu Xiandi.
Yu Xiandi, have you cast aside the Elder's Code?
Before Qin Chuan finished speaking, Yu Xiandi raised his hands high, his blue optics fixed on Qin Chuan.
Ao Xianzhen, remember, we are of the same kind. Moreover, I know about your past deeds. You've kept the insects of this planet alive only for some purpose. We are both ancient beings of 1,000 eons, we are the same.
Yu Xiandi's gaze remained locked on Qin Chuan, his tone confident of persuasion.
Yet the scene fell into a long, eerie silence.
Qin Chuan stared at him unblinking as Yu Xiandi's focus wavered and shifted aside. Then from the air above, the sinister pitch-black towering form suddenly laughed.
Ha ha ha.
The laughter was laced with undisguised mockery and contempt. Yu Xiandi looked up, his blue optics fixed on the monstrous form before him as his quantum neural network sifted through memory chips of past encounters. This Ao Xianzhen had not only stolen his spaceship, but when he came to reclaim it had him sent to mining.
Now for his own gain he was even interrupting the planet's revival.
This treacherous, heartless traitor. Furious, Yu Xiandi jerked his head up and raised his arm to accuse, but the next moment his frame trembled. High above, Qin Chuan had his arm cannon aimed directly at him, glowing with a sickly green light.
You.
Before Yu Xiandi could speak, the green energy bolt shot toward him.
Yu Xiandi instinctively tried to dodge.
But a strike from a supreme leader, without the protagonist's aura of Optimus Prime, how could any other leader evade it easily? As Yu Xiandi began to sidestep, the bolt slammed into his right half.
He was hurled like a cannonball, soaring high into the sky.
After tracing a beautiful parabolic arc, his frame crashed heavily into an abandoned factory. The neglected chemical plant, already weakened, erupted in a violent, terrifying explosion. Within a 300-meter-high orange mushroom cloud, the old Autobot leader vaporized completely under the combined force of intense heat and high-pressure blast.
Yuxiandi had fallen.
Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, teleported to the center of Chicago, and stood atop a skyscraper looking at the floating silver energy pillar before him, its surface engraved with energy stripes.
Qin Chuan's frame leaned down as he began typing on the keyboard. 5 seconds later, the blue beam atop the pillar shut off and it floated before him. With that pillar deactivated, the others, like dominoes, extinguished from the inside out, as Qin Chuan's optics flared with dazzling white light. Above, the ruins of the Street 84 energy pillars trembled slightly, then swiftly converged toward Qin Chuan, floating in 3 rings. As for Cybertron, Qin Chuan looked up. The space bridge, once safe, had become a shredder. The entire metal planet would soon be torn apart and utterly destroyed. Qin Chuan was curious now, would Alpha try and perish with the Crystal City archives or escape? In the original story, the planet was already completely destroyed. This confirmed one thing for Qin Chuan: in this world's movie, the Allspark was a creation of the Quintessence. That being the will of Primus and the Covenant of Primus were probably empty talk. Just as Qin Chuan thought he had fully grasped the truth of the planet and was about to look away, a tiny black dot on the Suntov-shattered planet instantly appeared in space. As Qin Chuan watched in astonishment, a small light like a grain of rice streaked into the depths of the cosmos. Qin Chuan teleported to the spot where the dot had been. There he detected residual energy signals from a primal Cybertronian spark. Rubbing his chin, Qin Chuan turned to look at the direction the light had vanished, his scepter crackling with electricity. That must be Alpha Trion. He finally abandoned the Crystal City archives.
Sighing, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze. Below in space, 85 light points rapidly approached, then hovered around him. Qin Chuan turned toward the direction of Mars. 3 distinct spark energy signals were instantly captured by his Supreme Leader-level perception matrix. The Terracons have teamed up with the Decepticons.
And they're bullying my subordinates together. Interesting.
In an instant, Qin Chuan transformed. The sinister fighter vanished, flickering through space like a dragonfly skimming water. In less than 3 seconds, Qin Chuan arrived at a region of space. Ahead, the Terracon and Decepticon warships formed a pincer, trapping his fleet in between. The 2 fleets were arrayed like a sharp blade, unleashing high energy beams, near lightspeed particles, and supergravitational wells. As if energy were limitless, they bombarded the wedge-shaped shield of the Ark's battle formation. No matter how the gravity well devices twisted the spacetime storm, no matter the frenzied assault of high-energy weapons, the thin shield stood like an unyielding wall of size, barely rippling on its surface. Yet the more it held, the more excited Scourge and Megatron became. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, his quantum neural network composing a message and instantly transmitting it to the Ark. In the Ark's command hall, Storm looked at the main screen, feeling a bit bored. Just as he was about to sit back in his mechanical seat, the communication module received a signal. A single glance at it filled Storm with delight. Give them hell. Seeing the glowing green text, the familiar commanding tone, it was their creator he had returned. Storm's frame trembled, then he immediately leaned forward, hands on the holographic keyboard. In the overhead holographic screen, the Ark's icon emitted rings of blue ripples that spread to the surrounding escort ships. Storm withdrew his hands, stood up, and fixed his gaze on the screen. The large screen turned red and a crimson prompt appeared in the center: combat orders sent. The cold mechanical announcement echoed across all warships simultaneously. Within each vessel, Shen and Iban Jia and other commander-class units issued assault orders to the elite units aboard. In an instant, the entire formation split into 2 massive phalanxes, entering a continuous jump attack mode. Across from them, however, inside the command hall of the Terror Beasts and Bashianhu, the fleet ahead vanished and reappeared in unpredictable positions, filling them with dread. Bashianhu Command Hall. Zhang Dangbo, having just returned to the flagship, hung his head, lost in thought. Shenhua turned, shot a glance at Zhang Dangbo, then stepped forward and looked at the towering figure ahead. Lord Wizenshin, we should retreat. Aotianzan has returned. Their fleet's mass jumps are as effortless as drinking Energon. We. Shangba's cold, somber mechanical voice rose, laced with urgency. Enough. We can no longer escape. A roar came from ahead. Wizenshin turned, his massive frame rotating to face Shangba. Wizenshin felt a pang of regret. If only he hadn't allied with the Terror Beasts. Now he would have to consume another of his few remaining spark fragments. Boom! A thunderous blast suddenly came from the front of the ship. Wizenshin raised his head, gazing at the viewport ahead in the command hall. The elliptical dome-shaped shield, composed of countless tiny purple hexagonal grids, began to crack. Then it shattered into countless tiny purple light particles, annihilated into space.
One strike exceeded the energy shield's limit. Zhang Dangbo looked up, his crimson single eye fixed ahead, voice cold and low. Their technology is far superior to ours. Came Shangba's somber, cold mechanical voice. Retreat. Activate the dark matter engine. Xinghua turned, and on his inverted triangular electronic screen a cold dark purple eye looked toward a workstation against the wall. Sensing Shangba's gaze, 3 mid-level Bashianhu units with dark purple frames trembled. They immediately bowed, hands landing on their holographic models, fingers flying across the control. Lord Xinghua, the dark matter engine's energy pathways are activated. The middle dark purple unit quickly turned, bowed before Xinghua, and after reporting nervously turned back to manipulate the complex engine model. After a moment Wei Zhenchen looked back, his scarlet electronic eyes fixed on Xinghua. What's going on, Xinghua? Shangba's heart sank and he turned toward the workstations of the 3 mid-level Bashianhu. Bang. 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 As Xinghua walked over, the purple tentacles at his waist shot out, seizing the 2 mid-level units and lifting them. His slender arms grabbed the shoulders of the mid-level unit in front. With 3 dull thuds, the 3 mid-level warriors were hurled onto the cold metal floor. Useless, can't even handle this. Shangba's voice was icy. He stood at the workstation examining the engine model. All indicators were vibrant blue with no red warning lights. The purple tentacles on both sides of his waist descended onto the workstations. Like a blur, they rapidly tapped the pathway modules and ship holograms. In less than a minute, Shangba's slender dark purple frame turned, facing Wei Zhenchen. Lord Wei Zhenchen, everything is normal. Wei Zhenchen stroked his chin, his scarlet electronic eyes shifting to Zhang Dangbo. Zhang Dangbo, let's go see what's happening outside. Yes, Lord Wei Zhenchen. Zhang Dangbo bowed, his imposing frame turned, and with heavy metallic footsteps he walked out through the mechanical door. Inside the command hall of Tianzai's flagship, thousands of terror beast warriors lay scattered across the cold metal floor. Upon closer inspection, not a single intact unit could be found. Arcs and sparks burst like fireworks across the hall at irregular intervals. The central cubic console had melted like wax from the halfway point. Numerous claw marks, craters and scorched scars marred the metal surface. A yellow unit and a half-torso dark purple unit lay nearby. Their electronic eyes had completely lost their former luster. Aoshianzan, my master, will descend eventually. This planet cannot escape, and neither can you. In a corner of the hall, Tianzai knelt on one knee, his scarred frame crackling with arcs. He lifted his head stiffly like a malfunctioning machine. Half his face had melted into a pool of cool dark gold liquid metal, and his crimson eye was burned out. This only added to his ferocity and horror. No sooner had Tianzai spoken his harsh words. Across from him a tall, lean, dark and ferocious black frame moved. His dark, gnarled right arm swung forward, delivering a heavy iron fist to the intact half of the face. Bang! With a dull thud, the good side of Tianzai's face caved in and his red electronic eye bulged outward. Boom! The cannon muzzle glowed green and a sickly green energy bolt shot out, striking Tianzai's chest. Like a hot coal piercing cotton, it burned straight through. Tianzai swayed, his electronic eye dimmed, and with a thunderous crash he collapsed at Qin Chuan's feet. Qin Chuan looked down at the unit with a hole through its chest. His orange-yellow electronic eyes flickered. Tianzai's death was trivial, but if the small one's elders came. Once I get the timestasis gun, he'll lay low for a while. Qin Chuan murmured, raising his left arm as his electronic eyes pulsed with light. Not far away on a metal corridor, the silver scepter impaled in a terror beast warrior's chest began to tremble. Then it shot out, instantly landing in Qin Chuan's left hand. Qin Chuan slowly rose, his body instantly enveloped in black spikes, the surrounding light swirling wildly. He'll leave this to Wan Long and the others. Qin Chuan transmitted the order through the comm module to the Wan Long Fleet 08 AU away. In the second before he vanished, Qin Chuan couldn't help but grumble internally. Jinba's ship was too shabby. After this he must upgrade it properly. All his subordinates deserved proper gear. With Tianzai's death removing the linchpin, the remaining terror beast fleet was quickly captured by Xian and I and Ban Jia's fleets. These were all slaves, the chosen ones for mining. It would be a pity to lose them. Inside the command hall of the Retribution, Wei Zhenchen and Zhang Dangbo returned to the central elliptical main console. When they had stepped out earlier, the entire Bashianhu fleet had been completely locked down by a force field device. The dark matter engine could not extract a single particle of dark matter from space for power. Such technology, it must be that damned Aoshianzan again. Hoof! Wei Zhenchen, enraged, slammed his fist onto the console. Zhang Dangbo looked at Wei Zhenchen. Lord, for the continuation of the Bashianhu we could temporarily submit to Aoshianzan. The hall fell silent.
Zhang Dangbo's cold mechanical voice rose, carrying a tone of rational decisive analysis. As Zhang Dangbo finished speaking,
Wei Zhenchen spun around abruptly, his massive frame charging towards Zhang Dangbo. He raised his right arm and a sinister dark gold iron fist slammed down onto Zhang Dangbo's chest. Zhang Dangbo stumbled back 2 steps, dropping to one knee, his chest armor cracked and arcing with electricity. El Lord! Zhang Dangbo looked up, his left hand braced on the floor, right hand clutching his chest.
His crimson single eye stared at the towering figure bending over him, his cold voice turning hoarse.
Wei Zhenchen looked down.
His electronic eyes gleamed with cold red light and his left arm extended a razor-sharp dark purple energy blade.
Zhang Dangbo, remember this. I am the leader of the Bashianhu.
Beside them Xinghua tilted his frame and on his inverted triangular screen 3 scarlet exclamation marks flashed. For him who was loyal to Wei Zhenchen,
Zhang Dangbo was now an enemy.
The surrounding mid-level units began to tremble slightly, burying themselves in their work. The hall fell into a dead silence. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and Wei Zhenchen prepared to teach Zhang Dangbo another lesson.
Behind Wei Zhenchen,
a tall, dark and ferocious frame materialized instantly.
The pressure of a super leader level spark engulfed Wei Zhenchen completely.
Qin Chuan lowered his head, his orange-yellow electronic eyes fixed on Wei Zhenchen, his voice calm.
Wei Zhenchen, kneel.
It was only a brief pause. Wei Zhenchen's body turned, the arm cannon on his right arm glowing, and immediately fired an energy cannon at his back.
Qin Chuan sneered inwardly, the scepter in his hand sparking with electricity.
Accompanied by a piercing crackling sound that hurt the eardrums, a purple energy projectile sank into the transparent space in front of Qin Chuan's chest armor, which was otherwise empty.
Like a pebble dropped into the ocean, it vanished without a trace.
Faced with such a nearly desperate and eerie tactic, Wei Zhenchen's gaze fell on his own arm cannon, then he looked up at the ferocious body before him. The electronic eye flickered with a vicious, insane red light.
Ah! Boom!
Wei Zhenchen roared, aiming his arm cannon at Qin Chuan's limbs and head, firing wildly. The nearby Shenghua and other Bashianhu mid-level warriors were startled awake, instantly raising their arm cannons and firing wildly at Qin Chuan.
For a moment,
around Qin Chuan, red and purple beams and projectiles fell like a dense curtain of rain pouring down crazily. Qin Chuan simply stood there, allowing the Bashianhu's energy weapons to attack him. The amber electronic eye kept staring at the seemingly insane Wei Zhenchen, who had even drawn an energy sword and was slashing.
The next instant, lightning burst forth from the eye.
Amidst a chorus of screams and explosions, all the mid-level warriors floated into the air, then their chests burst open. The hall was ablaze with fire and the sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground were like dense drumbeats.
Boom!
Qin Chuan looked at Wei Zhenchen, his ferocious right arm reaching out, and an iron fist slammed into the chest armor, producing a thunderous sound. Wei Zhenchen was like a sandbag, his body was punched half a meter off the ground.
Qin Chuan's left arm instantly extended an energy blade.
Under Wei Zhenchen's terrified gaze, the sickly green blade struck like lightning toward the center of his chest.
Boom!
The blade sank completely and with half of its tip protruding from his back. The spark suffered devastating damage, triggering another terrifying explosion, and a huge ferocious gap appeared in the chest armor.
Watching the scarlet electronic eye lose its light,
Qin Chuan gave a violent flick of his left arm. Wei Zhenchen's body, like a trash can, flew out, instantly crashing into Zhang Dangbo, who had just stood up behind him.
In less than 2 seconds from start to finish, Shenghua was still calmly firing purple beams at him. Qin Chuan turned, looked at Shenghua, his amber electronic eye fixed on Shenghua, stroking his chin. In the original plot, Shenghua was loyal to Wei Zhenchen. Now it seemed indeed true. Moreover, as the Bashianhu's communications expert, his ability to steal intelligence and oversee subordinates was outstanding.
For a moment Qin Chuan actually felt a desire to recruit them. At the same time his peripheral vision glanced at Zhang Dangbo, who was standing up again. You have seen how great my power is. Compared to Wei Zhenchen, I can offer you a better platform for development and a brighter future. In the original plot, when Yu Xian deactivated the space bridge, Qin Chuan remembered that these two commanders had perished directly, and it was because of him that everything had now changed.
Qin Chuan's voice fell. Shenghua raised his arm cannon and purple tentacles extended from both sides of his waist.
On the inverted triangular screen 3 scarlet exclamation marks flashed.
Ao Tianzuan, I admit you are very strong, but there is something you seem to have misunderstood. Within the hall, Shangba's cold, gloomy voice rang out. Oh. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan stared at Shenghua with his amber electronic eye, the scepter in his hand already glowing with electricity.
Shenghua, however, seemed not to see it and continued.
The reason I follow Wei Zhenchen is that only when he is the leader am I the second in command of the Bashianhu. Hearing Shangba's reply, Zhang Dangbo's red single eye stared at Shenghua as if seeing him for the first time. He had thought Shenghua was simply loyal.
Now it seemed this was also a beneficiary with thick eyebrows and big eyes.
Qin Chuan looked at Shenghua, feeling equally sarcastic inside.
just as he was about to express his own thoughts. In his perception matrix, the communication module instantly received a communication request. After the quantum neural network quickly matched it, Qin Chuan let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Because the signal band of this communication wave was unmistakably Juhush. A blue beam shot from Qin Chuan's left eye. As the holographic screen unfolded, the center of the screen lit up. Juhush stood in the center of the screen. White light illuminated the entire mechanical medical bay brightly, and in the center of the metal floor inside, on a cold mechanical bed, a tall redanned blue body lay quietly. Juhush, what do you want? It's not to blame me for killing Yuxiandi, is it? Qin Chuan's mechanical voice echoed in the hall, his tone full of sarcasm and mockery. Although King Tianzu and the others had indeed saved him before. But afterward, in the embarrassing situation where the Kichuan had no base, he had given them a frigate that was extremely important to them as compensation. As for going together to retrieve something, that was just an excuse. But later what King Tianzu did was very dishonorable. He didn't inform his old comrade, barged into his headquarters and even killed his subordinates. This was treating him like a pushover. Of course, from the original work where he destroyed various sacred artifacts, it could be seen that King Tianzu was either brain-damaged or a planetary traitor. Juhush didn't dare meet Qin Chuan's gaze, feeling ashamed at the same time. His gaze subtly glanced behind. Zhendangbo and Shenghua were warily raising their arm cannons at Qin Chuan. Behind Qin Chuan on the cold metal floor lay the tall dark golden body that had been familiar for countless millennia. Like King Tianzu, his electronic eye had also gone completely dim. Obviously he had been killed by Qin Chuan. Juhush's jaw dropped and he momentarily forgot what he wanted to say. Qin Chuan took in all of Juhush's reactions, feeling indifferent inside. Sensing Qin Chuan's gaze, Juhush withdrew his own gaze and immediately looked at the ferocious pitch-black tall body opposite him. Ao Tianzuan, on behalf of King Tianzu and all Kichuan, I apologize to you. As Juhush's voice fell, many heavy footsteps immediately sounded from outside the screen. Da Wangfeng, Erqian Tiepi and a group of other Kichuan walked into the screen. Under the cold gaze of Qin Chuan's amber electronic eye, all the Kichuan slowly bowed their heads. Ao Tianzuan, we apologize to you on behalf of ourselves and our leader. Qin Chuan ignored them, instead turning his body and shifting his gaze to Shenghua and Zhendangbo. Come, give me some advice. As Qin Chuan spoke, he raised his right arm cannon, swinging the green glowing muzzle back and forth between the two bodies. Under pressure, Shenghua and Zhendangbo exchanged glances. Then they slowly stepped forward, simultaneously retracting their arm cannons. The situation was against them, so it was better to lie low. As they moved forward, Qin Chuan positioned them in front of him. His gaze fell on the two commander-level Bashianho and his tone was icy. Tell him, offer a price that satisfies me or no resurrection. As he spoke, Qin Chuan's ferocious right hand pointed at Wise Hangshan, whose chest was crackling with electric arcs. If you can't negotiate, then lie down together with your leader. Qin Chuan's words left the Kichuan and the two Bashianho commanders dumbfounded. Zhendangbo reacted first, his red single eye looking at Juhush. Where is your leadership matrix? This sentence silenced the entire room. Then Qin Chuan noticed that all the Kichuan were looking at him. Qin Chuan stared at Juhush, already having a guess. King Tianzu handed the leadership matrix to Yuxiandi, and then Ao Tianzuan killed Yuxiandi. Juhush shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. We also went to that chemical plant to search, but we didn't detect any energy reflection signal of the leadership matrix at the scene. Qin Chuan's amber electronic eye flickered, his heart twitching. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Shenghua suddenly turned his body sideways and his inverted triangular screen faced Qin Chuan. Ao Tianzuan, perhaps you could remove their transformation gears and make them serve you. Hearing Shenghua's cold and venomous words, all the Kichuan on the opposite side instantly looked at Shenghua as if they wanted to jump out of the screen. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Ambulance, how about it? Remove the transformation gear and work as my miner, and I'll let the Decepticons resurrect your leader. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes fixed on the holographic screen, his mechanical voice cold and indifferent. This time he had to get the Autobots under his control. Soundwave stared at Qin Chuan. Ao Xianzhen, you. The cold dark mechanical voice had just begun when Qin Chuan lifted his leg and kicked. Boom! With a dull thud, Soundwave's body was knocked to the ground, rolling twice, sparks flying across the floor. Remember, I can kill Megatron and I can crush you too. The cold warning mechanical voice echoed in the hall. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes stared at Soundwave. Soundwave's body struggled to kneel on one knee. One hand supporting the ground, the other covering his mangled abdomen. Sparks and arcs of electricity shot out, blue energy fluid gushing out. Shockwave, standing in front of the holographic screen, stiffly turned his head and saw this exaggerated scene. One kick had nearly killed a commander-level warrior. This super leader's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary leader.
Shockwave turned back, subtly glancing at Qin Chuan behind him, seeing him still observing Soundwave.
Shockwave lowered his head, slowly retreated and stood beside the screen. His single red eye flickered uncertainly.
No one knew what he was thinking.
Seeing Soundwave lower his head, not daring to meet his gaze, Qin Chuan withdrew his eyes. The dignity of the strong must not be challenged. Qin Chuan shifted his gaze back to the holographic screen.
His orange electronic eyes flashed with ferocity.
Hand over the transformation gear or the deal is off.
The cold tone instantly established the status between them.
Seeing the other side still discussing, Qin Chuan said impatiently, "I'll give you 10 seconds. The cold voice reached the other side. The Autobots exchanged glances, finally looking at Bumblebee and Ratchet. Bumblebee and Ratchet looked at each other.
Seeing Ironhide and RC nodding to them,
Ratchet let out a heavy sigh, looked up at Qin Chuan.
"Fine, we agree."
The transformation gear was important. But without a leader, the Autobot faction would soon be finished.
"Then bring it over." Beep. With the electronic prompt sound, Qin Chuan took the initiative to close the communication, not wasting words with the Autobots.
His gaze fell on Shockwave, who was still bowing his head.
The entire nearly 10-meter silver body with chest armor like exposed exoskeleton was extremely fierce and domineering.
On the head with a pair of silver horns, a single red eye like light flickered. According to the original plot, he should have been taken offline along with Soundwave by now.
The Decepticons would also be completely destroyed in this Sentinel Prime installment, leaving only Megatron as a lone commander.
But now, because of him, they were all still alive.
Qin Chuan knew. Shockwave's loyalty was not to Megatron but to the Decepticons.
All his motivations were for the Decepticons.
If he took over the Decepticon army, then Shockwave would become his subordinate. But then his loyalty would be uncertain.
Before the time travel, besides Bumblebee, his favorite model was Shockwave. Now, to reshape his spark and body, it felt somewhat reluctant.
Qin Chuan stared at Shockwave, rubbing his chin. Shockwave was even more speechless at this moment. What does this Aoshianzan want to do? Is he going to perform a spark and body reshaping like Storm and Xian and I? Shockwave felt a chill in his heart.
Since arriving in the solar system during mission breaks, he had never stopped investigating Qin Chuan's data.
This Aoshianzan's origins were very mysterious and his goals were completely illogical. Sometimes he helped the Decepticons, sometimes the Autobots. Now, with his own strength and army formidable, he still hadn't occupied Earth. What was he thinking? As he thought, Shockwave seemed to recall some unpleasant investigation files. Since the Battle of Los Angeles ended, the Decepticons had searched for their bodies more than once. Although human secrets were completely transparent to them, they still found nothing. Blackout's body was not on Earth. That left only one possibility.
Qin Chuan had taken those bodies just like he had modified Starscream, reshaping them.
Shockwave's body trembled. In his understanding, sparks could only be repaired and revived. Once reshaped, the original consciousness would be completely lost, dead. Just as Shockwave was feeling uneasy under the stare and preparing to lift his head to say something to steady Qin Chuan, "Shockwave, from now on I am the new leader of the Decepticons. You and Soundwave will help me manage this army. How about it?" Ahead, Qin Chuan's cold blade-like mechanical voice suddenly came. Shockwave's body froze, his mind blank for a moment before he reacted, then knelt on one knee. "Yes, Lord Aoshianzan."
As he spoke, Shockwave looked up at Qin Chuan. Seeing that Shockwave was still obedient, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, turned his body and looked at Soundwave, who had already stood up.
"What about you?"
Qin Chuan raised his right arm, the cannon aimed at Soundwave, a green glow forming inside the barrel.
Obviously, if Soundwave didn't agree, he would kill him immediately.
At worst, he'll lose a mobile big figure. Qin Chuan thought, his electronic eyes fixed on the silent Soundwave, the orange light growing colder.
Shockwave stood still, his big red eyes watching Soundwave. His coldness was consistent inside and out, without any fluctuation. Although the two had worked together under Megatron for millions of years, the relationship between him and Soundwave was more about wartime cooperation and communication. As for other things, they were strangers. Seeing the energy bullet condensing about to fire, Qin Chuan gave up and prepared to kill Soundwave. The cold, dark voice resounded decisively. "Yes, Lord Aoshianzan." The light in the cannon dissipated. Qin Chuan lowered his arm, his gaze falling on the hall filled with flames and chaos. "Then I'll leave this to you,"
Qin Chuan said, turning his body and walking towards Megatron, who lay on the ground.
The cannon in his hand emitted a faint green glow.
Approaching Megatron's body, Qin Chuan bent slightly, his ferocious black hand pinching the nose to lift him.
Throughout the process, Qin Chuan kept glancing behind him. Soundwave stood at the main console, his hands on the holographic keyboard, rapidly operating the communication module. There seemed to be nothing unusual. Qin Chuan carried Megatron's body and walked out of the mechanical door. Boom!
As the metal door closed again, a dull impact sounded. Soundwave instantly turned his head, looking at Shockwave, who had been on guard, raising his right arm.
Why betray Lord Megatron?
Facing the 3 red exclamation marks on Soundwave's inverted triangular screen,
Shockwave was not to be outdone, raising his right arm, his mechanical voice as cold as a blade. Soundwave, if you are stronger than Aoshianzan and can lead the Decepticons to greater prosperity, then I am willing to serve you. Whoosh. However, what answered Shockwave was a series of angry shots from Soundwave. Soundwave charged forward. The two directly fought in the hall, inside a research room at the end of a corridor on the Nemesis flagship.
Qin Chuan stood before the mechanical medical berth, looking at the once arrogant Decepticon leader now lying here and his 2 subordinates already fighting because of his instigation.
What name should I give you? Staring at Megatron's body, Qin Chuan's chest crackled with electric arcs. The red light of the Allspark overflowed from his spark, covering the arcs. A thin red energy layer slowly descended towards the cold body on the mechanical medical berth. The red energy film completely wrapped it, making Megatron look like a cocoon. Qin Chuan's electronic eyes stared fixedly, eagerly anticipating the new body after the red flash. He would also gain his first loyal leader-level subordinate.
But soon Qin Chuan sensed something wrong. The red light did not dissipate and the energy film on the surface began to crack. In Qin Chuan's alert gaze, streams of dark purple gas shot out like arrows from the cracks. In an instant, the entire research room was enveloped by a cold purple energy mist.
Bang!
The sound of mechanical locks breaking came from ahead.
Qin Chuan looked into the purple energy mist. Thump! Thump!
The sound of a tall body stepping on the ground suddenly sounded, slowly approaching him. Qin Chuan looked ahead, the blurry smoke swaying, a tall silhouette slowly emerging. A powerful signal wave of super leader level spark energy surged towards Qin Chuan. The perception matrix quickly collected it, sending it into the quantum neural network to extract memory chips for comparison with consciousness bands. When the final result showed Megatron's consciousness fluctuation, Qin Chuan was astonished.
How could Megatron's spark consciousness still exist? Had the conversion failed?
Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes stared at the gradually clear body ahead, and the energy blade on his left arm instantly snapped out. Under the gaze of Qin Chuan, a 13-meter-tall mech with a dark purple coating soon materialized. Its shoulders, forehead, chest, knees and feet all bore upward curving purple horns. A pair of purple electronic eyes stared at him like a fierce tiger.
Aotianzun, did you ever expect this? I certainly didn't.
The cold words of Megatron echoed as his right arm raised and a cannon formed, instantly coalescing from a purple lattice. The dark purple light was aimed at Qin Chuan's chest. At this moment Qin Chuan's heart was filled with shock, for Megatron looked exactly like the Megatron in the emblem of the leader.
What on earth is happening?
The only subordinates of the real-life Cosmic Emperor are the disasters. When did Megatron get involved with the Cosmic Emperor? As his thoughts raced, Qin Chuan lifted his arm cannon to take the initiative. The cannon's green light gathered and a light projectile shot out, heading straight for Megatron's head.
Electric arcs danced in the electronic eyes and the gravity of the research room was instantly under his control.
The light projectile rushed towards Megatron's face and a smirk of human-like mockery appeared at the corner of Megatron's mouth. The dark purple left arm lifted and a shadowy purple energy sword suddenly sprang forth. The sharp blade clashed with the light projectile. Accompanied by a strong corrosive sound, the surface of the light projectile began to break down, visibly shrinking in size as the green light transformed into countless light points escaping in all directions. Like sparks, they quickly extinguished. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan's heart sank. His gaze discreetly glanced at the sword. It must be the Dark Star Sword.
This is just too unfortunate.
How did reshaping a spark and a mech lead to this?
Megatron seems a bit sinister.
Thinking this way, Qin Chuan decided that if he were to kill Megatron in the future, he would throw him far away. As for the subordinate leader-class warriors, he would enhance them one by one using the leadership module's attributes. Just as Qin Chuan focused ahead, lost in thought, a purple light projectile with a diameter of 1 meter was already illuminating his face. By the time he looked up, it was already rushing towards him. A chilling malicious energy signal emanated from the surface of the projectile.
The attributes actually cannot be suppressed. Qin Chuan exclaimed in surprise.
Normally, once he activated the intent control of the gold level attribute, this light projectile should move according to his will. Even if both were super leaders, the light projectiles fired would behave the same way. But now it was completely ineffective against Megatron. If previously Qin Chuan occupied the form of the mech, in this moment it was undoubtedly confirmed. After all, there was only one true deity. Qin Chuan could not fathom who else could disregard his intent control over distorted time and space at the same level of power. Thinking this, Qin Chuan aimed forward and opened the cold metallic maw of the mech. A series of circular dark purple sound waves resembling rippling water surged forward.
This was his first time using the high-frequency soundwave gold-level attribute to attack an enemy. Of course it was also a test. Aotianzun, is this all the ability you have? Megatron approached slowly, allowing the purple circular ripples to fall upon his towering muscular purple mech. Qin Chuan stood firm, his electronic eyes fixed on the approaching grim-faced Megatron. How did the Cosmic Emperor fight? Aotianzun, you're about to die, there's no need to know too much. Don't worry about your subordinates and those Autobots, they will soon join you, ha ha. Megatron glared at Qin Chuan with hatred and delight in his eyes. This Transformer who had killed him 3 times had to be eliminated today. As Megatron thought this, a cold and grand voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Megatron seized the super lightspeed key from. Hearing this voice, Megatron immediately responded with his spark, yes my lord. Qin Chuan had been keeping an eye on Megatron, and just then Megatron's mech stiffened for a moment. A flash of human-like terror briefly appeared. Qin Chuan felt even more apprehensive. Megatron's consciousness must have just been communicating with the Cosmic Emperor. Since there was communication, he could certainly possess and fight in his place. As Qin Chuan thought more, the static around his mech surged, turning his form into a blurred black-edged silhouette, vanishing from sight. Qin Chuan suddenly disappeared. Megatron's purple electronic eyes flickered slightly as his mech exited the research room. Crack! The transformation gears activated and the mech emitted a muffled metallic crash, instantly spiraling and darting out of the ship. Bursting into the vastness of space, Megatron searched left and right. Qin Chuan had long since vanished without a trace. Megatron, is this the value you are proving to me? In Megatron's mind, the cold and grand voice sounded again. Megatron's mech trembled as he hurriedly responded, Cosmic Emperor, please grant me a chance for redemption. Poof! The cold and grand voice crashed like thunder, exploding in his consciousness. The tall menacing purple mech swayed left and right for a long time. Megatron lifted his head, his purple electronic eyes fixed on the cosmos, his heart boiling with killing intent. Uranus, a massive ice giant. In its orbit, a white-coat wedge-shaped spaceship hovered in the silent void of space. Compared to the massive object beside it, it seemed no different from a microorganism. In the command hall, Ratchet, Bumblebee and Ironhide, the core Autobots, stood together. Ratchet, is what you said true? Ironhide stood beside Ratchet, asking in a low voice. Ratchet was speechless, shooting forth a beam of glowing green light, instantly revealing a 2-square-meter green holographic screen. In the center of the screen, it divided into 2. The icon of Megatron's mech appeared on the left. On the right was a graph of the spark energy signal's spectral density function. Similar to a human electrocardiogram, Bumblebee and Ironhide stared at it for a long time, then fixed their electronic eyes on Ratchet. The peak intensity of the energy signal is even higher than that of Aotianzun. Bumblebee's voice was grave as he stroked his chin. How is this possible? What on earth has Aotianzun done? Ironhide said, glancing at Ratchet with a face full of inquiry. Ratchet merely shrugged his shoulders, hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. I'm not Aotianzun. After Ratchet said this, the light beam in front of him disappeared and the holographic screen vanished. Alright, we should prepare to welcome Aotianzun. As soon as Ratchet finished speaking, a tall blurry silhouette of a mech suddenly appeared behind him. Qin Chuan's mech appeared behind him. Almost instinctively, Ratchet raised his right arm to shoot. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Qin Chuan's arm extended swiftly, grasping the cannon barrel, sparks flying. Aotianzun, what are you doing? Let go of Ratchet. Ironhide raised his cannon, the barrel glowing faintly. Bumblebee even aimed his ion cannon at Qin Chuan's head. I come to revive your leader with no ill intent. A lazy voice of Qin Chuan echoed as electric light flickered in his electronic eyes. Bumblebee and Ironhide flew up, crashing against the metal wall behind them as if they were firmly bound by chains. Releasing the grip on Ratchet's cannon, Qin Chuan walked towards the mechanical door. Let's go revive your leader. Within an arched corridor 3 stories high and as wide as a basketball court, the metal walls were etched with blue energy lines like circuit board traces, pulsing with a faint cerulean glow. Qin Chuan walked down the corridor. Around him, numerous Autobots only half his height and painted in various colors passed by, eyeing him with curiosity and wariness. Some timid Autobots the size of RC even collapsed to the ground, their Energon leaking profusely. Qin Chuan remained silent. It seemed Optimus Prime's leadership over the Autobots was not particularly ruthless. No wonder the Civil War had been lost. With that thought, Qin Chuan turned a corner 100 meters ahead. At the end of the corridor, a rectangular metal door stood. The door was already open, revealing instruments, projectors, and mechanical arms. Ratchet stepped forward, stopped at the entrance, and made a gesture for Qin Chuan to enter. Qin Chuan's optics twitched. How had this one learned human mannerisms? Nodding in appreciation, his tall, dark, and ferocious frame bent down to enter the medbay. Aotianzun, greetings. A blue Autobot transformed from a Harley-Davidson motorcycle stood 3.6 meters tall, approached him and bowed in respect. Qin Chuan stared at RC. He had always wondered since Autobots couldn't reproduce was having a girlfriend a psychological or physiological comfort. Alright, you may leave. Qin Chuan said. RC turned and glanced at the medical berth not far behind her. Under Qin Chuan's gaze she walked out of the mechanical door. Just as the door was about to close a figure darted in. Qin Chuan turned his optics unfriendly and glared at ratchet electricity crackling within his eyes. Get out. As the words fell the mechanical door opened again and Ratchet was thrown out. The method he used to revive Transformers must never be known to a third party. The room was now completely empty save for Qin Chuan. He turned and walked toward the medical berth. Along the way nearby monitors and circuit devices sparked and went dark. Qin Chuan looked down at the Redan blue frame at the massive gaping hole in the chest dark and empty. Optimus Prime, I hope you can share some of my burdens. As he spoke Qin Chuan spread his arms. The spark within his chest armor ignited instantly. A cloud of cerulean energy mist a meter in diameter surged out of his chest like a stream. Flowing down his right arm to his palm Qin Chuan leaned down pressing his cerulean hand slowly toward the center of the chest. Just as the metal palm was less than a centimeter from the chest plate. Qin Chuan's frame paused, his amber optics locked on Optimus Prime. He wondered how to use the Supreme Leader gold trait to make Optimus Prime a true Supreme Leader. What if after revival Optimus Prime learned that he had killed Sentinel Prime? Wouldn't they start fighting immediately? For a moment Qin Chuan's amber optics flickered, his mind entangled in hesitation. Bang! 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 A dull pounding came from the mechanical door behind him. Within his perception matrix the communication module instantly received a transmission request. Pressed by the situation Qin Chuan only activated audio communication. Ao Tianzu and Megatron is here and beside him is a monster with mechanical tentacles as its lower half. Arg! In the calm with Ratchet's scream the conversation was cut off. Qin Chuan's spark jolted, he dared not hesitate any longer. Electric arcs burst from his chest to his limbs carrying the cerulean energy mist and made contact with the chest plate. The arcs raced at lightning speed spreading across every part of the frame in an instant. A thin red energy membrane instantly enveloped the frame while the cerulean energy mist all surged into the hollow center of the chest. Bang! A dull sound came from the mechanical door. Qin Chuan turned his tall frame assuming a combat stance. The cannon on his right arm glowed green aimed at the door which was now red bloated and twisted. Like a bubble about to burst the mechanical door shot inward like a cannonball crashing into the metal wall. Qin Chuan's scepter crackled with electricity as he stared warily at the entrance. Black smoke billowed from that direction and two blurred figures flickered before stepping into the medbay. As Qin Chuan had guessed. It was indeed Megatron and Quintessa. Qin Chuan's spark clenched, his optics discreetly glanced at the medical berth behind him. Inside the cocoon-like energy shell. The spark energy signature of a Supreme Leader was skyrocketing. Megatron and Quintessa naturally noticed this. Quintessa stopped Optimus Prime immediately. Yes, my lord. Hearing their exchange Qin Chuan's optics flashed. He brought his arms together and on the silver pole. The spark within his chest blazed. The energy lines on the silver pole instantly emitted a blinding green light. Whoosh! 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 With three piercing screams, three pale green beams each 10 meters in diameter shot out in rapid succession streaking toward the entrance. Megatron and Quintessa were like insects on a beach. The two Supreme Leaders had just turned their heads when their frames were completely swallowed by the pale green energy tide. The perception matrix collected scene data at light speed, a model rapidly forming. In the real-time holographic model within the entrance of the medbay amidst the raging destructive energy tide. Two bright red spots still shone with indomitable intensity. Inside the energy tide the frames of Megatron and Quintessa wobbled. Large pieces of armor melted away like snowflakes only to instantly reform. Damn, do all Supreme Leaders heal this fast? Seeing that his three desperate shots couldn't take down the two, Qin Chuan considered switching to melee. His gaze fell on Quintessa. In the original story Quintessa had formidable mental control but was weak in close combat. But to Qin Chuan she was merely a regular leader with enhanced combat power. With his own strength he should be able to take her down. Qin Chuan's amber optics flickered and his frame vanished, reappearing instantly beside Quintessa. He swung his scepter aiming for Quintessa's head. As Qin Chuan appeared, Megatron instantly sensed him, grabbed Quintessa with his left arm and flung her aside. The crackling scepter struck half of Quintessa's face. At the same time a plasma shot from Megatron's cannon was already pressed against Qin Chuan's chest. Qin Chuan felt a tremendous force, his frame shot backward like a cannonball crashing into the corridor he had come from. The metal floor he scraped over instantly dented glowed red and spat sparks.
In a crater of deformed metal sparks and electricity dancing, Qin Chuan looked up to see another purple plasma shot right in front of his face. In a thousandth of a second, Qin Chuan's frame wrapped in a blurred black outline vanished from the spot. Inside the medbay, Quintessa raised her ferocious right claw, thrusting violently at Optimus Prime's chest. Just as Quintessa's claw was about to touch the cocoon-like energy mass, Megatron suddenly turned his head, fired a plasma shot at Quintessa's left side and charged forward, his left arm extending the dark star saber.
Qin Chuan appeared, punching Quintessa's chest plate while leaning left. A plasma shot grazed his cheek, leaving a glowing red line.
On the metal wall beside him, the thick dark gold metal melted like wax, dripping in red-hot globs onto the metal floor.
Blue smoke rose with a sizzling sound.
Qin Chuan had just dodged Megatron's sneak attack when a sharp icy cold sensation suddenly stabbed into his abdomen. The sword tip had penetrated half an inch. Enduring the pain, Qin Chuan vanished again in an instant. Behind Quintessa, a blurred black outline had just appeared when Megatron fired another shot and Qin Chuan staggered and disappeared again. But in the final moment of his disappearance, his scepter like a spear thrust deeply into Quintessa's chest plate and then withdrew instantly.
Ah! Quintessa's chest shattered, pieces of parts fell like ice shards clattering onto the floor. Yet no explosion occurred.
It seemed Quintessa was lucky, the scepter had only passed close to her spark.
Even so, Quintessa's optics dimmed considerably.
She began to slowly descend, clearly severely wounded.
Megatron only glanced at Quintessa before withdrawing his cold gaze.
He looked around with a mocking expression, raised his left arm with the dark star saber and stabbed downward fiercely. In Megatron's mind, Qin Chuan was already gravely wounded from the previous fight. If he played his cards right, he could kill both Optimus Prime and that old fool in one go. Just as Megatron was lost in pleasant fantasies, a green energy beam 10 meters in diameter suddenly appeared behind him.
A cold and different voice followed Megatron, "Go to hell."
The moment Qin Chuan appeared, Megatron had already sensed it. Aware of the motive behind him, Megatron didn't turn his head, raising his right arm cannon composed of purple crystals.
The muzzle instantly glowed with purple light. Boom!
With a thunderous roar, a high-energy ion beam of the same 10-meter diameter shot toward the opposite direction. The cold, chaotic power intertwined with the destructive energy, giving rise to a white sphere.
A terrifying radiance instantly engulfed the entire medical bay. Metal walls, mechanical beds, holographic projections, every device turned to gas under the light's embrace.
Qin Chuan activated teleportation and his dark, towering mechanical form vanished.
Outside the battleship in the pitch-black depths of space, Qin Chuan stood in the void.
A silver scepter crackled with lightning in his hand, his orange electronic eyes fixed ahead. The explosion's light nearly submerged a third of the frigate. The white glow still hadn't dissipated. Qin Chuan's electronic eyes stared at it, his perception matrix initiating a scan. 2 red curtains swept across the light sphere with incredible speed. In his vision module, a holographic projection formed and Qin Chuan's gaze registered astonishment. Megatron leaned forward, thrusting the dark star sword into the inner body beneath the thin red glow. But the moment the dark purple blade tip pierced the crimson membrane, the energy signal of the prime-level spark erupted fully.
2 metal palms instantly clamped together, trapping the blade tip, halting its advance.
A steady, powerful mechanical voice followed, "Megatron, your end has come." Megatron froze and the 2 primes clashed once more.
Blasts capable of destroying a 500-meter length were fired as frequently as arm cannons. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted, searching for another figure within the lights. Whom? Qin Chuan suddenly turned his head, his electronic eyes looking at Optimus Prime's back. A translucent mechanical silhouette appeared, swaying behind him. Still trying to ambush. Qin Chuan's mechanical lips curved into a sneer. The next instant he teleported.
Behind Optimus Prime, Quintessa stood hidden. Her golden face twisted with malice, her right arm aimed at the center of his back, darting out like lightning.
Die, Optimus Prime. As Quintessa struck, her form fully exited stealth. Megatron witnessed this, his dark purple electronic eyes fixed on the Redan blue frame before him.
Optimus Prime, see how you escape this time. Megatron's right arm fired a beam, his left raising the dark star sword, thrusting viciously toward Optimus Prime's head.
In an instant, Optimus Prime was utterly cornered. 2 primes struck simultaneously from front and back. No matter what Optimus Prime did, he could only choose one, either preserve his spark or lose his head. There was no escape. In that moment, Optimus Prime's blue electronic eyes flickered several times, then he suddenly raised his head. Megatron!
With a roar, Optimus Prime surged forward toward Megatron.
In the dark void, the 2 towering figures locked together, energy blades madly thrusting at each other's vitals. Quintessa's 5 silver needle-like claws had already sunk partially in.
No matter how painfully Optimus Prime twisted, she clung like a bone-deep maggot, unmoving.
Almost there, almost there. The taste of a prime-level spark must be delicious.
Quintessa was ecstatic, her right claw hooked into the armor gap, her left claw ready to plunge inward.
Poof! A grunt sounded from behind. A silver scepter crackling with electricity swept across Quintessa's neck. With immense force, Quintessa's headless body was flung into the void, spinning wildly and drifting into deep space. Her head spun like a top, slowly rising above Qin Chuan. The electronic eyes had long gone dark, sparks flickered from the jagged tear at the neck. Qin Chuan thrust his left arm downward and ripples like water emerged from the void. The headless body turned into a streak of light floating beside the head on Qin Chuan's right. Raising his right arm, he grabbed the head. Seeing the dead electronic eyes, he moved the body before him with his mind. His left hand reached into the chest and a burst of fire and energy surged out. Qin Chuan's frame only trembled slightly before recovering. He gazed at the floating head and body of Quintessa. Qin Chuan's mechanical lips curled upward. This was exactly what he needed, a pillow for his drowsiness. His first prime-level warrior would be Quintessa with a rebuilt frame and spark. As he thought this, behind Qin Chuan in the dark void 5,000 blue dots appeared. He turned his frame facing the glaring light like a beacon in the night sky. It was Storm and Zawani's fleet arriving via temporal jump and teleportation to support him. In his perception matrix, the communication module opened an internal channel. Storm, bring this body back to the ship, it's useful to me. After speaking, Qin Chuan's frame turned and vanished. The dead Quintessa transformed into a streak of light racing toward the Ark mothership. In the deep space less than 1 AU from Neptune, the once dark void suddenly became lively. Green and blue beams on the right clashed against dark purple beams on the opposite. A lone asteroid 7 kilometers in diameter drifted nearby. The purple beam was routed and the purple frame was instantly swallowed. A blazing, terrifying white sphere appeared once more, expanding outward. That asteroid happened to be within range. As the faint white light swept over it, the giant asteroid instantly cracked, then exploded. Countless smaller asteroids from 10 to 100 meters in diameter scattered, hurtling into the dark depths of space. Qin Chuan and Optimus Prime exchanged a glance, their gaze falling on the center of the light sphere. As time passed at the center of the light sphere, dark purple energy like fine threads gradually swallowed the entire glow. Qin Chuan's heart trembled. In his perception matrix, a chilling, overwhelming energy signal reflected back from the light sphere. Optimus Prime looked at Qin Chuan. Optimus Prime, what's going on with Megatron? How does he possess such cold, chaotic energy? Optimus Prime spoke, then hesitated, sounding uncertain. The archives of Iacon describe the aura of Unicron exactly like this. Hearing this, Qin Chuan glanced at Optimus Prime, his tone wary. That's exactly it. As the purple energy weapon rapidly coalesced into 100 Meturtle Crystal Mountain, Qin Chuan's heart tensed. In the original story, only the Matrix of Leadership could defeat Unicron. He wondered if his would work. Thinking this, Qin Chuan forgot about Optimus Prime standing beside him. Qin Chuan stood still, arms spread. Inside his chest, his spark ignited instantly. The energy of the Matrix of Leadership burst from his chest armor, transforming into blue threads that stabbed toward the purple crystal mountain. Optimus Prime, here are the coordinates of the chemical plant. Go retrieve the Matrix of Leadership. Qin Chuan stared ahead, his tone grave. Optimus Prime looked at Qin Chuan and nodded. As he waited for the ship, his perception matrix's communication module detected a line of glowing green code for a transformation cog. Before Optimus Prime could react, he heard Qin Chuan's voice from behind. I've implanted a new transformation cog in your frame, a Prime Level 1. Optimus Prime's blue electronic eyes flickered as the transformation cog activated. He transformed into a heavy blue interstellar fighter, 6 vector thrusters at the tail glowing blue. In Qin Chuan's peripheral vision, he shot toward a blue dot. He withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the purple mountain before him. The mountain was still visibly growing. Qin Chuan took a look. His perception matrix uploaded the data to his quantum neural network, quickly building a model. In his vision module, the purple mountain's projection appeared with height, energy index, and consciousness energy spectrum all growing exponentially. Unicron, you're not playing fair. The colossal peak transformed into a meteorite, then into a terrestrial planet the size of the moon, and the expansion continued. Qin Chuan's body teleported across every part of this purple crystalline planet. The fusion cannons on his arms had fired countless rounds, yet it was to no avail. Those beams of destruction, capable of tearing apart planetary plates and rivaling light spears, fell upon the planet like drops of water sinking into the sea. Qin Chuan lowered his arm cannon, standing still as he frantically pondered countermeasures. It seemed he had for the first time discovered the shortcoming of the trait system. The gold-grade trait of the leadership module could unleash power only proportional to his own strength, just like the spark source trait. It depended on his own level of power. Though he was now a supreme leader comparable to a demigod, compared to Yujo Dadi he was utterly insignificant. The disparity was so vast that the ability of the trait system was instantly nullified. Qin Chuan suspected that in Yujo Dadi's eyes the only difference between himself and other supreme leaders was his swiftness and top-tier combat prowess within his rank. But what was the use? Once Yujo Dadi fully controlled Wei Jintian, everything here would be destroyed. Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the planet below. The surface was already enshrouded in a purple atmosphere with numerous purple arcs of electricity flickering within. The surrounding spacetime began to ripple like water as if it were a mirage reflected in a lake. Amid the palpitations, Qin Chuan steeled himself. A blue holographic screen projected from his left eye. The screen dimmed and then lit up again. He looked toward Fengbao in the command hall. Fengbao notified the entire fleet to lock the coordinates of all temporal spatial generators onto this planet. Also aimed the neutron generators at this planet in fire. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Fengbao's body trembled, then he immediately nodded. An electronic chime sounded as Qin Chuan actively terminated the internal communication. 2 minutes later, with the Fangzhou as the center, 4999 secondary frigates formed a ring. The bullseye not far ahead was precisely the purple planet. Qin Chuan was determined. He refused to believe that Cybertron supertech weapons rivaling the pinnacle of cosmic civilizations could not slay a mechanical deity. Under Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes at the center of the ring, the bow of the Fangzhou, the lower armor split open. A device 100 meters in diameter shaped like a lighthouse, its surface covered with crimson energy veins, emerged. The energy veins quickly illuminated, conducting to the tip resembling a tower spire. 5 seconds passed. The crimson glow from afar looked like a miniature neutron star. Within the ring array, the other wedge-shaped frigates revealed identical devices. These points of light reached their peak like a cluster of miniature stars. As a hum of spacetime curvature transmitted to his body, his perception matrix instantly captured it. With the Fangzhou as the main axis, a white particle beam shot toward the purple planet. 4999 azure beams merged their trajectories with the main axis. The spacetime coordinates precisely overlapped. A blinding gamma ray like a spear of death stabbed fiercely into the center of the planet's surface. Qin Chuan roughly estimated the energy level. Such an attack would be more than sufficient to destroy a supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy. The reason he was not afraid of the powerful energy aftershock potentially destroying the entire solar system and nearby star systems within 50 light-years was attributed to a super technology from the peak of Cybertron civilization. The Temporal Spatial Generator. A powerful spacetime device capable of locking in enormous amounts of energy within a certain range. This also answered the question that had puzzled Qin Chuan. Why had the wars and traces of cosmic supercivilizations never been discovered in his past life? Precisely because the level was too low. Just like now. He was within the solar system using super weapons to destroy Yujo Dadi, yet on Earth those humans remained unaware. The high-energy gamma-ion beam accelerated to light speed by the device struck the purple planet. Each particle possessed lethal power at the level of a light particle. Overwhelmed by such a terrifying force under Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes, the planet was instantly blasted to pieces and darkness returned to that place. It seemed that a neutron kill-level gamma-ray burst was sufficient. Qin Chuan immediately issued an order commanding the fleet to use only the neutron generators for now. Qin Chuan teleported, appearing tens of thousands of meters away. Red beams shot from his electronic eyes, 2 curtains covering that area like a canopy. Energy signals, spark consciousness frequency and various complex parameters of the body transformed into a torrent passed through the perception matrix at light speed and merged into the quantum neural network. Warning. Quantum neural network unable to compute, about to collapse. In the visual module, a fluorescent green mosquito instantly popped up, appearing distorted. Qin Chuan was startled, then understood. After the gamma-ray burst bombardment combined with the energy being transferred by Yujo Dadi himself, the energy in this region was almost equivalent to half the mass of a star. The energy density index and the complexity of spacetime calculations at the scene were undoubtedly a hellish level beyond comprehension. Fortunately, I have the magic sphere gold trait. I was almost overwhelmed by the data. As the computational power attribute of the magic sphere gold was activated, Qin Chuan's computational power instantly soared to a terrifying level. With just a glance at the solar system within less than a microsecond, a holographic projection and dynamic trajectory description instantly appeared. He lowered his head, his gaze falling back on the special spacetime ahead, his heart heavy. In the perception matrix, a vast amount of information was collected and fed into the quantum neural network under the buff of the magic sphere gold trait. Almost instantly in the visual module, a spacetime projection of the energy region appeared instantly. Various dynamic parameters on the right were rapidly rising but much weaker than before. Now let's try the attribute trait of the leadership module. Seeing the purple mist, purple crystals emerged again, beginning to condense into a blurry silhouette. A blue attribute beam from the leadership module shot out from Qin Chuan's chest armor like a thin blue thread, instantly piercing the silhouette that was being constructed. The energy index there began to grow exponentially again. The moment the leadership module's energy touched the blurry silhouette, an angry voice sounded from Qin Chuan's spark and hand over the hyperwarp key and I will leave this barren cosmic bubble. This voice was like a thunderclap in his mind, and arcs of electricity instantly jumped across Qin Chuan's body. Ah!
Qin Chuan let out a miserable howl, and within his chest the spark seemed to be injured, instantly wilting. It took a full 10 minutes for Qin Chuan's electronic eyes to regain a little light. The drunken zombie-like state of his body was instantly lifted. Qin Chuan immediately broke into a cold sweat, no longer daring to inject the leadership module's energy into the collective silhouette within that special spacetime region. Fire heavily at this spacetime region. Qin Chuan finished editing the message and sent it to the Fangzhou at light speed. 2 seconds later, the originally condensed collective silhouette of Wei Zhentian was instantly blasted into a pot of ion soup by the gamma-ray burst. As time passed, the purple mist re-emerged from nothing. Qin Chuan stroked his chin. Why was Yujo Dadi so tenacious? Could it be that he only wants the hyperwarp key? Ao Tianzuan, the leadership module has been restored. In the internal communication channel, Qing Tiance's communication request was accepted and a deep, steady, powerful mechanical voice sounded. Qin Chuan turned around, looking at the starry sky behind him. A blue dot trailing a blue streak approached at high speed. Crack! As the transformation metal clashed, the transformation gears activated. Qing Tianzhu, transformed into a mighty redan blue body, stood before Qin Chuan, lowered his head and removed the spark source from his chest armor. Qing Tianzhu extended his hands toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shook his head and did not reach out to take it. He turned around, pointing his right hand at the special spacetime where the collective was forming. Go Qing Tianzhu, I trust you. Qing Tiance's blue electronic eyes looked at Qin Chuan for a long while, then finally nodded. Qing Tianzhu naturally understood that Qin Chuan wanted him to test it. Then he transformed into a fighter jet, charging into the special spacetime where the purple mist was becoming denser. Within the violet energy mist, crystals of purple radiance shimmered, darting toward the central silhouette of a mecha. The outline of Wei Zhentian grew increasingly distinct as a gentle purple glow pulsed softly. Qing Tianzhu stood before it, sensing the chaotic and malevolent energy signals surging toward him. His gaze fell upon the mecha's silhouette before him. Wei Zhentian had actually allied himself with Yujo Dadi, a thought that baffled Qing Tianzhu. Yet time was running short. The lower half of Wei Zhentian's body crystals began to melt like wax, the purple torso growing ever clearer. Qing Tiance's spark jolted. His chest plate split open and the matrix of leadership flew out. Gripping it like a dagger, Qing Tianzhu drove the sharp tip of the matrix straight into the center of the silhouette's chest armor. As if sensing the danger, the blurred head erupted with a blinding purple light, instantly solidifying. The rest of the silhouette's formation slowed abruptly. Wei Zhentian's dark purple optics stared coldly at Qing Tianzhu. Qing Tianzhu, you cannot do this. We were once brothers. No matter how Wei Zhentian pleaded, Qing Tianzhu gave no response. He simply raised both arms, grasping the matrix, and thrust it toward Wei Zhentian's chest. Rage surged within Wei Zhentian's spark. The chest silhouette began to coalesce at breakneck speed. Yet it was still a step too slow. In the moment before the final fingernail-sized patch of chest armor took form, the tip of the matrix descended, burying itself deep into Wei Zhentian's chest. A crisp explosion echoed through the mist. Across the entire chest plate, a web of crackling fissures spread like a virus, racing through Wei Zhentian's entire frame. From his chest, countless purple energies burst forth like high-pressure water jets. They sprayed upward into the pitch-black void of space. The mecha resembled shattered porcelain. From every fine crack, violet light streamed out. Under Qin Chuan's eager gaze, Wei Zhentian's mechanical face exploded in terror. The scattered crystals, like artifacts weathered for ages, turned to dust and vanished into the dark expanse. The original matrix really is something else. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted, landing on the object in Qing Tiance's hand. A strange flicker stirred in his spark. He too possessed the will inheritance of Yuanzhi Tianzuan, so why was his own bound by the system? Truly the system both made and unmade him. This incident served as a stark warning to Qin Chuan. In the eyes of a deity like Yujo Dadi, he was still but an ant. The original artifact still held immense value for him. The physical condensation of the Allspark must be accelerated. As for the matrix, only Qing Tianzhu and Yu Tiandi could wield it for now. Alas, Yu Tiandi was already dead and the matrix possessed its own consciousness. If he attempted to brainwash Qing Tianzhu, success was uncertain, and even if he succeeded, the conditions for the matrix's approval were nebulous at best. Moreover, carrying the hyperdrive key, Yujo Dadi would surely find him again. Once a brainwashed Qing Tianzhu lost the matrix's approval and turned to dust, when Yujo Dadi returned he could only flee. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Chuan's gaze turned cold. The only option was to keep Qing Tianzhu by his side through persuasion. He stroked his chin, sizing up Qing Tianzhu as he flew toward him. What exactly did Yuanzhi Tianzuan see in Qing Tianzhu? Aside from being a liability, too sentimental, and a colossal traitor, Qin Chuan simply couldn't fathom it. As these thoughts passed, Qing Tianzhu transformed his redan blue frame, standing before Qin Chuan. They regarded each other, gaze meeting gaze. Then in the next instant Qin Tianzhu knelt on one knee, his chest plate opened and the matrix flew out, hovering over his right palm.
Elder, I am willing to entrust the matrix to you. Qin Tianzhu looked up, his blue optics fixed on Qin Chuan.
A steady, deep and powerful mechanical voice emanated from his comm unit. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment before bending down, slowly extending both hands.
He decided to try once more.
The matrix drifted slowly, coming to a halt above Qin Chuan's outstretched hands.
Qin Chuan's optics brightened. Could it be that the matrix had acknowledged him again? Qin Tianzhu was also moved.
The elder must be a prime recognized by the will of Yuanshi Tianzuan. But just as Qin Chuan prepared to use telekinesis to claim the matrix, something unexpected happened. The matrix, which had been hovering calmly, suddenly began to tremble violently. A burst of sound followed and the matrix instantly exploded, scattering into countless fine metallic particles.
The corner of Qin Chuan's mechanical mouth twitched involuntarily.
Damn it, I thought it had changed its mind, but it was just waiting to pull this stunt. This. Qin Tianzhu was also stunned, then rose to his feet. His gaze fell on the metallic dust, his spark energy signal swept over it. In 3 seconds the dust flowed back to the front of Qin Tianzhu's chest.
The matrix, with its blue core and metallic outer structure, reformed. The matrix's chest armor closed again. Qin Tianzhu looked at the mecha before him, not knowing what to say.
Qin Chuan raised a hand and clapped it on Qin Tianzhu's shoulder. Qin Tianzhu, the will of Yuanshi Tianzuan recognizes you, which means your character is passable. Qin Chuan paused, then continued in a stern tone.
But sometimes you must be decisive. Take UTND as an example. Have you learned your lesson?
These words plunged Qin Tianzhu into deep thought. He lowered his head, his quantum neural network retrieving past recordings.
To save UTND, he killed Qin Chuan's subordinates, shattering the newly formed alliance. UTND betrayed the Autobots, attempted to revive Cybertron, and even tried to kill him.
Now for some purpose Qin Chuan had resurrected him.
Not only had he awakened, but he had become a prime.
Qin Tianzhu looked up, his optics meeting Qin Chuan's, and bowed his frame.
This junior understands. Qin Tianzhu paused as if hesitating, then continued, Ao Tianzuan the medics.
Qin Chuan glanced at Qin Tianzhu, then shifted his view to a tiny black dot in the far distance.
Let's go.
His tone was indifferent, betraying no emotion, as if the matter was trivial.
The two jets soon shot toward the Autobots' escort ship.
They plunged into the medical bay, now billowing with black smoke. Everything was pitch black, the acrid smell of burnt metal wafted from the modular corridors.
Qin Chuan and Qin Tianzhu transformed into their towering mecha forms. Qin Chuan walked along the corridor in his quantum neural network. A real-time holographic projection displayed every corridor.
All the deceased frames floated, drifting toward the command hall. The two mecha arrived at the command hall.
Above them, the metal dome was littered with the remains of hundreds of Autobots clumping together like space debris.
Some were missing limbs where their heads or chests were damaged.
Qin Chuan stood below on the open metal floor at the center of the hall. Qin Tianzhu stood beside him.
Qin Chuan thought if Yuanshi Tianzuan recognized something, it must be of high quality, so revealing his ability wouldn't matter.
Qin Tianzhu, my demands aren't high, are they?
Hearing the same question repeated for the 100th time, Qin Tianzhu nodded helplessly.
I will find Repa and have him hand the time stasis gun over to you. Satisfied with Qin Tianzhu's patient reply, Qin Chuan nodded.
His orange optics gazed upward, electricity crackling, and the staff in his hand flew into the air. Lightning shot from the center of his chest, branching like tree limbs toward the staff. The staff, now wreathed in arcs, unleashed countless electric serpents 10 meters in diameter, lunging at the mechanical remains beneath the dome. The moment the arcs enveloped every frame, scourge of the mechanical dead. Qin Chuan bellowed and a crimson beam instantly streaked toward the staff.
The staff acted as an amplifier.
The crimson beam traveled along the arcs, instantly enveloping all the frames.
A flash of red, and then it was gone.
The sound of metal objects raining down and screams of agony filled the command hall. Qin Tianzhu, standing behind Qin Chuan and witnessing the entire spectacle, gaped.
For the first time he truly realized the power of the ancient Cybertronians. As Qin Tianzhu stood dumbfounded, a shameless voice rang out nearby. You are Repa. Yes. Good, hand over the time stasis gun.
Qin Tianzhu looked in the direction of the sound. Among a group of Chi-Che-Rin, Qin Chuan's tall pitch-black mechanical body stood at the center. Opposite him, a sports car Chi-Che-Rin 7 meters tall with orangered paint and blue electronic eyes looked at Qin Chuan with great restraint. Qin Tianzhu stepped forward, slowly arriving behind Repa. His gaze swept around.
Jian Jin Ding Tai Pai.
De Huangfeng, these familiar figures were now standing in the line looking at him excitedly.
Qin Tianzhu, you have become a god.
A figure squeezed close to Qin Tianzhu, saying dramatically. Though Qin Tianzhu was usually extremely composed, upon hearing such praise his spark pounded wildly. He turned his head to look to the side and indeed saw Hong Pao.
Hong Pao possessing greater power often means greater responsibility and burden.
Hearing that Qin Tianzhu was about to lecture him again, Hong Pao immediately ducked his head and burrowed into the crowd, causing a burst of laughter among the Chicheran.
Hurry up, kid.
Seeing Reaper dawdling and also turning back to grin stupidly at Hong Pao, Qin Chuan raised his right arm and lightly slapped the back of the latter's head.
Bang! Sparks sprayed from his forehead.
Reaper, feeling the pain, covered his forehead with his left hand while immediately raising his right arm. Under Qin Chuan's gaze, his palm began to transform.
A cylinder half a meter in diameter, entirely silver with its surface engraved with blue energy pathways, appeared. On the cylinder's surface 6 evenly curved surfaces protruded outward. Inside the 6 curved surfaces, blue rod-like mechanisms as thick as an adult's arm faintly glowed. Little one, don't be excited. I'm just scanning and studying it.
As he spoke, a red gleam lit up in Qin Chuan's left eye, striking the timestasis gun. At the same time, his left hand naturally fell on the gun's body. In his visual module, the system panel reappeared. Ding detected that host is in contact with timestasis gun, contact duration 54s.
321.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining the trait timestasis gun gold.
Timestasis gun fires a blue beam at the target unit.
Upon hit, a blue spacetime bubble appears around the target, inside which time is frozen.
Congratulations, host. You only need to collect Merlin's staff to complete phase 2. Damn system, why didn't you say that before? Qin Chuan was furious inside. He had originally thought that since the system hadn't mentioned it, 2 core traits would be enough.
But now the system suddenly pops up a hint, leaving Qin Chuan speechless. Watching the system fade away, nonchalantly playing dead directly, Qin Chuan could only sigh while rubbing his chin in thought. According to the original plot,
Merlin's staff only appeared in the 5th installment of Transformers, but it could still be snatched directly. To Qin Chuan, Bao Feng Long was just a pushover.
He himself could now be considered the strongest under the gods. Thinking this, Qin Chuan gave a light cough. The surrounding Dianxing Jin gang had long gone to repair the spaceship. In the hall, only core members like Jiu Huche, De Huangfeng and others remained.
The commotion here drew their attention.
Jiu Huche and De Huangfeng stepped forward and stood before Qin Chuan. Jiu Huche looked up, scanning Qin Chuan from head to toe.
Hey, I say, Ao Tianzun, we're still allies now, aren't we?
Hearing Jiu Huche's words, De Huangfeng and Tai Pai looked left and right as if they didn't know him. Seeing no one backing him up, Jiu Huche shook his head, a trace of embarrassment showing on his metallic face.
Where is Qin Tianzhu?
Qin Chuan naturally understood that Jiu Huche wanted to exchange for a new spaceship again. He sneered inwardly but did not respond directly. Hearing Qin Chuan's reply, a flicker of disappointment passed through Jiu Huche's eyes. He looked up, shrugged at Qin Chuan and pointed at the mechanical door.
Qin Tianzhu and A.R. Qian went to repair the spaceship. Ao Tianzun, can we make a deal?
Jiu Huche was a bit unwilling to give up and once again brazenly looked up and said, "What we did with the leader before was indeed wrong."
A muffled mechanical voice sounded. Tai Pai looked up, staring at the ferocious mechanical body before him.
"We can carry or free you, just don't take away our transformation gear," said De Huangfeng. Qin Chuan lowered his head, his electronic eyes meeting the three's gazes, a metallic smirk curling on his face, then his mechanical body vanished. On the spot, the 3 mechanical bodies exchanged glances, then helplessly returned to their respective posts. At the entrance of the damaged medical bay, Qin Chuan's mechanical body appeared.
Ah!
A Chicherin who was holding repair tools and removing a damaged panel screamed in fright. Inside the medical bay, Qin Tianzhu, A.R. Qian, Hong Pao and the others all turned their heads. Seeing that it was Qin Chuan, they lowered their guard.
Ao Tianzunyu.
Qin Tianzhu's blue electronic eyes stared at Qin Chuan, his tone puffed.
Qin Chuan stepped forward, opening an internal communication channel.
Qin Tianzhu was taken aback, glanced around, then looked at Qin Chuan and accepted the communication request.
Help my subordinates subdue the Ba Tianhu.
As a reward, De Huangfeng will be promoted to commander level and the rest of the Chicherin to elite level.
A cold mechanical voice sounded.
Hearing this, Qin Tianzhu lowered his head, his blue electronic eyes flickering uncertainly. After a full 11 minutes, Qin Tianzhu looked up, his electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan.
Ao Tianzun, I can help you for free. I hope you can forgive the wrongs I committed against you before.
Qin Chuan, upon hearing this, turned his head aside. His orange-yellow electronic eye glanced at the redanned blue mechanical body before him. This Qin Tianzhu's quality as a leader was truly beyond reproach.
I'll leave the matter to you. Here are the files on Wan Long. With that, Qin Chuan's mechanical body teleported away.
In the space not far from the Chicherin, Qin Chuan's mechanical body appeared standing in the void. Activating the transformation gear, his tall mechanical body transformed into a ferocious interstellar fighter teleporting toward Earth.
Earth, the empire of the never-setting sun.
Qin Chuan hovered in the atmosphere above this nation.
The time accessed via satellite network was updated synchronously. October 2, 2005.
At this time Wei Weian is still a little girl. Based on the time Qin Chuan calculated the head of the Merlin family.
At the same time he locked onto the Royal Navy Museum via satellite network.
Based on his past life memories and the current satellite maps in Qin Chuan's visual mod,
the coastline and trenches within 500 kilometers of the Royal Navy Museum were instantly mapped.
In a 5,000 meter deep trench.
Under the holographic blue seawater a crescent-shaped spaceship with a red holographic projection lay at the bottom of the trench. Found it. Qin Chuan's orange-yellow electronic eyes flickered with excitement and his mechanical body vanished in an instant.
5 minutes later off the coast of the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun.
The calm blue sea suddenly rose violently and a gigantic crescent-shaped object 5 kilometers long surfaced from the sea.
Gleaming with a silvery metallic luster it resembled a steel island. Seawater still clung to it glistening.
Boom. Boom. With a thunderous blast on a thick mechanical metal surface a huge red bulge 100 meters in diameter appeared and then split open.
The calm did not last long. Inside the gaping fissure in the pitch-black space bang,
a terrifying sound of metal impact echoed.
100 turtle three-headed mechanical dragon dark gold all over with its arms wrapped around its body like a cannonball shot out of the gap. At 1,000 meters in the sky the mechanical dragon steadied itself. 3 ferocious mechanical heads stared downward in terror roaring incessantly. From the dark gap a contemptuous voice sounded.
Qin Chuan is dead. You can submit to me.
As the words fell a tall ferocious black mechanical body walked out from inside holding 2 staffs in its left hand. Teleporting through the void it instantly appeared opposite the mechanical dragon. Just as Qin Chuan was about to make Baofeng Long submit or die in his visual module the system trait panel popped up. Congratulations host for obtaining the trait temporal manipulation gold. Congratulations host for obtaining the trait core essence extraction gold. Congratulations host for obtaining the trait binary star spacetime link gold.
Congratulations host for collecting the 3 core traits of phase 2. Do you wish to fuse?
Fuse. Qin Chuan was briefly stunned then immediately responded inwardly. Congratulations host for obtaining the trait super timespace paradox pivot red.
On Qin Chuan's surface colorful lightning suddenly appeared crackling wildly.
At that moment Qin Chuan looked at Baofeng Long before him and saw numerous trajectories of Baofeng Long's escape like photographs. Qin Chuan looked at the sea surface the seawater vanished and the ground rose up. The land beneath his feet suddenly turned into an ancient forest with towering trees blocking out the sky.
All around he could hear the roars of many Tyrannosaurus rex. Qin Chuan stared blankly at his surroundings.
This sent me to the Jurassic.
Insane.
Qin Chuan came to his senses and the next moment he vanished. In a pitch-black cosmic space 3 chaotic stars were entangled with each other with an Earth-like planet at their center. On the planet's orbit Qin Chuan's tall mechanical body instantly materialized.
Scanning the surroundings Qin Chuan was startled his gaze uncertainly falling on the planet below. Is this the San-T galaxy?
His left eye glowed crimson emitting a beam of red light that struck the barren planet below. The next moment the sensing matrix absorbed a vast amount of information converging into the quantum neural network. In the visual module a holographic live projection of the planet emerged.
Qin Chuan quickly zoomed in on a small black dot.
Soon his heart felt as if it had plunged into an abyss suspended in midair. That black dot turned out to be a colossal black monument standing on the desolate and lonely land entirely pitch black. It resembled a hexagonal prism crystal with a pointed tip its surface extremely smooth. Around the obelisk countless beings resembling plump paper figures knelt devoutly pressing their heads to the ground murmuring unintelligibly.
Is this 2001 A Space Odyssey or 3-body?
Qin Chuan was bewildered.
Isn't this the Trisolaran system? How could there be a black monolith? Could it be that powerful cosmic civilizations all cast a wide net and focus on the catch? After pondering for a while Qin Chuan shook his head. The planet beneath his feet then seemed to press the fast-forward button.
The obelisk below vanished and in the remaining 10,000 years the civilization of this planet rapidly alternated between the era of 3 suns hanging in the sky and brief periods of peace repeatedly swinging between misery and suffering.
Finally after thousands of years of repeated destruction and rebirth beneath 200 meters of the barren planet's surface silver buildings towering like arrows began to rise from the ground.
In less than a century they had already begun to explore the nearby deep space. Qin Chuan stood right before them but their detection capabilities were too primitive to perceive his existence. Suddenly at a certain moment the Trisolaran system entered a state of pause. Qin Chuan turned his head, his orange electronic eyes fixed on a location, the planet's orbit. In the corner among tens of millions of raindrop-like detectors a silver-colored paper figure briefly communicated with a life form 3 light-years away. Qin Chuan's heart twitched. He reached out and clenched his hand toward that detector. When he opened his palm again, a blue light danced up and down in his hand like a curved earthworm. Qin Chuan lowered his head and a red curtain extended from his left eye, falling upon the blue light. The blue light quickly annihilated within the ferocious metal palm. Qin Chuan now looked at the planet before him, a fleeting murderous intent surging in his heart.
Now he confirmed it.
This damn place is really the Trisolaran world.
Qin Chuan estimated that at this time the Trisolarans were about to invade Earth.
Although he was no longer human, he was still Qin Chuan.
Maybe he should just destroy them. Qin Chuan's mind oscillated between destruction and indifference.
Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly turned his head and stared at a stretch of the starry sky.
Through the instant perception of the red level term hyperdimensional paradox pivot.
400 million light-years away in a vast and prosperous starry region, a black hole exploded. Spacetimelines restarted and the fluctuations of dimensional reduction swept through like a sky-piercing waterspout rising from a calm sea.
These god-level civilizations are truly insane, Qin Chuan remarked.
In his eyes, these beings were now like fish desperately scrambling for survival space in a drying riverbed.
As for the current humans and Trisolarans, they were more like paramecium.
Well, the strong respect everything that happens naturally. Qin Chuan turned his head and looked at the starry sky.
3 light-years away.
As if erasing the distance, he saw in a desolate mountain forest a radar peak built on the edge of a cliff. He saw the figure of that woman. Her eyes were fervent, filled with hope as she gazed at the starry sky above. He withdrew his cold gaze. Forget it, letting this world undergo trials may not be a bad thing.
Colorful electric sparks flickered around Qin Chuan and his form disappeared.
After he left, the space-time coordinates of the Trisolaran system quickly returned to the original timeline.
It was as if he had never existed in this universe. Qin Chuan's phantom appeared, his electronic eyes looking ahead.
Storm Dragon raised its 3 ferocious heads and stared at him. The waves on the sea surface beneath were still.
Even the flock of seagulls in the distance seemed to have hit the pause button.
As Qin Chuan reappeared, this spacetime seemed to press the play button again. Qin Chuan snapped his fingers at Storm Dragon.
Storm Dragon instantly compressed into a puddle of liquid and even its spark was extinguished. Since it was so loyal to guarding then die.
The metallic liquid began to twist and deform. A fiery red figure 13 meters tall soon emerged. In its right hand a similarly red metal greatsword glowed with flames.
Its red electronic eyes were like 2 flickering flames.
Seeing Qin Chuan, the figure immediately knelt on one knee in the void, holding the sword in its right hand. It raised its head, its electronic eyes meeting Qin Chuan's.
Gaia Star God greets Lord Outyan. Not bad. Qin Chuan looked at the towering figure, satisfied.
Since mastering the second red level term, Qin Chuan's understanding of creating mechanical life had deepened greatly. From basic divine creation to combining with space-time attributes. Qin Chuan now felt that even if he was not a true deity, he was at least a genuine mechanical pseudogod. As for forging Gaia by hand, it was merely an experiment.
Unexpectedly, it succeeded.
The core of this mechanical life was similar to a spark, except it was a ball of spacetime energy. It could absorb spacetime energy, so there was no need to worry about energy in battle. Just imagine in the future when fighting other civilizations or beings like the Cosmic Emperor, a group of super leader-level star god lifeforms directly shouting light energy convergence. How awesome would that be? As he was happily daydreaming, a communication request signal suddenly appeared in Qin Chuan's communication module. Wiping the blue energy fluid from the corner of his mouth, Qin Chuan extended a red beam from his left eye and a blue holographic screen unfolded. Storm stood in the center of the screen. Behind him was the command hall of the Ark. On the cold thick metal floor not far away, Wan Long and Optimus Prime stood facing the screen. Soundwave and Shockwave stood before them, their hands bound behind their backs with energy cuffs. After a brief glance, Qin Chuan turned his gaze back to Storm's form. This guy had been following him for a while. Compared to Starscream's betrayal, he was the other extreme. He couldn't let his loyal subordinate feel disheartened. When he returned, he would definitely upgrade him an armor plate and the others to super leader level warriors.
Lord Outyan, the Decepticons have been conquered by us. What should we do next?
Storm looked at the other side of the screen, his mechanical voice filled with fervor. Hearing Storm's words, Qin Chuan lowered his head, stroking his chin, his orange electronic eyes flickering.
Storm's words also stirred different thoughts in Optimus Prime and Wan Long in the hall. Wan Long's light red eyes gleamed frighteningly. He was originally a 2.0 version handcrafted by Lockdown. Version 2.0 naturally inheriting all the talents of the first generation. In his heart, the Master's development was too peaceful. Now that Storm had said this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the screen where the oppressive, brooding, ferocious form was. Would the Master lead the Legion to conquer the entire universe?
Behind Shockwave, Optimus Prime also looked at the screen.
He felt a bit wary. Was Lord Outnian finally going to reveal his ambition to dominate?
Thinking this, Optimus Prime's heart grew heavy. For him, equality, fraternity and caring for weak civilizations were the qualities a leader should possess. This was also the sole reason the matrix of leadership acknowledged him. Once Qin Chuan aimed to dominate, he would certainly stand in opposition. Qin Chuan lowered his head, also feeling a sense of confusion.
Now he could traverse various cosmic bubbles.
If he wished, he could even bring the entire fleet to other cosmic bubbles or parallel universes to wage war.
But doing so held little meaning.
Although the system had not proposed Phase 3 when Phase 2 appeared, Qin Chuan had already guessed something.
He just couldn't be certain.
Just as Qin Chuan was about to ask the system whether there really was a Phase 3, the system panel instantly popped up in his visual module.
Congratulations, host, you have unlocked Phase 3. Phase 3, collect the blood or core essence of 2 mechanical deities. System. Are you insane, or am I?
Qin Chuan felt his visual module darken for a moment, and after a pause he continued.
The blood of Yujo Dati, even a puppet of Wizention, could crush me like an ant. I'm not going.
I'm quite comfortable like this, and I can still traverse other universes. As Qin Chuan finished speaking, sensing his resistance, the system panel blurred for a moment in his visual module and the text content changed. Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the panel again.
Yujo Dati Blood Plan 1, traverse multiple universes, collect dark super energy bodies and slowly refine them. Time limit, the annihilation of the cosmic bubble.
Plan 2, go to another new universe, locate the original body, steal its blood.
Danger.
His gaze fell on Plan 2 when he saw the crimson danger warning at the end, followed by 3 exclamation marks of the same color.
System, I choose Plan 1.
Without hesitation, Qin Chuan opted for the first plan. A sudden windfall seemed unrealistic. He had achieved mechanical eternity and had plenty of time to endure.
System, you haven't mentioned Yuanshi Tianzuan yet.
Since Yujo Dati had a plan, Yuanshi Tianzuan must also have a method of collection. Under Qin Chuan's expectant gaze,
the blue panel blurred and the text changed instantly.
New white characters emerged. Yuanshi Tianzuan Blood Plan 1, find the humanoid form of Yuanshi Tianzuan, plunder the core spark. Plan 2, traverse other universes, painstakingly search for super energy bodies, use the physical spark source to collect blood energy, taking twice the time of dark super energy bodies.
Time limit, the annihilation of the cosmic bubble.
Plan 3, obtain the recognition of the leadership matrix, humbly beg Yuanshi Tianzuan's humanoid form to manifest and present his blood to you.
After reading the 3 plans, Qin Chuan's mechanical mouth twitched. What the hell?
The first one required him to defeat the fully powered humanoid form of Yuanshi Tianzuan. This system must be drunk. The third one was even stupider.
Just considering the leadership matrix's recognition alone, based on what he had done so far, the matrix wouldn't even give him a glance. Even if he truly gained the leadership matrix's recognition, would Yuanshi Tianzuan pay him any attention? Qin Chuan thought from a higher perspective.
When he was in the three-body world, even though that universe's humans and all civilizations would return to the cosmic reset, he knew that tragic ending. But at that time he did not make contact with them, nor did he try to save them. After confirming the world, he simply left without a trace.
Yuanshi Tianzuan was not King Tianzu.
His origins were numerous and varied. Some said he was the primordial spirit before the dawn of time, others said he was the supreme grandmaster. Now Qin Chuan felt that in different universes the settings were different and all might exist simultaneously.
If so, then Yuanshi Tianzuan's personality had infinite versions. If he was unlucky and found a madman who would kill him, it would be over.
Suddenly Qin Chuan seemed to recall something
he looked up at the azure sky above. This universe, the three-body universe, even the obelisk, these were all universes from film and television. No. Qin Chuan suddenly realized something. If he thought of the mother universe, could he truly return to it?
As he thought this, Qin Chuan's tall, dark and ferocious mechanical body began to flicker with colorful electric light.
Something different soon happened.
Unlike the previous traversal to the three-body world, this time a corridor of time and space appeared.
In a transparent, lightless black tunnel, Qin Chuan's electronic eyes stared at the white light ahead.
The tall, dark and ferocious mechanical body stood before a white sphere of light. Qin Chuan was puzzled. This thing had not appeared when he traversed the three-body world.
What was happening now?
Qin Chuan's left eye immediately lit up, aimed at the sphere and fired a red beam. The red curtain passed through it like air. In the perception matrix there was no response at all.
Not even the most basic dimensional reflection signal.
It was as if it were truly empty. Qin Chuan's heart grew heavy. He slightly lowered his body, extended a metal finger and touched the sphere. Under his vigilant gaze,
a cold, smooth sensation like touching polished ceramic came from his fingertip.
The placid surface of the sphere began to writhe as if the light were liquid. Qin Chuan instinctively stepped back 2 paces. A voice ethereal and resembling a mechanical command echoed in his quantum neural network.
Passage requirements not met. Please retreat immediately. Target unresponsive. The dome is expelling you. Qin Chuan's vision blurred, and when he came to, he was standing in the spot he had left. After a brief moment of confusion, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought. He was certain the voice came from the sphere. What exactly did the dome mean? Was it a faction or a device?
If it was a device, what kind of civilization created such a thing? It seemed his mother universe held secrets far greater than those of the film and television worlds.
Gaia, let's go.
After mulling it over without result, Qin Chuan glanced back at the fiery red mechanical body that had been kneeling on one knee.
Yes, Lord Ao Tianzuan.
Inside the Ark mothership in the command hall near the bow porthole beneath 3 holographic screens, 21 silver mechanical bodies sat on dark silver seats.
Their hands fell on the holographic keyboards before them, tapping and typing.
Occasionally small holographic windows rose from the keyboards and floated before them. They quickly clicked a few times and tossed them into the large screen. In the center of the hall below, a metal throne, a dark gold mechanical round table with a diameter of 100 meters exuding a sense of heavy machinery, rested on the cold metal floor. King Tianzo Wanlong and other mechanical beings took their seats. Their gazes all turned toward the mechanical throne as if waiting for something.
Shenhua and Zendongbo stood about 5 or 6 meters behind the throne.
To the left and right of the 2 Decepticon commanders, 6 silver mechanical bodies stood holding laser cannons, coldly watching their every move.
Buzz. A sound of electrical current vibrating through the air rang out.
On the throne, colorful electric light flashed and the light vanished in an instant.
Qin Chuan sat on the broad mechanical throne, his orange electronic eyes looking down. Beside the throne, the towering body of Gaia stood on the right like a guard. Ao Tianzuan, if you are an ambitious one like Wizenshin, our alliance will break again.
King Tianzi slowly stood up, turned his head to look at the mechanical throne, his tone steady.
Fengbao Wanlong Xuandi and his other followers instantly turned to King Tianzu, their electronic eyes gleaming with cold light. King Tianzu, if I wanted to, you couldn't stop me.
Qin Chuan looked down at the redanned blue mechanical body below, feeling speechless. This guy had been fighting for 1,000,000 years. Was he suffering from war trauma? Adjusting his thoughts, Qin Chuan straightened his tall, dark and ferocious mechanical body. His left eye lit up and a red beam shot into the air 10 meters above the round table.
A holographic screen appeared.
In the center of the screen was displayed a dark gold metal mechanical cube, its surface engraved with energy patterns. Qin Chuan observed the reactions of the others. King Tianzi, Zendongbo and Shenghua were the most noticeable. Their bodies trembled visibly. Then they stared fixedly at Qin Chuan.
In contrast, his loyal followers looked confused and turned to Qin Chuan. Fengbao stood up, his mechanical chair sliding back.
Lord Ao Tianzuan, is this our next plan?
Mm.
Qin Chuan met his gaze and nodded. I want to rebuild the physical form of the spark source.
This universe is not. And so on.
After Qin Chuan's explanation, Zendongbo's red solitary eye turned to the figure on the mechanical throne, his heart burning with fanaticism. He was a scientist first and then a Decepticon commander.
Since the Legion's leader was now Ao Tianzuan, kneeling to the new leader was certainly no problem.
Zendongbo thought so and acted accordingly. He walked slowly to the mechanical steps before the throne, bending his body.
Lord Ao Tianzuan, I am willing to lead my subordinates and pledge allegiance to you. Fengbao.
Qin Chuan did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to the standing Fengbao.
Fengbao nodded and his blue electronic eye flashed. Password match probability 100.
With a series of electronic mechanical sounds and clatters, the energy handcuffs fell to the metal floor.
Bang.
Zendongbo knelt on one knee, sparks flying from the contact point.
Lord Ao Tianzuan, Zendongbo swears to die for you. Not far away, Shenghua, imprisoned by energy locks, stood still.
His inverted triangular face was devoid of any text symbols, eerily quiet.
King Tianzo looked at the kneeling figure, his heart complicated. A former enemy was now an ally.
On the mechanical throne, Qin Chuan turned his gaze to the slender mechanical body with the inverted triangular face.
Shenghua stood rigidly in place as if truly frozen. Qin Chuan sneered inwardly, his mechanical voice laced with sarcasm. Shenghua, last chance. Submit to me.
With a loud bang, the metallic body of the soundwave exploded into a liquid sphere. The spark of life within extinguished as well.
Not far away, Shockwave witnessed this scene, his heart shaken.
The intelligence commander of the Decepticons died so easily, just as they dealt with other mid-level bodies, showing no mercy. That feeling of death being just death, akin to disposing of garbage, stirred up a significant inner turmoil in Shockwave's cold heart. Optimus Prime sat back down in the mechanical chair. His heart was calm, though he was compassionate. He was not foolish.
Soundwave had been playing dead, clearly indicating his loyalty only to Megatron. He understood perfectly.
As for a guy like Optimus, if he couldn't use the handy tools, then he would dismantle them and make them his own.
Optimus fully supported the actions taken against Megatron.
However, he was quite curious about the nature of Megatron's ability to reshape sparks. Could it be the source of the spark? But how could that be? As this thought arose, Optimus found it incredible. Beside Optimus, Wingblade leaned against the mechanical chair, his head adorned with a pair of silver mechanical spikes, 3 pairs of crimson vertical eyes gazing at the powerful figure on the mechanical throne.
It seems the Master is about to create a great warrior again.
Storm and the others were even more fervent than Wingblade. Their Lord Megatron was growing stronger, and working under such a leader promised a bright future. On the liquid sphere, a thin layer of red light flickered and vanished. A slender mechanical body stood in place, its face still a downward triangle embodying the form of a death and unmanned drone. The crimson coating was striking, and the electronic screen displayed a few bright red characters. Lord Megatron, Soundwave will surely perish.
The same cold, shadowy tone the pre-recorded electronic voice rang out.
The only difference was that Soundwave knelt upon finishing his words, not pretending to be dead like Soundwave.
Very good. He looked at the similarly gifted Soundwave, who inherited the intelligence capabilities. Qin Chuan nodded, quite satisfied.
A piece of information regarding the spark source plan was transmitted through the communication module to Soundwave and Storm.
Adjust the entire fleet, prepare for the jump to the target star system.
Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on Soundwave and Storm, his tone indifferent and filled with undeniable authority.
Yes, my lord.
The two replied in unison before heading towards the 3 control panels behind the throne.
Qin Chuan turned his head, his gaze landing on Optimus Prime's body.
Optimus Prime, the Decepticons have become my subordinates, and your Autobots are now in the same alliance.
This planet is no longer in danger. What do you think? Qin Chuan asked, pausing to look at Optimus, who seemed to flicker with uncertainty in his electronic eyes. He should be somewhat moved. Qin Chuan continued, would you like to witness the birth of the spark source entity with me?
As his words fell, the hall was filled only with the cold broadcast prompts of the upcoming jump. In less than a minute, Optimus raised his head and stood up, his blue electronic eyes gazing at the towering figure on the mechanical throne.
I agree to go, but it absolutely cannot be like the Fallen. We must avoid any star systems with life. Qin Chuan felt a twitch in his heart but remained silent. This fool was too damn annoying.
Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his quantum neural network.
Qin Chuan straightened his mechanical posture, his electronic eyes fixed on the red and blue body stroking his chin. Since he loves to help so much, it wouldn't be too much to send him to the 3-body world to have a meal with Cheng Xin, right? The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. The true saint saving the false saint. Optimus Prime, Earthlings from a parallel world are under invasion. Are you willing to save the humans there?
Upon hearing this, Optimus began to pace back and forth before quickly lifting his head, his gaze landing on the mechanical throne. If you can ensure the bidirectional nature of the crossing portal, then I will help them fend off the enemies and seek coexistence.
Good, as expected of a leader. Qin Chuan exclaimed, and Optimus' body immediately surged with colorful electrical light.
Near the Ark, the newly restored Autobot battleship was similarly enveloped by a colorful glow. Before Optimus could react, he and all the Autobots were transported to another world. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan turned to look beside him.
Gaia, observe secretly and notify me in case of any troublesome matters.
Qin Chuan said, raising his right hand. A glass-like energy sphere shimmering with colorful light appeared.
As Qin Chuan's gaze followed, it flew into Gaia's chest cavity, merging with his core energy sphere.
Gaia's body flickered with colorful light before quickly disappearing from the spot. Half a month later, 1,200 light-years away from the solar system in the silent expanse of space,
an enormous blue fireball quietly burned in the universe.
Less than 1 AU away, a mechanical body with a diameter of 3 AU shaped like a hexagonal prism lay across the cold vacuum. On the surface of the prism, complex mechanical circuits and energy patterns were neatly arranged.
The entire conical mechanical body glimmered with a faint blue light. A 500-meter-long engineering ship resembling a little bee scurried densely between the energy patterns and circuits, conducting final checks.
At the tip of the prism was the stellar harvester. Qin Chuan stood at the bow, his gaze piercing through the porthole, observing the colossal artificial structure before him. His heart was slightly stirred. If this were in my past life, something like this could only be seen in a game like Stars.
This miraculous creation that mastered gravity disregarding engineering was truly astounding. Qin Chuan marveled. Just then a dull sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a cold voice. Lord Megatron, the spark source activation device inspection is complete. Here is the report.
Qin Chuan turned around to see Shockwave as a message was simultaneously received via the communication module. The quantum neural network analyzed at light speed, confirming everything was in order.
Well done, Shockwave. Qin Chuan said, patting Shockwave on the shoulder. Once the spark source entity is completed, I will upgrade you to the super leader level. Yes, my lord. Shockwave replied and quickly retreated. Device synchronization in progress. Stellar Harvester activated.
A cold prompt echoed throughout the ship.
Qin Chuan's form vanished from the spot.
Within the cylindrical interior in a massive mechanical chamber, the energy patterns on the ground pulsed like veins flickering intermittently. In the center of the chamber, a cold metallic expanse. On a mechanical throne, Qin Chuan sat.
The dome above him crackled with flickering arcs of electricity.
A silver scepter appeared intermittently within the arcs.
My lord, we can begin. The cold mechanical voice of Shockwave sounded from the communication module.
Qin Chuan responded with a word and turned it off.
Qin Chuan raised his head, arms wide open, exposing his chest.
The arcs of electricity surged around his electronic eyes and the cockpit of his chest armor split in two, cracking open from the middle. A milky white spark slowly flew out, hovering at the chest armor. The white flames on the spark surged fiercely, astonishing energy radiating from it resembling a miniature neutron star, quite terrifying. A blue beam shot out, heading towards the scepter high above.
The arcs of electricity on the scepter instantly transformed into a deep blue, reshaping the entire dome, glowing with blue light.
In the vastness of space, the entire hexagonal prism began to slowly rotate and the tip of the stellar harvester glimmered with faint light.
A delicate blue beam shot towards the nearby blue star. Boom!
The moment the blue thread penetrated, a towering blue flame shot out from the surface of the blue star, instantly engulfing the entire hexagonal prism.
However, the flame seemed to be tightly grasped, unable to be retracted. The raging interstellar beast was thus firmly locked by the small device, greedily siphoning its energy. Qin Chuan sat on the throne.
The spark released faint red threads shooting towards the metallic expanse before him. A blue cubic phantom instantly appeared, rapidly solidifying. The moment the red threads made contact with the phantom, an energy signal belonging to the spark source radiated outward.
In the perception matrix, Qin Chuan sensed this, his body slightly trembling, his orange electronic eyes fixated on the phantom.
The spark source that belongs to me, ha 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 ha.
The blue cube grew increasingly solid as time passed, with dark gold beginning to spread across its surface. At this moment, the spark's milky white radiance had dimmed and its energy signal reflections were extremely faint.
Qin Chuan stared intently ahead with great effort.
On the cold metal disc, a cube half dark gold and half azure blue hovered slowly, its surface emanating a soft blue glow.
Even when he had fought the Cosmic Emperor before, he had never expended so much spark energy. His mind lacked the supply of spark energy.
Qin Chuan's consciousness was beginning to grow hazy. At times he even forgot why he was sitting there.
Every time he instinctively withdrew his spark, his heart would jolt sharply awake. No, if this continues, I'll fall into slumber before the spark source is condensed. Qin Chuan stared at the cube, his heart filled with complex emotions. This was his first time doing such a thing and he had little experience. He dared not gamble. If he gave up now, he had no idea whether the spark source could maintain its current physical state. As for slumber, with Soundwave and Storm around, he would awaken again soon.
But if the spark source dissipated, he would be devastated. With these thoughts, Qin Chuan oscillated between dazed confusion and clarity.
Finally, at a certain moment, his spark reached its limit. His head slowly drooped and the orange light of his electronic eyes gradually faded. Yet just as he was about to fall into slumber, a beam of crimson light shot from the spark in his chest, which had been dim and weak, enveloping both his spark and his frame.
The red flash vanished in an instant.
Qin Chuan sat on the mechanical throne, his spark blazing fiercely before his chest plate. This. He lowered his gaze, sweeping over his entire frame, astonished to find himself at full strength.
After a moment's thought, he found the answer. It must be the passive effect of the red-gray trait Mechanical Cataclysm.
Previously, Qin Chuan had only used the trait actively and the system's information had provided no explanation.
It seems I'll need to find time to thoroughly study the red-gray trait.
After restoring himself to peak condition, which took about 5 Earth days, Qin Chuan shifted his gaze to the floating spark source ahead. The surface of the dark gray metallic cube was adorned with intricate star charts, clear Sabotan script and ancient symbols that were distinctly visible. Qin Chuan raised his hand and beckoned gently toward the spark source. The metal cube began to drift toward him.
As it flew, countless metal pillars on its smooth surface rose and fell like metallic waves. The 64 cubic meter cube rapidly shrank with this transformation.
By the time it landed in Qin Chuan's palm, it was about the size of an ordinary basketball.
Qin Chuan's fingers, steady as tweezers, grasped it firmly and placed it into the compartment on his chest plate.
The spark re-entered his chest and the chest plate closed. The dense electric clouds above the dome had long since dissipated. The scepter descended and Qin Chuan raised his left arm, catching it firmly. His left eye glowed and a red beam shot forth, projecting a holographic screen before him. The screen flickered once and then brightened. Storm stood at the center of the display. Seeing his master, he immediately said, "My lord, after these days of effort, we have collected metal resources equivalent to the mass of a terrestrial planet in this star system.
The coordinates have been sent to you. You have done exceptionally well.
This star will be converted into 100 super energy cubes and I will give one to each of you.
Yes, Lord Aoshianzen. Beep.
The electronic eye notification sounded and Qin Chuan closed the communication. In his visual module a set of glowing green spatiotemporal coordinates appeared. Qin Chuan stood up and his frame vanished. At the edge of an asteroid belt resembling the Oort cloud 1 astronomical unit away from the star on the periphery of this star system. A metal sphere comparable to a planet hung motionless in the cold cosmos. Around its spacetime 4 dark gold wedge-shaped devices emitted a green glow.
The planet seemed fixed in that region of spacetime, an eerie sight. Qin Chuan's frame appeared above the metal planet.
He lowered his gaze looking at the metallic sphere. It was actually more of an ellipsoid than a perfect sphere. This will be the last thing I do before crossing the world of the leadership matrix.
I hope it succeeds. Qin Chuan's voice was low.
When he first arrived in this star system, Shockwave had informed him of abundant metal mineral veins. At that time Qin Chuan conceived a plan after forging the spark source he would use it to create the mightiest star god Oten. Of course it was not a true deity, Qin Chuan was merely creating a formidable enforcer for himself. Ever since he had seen the colossal structure of the spark source device, Qin Chuan had become somewhat addicted to such macrostructures. He raised his right arm, reached into the compartment and retrieved the spark source. The scepter flew from his left hand and descended into the cosmic space below, hovering quietly at the midpoint of the straight line between the planet and Qin Chuan. His chest plate split in two, opening to the sides, and his spark flew out, hovering before his chest. The spark source slowly descended, suspending itself in the cold void between the scepter and Qin Chuan.
Mechanical cataclysm. Paradox pivot. Activate.
Qin Chuan murmured inwardly, spreading his arms as his spark began to rotate before his chest plate. Colored lightning bolts 10 meters in diameter surged downward toward the spark source. The spark source was struck.
The dark gold cube split into 4 sections along its 4 edges, revealing a blue core at its center that radiated light.
The silver scepter below emitted 2 electric pillars, each 100 meters in diameter from its ends.
The upper pillar split into 4, connecting to the 4 corners, instantly transforming into colored electric light that poured back down into the scepter.
The entire scepter spun rapidly and the colored arcs formed a vortex. Under Qin Chuan's electronic gaze, a colored electric pillar 10,000 meters in diameter crashed downward, yet compared to the metal planet it was like a slender thread.
As the pillar touched the planet's surface, a low hum resonated.
The spacetime around the planet began to ripple with faint undulations and colored electric light flared up.
The material of the grayish metal surface began to transform.
The lifeless metal transmuted into a translucent crystalline substance.
The entire planet began to radiate brilliance, with starry particles flowing across every part of its surface. This material looks quite impressive.
I'll make a set for my subordinates later. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, his electronic eyes watching the planet's transformation, astonishment stirring within him. As time passed, the entire planet began to release colored starry particles, dyeing the surrounding spacetime into a sea of such particles. Under Qin Chuan's gaze, the planet began to deform. There was no sense of heaviness, the process was crisp and efficient, with large sheets of particles rolling and colliding like metal waves. A figure with a slender upright frame, its lines soft yet solemn, emerged from the starry glow.
Aside from golden patterns and white joints, the main color was a sky blue hue.
He stood there, his head lowered, a head painted with a white design resembling a shark's frontal view. 2 pairs of glowing green electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan.
Who am I?
Qin Chuan looked up, facing the towering being. At his words, the giant knelt on one knee, causing the starry mist to churn. His gaze fell upon the tiny figure before him, and a steady, ancient yet gentle voice rang out, "Lord Aoshianzen, Oten shall serve you unto death."
Good, rise now. Qin Chuan's indifferent mechanical voice responded.
Oten transformed again, and the colossal planet hovered within the colorful mist.
All plans succeeded.
Qin Chuan immediately opened the communication module, and a gathering message was swiftly sent to the Ark.
Yes, my lord. The luminescent green text had just appeared in his visual module when Qin Chuan sensed it.
The mecha swiftly turned its gaze, falling upon the cosmic space behind. In the cold dead void, thousands of blinding light clusters suddenly appeared, their brilliance flashing and vanishing. A massive fleet arranged in a square formation hovered in the silent cosmos.
He put away the Allspark and the Spark.
The silver scepter fell into Qin Chuan's hand. Ever since he obtained the fallen scepter, Qin Chuan had been enamored with it. This tool was simply too useful. Not only could it fight, but it also possessed an effect similar to the Allspark, amplifying his power. Oten, station yourself in the space above the formation. Qin Chuan turned sideways, raising his right arm, his finger pointing to the cosmic space above the formation.
Yes, my lord. An aged electronic voice emanated from the mechanical sphere.
In Qin Chuan's sight, Oten, trailing a colorful ribbon of light, zipped to a halt above the fleet. Qin Chuan rubbed his chin gazing at his armada. The dimensional art style this time was not the realistic version. After a brief thought, Qin Chuan reopened the internal communication.
Storm, send me a piece of super energy. Yes, master. Beep.
The next second after the electronic prompt sounded, a blue flash streaked across the cold cosmic void before Qin Chuan. The light dissipated and a 10 cubic meter blue cube appeared above Qin Chuan's head.
Paradox pivot.
Qin Chuan inwardly commanded, raising his left arm and pointing the scepter toward the fleet ahead. Qin Chuan, the energy block and the Auton and fleet before him were instantly enveloped by colored electric light. The light flashed and vanished. This stretch of cosmic space fell back into cold silence save for the colorful glow of the distant mist.
Transformers Prime World. Earth's low orbit.
In the previously quiet cosmos, dense clusters of colored lights suddenly blazed.
Qin Chuan materialized instantly, standing in the void. His mecha transformed into a photorealistic 3D CGI animation in the blink of an eye.
Without time for a closer look, Qin Chuan swept his gaze across the fleet ahead. Within the fleet formation, the colored light had not yet fully dissipated from most vessels when their hulls began to crack and disintegrate.
Dark golden smoke radiated from every ship into the dark cosmos.
A beam shot from Qin Chuan's left eye and a holographic screen lit up. Storm stood in the center, his chassis cracking, his body emitting a faint glow, his blue optical lenses fixed on Qin Chuan.
Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the hull.
Within it, Shockwave and Soundwave were in the same state.
Other elite subordinates lay on the ground, their frames visibly disintegrating.
My lord, I feel my chassis about to break apart.
There is a powerful repulsion. Storm's high-pitched mechanical voice spoke in pain.
The blue holographic screen closed and Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to the space above the formation.
Auton remained there, the massive sphere placid, the entire planet emitting a faint colored glow. Auton, how do you feel?
Out of the corner of his eye he saw the fleet could still hold for a while.
Receiving the consciousness wave of Qin Chuan's spark,
Auton carefully sensed and found no discomfort. The core energy sphere within remained immensely powerful.
Lord Autantian, there is no discomfort.
The spark received the core's reply. Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting between the fleet and Auton.
Forget it, it'll convert first. Qin Chuan raised the scepter-colored electric light coiling around it. The entire square formation's fleet was once again enveloped in colored electric light. The light flashed and vanished. Above Qin Chuan's head, the blue super-energy block instantly exploded. Boom! With a muffled sound, the super-energy block turned into countless blue dust particles, completely annihilated.
Qin Chuan looked up at the empty space above his head, his metallic mouth twitching incessantly.
What was happening? One conversion consumed a whole super-energy block.
A single supergiant star could produce only 100 blocks, and now one was gone in an instant.
Good thing I planned ahead.
Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, looking at the fully converted fleet ahead, a mix of fear and relief surging within. His mecha vanished from the spot. As for being detected by human satellites in this world, don't be ridiculous.
With Qin Chuan's fleet ever since he acquired the Paradox Pivot Red trait, even if he and his fleet landed in the suburbs of an Earth city, no country would notice.
Qin Chuan sat high on the throne, his frame upright, his gaze fixed on the round table below. After his conversion, Storm, Shockwave and Soundwave now looked more like the art style of Transformers Prime.
It was a bit odd.
Qin Chuan looked at Shockwave and Soundwave. Have you obtained all the resources and intelligence of this star system?
He asked the two subordinates, his mechanical voice utterly flat. At his current level he could be considered second only to Primus and Unicron. Truly nothing could pique his interest. MMY Lord. A cold, gloomy mechanical voice sounded.
Qin Chuan looked over and saw Soundwave standing, bowing his frame, looking up at him. My lord, thanks to our advanced communication technology I have grasped the current situation.
Megatron is fighting Optimus Prime beside a volcano spewing purple flame. The humans are quiet for now. Both factions seem to be stirring.
As Soundwave finished, Shockwave rose, his crimson optic fixed on Qin Chuan.
My lord, shall we contact Shockwave? I think we are kindred spirits. Perhaps at critical moments he might offer us some assistance. Hearing the opinions of the two commanders, Qin Chuan reclined on the throne, his orange optical lenses flickering.
According to the intelligence Soundwave provided, this was the moment when Unicron had just awakened.
The blood of Unicron. Qin Chuan felt a deep apprehension. In Transformers Prime, the entire Earth was indeed the physical form of Unicron.
The system had not specified whether to use the Matrix of Leadership in conjunction.
Ah. The Matrix of Leadership. Qin Chuan's mind stirred and he looked at Soundwave.
If the situation was favorable, he might help Optimus Prime escape the crisis and thus befriend the Autobots. Perhaps the sacred relics of this world differed from the Matrix of Leadership. Soundwave, who currently has the upper hand, Optimus Prime or Megatron?
Qin Chuan asked Soundwave. Soundwave upon hearing his inverted triangular screen scrolled with emerald digital torrents.
My lord, it is Megatron.
Soundwave bowed his inverted triangular screen, returning to comb his pre-programmed mechanical voice, replying coldly. Qin Chuan's mechanical mouth curled upward.
His tall, dark, and ferocious mecha rose from the throne.
Storm, come with me. Wan Lone, you all stay with the fleet. Yes, my lord.
In the command hall, the synchronized mechanical voices of Wan Long and other Supreme Leader-class warriors rang out, causing the hall to tremble slightly. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across and settled on Storm.
Let's go, Storm. Time to meet our new allies. Yes, Lord Attention.
Before Storm's voice faded, colored electric light enveloped both him and Qin Chuan, and they vanished instantly.
In the Nevada desert of the Eagle Nation, on the volcanic belt of the wilderness outside Jasper, dark purple clouds shimmered with a violet luster. Directly beneath one of these purple clouds, a volcano stood tall.
From its crater, a beam of purple light shot into the sky, and several purple lightning bolts like twisted tentacles reached out from the mountain's mouth.
At the foot of the volcano, on the brown rocky desert, Optimus Prime with his red and blue frame was being overwhelmed by Megatron, whose body was covered in dark purple stripes.
Megatron raised his left arm, and the dark star saber in his hand came down with confidence. Optimus wore a solemn expression, lifting his left arm to block the strike with his own star saber. With a crack accompanied by a shattering sound, the star saber broke into 3 pieces under Optimus' rational gaze.
Megatron's dark purple eyes flashed with violet light, and a cruel smile spread across his face. Optimus Prime, you were right. Things always turn out the opposite of what you expect. Megatron lowered his head, aiming the dark star saber at Optimus' chest, and his left arm fell sharply.
Megatron, you must pay for this, Optimus roared, ready to dodge the thrust and counterattack. But at that very moment, beside Megatron, a towering sinister black frame suddenly appeared.
A silver staff like a venomous snake instantly stabbed toward Megatron's chest. Megatron turned his frame, bringing his left arm back to his chest, and awkwardly blocked the fatal blow with the blade of the dark star saber. A dull metallic clang echoed like a thunderclap across the field.
In Megatron's hand, the dark star saber trembled, sending out 100 dark purple afterimages. The immense force from the blade traveled through his arms and into his frame. Megatron staggered back, taking a full 6 meters before he could steady himself.
You. Who are you? Megatron looked up, his dark purple eyes fixed on Qin Chuan with a sinister glare, his voice low and furious. He had been winning, about to eliminate his nemesis, when this thing showed up out of nowhere.
Qin Chuan seemed not to hear him. He lowered his head, his frame slightly bent, looking at the red and blue frame lying on the ground, and reached out his left arm.
Optimus Prime, hello.
Optimus was bewildered. How had this being appeared?
And who was he? He seemed to have no memory of this Cybertronian.
After a moment of hesitation, Optimus reached out and let the other pull him up, asking, you are?
I am Optronus. I come from another universe, and I am here to prevent the awakening of Unicron.
But it seems I may have arrived.
Too late.
Having pulled Optimus to his feet, Qin Chuan's optical sensors fixed on him. As he spoke, his frame turned, looking up at the nearby mountain peak. Optimus followed his gaze, noting the anomaly at the volcano's crater, then returned his attention to the frame before him. Why would this Optronus help him? Possessing the matrix of leadership, Optimus could naturally discern Qin Chuan's origin. The similar origin, yet with subtle differences, was suspicious. Optimus was momentarily stunned. Could it be true, as he claimed, that he was from another universe? Just as Optimus was lost in thought, an enraged roar interrupted him. How dare you ignore me, Megatron? Opposite Optimus, the long-ignored Megatron bellowed. He raised his right arm. The dark purple cannon aimed at Optimus and Qin Chuan, a violet glow lighting up. Die! Megatron sneered, and a purple energy ball like a small sun flew toward them. But a strange thing happened. As the purple energy ball was about to engulf them, a hexagonal lattice holographic shield shot out from Optimus' chest, protecting his entire frame. Optimus turned his head to look at Qin Chuan beside him. Optronus. Before he could finish, the purple energy ball hit the ground. 100-meter purple mushroom cloud rose with lightning crackling at its top. Optimus was thrown out, crashing into the brown rocky ground nearby, purple lightning dancing across his frame. Using his left arm to support himself, he raised his right arm, aiming his cannon at the sneaking Megatron. 2 blue energy bolts shot out, leaving blue trails in the air, rushing toward the leering Megatron. 2 puffs of blue smoke rose. Optimus stood up, his cannon trained on Megatron, slowly moving toward the mushroom cloud. His blue optical sensors emitted a blue curtain that swept through the purple haze. Whom? Optimus let out a surprised sound, his frame alert, the cannon in his hand glowing with blue light. As Optimus tensely scanned his surroundings, from within the blue smoke, a sinister frame covered in dark purple stripes flew backward, crashing 10 meters away from Optimus, sending sparks flying. Megatron struggled to his feet. His purple eyes stared at the blue smoke. His frame hunched, his left hand gripping the Dark Star saber tightly as if holding onto it would give him a chance to survive. Behind him Optimus was already forgotten in his fear.
You. Could you be one of the 13 Primes, Vector Prime?
Megatron's frame trembled violently as he spoke, a stream of purple blood spurting from his mouth onto the rocky ground.
Thud thud. The heavy footsteps of a frame echoed.
From the blue haze the tall dark sinister silhouette emerged, its orange optical sensors fixed on Megatron.
Wrong target.
A cold indifferent mechanical voice broke the silence. Qin Chuan brought his arms together, transforming them into a silver pole with a silver staff attached at the tip.
The silver pole's metallic surface glowed with a faint green light.
With a boom, green light flared at the tip of the staff aimed at Megatron, and a blinding green beam shot out at light speed. The ground beneath his feet shook violently.
Seems I overdid it, Qin Chuan thought regretfully. If he really killed him, who would be the villain in this world?
Just as Qin Chuan was looking at the dissipating beam, regretting his action, the light faded, leaving a 10-meter deep concave glassy channel glowing with green light. Qin Chuan's gaze extended forward, and suddenly he saw the frame slowly rising. It was covered in black smoke, its face twisted and melted together, leaving only a faint purple single eye. The chest armor had melted into several lumps, revealing a bare purple spark. The frame seemed to sense his gaze and quickly met his eyes.
Megatron's earlier fear was replaced by a desperate will to survive. He couldn't understand why even with the power boost from Unicron he was reduced to such a state.
Now Megatron was like a frightened bird. He immediately transformed, shooting into the sky, wobbling like a crashing plane, disappearing into the purple clouds. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth, then he instantly pretended his energy was nearly depleted. His frame fell straight backward. As he fell, Storm, who had been observing from 1,000 meters away, rushed over.
Optimus stepped forward, approaching Qin Chuan.
Behind Optimus a green channel opened in the rocky ground.
The inner wall of the circular tunnel every half-meter had an arched white arc of electricity.
A few green flashes passed.
Bumblebee emerged first, noticed Optimus, then quickly turned, alertly facing the approaching interstellar fighter. Optimus, that's my lieutenant. Don't hurt him.
Qin Chuan wrapped his right arm around one of Optimus' arms, feigning a cough, and spoke urgently and haltingly. Indeed, hearing Qin Chuan's words and seeing his dimmed optical sensors, Optimus nodded and immediately said without looking back.
Bumblebee, this is our friend. Do not harm him.
Dahuan lowered his right arm, turned his head, his metallic face showing puzzlement, and slowly walked to the side of King Tianzu. Seeing Qin Chuan's ferocious form, Dawanfeng instinctively raised his arm cannon.
No help for it, the Cybertron lying on the ground looked too much like a villain.
Fortunately, King Tianzu turned his head, noticed in time, and stopped the scene, otherwise Qin Chuan would have been hit by a cannon. Two figures quickly emerged from the green passage. Gaban and Erx's gazes fell on the form being supported by King Tianzu. Exchanging a glance, Erxi asked in confusion.
King Tianzu, who is this? Erxi looked him up and down while Gaban beside her also stared with curiosity. This is Aoshi Anzan.
He saved me just now and was severely injured.
We cannot leave him here.
King Tianzu said, supporting Qin Chuan as he walked to the ground bridge entrance. Da Wangfeng on the other hand hovered behind Fengbao. Gaban stood behind Qin Chuan, his metal face very silent, while Erxi also rubbed her chin, walking and thinking. Obviously they felt something was off about Qin Chuan.
But what exactly was abnormal they couldn't articulate.
Perhaps it was that ferocious form. Passing through the green arched corridor, Qin Chuan followed King Tianzu and soon reached the end.
Qin Chuan looked ahead. Jiu Huche and 3 human men and women stood at the end watching them.
The green light around dissipated and Qin Chuan stepped onto a solid metal open space.
Jiu Huche, his name is Aoshi Anzan. He helped me defeat Wei Zenshin. He might be severely injured.
Jiu Huche's form stepped forward, looking up at this towering figure 3 meters taller than King Tianzu.
A shiny black coating with metal spikes covering all joints. Except for the orange electronic eyes which seemed a bit dim, there was really no visible injury.
Jiu Huche grew wary, immediately turned his head and looked at the 3 humans beside him.
Nurse Davi, I think you must be quite busy at home. Jiu Huche blinked his green electronic eyes at Nurse Davi, hinting that they should leave quickly. This Aoshi Anzan's aura was very powerful once a battle broke out.
Jiu Huche felt that this base might be destroyed.
These human friends were too fragile, they couldn't stay here.
Jiu Huche then looked at Dawanfeng, who had been restraining Fengbao, and nodded.
Dawanfeng understood and immediately transformed into a yellow Camaro.
Even Leifei, who had been lying unconscious on a metal stretcher not far away, was put into the car.
To Qin Chuan's right at a metal corridor entrance.
The yellow Camaro rushed in and disappeared, leaving only the roar of the engine. After doing this, Jiu Huche immediately opened internal communication to notify Qianjinding, who was patrolling outside, to return to the base quickly. Qin Chuan observed everything. Speechless yet agreeing inwardly, Qin Chuan was supported by King Tianzu as Jiao Huche led the way. Walking less than 50 meters into another metal corridor, there was a dark gray mechanical door ahead. Beside the door, on a dark gray pillar, Jiao Huche stopped 2 meters from the door. The pillar emitted a glowing green curtain that swept over Jiao Huche.
Authentication successful.
A mechanical voice sounded and the mechanical door slid to the side wall. Entering this medical bay, Jiao Huche pointed to the metal bed furthest inside and said to King Tianzu, put him there.
Boom. The form landed on the metal bed with a roar.
Sparks flew from the metal bed, in many places instantly had scratches half a finger deep. Jiao Huche stood by, his eyelids twitching. Be more careful, Aoshianzan, you scratched my bed.
Qin Chuan's mouth twitched.
What difference was this thing to him compared to cheese?
Though thinking this, Qin Chuan's metallic face showed an apologetic expression, his orange electronic eyes looking at King Tianzu and Jiao Huche beside him.
Thank you for taking me in,
Qin Chuan said, pausing, his face showing a perfectly timed dejection, and after 2 seconds he continued. But now it's too late. Yuzhou Dadi has awakened. Qin Chuan's tone was desolate, as if a catastrophe was about to descend.
The room fell silent.
You say you come from another universe, do you have any proof?
Beside King Tianzu, the previously silent Jiao Huche suddenly spoke.
Jiao Huche.
King Tianzu turned his head to look at Jiao Huche, his voice carrying a tone of restraint. Upon meeting Jiao Huche, King Tianzu had already transmitted the information internally to Jiao Huche. Watching the two play the good cop and bad cop, Qin Chuan was speechless inwardly. Indeed, none of the leaders were simple except for the one from the real world. Thinking this, Qin Chuan's chest compartment opened. A dark gold cube about the size of a basketball, its surface covered with Sabotan scripts and interstellar coordinates, flew out of the compartment and hovered in front of Qin Chuan's chest.
This is...
Jiao Huche was puzzled, looking at Qin Chuan, then at King Tianzu.
King Tianzu's blue electronic eyes widened as if a magnitude 10 earthquake struck his heart, utterly astonished.
The Huazongyuan.
No, the aura is similar but different.
Beside King Tianzu, Jiao Huche heard this, his eyes brightened and he turned to stare at the cube with fervor. It's the Huazongyuan from our world. Without giving Jiao Huche a chance to react, Qin Chuan finished speaking and the cube flew back into the compartment. The transparent cockpit's metal cover closed again. A flicker of embarrassment passed through Jiao Huche's eyes. Qin Chuan had produced the Huazongyuan to prove he truly came from another universe, and King Tianzu and Jiao Huche's hearts were mostly at ease. The two exchanged a glance, then King Tianzu looked at Qin Chuan. Aoshianzan, we have some matters to attend to, so well, step out first. Take good care of your injuries and welcome to the team. After saying this, King Tianzu walked side by side with Jiao Huche out the door. Hiss. The mechanical door closed and Qin Chuan looked around.
This medical bay was about a bit larger than a standard basketball court.
Against the metal wall, including the one he was lying on, there were 3 metal beds. The rest of the space was filled with mechanical metal tables holding various instruments.
Qin Chuan's gaze fell on a corner. In a 20 square meter glass-walled compartment there were 3 long mechanical counters. On them were placed human scientific instruments and microscopes. It seemed that the Kichuan had quite a lot of care for Nurse Zhong Dabi. Such precious space, and they even spared quite a bit.
King Tianzu and the others are quite generous. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, his eyes moving to the mechanical door, feeling emotional. Beep. In Qin Chuan's mind, the communication module suddenly sounded an electronic alert.
Ha! Fleet, what's wrong?
Seeing that it was the fleet's dynamic communication code, Qin Chuan, puzzled, selected internal communication. Although he hadn't found any surveillance equipment in this place, Qin Chuan still thought it wise to be cautious.
What's going on? Qin Chuan asked alertly to the other side.
My lord, we have captured a fleet. There is one figure who was blustering, claiming to be the leader of the Bashianhu Waizen.
Let them go.
Qin Chuan said as a picture of a 5-faced monster involuntarily retrieved from his memory chip within his quantum neural network. Qin Chuan lowered his head, pondering slightly. Those Wanlong guys are quite idle. He'll have them go cause trouble on the 5-faced monster planet, leaving Storm and me here. Release them, go to these coordinates and rule the mechanical life there.
Take Oten with you. Qin Chuan said calmly, as if stating something ordinary. Yes, my lord.
A chorus of mechanical voices sounded. Beep. An electronic tone rang in the communication module and the call ended.
In low Earth orbit within the pitch-black cosmic void.
With the arc as the central axis, the fleet formed a pocket shape like a beast's gaping maw enclosing 100 ship. Meanwhile, inside the command hall of the Decepticon flagship, the Nemesis, many purple-colored mechs were crouching in the corners of the counter, holding their heads with both hands. At the central console of the hall, on the cold metal floor,
Wanlong, Shockwave and Soundwave, 3 super leaders stood.
At the feet of the 3 towering mechs,
Megatron and his three commanders lay prostrate on the ground in a reverent posture.
The entire hall was deathly silent.
Yes, my lord.
The communication ended in Soundwave exchanged a glance with Wan Long and Shockwave. Soundwave took a step forward, half-crouching his slender red right arm, descending his palm gripping Megatron's chin.
Beside Megatron,
Shenhua saw that the one who looked exactly like him only with a different paint job was a powerhouse of 13 prime combat power and felt speechless. Megatron raised his head, revealing a smile more bitter than tears.
My lord, what are your orders? Megatron's tone was full of fawning.
The three commanders on either side of Megatron felt no contempt in their hearts. Before them were three terrifying existences on par with the 13 primes.
Three demigods even Alpha Trion would have to kneel. Megatron could bend and stretch, there was nothing wrong with him. Get lost.
The red inverted triangular screen faced Megatron.
An icy mechanical voice rang through the hall. All Decepticons felt a sudden relief in their hearts. They had finally survived. 5 minutes later, Wanlong, Shockwave and Inbwa stood in the void watching with varied expressions as the Decepticon warships disappeared into the depths of space. Solar System Neptune's orbit.
The fleeing Decepticon fleet had parked here. At the center of the 100 ships like stars around the moon, the Nemesis hovered silently. Inside the command hall, Megatron sat on a purple metal throne, his expression revealing a look of questioning his own existence.
He lowered his head, his purple pupils trembling.
Who can tell me where the hell did these Cybertronians come from? In the hall, Megatron's low questioning voice rang out.
The voice was not loud, but the surrounding Decepticon soldiers couldn't stop their bodies from trembling.
Starscream lowered his head, but his mind was pondering another question.
What was up with that mech called Inbwa? Why did he look so much like Shenhua? Starscream glanced sideways, secretly peeking to the left. Shenhua's dark purple slender frame stood silently like a still upright bamboo pole.
This is too similar, could it be Shenhua's brother?
Starscream thought secretly. Shockwave stood beside Shenhua like an ice tower rooted in place, taking everything in.
His inner feelings and outer appearance were in extreme contrast at this moment. Because that demigod Cybertronian with a chestplate resembling a carbon-based creature's exposed sternum had secretly contacted him. That guy is also called Shockwave.
And he wants me to betray Megatron. For a moment the core high-ranking Decepticons had mixed thoughts. In the world of the Primes-proof Earth began a new rotation cycle. The star rose over the yellow wasteland, dispelling the darkness of Nevada.
Qin Chuan, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee and Bulkhead along with other Autobots stood on the teleportation platform.
Ratchet looked at Optimus Prime, then nodded at Qin Chuan. His hand came down, pulling the electric handbrake beside him.
Behind Qin Chuan and the others, an arched metal tunnel with nested white curved energy pathways on the inner walls lit up with white light.
In less than 3 breaths,
the arched tunnel transformed into a ground bridge glowing with green light. Storm, stay here and learn from this senior.
Yes, my lord.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Storm, who stood beside Ratchet, stepped forward and immediately knelt on one knee in response. The Autobots were quite surprised. Clearly they were all super leaders.
How could there be a hierarchy? Although puzzled, the Autobots pretended not to see it. Optimus, let's go.
Beside Qin Chuan, Optimus Prime turned and patted his shoulder as he stepped into the ground bridge. Qin Chuan turned in his frame along with Optimus, and the others rushed into the ground bridge. Their mission this time was simple.
Seal Unicron. According to the original plot, if Megatron were allowed to run wild, Unicron's consciousness would fully awaken soon. Originally,
Megatron and Optimus Prime were supposed to go seal Unicron together.
But now it's turned into me. Qin Chuan complained wildly in his mind.
According to the last message sent back before the fleet left, Megatron's fleet was still observing at Neptune with no intention of invading Earth again.
This Megatron could not be relied on.
He thought that he had come for Unicron's blood in the first place.
Once he escorted Optimus Prime to seal Unicron's spark, he could do whatever he wanted. Qin Chuan couldn't help wiping a bit of blue super energy fluid from the corner of his mouth. Since becoming a super leader, ordinary energy fluid could no longer meet their daily consumption. The energy density per unit volume differed too much. Optimus, why are you drooling?
Bumblebee had been walking beside Qin Chuan for a while and noticed him looking dazed.
This guy is probably thinking about some nice thing.
Ahead, Bulkhead, walking shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime, said without turning his head. Bumblebee's mind suddenly recalled that his human friends sometimes had that expression too. Qin Chuan was inwardly embarrassed, but he still turned his head to look at Bumblebee.
I was thinking if we defeat the Decepticons we can revive Cybertron.
The moment Qin Chuan said this, the frames of Optimus Prime and Bulkhead ahead noticeably paused for a moment, then continued walking upward on the yellow rocky ground.
Bumblebee even froze in place for a second before chasing after them.
Without the Decepticon's obstruction, Qin Chuan and the Autobots quickly reached the mountaintop and stood at the edge of the volcanic crater.
Qin Chuan lowered his head and looked down.
Inside the crater, dark purple mist rose and the entire inner wall was covered with dark purple energy veins like blood vessels of varying thickness flickering on and off. Further down through the purple mist there was a sea of purple magma.
In the purple magma many purple rhombus crystals of different shapes swayed slightly. Beside Bumblebee, Bulkhead looked down at the hellish scene, his mouth agape. Clearly this situation was somewhat tricky for him. Qin Chuan stood shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime. He turned his head to look at Optimus Prime, whose blue optics were flickering. "So leader, any good ideas?" Optimus Prime did not respond, only shook his head.
Qin Chuan, however, looked downward.
In the original plot there was at least a corridor along the inner wall of the volcano. It seemed Unicron was warning them.
But Qin Chuan curled the metal corner of his mouth, feeling speechless inside. With this little difficulty it was too easy. "Optimus, let me show you the power on par with the 13 primes." As Qin Chuan spoke, he raised his left arm. The scepter in his hand lit up with colorful electric light. Under the astonished gazes of Optimus Prime and the other Autobots, 3 colorful ball lightning bolts shot out from the scepter, each entering their frame. Optimus Prime only felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding environment instantly changed into an underground corridor. On the inner walls of the corridor, purple crystals were inserted haphazardly like stones lying askew.
The rocky ground underfoot was smooth and damp, likely worn by years of water flow.
The purple crystals emitted a dim purple light. Optimus, Bumblebee and Bulkhead were all beside him.
"How about it, Optimus? My group teleportation ability." Aotianzen turned around, looked at himself, and Optimus Prime nodded. "We are still 3 kilometers from Unicron."
Before Qin Chuan could finish, a violent tremor came from underfoot and from the walls around. A voice of mockery and contempt like a great bell came from outside the passage.
"Come out and face me, ants."
"Optimus Prime, you decide whether to go out and meet this evil god or head straight to the planet's core."
Qin Chuan's electronic eyes looked at Optimus Prime, who was turning his gaze toward the corridor.
Optimus Prime turned back, looking at Qin Chuan.
"The longer we are delayed, the more dangerous this planet becomes."
Seeing Optimus Prime's solemn expression, Qin Chuan could only nod, and his left-hand scepter lit up again.
SSSSS. 3 colorful ball lightning bolts flew out again and landed on the Autobots' bodies. The colored light flashed and vanished. At the planet's core, on a dark purple metal floor, 4 beams of light dissipated.
4 figures appeared and everyone raised their arm cannons, warily surveying the surroundings.
Qin Chuan's electronic eyes lit up and 2 red beams shot into the darkness ahead. 2 red curtains like scanners swiftly swept across the empty space filled with purple mist.
In the perception matrix, vast amounts of information converged and were transmitted to the quantum neural network. A sight resembling a Roman Colosseum but 100 times larger emerged. They were standing inside it near the edge of the wall.
Inside the dynamic VR holographic projection above the square, tens of thousands of metal bridges crisscrossed in a complex network. On the bridges, numerous discs were embedded, glowing with flickering purple light. At both ends of the bridges, the rock walls they contacted were entirely dark purple metal, forming an endless purple cylinder. The inner wall was covered with countless discs radiating purple light. Just as Qin Chuan was lost in this vast megastructure, Optimus Prime's steady, deep mechanical voice came from behind. "Aotianzen, there is a door with 6 fan-shaped blades closed here. Come take a look." Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Not far from the wall, in front of a complex geometric structure resembling a small hill, a 6-petaled door was embedded. Qin Chuan walked slowly toward the door. When he arrived, he joined his arms. A silver staff appeared, its tip aimed at the door, and the shaft glowed with green light. Boom! A dismal green beam shot out and struck the door. A massive shockwave erupted. Optimus Prime stepped back 2 paces while Bumblebee and Bulkhead were blown away, landing in an open space 2 meters away. "Bulkhead, Bumblebee, are you alright?" Optimus Prime immediately turned and ran to the 2 figures, helping them up. As soon as they stood steady, they looked toward the green mushroom cloud. Bulkhead's muffled voice sounded, his blue electronic eyes fixed ahead, a look of fear in his expression. "This guy is really crazy." After Bulkhead spoke, his body wobbled slightly. Seeing this, Bumblebee quickly stepped forward and steadied him. The green energy mist had not yet dissipated, and continuous booms like thunderclaps echoed one after another. Optimus Prime, Bulkhead and Bumblebee stood at a distance watching the mad scene. Optimus Prime shook his head. Then he raised his left hand and pressed the communicator on his left ear. "Aotianzen, let's think of another way. This is too loud." After saying this, Optimus Prime looked at the constantly rising green mist ahead. 2 seconds later, there was no response in the channel.
Optimus Prime immediately raised his arm cannon, looking warily in the direction of the green mist. Bumblebee and Tiepi raised their arm cannons back-to-back, scanning the empty space vigilantly. Deep within the green mist, in front of Qin Chuan, the 6 metal blades had almost completely melted. Qin Chuan's tall figure stood at the passage entrance looking inside. The corridor inside was cylindrical, its inner wall resembling countless twisted wires glowing with purple light, very eerie. The passage was about 200 meters long. The end was bright as if a vast inner chamber. Qin Chuan could sense a chaotic destructive spark energy emanating from inside. In his consciousness, a furious rebuke echoed. "Why do you help the disciples of Primus?" Hearing this, Qin Chuan curled his lips and his orange electronic eyes fixed on the far end of the passage. What Qin Chuan wanted was a sleeping Unicron. Only then could he freely seize all the dark super-energy bodies on this planet. As for touching Unicron's spark and plundering the traits, Qin Chuan did want to, but what if Unicron directly possessed him? That would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan raised his right arm, and his palm covered with black spikes on the back pressed against the inner wall. 1 minute passed quickly. The trait panel did not pop up. 15th time already. Really strange. Qin Chuan muttered, retracted his right arm, turned around and looked through the green mist at the wary Autobots. "Optimus Prime, the passage is open." Hearing Qin Chuan's voice from the green mist, Optimus Prime raised his arms, aimed his cannons at the mist, and slowly approached. Bumblebee and Tiepi stood on either side behind, warily watching the depths of the green mist. Qin Chuan, speechless, walked out. As soon as his tall, ferocious black figure appeared, Optimus Prime and the others instantly aimed at him. "Whoa, Optimus Prime, don't point those at me." Qin Chuan raised his hands, pretending to be frightened. Seeing Qin Chuan appear, Optimus Prime and the others lowered their arm cannons. Optimus Prime stepped forward, his gaze scanning Qin Chuan up and down. "Let's go, Optimus Prime." With that, Qin Chuan turned and walked into the green mist. Optimus Prime's blue electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, then he resolutely followed. Bumblebee and Bulkhead exchanged a glance and also charged into the green mist. Passing through the narrow passage filled with purple mist, they emerged into an open space. Qin Chuan glanced around. This was a cylindrical mechanical chamber. Above a central metal disc, a huge purple sphere glowed. Qin Chuan stood shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime, while Bulkhead and Bumblebee stood behind Optimus Prime. Qin Chuan turned his head to look at Optimus Prime. "To seal Unicron's spark, we need the power of the matrix of leadership." After saying this, Qin Chuan stood quietly. Bulkhead and Bumblebee immediately grew uneasy. Bulkhead stepped forward, his gaze falling on Qin Chuan's ferocious figure. "Ao Tianzuan, is this your ultimate goal?" Bumblebee also looked at Qin Chuan with a hostile expression. Qin Chuan looked at Optimus Prime, spreading his hands in a casual manner. "Optimus Prime, to be honest, using the matrix of leadership might cause you to lose your memory." Qin Chuan paused, pointing at Bumblebee and Tiepi. "You might forget Bumblebee and Tiepi. I have no ulterior motive. That's it. You decide." After saying this, Qin Chuan lowered his body and sat down on the rough metal floor, sparks flying. Seeing Qin Chuan's indifferent expression, Optimus Prime withdrew his gaze. His gaze fixed on the energy sphere hovering above. Before Bumblebee and Bulkhead could react, Optimus Prime opened his arms and his chest armor parted. Blue lightning surrounded his body, light flashed from the gap in his chest and a blinding blue beam shot out. "No!" Inside the chamber, the roar of Unicron faintly sounded from the sphere. "Optimus Prime!" Bulkhead exclaimed, trying to stop him with Bumblebee. But as soon as their hands touched his body, they were thrown backward, crashing heavily not far away. Qin Chuan sat still, quietly watching the scene. Inside the purple sphere, blue light burst forth and a vague facial outline appeared. His purple eyes twisted like a demon. He stared intently at Qin Chuan. "I will remember you. Talk to me when you wake up." Qin Chuan looked up, meeting those eyes, his voice mocking. "Just kidding, what's there to fear about Unicron suppressed by the matrix of leadership?" From Optimus Prime's chest, the last segment of blue beam shot out. His body swayed and then fell straight backward. Boom! The body hit the ground and Qin Chuan felt a tremor under him. The purple sphere instantly shrank and vanished. Optimus Prime turned his head to look beside him. Qin Chuan sat on the metal floor, surrounded by 100 overlapping images. Behind him, hurried footsteps approached. Optimus Prime. Hearing the noise behind, Optimus Prime turned again. He slowly rose, supported by Bulkhead and Bumblebee. "Who are you?" Optimus Prime stood up, looking down at the two Autobots with a confused expression. Bulkhead and Bumblebee exchanged a glance, then both looked at Qin Chuan behind Optimus Prime. "This." Bulkhead and Bumblebee exchanged a glance. Ao Tianzuan was actually right. Qin Chuan stepped forward, standing beside King Tianzu. His electronic eye fixed on King Tianzu as he pointed at the bewildered Gaban and Dawangfeng across from them.
You are King Tianzu and these are your companions.
Qin Chuan turned his head, his gaze landing on Gaban and Dawangfang.
Gaban notified Zhuhush to activate the ground bridge. My mission is not yet over.
Qin Chuan's expression grew solemn as he looked up at the endless cylindrical metal arm above.
Alright Aoshianzan.
Gaban said, raising his left arm and placing his hand near the communication device on the side of his head.
1 minute later.
Watching King Tianzu supported by Gaban and Dawangfeng disappear into the green passage, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze.
His orange electronic eyes regained their coldness. He turned around.
His towering frame strode toward the entrance he had come from, soon arriving at the vast space outside.
Boom! The frame transformed. The rear of the ferocious warplane lit up, shooting into the heights.
After 10 flashes of colored light, Qin Chuan stood on a metal bridge. He raised his head, his gaze resting above. A massive eyeball-like object was embedded in the dark purple metal dome overhead. Having lost the energy supply of the spark, it was as dim as a surveillance camera without power.
Qin Chuan teleported his frame, appearing beneath the dome. What exactly is this thing?
Staring at the eerie sphere that in the original plot resembled a rotating eyeball now so close, Qin Chuan felt a chill in his heart.
Qin Chuan thought for a moment.
In his left hand a multicolored light flickered.
A dark gold staff appeared in his hand, Merlin's staff.
After advancing to the paradox pivot, he had stored it in the mental space of the Supreme Leader.
The staff slowly rose, its tip aimed at the eyeball. Amid a shrill whistle of air, the staff struck the eyeball. Qin Chuan's frame was enveloped in colored electric light.
If an accident occurred and the Cosmic Emperor awakened, he would leave the world of the Prime immediately.
When did I become so ruthless?
Qin Chuan murmured, observing the commotion caused by Merlin's staff. The tip of the staff pierced the metal sphere and the contact point burst into brief purple electric light, nothing more. Qin Chuan tried several more times. After confirming there was no movement around, Merlin's staff flickered and appeared in his hand, then vanished. Putting away Merlin's staff, Qin Chuan's frame flickered and appeared before the metal sphere. 2 red beams shot out, striking the sphere in front of him.
In his visual module, continuous error prompts did not surprise him. After all, the Cosmic Emperor transcended the laws of physical reality. If he could actually analyze it, that would be truly abnormal.
Qin Chuan's arm rose and fell, repeating the motion thousands of times before his gaze turned resolute. Stretch out the neck for a slash or tuck it in for a slash, it's all the same.
I'll risk it.
Qin Chuan's eyes hardened. He decisively raised his right arm and his ferocious black right palm pressed against the surface of the sphere. Ding detected that the host is contacting the dark gear of the Cosmic Emperor.
Contact duration 54 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations host for obtaining the trait Omnimorph Red. Omnimorph Red, all things can transform. Wherever the mind goes there are avatars.
Congratulations host for obtaining the trait Universal Perception Red.
Universal Perception Red, perceive everything in this universe. Qin Chuan's frame trembled and then he was ecstatic. The first trait reminded him of the original plot, the thousands of avatars summoned by the Cosmic Emperor in Nevada. This ability was practically divine. From now on he alone could be an army. However, the strength of the avatars according to the trait. Qin Chuan felt that if it were on a neutron star, the combat power of each avatar would be terrifying. He lowered his head and looked at his own body. After obtaining the Cosmic Emperor's red level trait, Qin Chuan felt that his body couldn't keep up with his consciousness. As for his consciousness, it was even more unbearable. Once he activated the red level trait of universal perception, his brain would lack sufficient computing power and directly burn out. So though he had it, he couldn't use it temporarily, making it quite useless. For a moment Qin Chuan felt that this was actually a reverse weakening. Indeed, what suits you best is the best. The ancients did not deceive me. Qin Chuan raised his arms, lowered his head and looked at his 2 arms, unable to resist complaining. The 3-body world. Since Qin Chuan sent King Tianzu to Earth's near-Earth orbit, King Tianzu had begun cooperation with the humans here. Something very different from the original story occurred. The originally planned Wallfacer project was quickly cancelled and only Luoji symbolically became a consultant on cosmic sociology. In the Autobot command hall before the holographic panoramic window, Luoji leaned against a small iron stool next to him. In front of him was a wooden table with a cup of coffee. Luoji looked up at Zhuhush, who stood opposite him by the window gazing at the silent deep space outside. Zhuhush, is Aoshianzan really that powerful? As Luoji spoke, he bent down, picked up the glass teacup and took a sip, a look of contentment on his face. Zhuhush withdrew his gaze and turned to look at this cynical human on his right. He should be the technological sage of our Cybertron's golden age. If he comes to help your universe. Zhuhush paused, stroking his chin, thinking for 2 or 3 seconds before continuing. He should be able to make you humans the overlords of this universe.
Luo Ji frowned, then opened his mouth but hesitated, finally letting out a breath and asking.
Juhush, is the universe really a dark forest as the data algorithms of you Cybertronians suggest? Luo Ji's words were like a heavy hammer striking a calm lake.
In the hall, many Cybertron warriors cast their glances furtively toward the window. Luo Ji now had a vague suspicion in his heart. The reason the Trisolarans were so eager to have ETO kill him was likely this dark forest law.
Once humanity discovered it, they would immediately threaten to broadcast across the universe.
Luo Ji lowered his head, and the last layer of window paper in his heart was also pierced.
When he raised his head, he met Juhush's yellow electronic eyes.
Luo Ji felt he had a strange illusion of being mocked. Under Luo Ji's gaze, Juhush Sai turned his head and looked at the dark cosmos.
It's not as simple as you think. Because of our intervention, both sides will soon engage in a frontal war 200 years later.
As Juhush spoke, he raised his left arm and tapped the window in front of him. The window's real view darkened, transforming into a wide electronic screen. A twisted probability equation was pulled out of the screen by Juhush as if he had grabbed it and thrown onto the tea table in front of Luo Ji. Luo Ji looked at Juhush in confusion.
How do you use this thing?
Juhush said without turning his head. There's a start button on the lower right corner of the Hangzhou start end. Luo Ji shifted his gaze left and indeed saw a button similar to a media player. He reached out his finger, pressing the button, his gaze falling on the probability equation before him. The equation began to run, and on the large screen beside it a stream of data scrolled. This is called psychohistory. A probability equation. The fewer people know about it, the greater the probability of this event occurring. Similar to what you call the butterfly effect. Juhush said without turning his head, focusing intently on the large screen in front of him. Luo Ji looked at the probability equation: horizontal axis time, vertical axis events.
As time progressed, his expression changed from relaxed and content to silence, then solemn, and finally his body trembled uncontrollably. Beep.
Luo Ji, his eyes red, reached out and stabbed the start playback button. As if doing so could change the inevitable events that the future could not prevent.
The equation vanished like a ghost.
Luo Ji sat in his chair, his body drenched in cold sweat. He breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot, and a deep despair flashed in the depths of his gaze.
Everything will pass away. But you don't have to be that desperate.
On the opposite side of Luo Ji, Jiu Hu Che turned sideways, his body facing Luo Ji, and spoke in a somewhat uncertain mechanical voice. Luo Ji raised his head, his expression dazed. His hollow gaze fell on the green machine opposite. Even your Cybertron civilization cannot change the outcome of the universe's restart. What other way is there? Luo Ji stood up swiftly, spreading his hands toward Jiu Hu Che, filled with helplessness. Jiu Hu Che did not respond. A beam of green light shot out from his chest. A 4-square-meter holographic projection unfolded. A ferocious and tall dark machine with barbs all over its joints, holding a scepter, its orange-yellow electronic eyes flickering unsteadily.
If this one acts, at least you can survive, but it's a pity.
Jiu Hu Che said, his tone full of helplessness.
A pity what?
Luo Ji raised his head, staring at Jiu Hu Che before him with hopeful eyes.
A pity he only wants to make Qin Tianzhu understand a reality. Humans never thank the savior.
After saying this, Jiu Hu Che turned and walked toward the command hall.
Luo Ji stood there dazed. Savior. Savior.
He stood there for half a day, constantly pondering the last words Jiu Hu Che said. For the current him, these words were still somewhat distant.
Santee Earth.
In the center of a metropolis of the never-setting sun country in North America, inside a huge conference building.
Inside a bird's nest-like space similar to a concert. The front row of the surrounding audience seats. Representatives from the 5 major powers and various power systems from around the world gathered here. Among them, in one area on 10 wide mechanical seats, sat Qing Tianzhu de Huangfeng Tai Pai and other Chicha Rin from the live-action world of Bianqing Jingang. The sealed venue suddenly dimmed. On the central metal stage, countless tiny spikes emerged, glowing with green light. 100-square-meter green holographic projection screen instantly appeared in the center of the venue. The appearance of the screen attracted the attention of everyone present. In the screen, a young white woman wearing an administrative jacket with a lean face appeared. The woman's calmness was like a deep pool, lacking the innocence that should come with her age. I represent the European and American countries and hereby declare that Cybertron civilization should unconditionally help us. Only in this way can we humans rise rapidly. Win the war 200 years later. This resolution of ours has already gained the approval of 84% of humanity. After speaking, the screen flickered and a middle-aged male figure with an Asian face appeared. He looked calm, scanning the audience. The Asian side believes that we should obtain the permission of the Cybertron civilization, rather than just our people agreeing unilaterally. As the man's voice fell, the image flashed. In the screen, a mighty red and blue machine appeared. Qin Tianju's calm and deep mechanical voice sounded. Regarding your invasion situation, we will do our utmost to help you.
As his voice fell, the whole venue erupted in tsunami-like applause.
Qin Tianju, we are really popular.
Behind Qin Tianju, Tai Pai said in Cybertron language.
Hope it remains so.
Behind Tai Pai, Erchian's female mechanical voice sounded with a hint of melancholy.
The next day,
a hot topic of Cybertron civilization sharing multiple theoretical and technological theories instantly topped the front-page hotspots of major social platforms. Lingxiu Ji Zhang World. Since the seal of Yuzhou Di Qin Chuan has been secretly absorbing Heianchan on Liang Ti behind Qin Tianju's back. In Nei Hua State 50 kilometers east of a small town.
Inside a dead volcano in the Brown Mountains on the outskirts.
Qin Chuan stood on the rough brown rocky ground holding purple crystals in both hands with purple light flowing around his body.
Crack.
Cracks appeared on the surface of the crystals and a glass-like shattering sound rang out. Qin Chuan lowered his head, his gaze falling on his hands. The two crystals had cracked and the remaining purple light shot out, merging into his palms.
Qin Chuan threw the gray crystals to the ground and in his visual module the system panel appeared. Heianchaonan Liang Ti Collection Progress 11. 0357.
Qin Chuan looked at the panel, a metallic smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
In less than a week I've already reached 1/10 of the progress.
This Lingxiu Ji Zhang world is really a treasure land. Thinking that if he continues like this he should be able to absorb enough Heianchaonan Liang Ti within a year.
Qin Chuan's body couldn't help trembling slightly. He wondered what kind of traits the blood of Yuzhou Di could provide him. After all, it was the blood of a god. Qin Chuan faintly looked forward to the arrival of that day. Just as Qin Chuan was happily thinking about his grand blueprint of dominating the multiverse in the future,
a sharp pain suddenly exploded from the spark in his chest. Qin Chuan felt as if someone was squeezing his spark again and again. The perception of Bianqing Jingang is millions of times more acute than that of humans, and at this moment as a super leader he was almost tortured to death by the pain. Qin Chuan tried to turn off the perception matrix, but it was useless. It was a burst of pain originating from the soul of the spark.
Ah! What's happening? Qin Chuan raised his right arm, extended his left arm's energy battle blade, his orange-yellow electronic eyes frighteningly bright. He seemed to be possessed, kneeling and standing alternately.
His arms flailed wildly, light bombs and energy battle blades rampaging madly inside the mountain. But the more Qin Chuan vented, the more his spark cracked with intense pain.
The entire crater began to shake.
Green light beams 100 meters in diameter occasionally shot out from the mountain.
Fortunately, this was a volcanic area and under magnetic interference satellites could only vaguely scan. Boom! With a muffled thunderous roar, the entire volcano was eventually destroyed.
The mountain shook and the crater began to collapse. The huge mountain cracked and brown dust almost stained half of the azure sky. The crater had been filled and 100 meters below. In the pitch-black ruins a machine was buried under huge rocks, its orange-yellow electronic eyes very dim. The scorching sun soon disappeared and a cold full moon hung in the Milky Way.
Boom!
In the ruins the tall machine suddenly stood up, stones shattering around it, sparks flying.
Sizzle! Qin Chuan's body, colorful electric sparks surged all over. Not far from the volcano by a brown cliff.
The tall ferocious machine stood, moonlight shining on its body, casting a cold black light. Qin Chuan lowered his head, looking at his arms and then at his body.
What's going on? How did my spark become leader level? System, tell me what's going on. Qin Chuan stood at the edge of the cliff, his orange-yellow electronic eyes as bright as two high beams.
As Qin Chuan anxiously looked around for the system panel appeared in his visual module. Detected that the host has excessively absorbed the blood of the evil god. In current state, lacking the blood of Yuanshi Tianzun to balance your spark has been sealed by dark power.
What?
Qin Chuan couldn't believe it, then immediately adjusted his state, his gaze falling back on the panel.
System, how to solve it?
In the center of the panel a circle appeared. Just as Qin Chuan was about to go crazy waiting. Extract the blood of Yuanshi Tianzun from the Cybertron core. Qin Chuan lifted his head, gazing at the river of stars in the sky, his hand stroking his chin as his orange electronic eyes flickered uncertainly.
Once he did this, the entire planet of Cybertron might be utterly destroyed because of him.
From what Qin Chuan understood, the Cybertron in the Prime universe was no flawed imitation like the one in the real world. As he pondered, an electronic chime echoed through the communication module in his perception matrix. A communication request from Optimus Prime. Over the past week, through Ratchet's relentless mental restoration efforts, Optimus Prime had regained some of his memories from his time as a Prime. Qin Chuan, puzzled, selected audio communication. A deep, weighty voice soon sounded on the other end. Optimus, the Decepticon fleet has returned to Earth again.
After Optimus Prime spoke, an electronic message was captured by Qin Chuan's communication module. After rapid analysis by his quantum neural network, an image was imprinted on his visual module. In the pitch-black cosmos, the menacing Decepticon fleet was aimed directly at Earth. He hadn't expected these guys to rush back the moment his own spark signal dropped below prime level. As Qin Chuan looked at the image, Optimus Prime's mechanical voice rang out again, urgency in his tone. "Buddy, are you willing to join us in crushing the Decepticons' conspiracy?" Qin Chuan didn't reply directly. Instead, he stroked his chin in thought. His spark was sealed now, so he could only exert the power of a regular prime. The ability to ignore distance, cross time and space, and recall the fleet was completely disabled. As for universal perception, forget it. If the Vector Sigma hadn't shared the burden of pressure, he would have already been overwhelmed by all kinds of information and his quantum neural network would have collapsed. Storm, though a supreme leader, had no means to traverse time and space. Now he could only hope the fleet would return soon, or that he could seize a Decepticon warship. Damn it, I'm really a commander with no troops now. Qin Chuan slumped to the ground. Bang! The ground emitted a dull thud and sparks flew from the point of contact. "Optimus, do you need to activate the ground bridge?" In the communication module, Optimus Prime's steady, weighty mechanical voice sounded, his tone noticeably urgent. He thought Qin Chuan had run into some kind of trouble. "I'm fine. I'll be back at the base in a moment," Qin Chuan said weakly, as if he hadn't had any Energon for a long time. Thus Qin Chuan sat on the cliff edge, his electronic eyes fixed on the stars above. The moon soon hung at the zenith. It was already midnight. Qin Chuan's body, which had been as still as a wooden carving, suddenly shuddered, then slowly rose. He decided to use the mechanical scourge to forge a new army of machines. Although he had suffered an epic weakening, for the time being the vast knowledge base stored in his mind was no joke. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Qin Chuan's mechanical mouth. His drop to prime level had been too great a blow, but now that he had calmed down with the red rank trait of the mechanical scourge, Qin Chuan believed that in less than 3 months he could once again raise a fleet that blotted out the sky. However, the Decepticons in this world were no pushovers. To establish a base on Mars, he might still have to fight a fierce battle. Qin Chuan's electronic eyes flickered, his body turned, then transformed into a fighter jet, flashing away in a certain direction. In low Earth orbit, in the pitch-black void of space, a wedge-shaped warship coated in dark purple and covered in metallic spikes hovered silently, surrounded by more than 100 smaller warships that guarded it at the center. Inside the command hall of the Nemesis, on the central purple metal throne, Megatron raised his right arm and laughed uproariously. "I, Megatron, have returned." Before Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave and Shockwave knelt in reverence along with a host of Decepticon soldiers. Megatron lowered his head, his purple optics fixed on the front. "Soundwave, what do you think happened to that guy to cause his spark to decline?" Megatron's majestic mechanical voice echoed in the hall, filled with anticipation. Soundwave raised his head, looked at Megatron and shook his head. Seeing that even Soundwave was uncertain, a flicker of panic flashed in Megatron's optics. The hall soon fell into silence. Megatron lifted his gaze, turning it to Starscream, a mocking expression crossing his face. "Starscream." "Yes, my lord." Hearing Megatron call his name, a gleam of sharpness flashed in Starscream's optics, and he immediately looked up with just the right amount of panic. Seeing Starscream's demeanor, Megatron wore an inscrutable expression. "Starscream, I command you to immediately carry out the detection of the super spark energy signal. If you fail, I'll rip out your transformation cog." Megatron's words fell, and Starscream immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. "Yes, my lord." Watching Starscream walk out the door into the purple metal corridor until the door closed, Megatron finally withdrew his gaze. Megatron's attention fell on the right side of Soundwave. On the cold metal floor, the head of a transformer with a body that was a dark purple mechanical spider crouched low. "Black Arachnia, for now I leave the command to you." Looking at Black Arachnia, who was kneeling and meekly bowing her head, a trace of mockery flickered in Megatron's optics. Within the Decepticon ranks, Starscream and Black Arachnia were two turncoats. But for Megatron, as long as they were used properly, the Decepticon's strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. This time Megatron also intended to test Black Arachnia's loyalty. Of course, he didn't hold much hope either. Megatron rose, his imposing form slowly walking toward the metal door of the command hall. As he passed Shockwave, he halted and looked at the kneeling Shockwave. "Shockwave, you return first. Cybertron still needs your guardianship." "Yes, Lord Megatron." Shockwave's cold voice rang out. Megatron nodded, then strode out the door, vanishing into the purple-gold corridor. Megatron had always been curious about how his second-in-command Starscream usually carried out his tasks. This time he was determined to see it for himself. At the Autobot base, a black Lamborghini stopped in the hall. The body quickly transformed and Qin Chuan stood up. In his vehicle mode, he appeared more composed without the fierce look of his flight form. Ratchet's voice came from the medical bay's corridor.
I think you're fine like this, it helps you blend in with our group.
Qin Chuan looked toward the medical bay. Ratchet and Optimus Prime walked out side by side. Ratchet looking at him wore a teasing expression on his metal face. Actually, I still prefer the body in flight mode.
Behind Qin Chuan at the entrance of the corridor, a yellow Camaro drove in. Jack Darby opened the door, stood on the metal floor and looked at Qin Chuan with stars in his eyes. The other three humans also got out of the car, curiously examining Qin Chuan. In his Autobot form, Qin Chuan appeared more steady and imposing. Compared to Optimus Prime's strictness, he carried a sharp rogue edge. After a week of interaction, after Ratchet and June Darby had discussed, they concluded that Qin Chuan showed no tendency to harm humans and was emotionally stable. So after deliberation, they decided to let the children return to the base. Qin Chuan asked Optimus Prime to gather all Autobots, then turned to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, if you want to restore all your memories, you must.
Blah blah blah.
Qin Chuan explained the method from the original storyline.
After a brief silence, Ratchet looked up at Optimus Prime. Optimus, it seems we must return to Cybertron once more. How is my plan?
Qin Chuan stared at Jiao Huche, an expectant expression on his face. Jiao Huche looked at Qin Chuan with a solemn demeanor. If you can truly create a fleet in a short time, Jiao Huche turned his body facing Aershi and the others on the right.
Our chances of seizing the Batian Hus space bridge will be very high.
Qin Chuan nodded, confidently transformed into a black Lamborghini and dashed toward the corridor entrance on the side.
See you later.
From the corridor entrance, Qin Chuan's voice came from afar.
Goban stepped forward, standing beside Jiao Huche.
He looked at the corridor entrance where Qin Chuan had disappeared, his metal face full of disbelief as he said.
Although Ao Tianzun has many methods, it feels unrealistic to build a fleet in a short time. Maybe we can trust.
Jiao Huche spread his hands, helplessly smiling at his companions.
Ini Huada Zhou 10,000 meters high. The Batian Hus mothership Bowing Hao lurked within the oppressive dark cloud's giant peak.
Inside the command hall, Shang Bo stood before a small control console, deftly tapping on a purple holographic keyboard. Not far behind him, on a metal plaza,
He Guafu glanced over, her purple visor gleaming with cold light.
Shang Bo had repeatedly thwarted her plans. If not for him, she would have become the master of the Batian Hu. Shang Bo seemed to sense something and looked toward the direction of malice. But at that very moment, on the screen before him, the purple Earth projection in the nearby sky area, a flash of abnormal energy appeared and disappeared.
The data anomaly quickly drowned in the torrent of data.
Shang Bo calmly redirected his gaze to the holographic screen before him. The world of Lingxiu Zhejiang, Mars. On Mars, in a 50-kilometer-wide brown rocky canyon within a wide riverbed that cut through the canyon,
Qin Chuan transformed his body, crashing heavily onto a flat patch of brown rock in the riverbed.
A dull metallic clang rang out and a puff of brown sand rose instantly. Qin Chuan knelt on one knee, his right arm lowered, palm pressed against the rocky ground beside his foot. Centered around his palm, fine electric currents burrowed into the ground like earthworms as vast amounts of information poured into his quantum neural net.
In his visual module, a 20-kilometer-wide underground plate appeared. It was overall orange-yellow.
Although his brain's computing power was currently barely functioning, supported by the Mo Li Shenxiu sharing the load. But computing a small mineral deposit area was not too stressful. After a simple analysis, Qin Chuan quickly reached a conclusion.
With the current resources, it was too easy to build a fleet that could rival the Batian Hu.
With the Huazhong Yuan, the scepter, and his own leader-level spark energy, it was no problem.
Thinking it, he acted.
Qin Chuan stood up, opened the hatch on his chest, and reached in to take out the Huazhong Yuan. He spread his left palm, and with a flash of colorful light, a silver scepter appeared,
imitating the sequence when creating Ao Chuang.
The Huazhong Yuan was placed below him, and the scepter between the Huazhong Yuan and the rocky ground.
Xia Hai Tianzai.
Qin Chuan murmured inwardly, and a colored electric beam like a thin thread shot from his chest toward the Huazhong Yuan. The hovering Huazhong Yuan paused, then split into 4 parts at its 4 corners.
The core's blue light cluster bloomed with blue light.
The 4 edges lit up with colorful light, and 4 beams shot out, converging at the central axis of the scepter into 1 beam striking the scepter. The hovering scepter began to rotate with colored electric arcs crackling. In Qin Chuan's excited gaze, the scepter plunged downward as if into tofu, embedding itself halfway. The entire riverbed, including the canyons on both sides, began to shake with colored electric threads as thin as gossamer frantically darting across the land. As time passed, from the riverbed and the canyons on both sides, densely packed silver metal spheres, each 10 meters in diameter, burst forth. The spheres were red hot, and colored electric arcs began to dance on their surfaces. The silver spheres quickly turned into translucent interstellar material with sparkling light and colorful particles floating like clouds around the canyon. In this boundless sea of colored mist, countless colored spheres floated and sank, shimmering brightly, a magnificent sight. And at the bottom of the mist sea, Qin Chuan raised his head, gazing at the spectacular scene above. What Qin Chuan created this time were not transformers but commander-level cosmic star god cannon fodder.
Of course these cannon fodder did not consume energy blocks inside their chests, each had a core energy ball.
When the battle became too intense and their own energy was insufficient, their bodies would absorb cosmic energy in reverse like animal skin excreting salt.
These cannon fodder could not compare to a super leader like Aotan. They could only absorb the energy roaming in ordinary cosmic space, while Aotan could absorb cosmic energy from extreme celestial bodies.
Qin Chuan swept his gaze downward. The original canyon riverbed topography was already unrecognizable, leaving only a huge depression 20 kilometers in diameter and lowered by 10 meters.
Although he had regressed to leader level, his conceptual level space still existed.
He put away the scepter and carefully placed the Wuzhong Yuan back into the hatch on his chest. After doing this, Qin Chuan transformed and shot into the sky.
Passing through the 1 kilometer thick colored mist sea, he transformed back into robot mode and looked down. Countless colored spheres rose from the mist sea.
Under Qin Chuan's indifferent gaze, the textured gaps on the surface of these spheres split open, revealing the humanoid bodies inside.
Their electronic eyes all flickered with colored light.
Facing his body, they knelt on one knee in the void.
Ao Tianzun, we pledge to die for you. A synchronized mechanical voice sounded.
The voice was like a thunderous roar, causing the mist sea below to churn wildly.
You both of you come.
Qin Chuan turned his head, his gaze falling on the two bodies closest to him on the left. Hearing Qin Chuan's summons, the two bodies floated forward, standing before Qin Chuan.
Lord!
The two bodies bent at the waist, lowering their heads, speaking in unison with respect. Qin Chuan glanced at them, raised his arms and placed his hands on the chests of the two bodies.
I bestow upon you a stroke of fortune.
As Qin Chuan spoke, a blue glow lit up in his chest, passing through his torso and arms. Two beams of light shot into the chests of the two subordinates. Under Qin Chuan's confident gaze, the two bodies expanded by a circle reaching a height of 13 meters.
Sensing the transformation of their energy cores,
the two subordinates immediately knelt and worshipped, becoming even more respectful to Qin Chuan. Since mastering the two attributes, Qin Chuan had absolute control over the life and death of his subordinates at a single thought. As long as he wished, he could instantly detonate their cores using his own spark. After all, they were all created by Qin Chuan using his own spark attributes and the Wuzhong Yuan. In terms of logical authority over energy frequency signals, his authority was the most fundamental and highest. All subordinates could have their own thoughts, but if they disobeyed or betrayed, Qin Chuan could take their lives at any time. This feeling of complete control over his subordinates' lives and deaths was addictive to Qin Chuan.
He ordered the two leader-level subordinates back into the ranks. Qin Chuan transformed into a fighter jet and headed for Earth.
Two leader-level star god warriors leading a group of commander-level cannon fodder followed closely behind.
Over Nevada, in low Earth orbit,
100,000 luminous spheres hovered, their surfaces made of translucent crystalline-colored materials reflecting in the pitch-black cosmic void. Their energy fluctuations were extremely subtle. Below them, at the bottom of the stratosphere, the Decepticon fleet remained completely unaware of the anomaly above, still hovering silently among the cloud peaks.
In the Autobot base,
Qin Chuan stood in the hall looking at the rusted two-story metal platform before him. A middle-aged man with dark skin, short in stature, was leaning on the railing, squinting at him.
Keep staring and I'll gouge out your eyeballs.
Qin Chuan stepped forward, raising his right arm, the arm cannon aimed at the man's eyes.
Whoa! Sir Aoshianzan, calm down.
Seeing the cannon barrel that could fit 5 of him, Agent Fowler raised his hands, stepping back with a stunned expression, a few cold sweat drops on his forehead. He hadn't expected Qin Chuan to have such a fiery temper. Ratchet and Optimus Prime had just stepped out of the medical bay and happened to witness the terrifying scene. Ratchet immediately stepped forward, pulling Qin Chuan's right arm down with both hands.
Aoshianzan, don't do this. He's our colleague.
Poof. Tell him to watch his step.
Qin Chuan looked at the man on the platform. He wasn't Optimus Prime. Whoever made him unhappy, he would take them down.
All right, Ratchet, hurry up and find the Decepticon space bridge.
I'm waiting to go to Cybertron.
Qin Chuan looked at Ratchet, speaking in an urging tone.
Ratchet's metal face showed an expression of speechlessness, then he walked over to the nearby glowing green electronic screen. After looking at the screen for a moment, Ratchet bent down and began typing on the keyboard.
Qin Chuan stepped forward, standing beside him, his electronic eyes fixed on the glowing green holographic screen. In the center of the screen, the green outline of Nevada rapidly shrank and a sphere emerged.
I'm accessing orbital satellites. With 3 satellites, our detectors can complete the collection of anomalous signals, Ratchet said without turning his head.
Looking at the outdated scientific theories and parametric equations on the holographic screen, Qin Chuan shook his head, then stepped forward and yanked Ratchet aside.
Under Ratchet's bewildered gaze, Qin Chuan began his show-off.
His hands landed on the metal keyboard, and with his rapid typing, the glowing green screen in front of them began to refresh with a torrent of data. In less than a minute the screen fell silent. You. Ratchet stood beside him, his face full of shock. But before he could finish, a miniature projection of Ratchet leaped out of the screen. It ran around the console as if it were a real living being. Seeing this, Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, then pulled Ratchet back to the console. He stood aside watching Ratchet.
That's an intelligent life form, a thing we created during the Golden Age.
His voice was flat, as if he was describing the most ordinary thing. Ratchet turned his head, his gaze falling on the wandering holographic figure. Seeming to notice the attention, the figure straightened up, stood still, faced Ratchet, and saluted.
Little Ratchet reporting for duty. A childish electronic voice sounded. Ratchet's mouth twitched. The commotion instantly drew the attention of both humans and Autobots.
Many figures gathered around Ratchet. The genius boy Raph was the happiest. Wow.
He stood at the console playing happily with the lifelike projection that was only half his height.
Just as Raph was about to ask Ratchet to make one for himself amidst the crowded figures, the ever-standing Qin Chuan spoke up.
Ratchet, find the space bridge first. The voice was not loud, but Ratchet's expression instantly turned solemn.
Now was not the time to relax. Optimus Prime had not yet recovered. After placing Raph on the nearby two-story metal platform, Ratchet began his search work. The playful little figure stood still, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the screen. Soon Ratchet's mouth fell open.
Whenever he wanted to input something, the assistant would instantly predict it.
As time passed, the input became increasingly aligned with his thoughts. Even some communication technologies that required bypassing Decepticon firewalls were instantly breached. Some more concise and efficient equations flashed across the screen. In less than 5 minutes, Ratchet released the keyboard, turned to look at everyone, his metal face showing an excited expression.
Found it. We can take control anytime. Now we just need you to occupy that place.
As Ratchet spoke, he turned to look at Optimus Prime at the doorway of the medical bay, about to lay out the specific plan when.
Ratchet, wait. There's something you might not know. Cybertron now has many Iron Eaters.
They won't harm humans, but they pose a great threat to mechanical life. Qin Chuan's words made Ratchet turn his head, looking puzzled, then he lowered his head. After nearly 2 full minutes, Ratchet raised his head and turned to look at Jack Darby. Sensing Ratchet's gaze and combining it with what Qin Chuan had said, everyone quickly connected the dots.
No. Next to Jack Darby,
a middle-aged woman dressed simply but neatly stepped forward, her face full of worry, her hands shielding Jack Darby.
As for her own child going to an unfamiliar planet to take risks. As a mother, June Darby didn't want her child to go. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Mom.
A somewhat apologetic voice sounded from behind. June Darby turned around, her gaze quickly falling on what her son was holding in his hand.
A blue hexagonal object. Countless mechanical strips arranged and interwoven in a specific way, resembling a token. Its surface emitted a faint blue glow.
It seems Optimus Prime had foreseen this. Qin Chuan's voice sounded indifferently.
Agent Fowler looked at the object, also puzzled at first, then understanding dawned. Optimus Prime wasn't human, there was no need to reveal everything to them. After some wrangling, the final personnel were determined.
Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Ironhide and RC would block the space bridge to stop Megatron.
Qin Chuan, RC and Jack Darby would go to Cybertron to find the magic orb. The plan was set. Inside the base, all Autobots began to mobilize.
Ratchet remained at the base to command the entire operation.
Qin Chuan, accompanied by Fengbao, rushed off according to the coordinates given by Ratchet.
At the same time, the Star Warriors in the sky were ready to launch an attack on the Decepticon fleet at any moment. The Autobots along with Jack Darby chased after Qin Chuan and the others from the ground.
The time difference between the two sides was only about a minute.
Crossing the endless yellow rocky terrain, Qin Chuan and Fengbao were the first to arrive at a valley surrounded by brown rock walls on all sides. As soon as Qin Chuan and the others rushed into the valley, they heard sounds of a fierce fight. Qin Chuan and Fengbao immediately landed, hiding in a cave, quietly listening to the increasingly clear commotion. Lord Megatron, please spare me, you must have heard.
Bang. Starscream's trembling voice sounded.
Before he could finish, a dull metallic impact echoed, accompanied by a grim, authoritative mechanical voice from outside the cave.
Starscream, you're quite bold, daring to make me lick your filthy feet.
No, Megatron Lord, let me explain.
Oh no.
Starscream's despairing voice rang out, accompanied by the roar of an arm cannon blast and the occasional clatter of parts hitting the ground. Inside the cavern, Qin Chuan and Storm exchanged a look. In the moments that followed, Starscream begged for mercy incessantly. Through his explanations, Qin Chuan gradually pieced together the sequence of events.
Megatron had sent Starscream to secretly monitor the Autobots while he himself followed in the shadows.
He just happened to catch Starscream in the act of his misdeeds. Starscream, that scoundrel was seated on a mechanical chair, forcing a cannon fodder soldier to kneel and proclaim himself as Megatron, professing his love for licking Starscream's feet. Starscream was reveling in his joy when Megatron strode into the chamber. The two of them had chased each other from the mine shaft all the way here, leading to the scene now unfolding. Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. That Starscream was truly audacious. Just as Qin Chuan was about to continue enjoying the spectacle, a respectful voice sounded from behind him. Storm. Lord, I am a supreme leader-class warrior. Would you like? Qin Chuan caught the implication and raised his left arm, waving his hand to cut him off direct. Don't act yet. Stay here. I'll contact you if needed. Yes, Lord. Storm immediately responded with deference. When he looked forward again, Qin Chuan had vanished. Qin Chuan stood at the mouth of a dim cave. He raised his optical sensors and gazed inward. Less than 50 meters away, the natural rock walls gave way to a cold, rough gray metal corridor. Before Qin Chuan even drew near, a dry, cold wind swept into his perception matrix. This time, to avoid alerting the enemy, Qin Chuan refrained from activating a full holographic scan of the entire mine base. This journey to Cybertron concerned not only Optimus Prime but also himself. Should an accident occur and the space bridge be destroyed, Qin Chuan would have to spend a long time constructing a new one. Qin Chuan had estimated earlier that given the current situation, if he wanted to build a space bridge capable of crossing interstellar distances, it would take at least 3 months. Even with the technology, this thing was troublesome. The production line for its construction was even more complicated. It would require 2 months of parameter iteration in order to achieve the necessary compliant component production line. Passing through the gray metal corridor and winding through several twists and turns, Qin Chuan finally stood before the massive elevator leading to the underground base. Gazing at the elevator, which was half the size of an office building, Qin Chuan stood still, his eyes fixed on the screen beside it. As the elevator's number changed to 0, an electronic prompt sounded. Qin Chuan extended an energy battle blade from his left arm, its ghastly green light casting the dark corner in a somewhat sinister glow. The elevator doors soon hummed and the fine metal lines in the middle split into a gap. As time passed, the gap widened, eventually expanding fully and arrogantly. Qin Chuan's gaze fell inside and his left arm instinctively raised, swinging inward. 2 streaks of green light flashed and 3 bodies fell to the ground in quick succession, emitting dull thuds. Qin Chuan dragged the 3 grunts out and tossed them into a dark corner beside the corridor. His tall, dark and ferocious frame stepped into the elevator. Standing inside his body was as still as a withered tree trunk. Before the metal doors, an emerald green holographic pop-up window showed the floor numbers slowly updating as the elevator descended. 3 minutes later, the elevator doors slid open and a flash of multicolored light flickered inside before vanishing instantly. By virtue of the red rank paradox pivot trait, Qin Chuan, like a keen-scented predator, quickly navigated the complex metal corridors and stood before a mechanical door. On the metal corridor behind him, 2 grunts with dark purple frames lay fallen on the rough gray pathway. Staring at the sealed mechanical door, Qin Chuan's metal lips curled into a smile. His entire frame took a step forward and the space before him rippled like water. In an instant, Qin Chuan vanished. Behind the door, 10 grunts aimed laser rifles at the mechanical entrance. One of the grunts, trembling, aimed his laser rifle and spoke toward the door. I hope we can hold out until Lord Megatron arrives. Another grunt turned his head and said to the trembling one, leave it to fate. After all, we're just cheap assembly line cannon fodder. Before that grunt's words even faded, a streak of green light descended from above their heads. These grunts didn't even lift their heads. 100-meter wide pillar of green light, like a powerful gale, quickly dissipated. Thud. A dull metallic impact echoed as Qin Chuan stood on the charred, partially vitrified metal floor. The grunts were instantly reduced to ionic soup, leaving not even ashes behind. After a brief 2-second silence, Qin Chuan turned his head, his gaze falling not far away. On the deep black stone wall at the mouth of an arched cave, a 100-meter-long mechanical corridor stretched out. Dense energy pathways covered the entire metal floor, glowing with a verdant luster. Qin Chuan teleported, and in the next second he stood at the end of the corridor. His attention was soon captured by the sight within the cave. The entire inner wall of the cave was densely embedded with shuttle-shaped devices, their circuits winding around the walls and converging on the ground. Beside the metal corridor there was a metal handle resembling an electrical switch. Qin Chuan turned, lowered his right arm, grasped the handle and pulled it upward. As the metal handle reached its highest point, the shuttle-shaped devices embedded in the cave walls emitted a dazzling green radiance. Within less than a minute the cave vanished. A cylindrical energy passage appeared in its place. The green light illuminated the entire purple control room, rendering it brilliantly bright. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Qin Chuan's tall, dark and ferocious frame spun around, his gaze fixed on the mechanical door. The door quivered slightly, a gap split in the middle, and soon it slid open fully. 2 familiar figures appeared, Megatron and Starscream. Qin Chuan looked past them and quickly spotted Storm and a group of Autobots. Behind them stood Optimus Prime and Storm. At this moment Starscream and Megatron hung their heads low, hands bound behind their backs, both wearing energy shackles.
It seems our caution was unnecessary.
Beside Optimus Prime, RC with her blue frame and well-proportioned figure spoke while gazing at the corridor.
Qin Chuan's gaze fell on Megatron, whose head was drooped like a quail. Megatron, lend me the space bridge.
At Qin Chuan's words Megatron raised his head, his expression terrified as he glanced behind him. Storm, seeing this, twisted his metal face into a ferocious sneer. A blue energy blade extended from his left arm, poised to thrust into Megatron's abdomen.
Megatron instantly turned back, dropping to his knees in haste, and looked at Qin Chuan standing by the space bridge.
No, I agree. The tip of the energy blade pressed against his abdomen and Megatron's red optics blazed with a fierce will to survive.
Please spare us, Lord Autarch. We can present this space bridge to you as a gift.
Starscream, his optics starting, realized that Qin Chuan was the one in charge and immediately slid to his knees, begging for mercy. As long as they lived, they could rebuild the space bridge. Qin Chuan turned his head, glanced briefly at the stoic Optimus Prime, and then fixed his gaze on RC and Jack Darby standing beside her.
Let's go.
Qin Chuan walked ahead with RC and Jack, who was wearing a spacesuit, following behind. As a flash of light passed Qin Chuan and his group quickly disappeared through the space bridge. Seeing Qin Chuan vanish, Megatron and Starscream cast a subtle glance behind them. Storm still stood there like a living god of death.
Megatron was on the verge of tears, pondering how to escape.
In his perception matrix, a familiar communication frequency requested access. Recognizing it as sound waves, Megatron accepted the communication with confusion. As soon as it connected, a thunderous explosion echoed from the other end.
Megatron's optics narrowed as Soundwave's cold pre-recorded voice rang out. Lord, our fleet is under attack by unknown mechanical lifeforms. There are too many of them.
Based on energy ratings, 2 leader class and 100,000 commander class units. Megatron's frame stiffened, then he collapsed onto the ground, sparks flying from the impact.
Lord Megatron. Starscream's fawning voice came cautiously from the right. Megatron, stand up. A cold mechanical voice sounded from behind Megatron, sharp as a blade at his neck. Megatron jolted as if electrified, his consciousness snapping back to reality.
He forced his frame to rise.
Soundwave continued to report that they had been defeated and completely subdued. But the enemy made no further moves, merely trapping them in place. Megatron's crimson optics shifted, his mind racing through every detail.
After a brief analysis, he reached a startling conclusion: the mechanical lifeforms that had suddenly attacked from the sky were the same ones that had besieged them earlier.
And given the suspicious timing, Megatron deduced a terrifying possibility.
It was highly likely that Qin Chuan was the leader of these fearsome mechanical beings, otherwise why would the Supreme Leader class entity still treat him with such deference even after his realm had fallen?
The meticulous Megatron instantly understood everything.
A storm of turmoil raged within him.
What were these beings planning?
Perhaps they were even more terrifying than the Quintessence. On the planet Cybertron from the Prime series, a green space bridge portal opened on a desolate, cracked wasteland filled with metallic ravines. Qin Chuan stepped out first, his heavy frame landing on the cold mottled metal ground.
The dull clang of metal echoed across the silent metallic wilderness.
Qin Chuan turned to look at the space bridge exit. A large and a small figure slowly emerged. He studied Jack, a smile forming on his metallic face. Young man, are you ready for an adventure in a different world? Qin Chuan's words drew a helpless shake of the head from RC, who was on guard. Compared to the original story, with Qin Chuan's addition, he transformed into a Lamborghini with Jack in the passenger seat and RC following alongside on the left.
The team traveled through the endless ruined wasteland without encountering danger. After about half an hour guided by the key, they arrived at a magnificent metal ruin. On the flat, desolate metallic plain, a city of machines lay crouched like a monstrous beast. Entering a street, they were surrounded by crumbling mechanical structures, some impassable. They could only transform into robot mode and climb over the massive metal ruins. As they ventured deeper, the streets became visibly more intact. On the ruined street, Qin Chuan walked ahead, his gaze wandering. RC and Jack followed closely. Jack, are you sure the key is guiding us here?
Seeing RC's puzzled look, Jack held the key in both hands and looked up at her. The key is brighter than before and it's vibrating slightly. RC reached out and Jack handed it to her.
Sensing the increasingly intense energy reaction from the key, she nodded and returned it to Jack. RC looked at Jack and sighed. Jack, this place is actually...
After listening to RC's explanation, Jack's expression changed, but he quickly regained composure.
Seeing this, RC smiled.
It seems Optimus' choice was right.
Qin Chuan walked ahead, listening to RC's narrative, but inwardly he was unimpressed. The current Kaon city was long abandoned.
In the original story, the Decepticons had left only one mechanical insect to guard it.
As for its strength,
Qin Chuan thought he could blast it to pieces with a single energy cannon.
If the insect icon appeared it would be even simpler.
A single unit was only at the mid-level warrior grade, albeit in numbers.
It might pose a threat to traditional Cybertronians, but for him a simple telekinetic crush would destroy it instantly. Honestly, if not for restoring his spark, Qin Chuan wouldn't have bothered coming. If touching the Omega Lock couldn't break the Dark Seal, he would have to visit the Well of Allspark.
After all, that was where the Primes returned to the Allspark.
There should be more secrets there. As he pondered, the trio entered the central area of Kaon City.
Standing before a circular plaza 10 times the size of a football field, Qin Chuan felt awe. These buildings are so huge and magnificent. Jack's voice came from beside his feet. Yeah, RC, replied, her tone tinged with nostalgia and loss. Qin Chuan walked toward the center of the plaza.
RC and Jack followed side by side.
Before they could stop, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. A massive rectangular gap split open in the center of the plaza. A gray thick mottled mechanical door slowly rose. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over it. In the center of the door a blue indentation glowed, its shape identical to the key.
Before Jack could react, the key flew from his hand and embedded itself into the socket.
From that point hundreds of blue energy pathways radiated across the entire door. The mechanical door rose slowly, revealing a dark, silent, sloping passage.
Just as the team prepared to enter from behind them,
a piercing screech came from a pile of ruins, accompanied by heavy footsteps impacting the metal ground. A towering lifeform 10 meters tall with a dark gold frame and insectoid mouthparts sprang out and charged toward them. RC turned, her expression shifting to alarm.
A mechanical insect. I didn't think the Decepticons would leave one of these behind.
RC raised her arms, her cannons glowing blue, ready to fire. Just as the insect closed to 500 meters before RC could attack, a green beam shot out from beside her. Jack stood still, looking up at Qin Chuan's massive, menacing right arm. From that arm a sickly green beam of light lanced forth. Jack thought that single shot could level their high school campus. It was terrifying. RC opened her mouth, then lowered her arms and led Jack into the passage.
Qin Chuan retracted his arm, his frame swaying as he followed. That mechanical insect was too weak. Not even worthy of being his opponent. Thinking of soon touching the Omega Lock of the Prime Universe, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement.
I hope I can plunder the attribute traits of this world's Omega Lock. Qin Chuan descended the slope as the mechanical gate behind him slowly closed.
Jack and Erkion walked along a dark gold corridor that emitted a faint blue glow, with the surroundings deeply shadowed.
Erkion raised her arm cannon again and cautiously shuffled forward.
Erkion, could some monster suddenly appear here?
Jack clutched the keys in his hands, his expression terrified as he glanced at the dark recesses on both sides.
It seemed as if his words might come true and some horrifying creature would burst forth.
Qin Chuan followed behind, somewhat speechless. There were only iron-eating insects here, and against him these swarming little bugs would be annihilated in an instant. Amid Jack's worries, they soon saw the end ahead. A barrier of azure light stood before them. The blue key in Jack's hand was almost ready to fly out again. Qin Chuan and Erkion saw the key's reaction, and their metallic faces broke into smiles.
Jack, we're almost there.
Erkion looked down at Jack, who had relaxed a bit, and said with a smile. As they drew closer, the blue light quickly expanded, and Qin Chuan and the others finally saw what the light band was. It was a colossal mechanical wall extending infinitely on both sides, 500 meters high.
Its dark gray surface was covered with blue energy pathways, the faint blue light flickering. The immense blue light illuminated everything within a kilometer.
Qin Chuan looked to both sides. There was nothing but empty dark gray metallic ground.
Qin Chuan looked up, but the top of the mechanical structure was invisible.
Lowering his gaze, he and the others found themselves beneath the wall. Before them a rectangular door radiating blue light and heavy with mechanical feel, a key-shaped recess appeared at its center.
With Erkion's help, Jack placed the key into the blue groove.
As the key was inserted, the mechanical door slowly rose and the key flew back into Jack's hand.
Just as the three were about to enter,
the rustling sound familiar to Qin Chuan arose from all directions on the walls before them. Erkion raised her head and fixed her gaze on the surrounding walls.
Her eyes soon landed on one spot where there were dense clusters of basketball-sized mechanical insects.
Their bodies were like basketball bottoms with 6 metal spider legs tipped with claws. Their mouths were like zippers, splitting their heads in half to a terrifying extent.
When the zipper-like mouths closed, serrated teeth clashed together perfectly. They're iron-eating insects. You two go in first, I'll hold them off.
Qin Chuan's voice was deliberately low, his metallic face solemn as he stared at the swarming insects charging from all directions.
Erkion immediately transformed into a blue Harley with a roar. Jack, startled, clumsily climbed onto the bike and gripped the handlebars tightly.
Watching Erkion and Jack enter, Qin Chuan turned his gaze to the insects that were almost upon him. His eyes shot out 2 red beams.
These insects might prove useful in unexpected moments. Qin Chuan quickly analyzed the insect bodies, their core energy drives and the computational units in their brain.
As the information was stored in his memory chip, white electric light began to surge in Qin Chuan's electronic eyes. A few insects screeched and shot toward him like bullets.
Around Qin Chuan, large drops of liquid metal fell at his feet.
Before long, a thick layer of insect bodies had piled up to his knees beneath his frame. Qin Chuan swept his gaze over the 3 locations where the insects emerged. Their numbers were visibly thinning. He believed he could completely wipe them out in another 10 minutes or so. Just as Qin Chuan thought, these insects were nothing special. From behind him along the corridor's edges where blue light met darkness.
A spine-chilling rustling sound came abruptly like a dense wind chime. Qin Chuan turned his head and scanned, his metallic face instantly tensed.
A gray tide surged from the dark surroundings toward his position and Qin Chuan's electronic eyes flickered. Had his use of spark energy attracted these insects?
Qin Chuan quickly understood. It must have been his use of telekinesis that awakened them. He immediately ceased lingering and charged through the gate. Nothing else mattered. The primary goal was to touch the mystic orb. He passed through a nearly kilometer-long corridor emitting a faint blue glow. Qin Chuan stood before a floating palace. He took a quick glance and focused on the open mechanical gate ahead. The rustling sound behind him soon arose and he rushed into the palace. Entering the palace, Qin Chuan looked forward. Less than 100 meters ahead, at the center of a disc-shaped structure within a huge cylindrical cavity, 3 dark gray metal rings rotated slowly, wrapping a luminous sphere whose surface was churning with blue data streams. At the edge of the cylindrical cavity stood a hexagonal mechanical arm. The blue key was inserted into the center and the energy pathways around it were erupting with intense data currents transmitting rapidly. Qin Chuan dared not delay. He teleported directly, standing in midair within the cylindrical space. Qin Chuan turned to look at Jack and Erkian, his metallic face showing a grave expression. There are too many of those insects. We must evacuate immediately. Jack, how much longer until the download is complete? Qin Chuan asked, genuinely anxious. He wasn't sure if the mystic orb would retract the moment he touched it. That would be disastrous. Jack heard this and looked at the blue key in his hand. The key had flown back and landed in his palm. Gripping it, he looked ahead and said with delight, "Aoshianzan, we've obtained the data." Before Jack finished speaking, the mystic orb indeed began to sink. Qin Chuan teleported and appeared before the descending sphere. Without hesitation, he extended his ghastly right hand and pressed it against the luminous sphere. As soon as his hand made contact, a prompt appeared in his vision module. Ding. Detected host in contact with mystic orb. Contact duration 56 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host has obtained the trait 13 Celestial Origin Crystal Red. 13 Celestial Origin Crystal, a crystal condensed from the spark energy and command authority of the 13 Celestial Origin warriors, specifically designed to counter the pollution of all evil gods. Qin Chuan glanced at it, then teleported back to the circular platform outside. The moment he appeared, his eyes fell on Erkian, who was already grievously wounded and on the verge of falling. Jack stood nearby, desperately swatting the mechanical insects crawling over Erkian's frame. The swarm had now filled the entire palace and they were like a small sailboat trapped in a vortex of insects. Just as Qin Chuan was deciding whether to flee alone or fight alongside Erkian, another system prompt appeared. Host has acquired a new trait. The cosmic dark seal has been lifted. As the mechanical voice faded, Qin Chuan felt the spark in his chest suddenly become like a dormant volcano. The overwhelming power that commanded everything was once again under his control. Qin Chuan looked at Erkian, who lay on the ground barely breathing. Her arm and half her neck were already missing. As Qin Chuan stared, a prismatic electric light enveloped both Erkian and Jack. His own frame also blazed with electric light. Large swarms of insects fell like dust covering his body and the sound of gnawing bone chilling arose. Enduring the intense pain, Qin Chuan inwardly uttered paradox pivot. A flash of colored lightning vanished in an instant. The entire hall was left with nothing but the sound of waves like a tsunami and a hair-raising hiss. Earth Autobot Base. Jack returned the key to Optimus Prime, who had regained his memory and strength. Ratchet walked out of the medical bay. Thank you, Ao Tianzuan. RC is feeling much better. Ratchet looked at the grim mechanical form standing shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime and expressed his sincere gratitude. No need. It was merely a trivial effort on my part. What do you plan to do with the Decepticons? Qin Chuan's gaze shifted back to Optimus Prime. Facing all the Autobots, he spoke indifferently. Beside Qin Chuan on a modeled metal platform, Agent Fowler looked at Optimus Prime. Optimus, these Decepticons should be eliminated. He then pointed at Qin Chuan. With this supreme leader here, now is the perfect time to take care of the Decepticons. Optimus Prime lowered his head, his optics flickering uncertainly. Thanks to Qin Chuan's help, all Decepticons were now imprisoned within their own warship.
Megatron himself was under the watch of Storm, the Supreme Leader. The Decepticon commanders were under the supervision of 2 leader-level Star Warrior deities. In short, the Decepticons were truly finished.
Optimus Prime understood clearly that once Megatron and his forces were executed, the Autobots would soon become humanity's next Decepticons. Optimus Prime did not look at Agent Fowler.
He turned and walked toward the corridor leading to the base entrance. A metallic smirk curled at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth as he followed. Agent Fowler watched the 2 towering figures disappear into the corridor. He lowered his head, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Inside the gray metal corridor, Qin Chuan glanced back before speaking.
Optimus, it's clear. No one is following.
Optimus Prime's frame turned to face Qin Chuan, his metal face solemn. Our primary purpose on Earth was to find the relics and stop the Decepticons. Now with your help we only have the lost relics left to find. Optimus Prime sighed as he looked past Qin Chuan.
Perhaps the destruction of the Decepticons is indeed good news for humanity. But in our future actions we will face hostility and attacks from humans.
They will surely drive us away. Once these technologies fall into the hands of an immature civilization, it will be a terrible disaster.
Optimus Prime looked up at Qin Chuan. Can you understand what I mean, Ao Tianzuan?
Hearing Optimus speak so much at once, Qin Chuan lowered his head and began to ponder. Qin Chuan contemplated the matter. Capturing all Decepticons in one fell swoop might indeed help the Autobots and humanity in the short term, but in the long run it would lead Cybertron toward extinction. In the original narrative, Unicron would still awaken and both sides would eventually reach the level of supreme leaders.
Megatron would also come to his senses in the end.
By acting as he did now, Qin Chuan had 2 choices: either help Optimus Prime ascend to the power of the 13 Primes or abandon the mess and let events spiral into the unknown. After a moment of consideration, Qin Chuan raised his head, his metal face expressionless as he looked at Optimus Prime.
Then let's stage a misunderstanding. I will withdraw from overseeing your affairs.
Qin Chuan revealed a few details of his plan. He now needed vast amounts of dark Energon. He only wanted to grow stronger. Ever since he had broken the Dark Seal, Qin Chuan had resumed absorbing dark Energon worldwide. His spark had now turned a dark purple. Even his optics emitted a dark purple glow as if thoroughly steeped in the energy.
Qin Chuan didn't care.
With the red grade trait of the 13 primal crystal, his spark could completely resist all side effects brought by Unicron's traits and power. The all-spark trait obtained from the live-action movie world began to resonate with the 13 primal crystal.
Qin Chuan could now know everything happening anywhere in the universe with just a thought.
As long as he wished, his consciousness could instantly appear at that location. His mastery over time and space had reached a flawless and terrifying level. Hearing Qin Chuan's cryptic prophetic words, Optimus Prime vaguely understood certain matters and the direction of the future. Since you've made up your mind, I will let them go. Qin Chuan looked at the Redandblu frame, a helpless expression on his metal face. Optimus Prime raised his head and nodded. Qin Chuan instantly transmitted a message through a mental pulse into the sparks of all his subordinates.
The sparks of all Decepticons, including Megatron, received the information.
One day later, Agent Fowler returned to the base and pointed at Qin Chuan, cursing loudly.
Ao Tianzuan, whose side are you on? How could you let those demons escape?
Before he could finish, an energy blade extended from Qin Chuan's left arm. Agent Fowler felt a blur before his eyes, then a burning sensation on his neck. Optimus Prime immediately stepped forward, pulling Qin Chuan aside, then turned to look toward the medical bay.
Ratchet misses. Darby, come check on Agent Fowler.
Optimus Prime then turned, his metal face cold as he looked at Qin Chuan.
Ao Tianzuan, leave.
Perhaps our base is too small to accommodate you. Qin Chuan's purple optics flickered and a villainous smile spread across his metal face.
I will no longer involve myself in your affairs.
Qin Chuan then looked at Agent Fowler, who was clutching his neck in pain, his mechanical voice icy.
Don't try to stop me from doing what I want. This is just a small warning.
With that, Qin Chuan's frame was enveloped in colored light and vanished in an instant.
Bumblebee, Bulkhead and Wheeljack stood frozen in place.
What had happened to Ao Tianzuan? Why would he suddenly do such a thing?
Mrs. Darby helped Agent Fowler into the medical bay. As the mechanical doors closed, Ratchet walked up to Optimus Prime and opened an internal comm channel. Optimus, is this really the right thing to do? Agent Fowler.
Ratchet, Qin Chuan knows his limits.
This is a necessary move.
Bumblebee and Raph looked at Optimus and Ratchet in confusion while Jack lowered his head thoughtfully.
Inside an iceberg in the Arctic.
Qin Chuan looked up, scanning the area above and around him. Countless six-sided purple crystals, each as tall as a person, radiated a purple glow. Qin Chuan spread his arms. Countless colored lightning bolts shot from his chest, striking the surrounding space. From the calm crystals purple mist emerged and flew toward Qin Chuan's chest.
Unicron's blood 58. 071658. 08637.
Watching the slowly increasing progress, a smile spread across Qin Chuan's metal face.
At the current rate of collection, it would take just over 2 months to complete the harvest. By then he would obtain the full power of Unicron.
Of course, after the previous Dark Seal incident, Qin Chuan decided this time to first complete the collection of Primus's blood.
Primus's blood 25. 0519. Well, maybe it will take a year or even longer.
Qin Chuan looked at the panel, his metal face falling. Just as Qin Chuan was pondering how to find beings like the 13 primal crystal that could provide Primus's blood, he suddenly sensed the extinguishing of the Gia unit spark.
What happened on the three-body world side? Enveloped in a kaleidoscope of electric hues, the towering jet-black mecha vanished from its spot.
In the Lingxiu Xi Zhang world on Mars. Like the live-action film universe, Qin Chuan once again chose Mars as his base. During this time he had been scouring Earth alone, absorbing the dark Energon, while Feng Bao and Xingqian Warrior were tasked with constructing the warship. Upon a vast grey metallic plane, a surge of chromatic lightning crackled and Qin Chuan's colossal form materialized. He stood still, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. An endless expanse of metal ground. Thousands of dim, enormous structures resembling factories radiated outward from where he stood like spokes from a hub. Each one taken alone rivaled the size of Mount Everest. On their rooftops, mechanical hinges, some opened, revealed massive warships freshly completed rising from the shipyards. The warships were wedge-shaped and translucent. Qin Chuan cast a glance. These vessels ascending from the mechanical docks were all equipped with his most advanced weaponry. Dark matter cannons, gravitational field generators, temporal wells and antimatter death rays, these were standard armaments aboard every ship. A blue starfighter rapidly approached from the horizon. As Qin Chuan watched, the craft transformed midair just before landing. With a thunderous metallic impact and a shower of sparks, Feng Bao stood before him.
Feng Bao, I entrust this scepter to you.
Qin Chuan raised his right arm, palm open, and a dark gold Merlin staff materialized in his hand.
The staff floated up, hovering before Feng Bao. Feng Bao's metallic face showed excitement as his body thudded to one knee.
He raised his arms and looked up at Qin Chuan with reverence.
Lord Ao Tianzuan, I shall execute your orders without fail. Qin Chuan nodded. Colorful arcs of electricity began to burst from his chest, instantly enveloping the tall, dark and ferocious mecha. A crackling hiss filled the air. Then with a violent flash of chromatic lightning his form vanished. In the Santee world, a blue-white fireball burned in the cosmos. The adjacent space, which had remained unchanged for eons, now churned with a storm of colored lightning. The swirling vortex of electric tempest resembled a funnel. The blue-white star seemed to find a vent. A bulge appeared on its spherical surface, then stretched like pulled noodles, surging toward the lightning storm's vortex. At the center of the chromatic vortex, where blinding white light blazed, Qin Chuan's mecha stood firm. This replenishment rate is far too slow, he murmured, his gaze dropping to his chest. Beside him a silver mechanical staff shimmered into existence, floating to hover just before his chest. Paradox pivot, he uttered in his mind. The staff responded instantly, silver lightning coiling around its radiance as it began to spin. As the staff rotated, the lightning storm around Qin Chuan expanded rapidly. Within 5 seconds the vortex became a black abyss, swallowing the blue-white star whole. Like a colossal whale devouring a tiny shrimp, the chromatic vortex soon dissipated, leaving the blue-white star utterly gone from the cosmos. Without the star's gravitational hold, the planets orbiting it bolted like runaway steeds, hurtling into the dark void of space. Qin Chuan stood where the star had been, instinctively looking down at the center of his chest. Within his spark resembled a supermassive black hole, radiating a soft eternal green glow. A boundless surge of power flowed into his frame, seemingly inexhaustible. Qin Chuan clenched his metallic hands, savoring every part of his body. After a brief energy recharge and adaptation, he turned his orange optics fixed on a patch of starry sea. That region was within the local group toward the Milky Way. There a terrifying temporal spatial disturbance raged like a hurricane in the ocean of spacetime. Even from 5.6 million light-years away, Qin Chuan could sense it clearly. He shook his head in resignation, muttering, these beings are desperate enough to leave this world. Enveloped in chromatic lightning, he vanished. In the Santee world at the edge of the Milky Way, the solar system. Countless physical ships defying the laws of physics and mathematical logic nested in this spacetime in unimaginable shapes and configuration. Outside Earth in the silent void, a translucent starry negotiating table spanning 10 square light-years materialized. Countless bizarre lifeforms gathered around it. Some resembled what others were glowing pentagrams veined with light. There were carbon-based, silicon-based, and even lifeforms like thin threads or solar sails. They were all arguing fiercely, some even hurling insults and initiating war protocols. At the two ends of the starry table sat the dominant powers of this cosmic bubble, the returners and the edge civilization.
On a twisted spacetime within a white nimbus, a colossal silhouette 5 light-years tall crackling with lightning stood atop a massive throne of light.
He sat there like an ancient divine mountain.
Not far from him, humanity and Qin Tianzhu looked up at this being.
Qin Tianzhu, what do we do? Even Gaia Xingshan was slain by them. Will that lord come? Asked Luo Ji, clad in a form-fitting spacesuit, turning to his right. Qin Tianzhu was at a distance of 1 astronomical unit. He sent a radio transmission to Luo Ji's spacetime coordinates. At the other end of the table, within several miniature replicas of the Creator's Nebula, 3 pitch-black pillars, each 1 light-year tall, trembled slightly. Vast gray information streamed among them in high-dimensional encryption. The leftmost pillar quivered, sending its data to the middle one. "Fa, you heard those Earthlings' conversation. Does this world truly have an outside?"
The voice was a distorted electronic blend impossible to identify.
The middle pillar was slightly taller by 0.2 light-years. Hearing the junior's words, it quivered, replying in obscure high-dimensional encryption. "We have long known that under full 11 dimensions this universe is finite but unbounded.
We have tried many extreme methods to break free from this depression and reach a broader space."
The 1.2 light-year pillar fell silent, sending a near-visual signal to the 2 juniors beside it.
"Look at that mechanical lifeform the Earthlings call Xingshan.
Its method of creation has never been seen in our universe. According to our analysis and spacetime backtracking, we couldn't find its timeline.
That explains why during the previous battle causality weapons had limited effect on it." The 2 flanking pillars trembled, turning their gaze to the center of the negotiating table.
A dark battered metal sphere rotated slowly, devoid of any light. On its surface, eerie numerical glows flickered on and off like phantoms. Just as more civilizations were arguing behind Qin Tianzhu, a flash of chromatic lightning came and went. "Optimus Prime, can you tell me what you have done?" Qin Chuan's indifferent mechanical voice, like a winter gale laced with scraping blades, rang out coldly from the side.
Optimus Prime's frame shuddered, and he immediately turned sideways, his gaze shifting.
The familiar towering and ferocious dark frame stood beside him. Those orange electronic eyes stared at him.
Optimus Prime's perception matrix keenly captured the discontented electronic signals emanating from the frame before him. He turned his head warily.
Those so-called divine-level civilizations remained utterly oblivious, as if Optimus Prime existed in a different spacetime.
Startled, Optimus Prime lowered his gaze back to the ferocious frame before him, instinctively bowing his head.
"Ao Tianzuan sins." After a lengthy explanation from Optimus Prime, Qin Chuan understood the full story.
It turned out that after Qin Chuan had sent Optimus Prime to the 3-body Earth,
at first these humans were deeply grateful to the Cybertronians.
Some even organized a mechanical church, fanatically erecting statues of Optimus Prime. All of this stemmed from the cooperation between Ratchet and human scientists. They directly utilized a force field device to screen out protons.
With the Cybertronians' aid, human technology advanced rapidly.
What would have taken 200 to 300 years of accumulation was compressed by more than tenfold.
In less than 2 decades, humanity became an interstellar species. Humans are a complex species.
Once they possess a room, they desire a plot of land. Like a person who has regained the ability to walk independently, once humanity achieved a technological breakthrough, they gradually discarded the Cybertronians, their crutch, and pushed them out of the core decision-making circle. They even coerced Optimus Prime, demanding access to lightspeed spacecraft and various technologies. The voices that enthusiastically advocated for harmonious coexistence with the Autobots were swiftly suppressed. The masses were brainwashed, constantly indoctrinated with the notion that those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. In the end, the Autobots were expelled, subjected to even more vicious slander and prejudice than when they had first arrived. Even Qin Chuan, who always prioritized his own interests, was left speechless. Only humans could be so. Once the wound heals, the pain is forgotten. Qin Chuan raised his right arm and placed it on Optimus Prime's shoulder.
"And Gaia?"
Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon a region of space where a fiery red metallic sphere floated. At the energy core in the chest, a savage tear had already formed. The mottled surface of the frame shimmered with various energies or regular weapons, emitting a bizarre and iridescent luster. When Optimus Prime heard the name Gaia, his frame trembled and he bowed his head even lower. Qin Chuan caught this from the corner of his eye, his heart sinking, and he spoke in a low, grave tone. "Optimus Prime, what happened?"
Optimus Prime did not raise his head. His blue electronic eyes flickered unsteadily.
His deep, steady mechanical voice carried a hint of resentment.
"The Earthlings believe they are now on equal footing with the Trisolarans. They somehow allied with them, and we."
Qin Chuan listened, his ferocious hands clenching into fists, his orange electronic eyes growing brighter.
Now all these top-tier cosmic civilizations were gathered here.
It all stemmed from a war that spanned less than 20 light-years.
A subordinate civilization of a divine-level civilization discovered Gaia, and the Earth humans collaborated with the Trisolarans. Driven by self-interest, ignorance and short-sightedness, they betrayed Gaia to this subordinate civilization. The divine-level civilization with its peak mastery of spacetime quickly uncovered Gaia's anomaly.
They came from a higher dimension formed by fields of a more fundamental nature. In an instant they were driven mad. For tens of billions of years what they had pursued was precisely this transcendence beyond the rules. The emergence of Gaia immediately sent all civilizations into ecstasy. At first the returners even waged a war spanning millions of light-years to seize this frame. Yet the research results instantly halted their conflict. That energy sphere was not the source of power. It could not provide the rule-breaking force needed to escape this universe.
It was akin to surface-level code, not the core code.
Their war had been futile. Both sides immediately ceased hostilities and convened on Earth. They painted a rosy picture for the Trisolarans and Earthlings. Once they lured Qin Chuan out and he crossed over, they would capture him. Then, including the top civilizations present, both civilizations would gain the chance to escape the extinction of this universe. Qin Chuan's frame stood like a stone statue. Within his chest the spark raged like a supermassive black hole. He jerked his head up. Today not a single civilization present would be spared. Beyond the Oort cloud of the Trisolaran system, the Autobot warship crackled with colored arcs of electricity.
Gaia's frame and Optimus Prime were also enveloped in colored electric light.
Watching Optimus Prime vanish before him, Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the negotiation table before him. The space in front of him rippled wildly like boiling water. Colored halos radiated outward, clinging to the surroundings. If one looked from hundreds of light-years away, they would witness an extremely terrifying sight. A ferocious colored palm 50 million light-years in diameter slowly closed. At the center of the palm a speck of darkness. A group of cosmic-level big shots along with the terrifying megastructures within the solar system that defied physical laws like natural celestial bodies remained utterly oblivious. They were like ordinary people under a spell, still haughty, still composed, still waiting for that being to cross over. Above the palm in the silent cosmic void, orange electronic eyes silently watched the scene unfolding below. As time passed, the palm closed and slowly dissolved. In Qin Chuan's vision, the spacetime region of 50 million light-years became a pitch-black void where nothing existed except the fluctuations of various physical force fields and occasional particle annihilations. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and his frame vanished. The gene sequences of these civilizations along with the attribute characteristics of various energy body parameters had all been assimilated into the gene chip during his earlier conversation with Optimus Prime. Since he had decided to act, he would eradicate them root and branch. The Trisolarans along with their home star were already destroyed. As for the last batch of interstellar humans who still retained a semblance of humanity's positive side, Qin Chuan planned to adopt them as a subordinate race. After all, in the ancient memories of the one who had overthrown mountains, powerful supreme leaders all had their own faithful clans. He should acquire one of his own for amusement. Qin Chuan walked through a hyperdimensional space that traversed multiple dimensions. Beneath his feet the spacetime resembled a vast sea of countless light threads. Qin Chuan strolled leisurely, covering vast distances with each step, walking freely on the sea surface. Sometimes he paused, gazing at a winding thread of spacetime. Within these complex spacetime threads lay everything from any location in the universe to the developmental possibilities of any civilization or the universe itself. But these possibilities were confined to this universe. This universe had too few dimensions and it was not yet complete. After acquiring the paradox pivot, this was one of Qin Chuan's newly mastered abilities. Thus he moved casually across the hyperdimensional plane like an old farmer hoeing the fields, effortlessly crushing a few threads. And in this universe all civilizations that had participated in the siege of the Autobots were utterly eradicated and erased. After obliterating the 5 threads of the peripheral civilizations, Qin Chuan's frame suddenly trembled. Through the paradox pivot and the magic sphere in his perception matrix. Within the live-action movie world, the scent of Primus's blood was instantly detected by him. How is that possible? Qin Chuan rubbed his chin and his frame vanished from the hyperdimensional plane in a flash of colored electric light. Transformers live-action movie universe. In the silent cosmos, a colossal orange-yellow fireball burned quietly. Not far away, a swirling vortex of multicolored lightning no larger than a sesame seed materialized. The swirling vortex of multicolored lightning dissipated swiftly. Qin Chuan stood in the void. His entire frame was pitch black with metallic spikes at the joints gleaming with a ferocious black metallic luster. After a moment of sensing, the sculpted-like frame of Qin Chuan stirred. Rubbing his chin, he turned to gaze at the dark cosmic expanse ahead, muttering in a mechanical voice filled with confusion. Could it be an illusion? The thought had barely arisen when Qin Chuan immediately dismissed it. The perception matrix's detection could not be mistaken. The quantum neural network analyzed the spatiotemporal fluctuations sensed by the memory chip at light speed. Based on these fluctuations, Qin Chuan surveyed the entire universe. Leveraging the red tier attribute of the 13 celestial crystals which countered dark forces,
Qin Chuan was confident he could fully unleash the universe-wide perception red tier attribute.
In less than a minute he pinpointed a star system near the center of the Milky Way. There seemed to be an extremely subtle energy signal barely perceptible without the powerful attribute. The blood of Primus. No, it seems there are also spark signals from other supreme leaders.
A trap.
Qin Chuan pondered many possibilities, but in the end he dismissed them with disdain. Although the sparks of the primes were all of the same level, there were differences in combat prowess. Based on the existing official storyline, Qin Chuan vaguely guessed. In the live-action movie universe there were only 13 supreme leaders of the Cybertronians.
Apart from Alpha Trion, who remained in the world as an Autobot. Was it Liege Maximo or Primon, or both?
Qin Chuan was puzzled.
His frame was enveloped in multicolored electrical arcs. Regardless, he would go and see, and everything would become clear.
The blood of Primus was something he was determined to obtain. In the center of the Milky Way, 100,000 light-years from the supermassive black hole. In the silent cosmos, countless massive luminous points shone brightly against the black backdrop of stars. They were of various colors.
Some were blue-white, orange, yellow, fiery red, pure white, or pure blue.
Some collided, unleashing magnificent stellar evolutions across the celestial tapestry.
Among them, the most dazzling was a blue-white star. Beside it, a metallic planet orbited.
Ahead of this star system, less than 50 light-years away, tens of thousands of stars due to gravitational forces. They were like vehicles on a highway crashing chaotically into one another.
A cosmic-scale car wreck unfolded.
The blue-white star was also affected, hurtling toward the accident scene at high speed. On the metallic planet that had been orbiting it, a beam of light shot out, heading toward the star. The energy beam was translucent, with countless arcs of electricity crackling along its surface. Accompanied by a strange hum, the beam crossed spacetime and struck the star's surface. Less than 1 astronomical unit ahead of the star. Spacetime split open like a zipper, and green temporal energy surged out from the rift, widening the gap further. A colossal portal 1 light-year in diameter emerged. The blue-white star with its metallic satellite plunged into the water-like green plane. The moment the entire metallic sphere submerged into the rectangular portal. A hum resonated from the stable spacetime portal.
Hum.
The metallic portal twisted, grew transparent, and gradually faded like a mirage before vanishing completely.
Less than a minute after the portal vanished, a swirling vortex of multicolored electrical arcs appeared in the silent cosmos.
The vortex did not dissipate. Qin Chuan stood at its center, a metallic smirk curling at the corner of his mouth.
So you could detect my presence. Interesting.
Qin Chuan was certain that only the Supreme Leader Primon, who commanded spacetime, could operate with such ease. Hadn't it been established in official lore that Primon's transmission came at a great cost? Yet in this live-action world it seemed as simple as breathing or drinking water. Qin Chuan turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding space. His eyes lit up with red beams which split into 2 curtains and began scanning the vicinity.
Whenever a transformer activated its abilities, its spark energy signal would inevitably leak.
And if it leaked, residual signals remained. Soon Qin Chuan collected relatively complete attribute data of Primon's spark energy signal.
His electronic eyes returned to normal and the multicolored vortex quickly dissipated.
At the edge of the Milky Way, in the cold, lifeless cosmos, a lone blue-white star burned.
Not far away, a metallic sphere orbited slowly around it.
On the metallic planet, on a metallic plane, a grand mechanical city stood like a crouching beast. At the city's center, a 10,000 turtle mechanical tower rose. Surrounding it, mechanical structures resembling Babel towers radiated outward. Mechanical ships weaved through the city's buildings. In the circuit board-like streets, a constant flow of beings moved. Every building glowed with colored lights, and holographic projections filled the sky. This planet boasted 15 such bustling mechanical cities.
Alpha Trion, get lost. Damn it, Primon. You use me and then kick me away.
Inside the mechanical tower, in an unremarkable conference room, Alpha Trion sat on a floating mechanical chair. His metallic face twisted in anger, his purple electronic eyes fixed on the frame across the round table. The frame stood 13 meters tall with a yellow coating. It also wore a cape, but yellow. On its chest plate, a gear-shaped ring held a smooth blue orb at its center. A soft blue light emanated from the orb. The spark energy signal of a supreme leader was as deep as an abyss. The signal continuously permeated the entire mechanical conference room.
Its blazing white electronic eyes stared at Alpha Trion across from it. After a brief standoff, Primon lowered his head. An aged, weary sigh echoed in the mechanical conference room. Alpha Trion's purple electronic eyes locked onto Primon.
Then he stood up and a yellow beam shot from his left eye. A holographic image of Qin Chuan soon materialized.
Alpha Trion looked at Priman, his voice raspy with age. Priman, calling me names is useless.
Primus foresaw this day.
Perhaps this Otron is the only variable that can save Cybertron from extinction. Hearing this, Priman raised his eyes, his electronic gaze fixed on the projection. Observing Qin Chuan's villainous image, Priman's electronic eyes flickered uncertainly. Alpha Trion, he did not hesitate to destroy Cybertron. He could just as easily destroy everything here.
If the other primes were still here, we would surely seal him away. Regarding Qin Chuan's destruction of the space bridge and the merciless annihilation of Cybertron, Priman, though not opposing it, held no favorable impression of this supreme leader. Just as the two were conversing, Priman's expression changed.
He instantly teleported, his golden frame appearing at the tower's peak. His left hand opened and a translucent sword materialized. Priman gripped it and drove it into a keyhole-shaped mechanical slot beneath his feet. The moment the blade was halfway in and the tower began to glow, a dark, ferocious towering frame appeared on his right.
A cold mechanical voice sounded from beside him.
Priman, you seem to have a big problem with me. Yin Tianxing's frame trembled, then vanished from its spot. Almost simultaneously, a transparent ripple appeared around Qin Chuan's neck. A buzzing sound arose.
Buzz.
The space trembled, undulating like waves as a semi-transparent shadow swept toward Qin Chuan's neck.
Yin Tianxing's majestic golden frame stood behind Qin Chuan. His blazing white electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan's frame.
His hands firmly gripped the semi-transparent greatsword and swung it down.
If Qin Chuan reacted, he would disappear instantly.
But a jaw-dropping scene unfolded before Yin Tianxing. The sword struck in Qin Chuan's frame seemed like a mere projection, encountering no resistance or delay.
The black frame before him had its back turned, showing no intention of turning around. A clear, contemptuous electronic signal emanated from the ferocious pitch-black frame, quickly detected by Yin Tianxing's perception matrix. Yin Tianxing, devoid of emotional fluctuation, raised his arms.
The blade glowed with green light.
Staring at the frame before him, he struck again, accompanied by a burst of blinding green light that dissipated. Yin Tianxing stared at the spot where the light vanished, and soon his frame stiffened. Qin Chuan was facing him, arms crossed, tilting his head as he stared back. Yin Tianxing soon realized in despair that every inch of Qin Chuan's frame remained gleaming and pristine.
His attack was ineffective. He instinctively stepped back 2 paces, assuming a combat stance.
His right arm lifted, cannon aimed at Qin Chuan, seemingly ready to fire at any moment. Qin Chuan's frame hovered in midair, his perception matrix fully active, having completed the recording of information about this planet. He paid no attention to Yin Tianxing at the moment. His true target was Alpha Trion. This planet was almost identical to Cybertron, making it hard for Qin Chuan to believe that there were no clues about the blood of Primus here. After Qin Chuan finished recording the information, he sealed off this spacetime.
The moment Alpha Trion tried to flee, Qin Chuan detected it instantly. As Alpha Trion took a single step, his frame was engulfed by a colorful electric sphere. "Ao Tianzuan, what are you doing?"
Yin Tianxing's tone was low, his cannon muzzle glowing with blazing white light. Qin Chuan couldn't be bothered to reply. His frame teleported and appeared in that meeting room. As Qin Chuan appeared, the colorful electric sphere nearby faded, leaving only 4 green electric cuffs embedded in space.
Alpha Trion hung like a prisoner in the empty void.
His frame struggled twice, then calmed down, turning his head to look at Qin Chuan before him.
"You've come for the Energon, haven't you?"
The moment the old weathered voice fell, Qin Chuan turned and stepped forward, his orange-yellow electronic eyes fixed on Alpha Trion.
"Where is the item?"
Qin Chuan's voice sounded indifferent, tinged with a hint of coldness.
If Alpha Trion didn't cooperate, he would have to resort to the brainwashing gold-level trait. Qin Chuan didn't know why.
Ever since he mastered spacetime and the 3-body world and gained the ability to control multiple hyperdimensional planes, there had been a restless unease in his heart, a feeling that didn't seem like an illusion. If he had to draw an analogy, it was like animals sensing an impending earthquake. It seemed that his walk through the hyperdimensional planes had attracted some terrifying entities.
He had a feeling.
He must quickly master the red grade trait of the blood of Primus.
Otherwise, when disaster struck, he might truly die.
Qin Chuan's cold tone made Alpha Trion's frame stiffen. Clearly the visitor had ill intentions.
At the spire above them, Yin Tianxing roared in fury, yet couldn't even move a single finger.
At the same moment on this planet, all mechanical life seemed frozen in various poses. Alpha Trion withdrew his external perception, shook his head, then raised his head, his purple electronic eyes flickering as they fixed on Qin Chuan.
"I am no match for you. Once you take the spark crystal condensed by the primes, this planet will die. Cybertronians will only be able to reproduce through cloning." The last words, Alpha Trion's mechanical voice carried a hint of sorrow.
Qin Chuan's heart twitched.
What is this old man trying to do? Pua me? Qin Chuan stepped forward, raised his left arm and delivered an uppercut to Alpha Trion's abdomen. Bang! A dull metallic sound accompanied by spurting sparks rang out from the abdomen.
Qin Chuan withdrew his fist, surveying Alpha Trion's frame curled up like a shrimp, and said coldly, "I don't care." Staring at Alpha Trion, he paused mid-sentence. After a moment's thought he continued, "But if you and Yin Tianqing pledge allegiance to me, I will grant you a new Cybertron planet." As he spoke, the hatch on his chest armor automatically opened.
The Allspark entity flew out. The moment the Allspark appeared, Alpha Trion's frame trembled as if struck by lightning. "Impossible, where did you get that?" Qin Chuan didn't respond, raising his left arm to take the Allspark in his hand. "How about it, a deal?" "Of course I could have just taken it by force." Qin Chuan's tone was seductive yet indifferent. Alpha Trion lowered his head, his electronic eyes glowing with a terrifying purple light. For now, trading the Energon infused with the blood of Primus for the Allspark was advantageous in the short term. But from a long-term timeline perspective, the ceiling would be locked. Perhaps from then on no Cybertronian would ever reach the prime level again. The Allspark's function was akin to a birthing chamber and a troop-producing facility. The primal crystals of the 13 primes were the key to gaining recognition and advancement for the body. Of course, before that one must obtain the recognition of the matrix of leadership. It could be said they complemented each other. Alpha Trion pondered for a long time and in the end could only sigh. No matter which he chose, it would doom the entire Cybertron. Alpha Trion wondered if he could negotiate. He raised his head and met Qin Chuan's electronic eyes. "Ao Tianzuan, you are at least a Cybertronian. Why are you so ruthless toward your own planet?" Alpha Trion paused, then changed the subject. "I cannot decide alone. Bring Yin Tianqing here too." As soon as he finished speaking, a colorful light flashed beside him. Alpha Trion turned to look. Yin Tianqing was hanging beside him just like himself, but without struggling. Qin Chuan shifted his gaze to Yin Tianqing. "Yin Tianqing, I. Blah blah." Qin Chuan repeated the conditions once more.
A silver-gray scepter hovered beside his frame. Alpha Trion stared at the familiar scepter, its dancing silver-gray arcs, and his heart pounded. Qin Chuan had made up his mind. If these two old geezers didn't cooperate, he would resort to brainwashing and electrocution. 12 minutes later. Qin Chuan's impatient electronic signal radiated throughout the meeting room. Yin Tianqing and Alpha Trion exchanged a glance, then raised their heads, their electronic eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, and said in unison, "Ao Tianzuan, we agree to join you." Qin Chuan nodded and casually waved his right hand forward. The two primes were freed and fell back onto the metal floor. 1,000 meters beneath the spire building, inside a massive mechanical palace, Qin Chuan and the two primes stood in the center of the hall. Qin Chuan looked up, his gaze falling above. An energy sphere emitted a soft white glow with green bands composed of data streams slowly rotating around its surface. 10 spark signals of the primes emanated from within. A flicker of greed rose in Qin Chuan's heart. He turned his head, his gaze subtly glancing at Alpha Trion and Yin Tianqing beside him. In the end he shook his head. He must not be too unscrupulous, or it would often backfire. Although Qin Chuan was anxious, he had to maintain a calm mind. This was the mindset of a strong person. It was also a law that must be followed in the unseen. Under the watchful eyes of Alpha Trion and Yin Tianqing, Qin Chuan vanished from his spot and reappeared beside the energy sphere. Qin Chuan spread his arms and his chest glowed with colorful electric light. A colorful arc of lightning shot toward the energy sphere before him. The moment the arc touched the sphere, a sudden roar erupted. Boom! Amid the thunderous roar, the colorful arc like a venomous snake pierced fiercely into the surface of the sphere. The surface began to writhe. A stream of data carrying spark energy quickly flowed along the arc into Qin Chuan's chest. Before Qin Chuan, the familiar progress bar instantly appeared. Blood of Primus 26. 8731. 46. 9135. 56. 6839. 63. 9152. The last strand of data lightstream merged into Qin Chuan's chest. The system pop-up in front of him showed the progress percentage had completely stopped changing. Qin Chuan could feel that his spark began to contract like a singularity, shrinking to an infinitely small state while containing infinite energy information. At this moment, his perception matrix instantly sensed all movements across the three worlds and universes. It was as if he had become a radar for the universe, one that scanned in real time. Countless knowledge and a burgeoning sense of powerful control grew stronger. Qin Chuan's body also began to undergo subtle changes. His originally pitch-black and ferocious body became solemn and dignified. At the joints, the menacing spikes were replaced by hexagonal green crystals. The joints of his hands were also covered with crystals. Those crystals emitted a green glow mixed with the black of the main body, giving Qin Chuan a somewhat mysterious aura. Just as Qin Chuan was getting lost in the changes of his body flickering in and out of focus, the energy sphere in front of him stirred. Continuous cracking sounds came from the surface of the energy sphere.
Qin Chuan's thoughts were instantly pulled back. He turned his head and fixed his gaze ahead. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the light sphere. Blazing white light began to burst forth from those cracks. The energy sphere then began to tremble and the entire hall started to shake. With the light sphere as the center, the energy pathways radiating outward went completely dark. Without the support of the primordial Titan's spark crystal, this place would soon collapse. Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, his electronic eyes flickering. The Allspark seemed to him now to be useless except for mass-producing soldiers. Leaving it here could still generate Cybertronians, since the two primordial Titans had submitted to him. Then their subjects would be my subordinates. With this thought, the physical Allspark flew out from Qin Chuan's chest. Under his gaze, the dark gold cube, its surface wreathed in red light, flew toward the location of the spark crystal. A bolt of colorful lightning flew from his chest, rushing toward the almost ethereal sphere. ZZZ. ZZZ. The electric arc plunged into the energy sphere, which instantly became wreathed in arcs. At the same time, the physical Allspark approached. The two began to make contact. A blinding white light erupted from the point of contact. The light flashed and vanished, the energy sphere disappeared, and the physical Allspark took its place, slowly rotating. On its 6 metal faces, some Cybertronian symbols and interstellar coordinates appeared. A heavy creative force radiated from it. The surrounding energy pathways regained their faint blue glow. The shaking hall stabilized. After doing all this, Qin Chuan's body flickered and appeared on the metal floor beside Tai Shifu. Qin Chuan put his right arm on Tai Shifu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Tai Shifu, from now on if I lack subordinates I'll have to transfer them from you." Tai Shifu's heart twitched upon hearing this, but he immediately faced Qin Chuan, bowed his body and said, "Ao Tianzuan Tianqing is the administrator of this planet I." Hearing Tai Shifu start to hand over the decision-making power to him, Tianxing's mechanical mouth opened wide, stunned. "Damn, that old bastard Tai Shifu actually shifted the responsibility to me. No, if we're going to bear it, well, bear it together." Sensing Qin Chuan's gaze on him, Tianqing immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Since Tai Shifu agrees, I have no objection." Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, ignoring the strange look Tai Shifu gave Tianqing. He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through layers of metal, landing on the sea of stars above. Just as he was staring into the deep space of the universe, lost in thought, suddenly darkness fell before him. The surrounding scenery seemed to have its light extinguished, plunging into total blackness. Qin Chuan was startled and became alert. Colored electric arcs danced around his body. He clenched the silver scepter in his left hand and assumed a battle stance. "Ao Tianzuan, you fool!" In the silent darkness, an angry roar came from the darkness. Qin Chuan felt his vision instantly double and his body went weak. Fortunately, he reacted in time, propping himself with the scepter and kneeling on one knee. "Who are you?" His vision restored, the double image vanished. Qin Chuan looked up cautiously, surveying the front. It appeared as a void with nothing but rolling black mist, as if nothing existed. But just as Qin Chuan was about to withdraw his gaze, thump thump thump, the black mist began to churn and a blurry tall silhouette quickly emerged. The dull thudding sound seemed to strike Qin Chuan's spark. Qin Chuan's consciousness became flustered by this eerie vibration. A sense of fear that he hadn't felt in an unknown amount of time surged into his awareness. Qin Chuan soon saw what it was. A colossal transformer 100 meters tall, like a mountain peak. His body was like mottled rusty iron, old and decayed. At the shoulders and joints of his body there were upward curving mottled spikes, making him look extremely ferocious. On both sides of his head there were also 2 mottled horns. At this moment the creature was staring at him with its purple eyes. Qin Chuan felt as if a scanner had been placed on his body. Just as Qin Chuan had this feeling, the spark inside his chest burst with white light and his body began to emit a purple aura. The feeling of being spied on disappeared and Qin Chuan's body regained its peak strength. "You are the most powerful individual warrior of the master-disciple level I have ever seen. Unfortunately, if you don't die, those terrifying things will be attracted by you." Qin Chuan's heart sank. The figure before him was almost unmistakable. Yujo Dadi. But what exactly did his words just now mean? Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes flickered. His body stood up again. Qin Chuan looked at Yujo Dadi, who was wreathed in black mist, and demanded, "Yujo Dadi, you are a god. What could possibly make you afraid?" Hearing Qin Chuan's words, a trembling laughter echoed in the dark space, tinged with a hint of fear. Qin Chuan frowned, instinctively bringing his arms together and aiming his cannons at the figure ahead. Boom! A green light burst from the cannon muzzle and a ghastly green beam 100 meters in diameter engulfed the front. Before the light faded, continuous booms followed. After an unknown amount of time, the last wisp of green light dissipated and Yujo Dadi's figure vanished. Qin Chuan's electronic eyes glowed red and red beams shot out. 2 red curtains began to sweep across the front.
In the black mist where chaotic dark energy dissipated, Qin Chuan sensed a spot where something seemed to be squirming. Using telekinesis, he brought that object out. It quickly shot through the black mist and landed not far in front of Qin Chuan. That thing crashed into the black mist, sending ripples radiating outward. Qin Chuan's gaze fell on it and the red curtain swept over. A new dimension, a more fundamental and primordial energy signal emanated from it. Qin Chuan's movement caught the thing's attention. It suddenly turned its head, raising a sandworm-like head. SSSS. A terrifying hiss sounded. Cracking sounds like breaking bones began to emanate from the thing's body. Under Qin Chuan's gaze, with his fusion cannon aimed and ready to strike at any moment, the thing began to change. Its form started to become bloated and swollen, and its surface began to extend, nauseating things like sarcomas. Under the passage of time, the bizarre thing began to become transparent. The sarcomas were retracted as if something sucked them in like jelly. A terrifying creature 5 meters tall, ethereal all over, with an appearance like an alien, appeared in front. Before the creature could strike, Qin Chuan took the initiative. A colorful light bloomed from his chest, and a wisp of iridescent arc like a tiny serpent slithered into the fusion cannons on his arms. His arms shimmered with a prismatic electrical glow, and a thread-like beam shot forth. A low hum resonated through the fabric of spacetime, the trajectory of the light stirring a cascade of spatial ripples. In Qin Chuan's perception, the beam pierced the creature's head like a silver needle. To ensure certainty, he had directly employed a sliver of the spacetime death ray. The spacetime death ray was the name Qin Chuan had given to his new offensive technique. This attack embodied the fundamental laws of the universe from the Worlds of Leaders proof live-action movie and three-body problem. It was also the result of his evolution after absorbing the primordial crystal. His chassis and spark had transformed, allowing him to comprehend this new means of attack. Of course, in close combat, Qin Chuan could shroud his entire body with this energy, infusing every strike with invasive principles from different universal foundations. He intended to use this method to probe the nature of the creature's chassis. However, his heart soon sank. The monster merely flickered, leaving 100 afterimages, then returned to normal. Enraged, the creature let out a hiss and vanished from its spot. Almost simultaneously, a barely perceptible spatial tremor manifested behind Qin Chuan. With the primordial crystal absorbed in millennia of close combat experience ingrained, Qin Chuan's chassis did not turn. Instead, his left-hand scepter erupted with fearsome electrical energy. Like a thunderous spear, the scepter shot forth at light speed, ignoring distance to strike a point in space. A dull thud echoed as if against stone, and the scepter rebounded. Qin Chuan's chassis vanished. The rebounding scepter abruptly accelerated, thrusting back with even greater ferocity. Its tip pierced into empty space. As Qin Chuan grasped the scepter, a terrifying recoil surged through his grip. Before he could react, a crescent-shaped blade of light burst from the void ahead, hurtling toward his chest. Qin Chuan's electronic eyes flared, and 2 crimson curtains swept across the space before him. The incoming blade vanished into the temporal distortion at his chest. To Qin Chuan now, such an attack was little more than a visual effect. Seemingly adapting to the rules of this spacetime, the hideous creature began to shed its translucent skin. Qin Chuan finally saw its true form, 5 meters tall, clad in dark purple bioarmor with a back covered in brown coral-like bulwarks. Its limbs were thick and powerful, its claws like razor-sharp blades gleaming with an obsidian luster. On its abdomen, a pair of smaller claws resembling chicken feet glinted with metallic coldness. Upon its triangular skull, insect-like eyes radiated a purple glow fixed on Qin Chuan. From its massive grotesque maw extended a long fleshy tongue covered in tendrils and barbs. Qin Chuan's mind reeled. A torrent of inner turmoil surged through him. Combining all these features, this was unmistakably a Zerg overlord. And it seemed to be the Zerg overlord from Warhammer. He had some familiarity with Warhammer. To him, biological armor was still armor. A lover of mecha in his past life, he had gradually learned about the Zerg. Especially this overlord. With the reshaping of the entire hive mind's will and the accumulation of war, such a creature's appearance often signaled that the hive mind had set its sights on this universe. Where did the Cosmic Emperor get this from? Qin Chuan's current abilities, though unable to contend with gods, could suppress the dark force once the blood of Primus accumulated to a certain degree. The dark power could no longer restrain him. Qin Chuan quickly understood everything. If he had sensed a crisis earlier, then the Zerg overlord before him was the source of his unease. Perhaps to the true Cosmic Emperor, although he could not possess Qin Chuan's ability to traverse time and space, he was a mechanical deity. Recalling the Cosmic Emperor's words, Qin Chuan realized he might have activated some high-dimensional stellar torch. The Cosmic Emperor's purpose then became simple. Since he could not change it, he would spite Qin Chuan now. In a flash of insight, Qin Chuan grasped the entire situation. His gaze fixed on the Zerg overlord. A wisp of spark will transmitted through consciousness directly charged into the creature's biologically composed brain. Qin Chuan's electronic eyes stared at the organic chassis before him. According to his cloudgamma memories, the Zerg Overlord was designed to possess independent will.
Communication should be feasible. Roughly gauging the power levels.
This creature's strength matched that of a chief librarian. Qin Chuan, at least at the peak pre-march level, should easily dispatch this being. Some things are terrifying when hidden, but once fully revealed they lose their horror. Such was Qin Chuan's mindset.
Just as he relaxed externally while remaining alert internally.
The Zerg Overlord reacted. Its dorsal biocavity pulsed with purple light. Within Qin Chuan's perception matrix, a chaotic communication code appeared in the communication module.
Qin Chuan stared at the Zerg Overlord and chose to connect.
However, a second before connecting, his chassis was already wreathed in arcs of electricity. The Zerg were psychic beings. Qin Chuan remained extremely cautious. As the connection established, a chaotic screech erupted in the auditory module of his perception matrix.
For an ordinary being, the peak frequency sound waves would be equivalent to an infrasonic weapon.
Having never encountered this before, Qin Chuan initially thought it was an attack.
By instinct, his arm fusion cannons flared.
A spacetime death ray blasted forth, streaking toward the Zerg Overlord's abdomen. This time Qin Chuan finally saw how his attack was blocked.
Before his attack could touch the Overlord's bioarmor, the dorsal cavity glowed purple. An ellipsoidal purple barrier appeared.
The contact surface trembled violently as Qin Chuan observed. At the point of contact, the field was reduced to the smallest energy structure.
Cracks formed on the barrier's surface.
In an instant, Qin Chuan's spark surged violently and a wave of killing intent flooded his consciousness.
He now understood why in battle against a Zerg Overlord, knowing close combat meant deaf soldiers still rushed forward.
Except for beings like him or Primarchs. After 100 or so blasts, one might shatter the psychic shield. Ordinary space marines and chief librarians must destroy the dorsal cavity. That was the only chance for standard units to kill a Zerg Overlord. Having found the Zerg Overlord's weakness, Qin Chuan's anxiety dissipated.
Everything happened in an instant.
In his communication module, a communication code appeared again. This time the code had a pattern similar to the information encoding of normal organisms. Qin Chuan connected.
In his visual module, a steady, gentle waveform appeared. Qin Chuan waited calmly. A minute later, a hoarse, phlegmy voice began to sound. Half gods submit to us. When we descend, we will leave you a corner of this world. Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes fixed on the Zerg Overlord, raising his fusion cannons again aimed at its head.
How long before you invade this place? Qin Chuan said in a cold, mechanical voice, looking at the insect tyrant with its wriggling long tongue. Qin Chuan asked this because in his perception matrix he detected no Zerg aura beyond 3 universes.
Hearing Qin Chuan's question, the Zerg tyrant let out a roar, its dorsal cavity flashing purple. In the communication module, the phlegmy hoarse voice sounded again, contemptuous. Our tentacles have pierced into multiple worlds. In our eyes, your race is weak, just like the inferior creatures of that psychic world waiting to be harvested by us. Qin Chuan's heart twitched. Although the Zerg tyrant did not directly answer his question, the word psychic was like a hot branding iron seared into his consciousness. The Warhammer universe might indeed exist.
Thinking about how he had traversed various movie universes, Qin Chuan found it highly likely. The Zerg hive mind might be invading that world right now.
With that thought, the muzzles of Qin Chuan's arm cannons suddenly lit up with colorful light. Boo! Boo!
Qin Chuan struck suddenly. In the silent and chaotic dark space, colorful rays like fine raindrops engulfed the Zerg tyrant.
Faced with Qin Chuan's sudden ambush,
the Zerg tyrant roared, its dorsal cavity squirming as colorful light flared. A purple ellipsoid shield once again protected the Zerg tyrant's biological body. Under Qin Chuan's torrential and terrifying suppressing fire, the Zerg tyrant roared in fury, its dorsal cavity beginning to writhe. A bizarre purple wave radiated outward at light speed. Seeing this, Qin Chuan simply enveloped himself in colorful light. He intended to probe the Zerg tyrant's attack methods, but of course Qin Chuan also knew. This universe does not have the idealistic physical field of the warp. With Cybertron's powerful technology plus the terrifyingly fused primordial crystal and the accumulated wisdom of generations of celestial primes, Qin Chuan felt that the warp was actually like dark matter. Both were merely physical worlds constructed by special physical fields in an extra-dimensional space.
He possessed the Paradox Nexus Red Tier trait and even Unicron's Universal Perception Red Tier trait.
His powerful insight allowed him to structure the essence of the warp at lightspeed time.
Tanking the psychic screen was merely to collect data and analyze the warp's fundamental physical field as soon as possible.
The purple wave passed through Qin Chuan's body. Within the spark, a strange scream echoed. But the blazing white spark did not stir at all, still burning quietly. Qin Chuan's metal lips curled, a hint of disappointment in his heart. The perception matrix had collected data on the psychic scream. Beside Qin Chuan's body a transparent spacetime sphere contained swirling purple light, a sample for further study. In the following time the Zerg tyrant unleashed all kinds of means.
Qin Chuan accompanied it by firing countless spacetime death rays. After collecting a sufficient share of the final biological shells, the Zerg tyrant had completely lost its value to him. Actually Qin Chuan wanted to study its brain, but he was still somewhat wary of the hive mind. That thing was more terrifying than even the chaos gods. Perhaps after his technological ascension he could tentatively contact the hive mind. Qin Chuan's body vanished and the next moment appeared before the Zerg tyrant. His towering form like a small mountain filled the Zerg tyrant's field of vision. Qin Chuan's left arm extended a blazing white energy blade and his hand held a scepter stabbing toward the Zerg tyrant's abdomen. His right fist shone with colorful light, its trajectory rippling with dense distortions. Carrying the dimensional laws of 3 worlds it slammed into the Zerg tyrant's head. Bang! Bang! A dull impact sounded from the Zerg tyrant's abdomen. The tip of the silver scepter flashed with colorful light piercing through the purple shield and stabbing inward. Almost simultaneously a storm of colorful iron fists broke through the shield and struck the head. Faced with Qin Chuan's ferocious attack, the Zerg tyrant's eyes glowed purple and its exobiological armor rumbled like thunder. In Qin Chuan's sight in a flash the biological armor began to become ethereal. Sizzle! Sizzle! The energy blade shone with colorful light scraping against the biological armor with a harsh screech. The metal fist slammed into the Zerg tyrant's head. From the fist the familiar recoil came again. Qin Chuan's heart tightened. This guy wanted to escape. He glanced at the 8 dorsal cavities and his body teleported, appearing behind the Zerg tyrant. Rip! Continuous tearing sounds of bones being ripped came from behind the Zerg tyrant. Qin Chuan's hands were already burning with white blazing light. Since the Paradox Nexus couldn't suppress it, he had to use the power of the Primordial Crystal and the Celestial Primordial Warriors. He pulled out all the cavities and threw them at his feet like trash. Qin Chuan raised his arm cannon and the energy blade turned even more blazing white. He was like a butcher in a rainy night, his arms swinging into blurs. Just as the Zerg tyrant tried to resist, its vision rose high then spun rapidly. In an instant it saw its own headless body, a pile of green juice-covered flesh sludge. The Zerg tyrant was dead. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and the flesh sludge before him flew up. The scattered limb fragments around also gathered and merged into the flesh sludge. Qin Chuan's gaze fixed on it. On the surface of the green juice flesh sludge colorful arcs of electricity crackled. Qin Chuan looked around. The feeling of being watched had never disappeared. Unicron must have been watching him all along. Just as Qin Chuan was surveying his surroundings. Behind Qin Chuan a purple beam shot out from the black mist, striking toward his back at light speed. Qin Chuan seemed to have anticipated it. His body surface radiated a white halo. A corrosive sound came from behind and a faint exclamation of surprise came from the black mist around. The power of an apostle. How is that possible? Qin Chuan stood still, his body looking toward the rolling black mist ahead, said coldly. Nothing is impossible, Unicron. The surrounding darkness fell silent as if the hidden deity was pondering something. Throughout Qin Chuan's mind remained calm. He could leave at any time. Having mastered the power of an apostle he could already rival a Unicron in some aspects. Qin Chuan waited for a long time but Unicron refused to show himself. He retracted the scepter into his consciousness space and soon he and the flesh sludge vanished into the dark space. As soon as Qin Chuan disappeared, Unicron's body emerged from the black mist not far away. He examined the spot where Qin Chuan had stood, the energy signature of the alien creature in Qin Chuan's terrifying combat power comparable to the 8 apostles. Unicron felt threatened. Whether it was the invasion of other high-dimensional beings or Qin Chuan, Unicron wanted to eliminate them. But he could do nothing about either. Not to mention the terrifying hive mind, even just Qin Chuan who had mastered the power of an apostle. Unicron was helpless. Maybe I should have personally crushed him back in that star system. Unicron's furious voice echoed in the dark space, the surrounding black mist churning and flying back. But soon his metal lips curled into a smug arc. That apostle warrior had already killed the insect that intruded into this universe. Surely conflict would soon erupt. His imagined plan had been completed, he only needed to observe patiently. When the time was ripe he could not only kill the invader but also crush that apostle warrior. Thinking of the apostle warrior's ability to traverse multiple universes, a surge of greed welled up in Unicron's consciousness. His purple electronic eyes flickered and his sinister voice sounded in the dark space. Bite fiercely, little ones. Since Qin Chuan left the dark space and returned to the underground palace, Tianqing and Tai Shifu immediately stepped forward. Aoshianzan, why did you suddenly disappear just now? Qin Chuan turned his head, his gaze falling on the golden-framed Tianqing. This guy seems so curious. Tai Shifu likewise looked at Qin Chuan. Let me show you something.
As Qin Chuan spoke, a multicolored light flickered on his chest and a mass of flesh stained with green ink hovered in midair.
At Qin Chuan's action, the two primal Cybertronians exchanged puzzled glances. Then Tai Shifu took a step forward, his body moving closer. A blue beam shot out and a blue curtain swept over the hovering flesh mass. Tai Shifu quickly fell into silence, lowering his head. How is this possible? This thing is actually not a creature of this universe. But its physical structure has adapted to the new universe's physical laws in the shortest time. This is no longer an ordinary life form. Tai Shifu muttered to himself, then as if realizing something he suddenly raised his head in shock and looked at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan spread his hands, shrugged and said with a helpless expression, "Aren't you curious about where I went during the time I disappeared?" He talked on and on.
After Qin Chuan's narration, Tai Shifu and Yin Tianqing couldn't help but exchange glances, then they turned their electronic eyes back to Qin Chuan.
How much preparation time do we have left?
Aoshianzan, since that's the case, why don't we contact another Transformers world to restore Cybertron? Hearing their blurted words, Qin Chuan was speechless inside.
These two thought of him as what? Aladdin's lamp.
They really said whatever came to mind. Qin Chuan raised his right hand and made a silencing gesture. The two primal Cybertronians were full of doubts, but seeing Qin Chuan like this, they had no choice but to shut up and listen.
The matter of Cybertron won't take much time. As for war mobilization.
Qin Chuan paused, lowered his head and fixed his gaze on the planet beneath his feet.
His orange-yellow electronic eyes glowed fiercely and his voice, cold and implacable, rang out.
Collect all metal no matter what and forge it into the size of this planet.
Qin Chuan said, then paused to think.
He raised his left arm, opened his palm, and a silver spear appeared in his hand. Not only that, behind Qin Chuan 20 hyper-energy orbs materialized. As Yin Tianqing and Tai Shifu gaped in shock, they flew in front of them.
Aoshianzan, you.
Qin Chuan looked up, his gaze falling on the two bodies before him, and said calmly, "Don't be alarmed. The war we are about to face might shatter an entire macrocosm.
If we lose this war, the universe we inhabit will become their nourishment."
Qin Chuan's words made the two primal Cybertronians look sullen, realizing that the enemy this time might be far more terrifying than the Wungyan Guai.
After arranging everything, Qin Chuan even gave Yin Tianqing a neutered version of the Stellar Harvester.
Yin Tianqing stared at the direction where Qin Chuan had vanished. He looked down at the scepter in his hand, dumbfounded. It really looked like they were about to wage an extinction war. Tai Shifu stood nearby, silent, all along, not saying a word. His blue electronic eyes flickered unsteadily. Clearly his thoughts were also unsettled. The three-body world. On the edge of a spiral arm of the Milky Way in a desolate interstellar space. Hundreds of massive starships, each several kilometers long, floated like giant mountains.
They were all silent, as if desperately trying to minimize their presence.
Compared to the original story, the starships now possessed a cruising speed of 80% the speed of light, far superior to the original.
High-energy laser weapons and dark matter cannons were all fully equipped. In the center of the starship fleet, inside a warship. In the bow conference room, the captains of all the fleets had gathered. Unlike the original story.
During this time, all the officers and other workers on the ships wore relaxed expressions without any of that eerie silence.
The dark battle had not erupted.
In the tiered conference room, scientists, officers and researchers all sat upright, their eyes fixed on the podium ahead. In the center of the podium stood a cubic metal platform. A man in military uniform with an upright and stalwart figure stood behind the metal platform. His square face was resolute and his eyes were as deep as the cosmos.
He gazed solemnly ahead. He raised a microphone.
In the conference room, his uniquely charming, steady and powerful voice rang out.
"Fellow countrymen, we are the first race born on Earth to step into the cosmos. Of course this process was forced upon us and it was extremely humiliating. There is no turning back for us. Although we do not know when the strike will come."
The middle-aged man was halfway through his words when the scene before him suddenly changed.
The conference room vanished, replaced by a pitch-black universe.
The starship fleet was right ahead, but it was growing farther away. The middle-aged man panicked and instantly reached for the communicator at his collar.
However, his expression froze quickly and he gripped the communicator tightly.
He wasn't wearing any spacesuit. How could he survive in the cold vacuum of space? Just as he was puzzled, something strange happened. His body began to spin. When he turned to the side, he saw a towering, mighty mechanical body appear. The body stood in the void of space. Its main body had a pitch-black coating and its joints were covered with green hexagonal crystals.
Its orange-yellow electronic eyes flickered.
Its menacing right hand stroked its chin, its gaze fixed on him. Zheng Beihai stared at the mechanical body before him, and suddenly a piece of information received from the cosmic broadcast some time ago surged into his mind. The thing Qin Chuan had done was simply too insane. The other top civilizations of this universe immediately joined forces to broadcast.
They transmitted Qin Chuan's image via the simplest five-dimensional spacetime gravitational waves. Any civilization that mastered gravity-related technology could receive it in real time.
That image was then followed by a prominent annotation in the universal cosmic language. He comes from beyond the boundaries dangerous. The annotation was brief, but it contained a wealth of information. Zhang Beihai's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily as he swallowed and looked at the mechanical body before. Respected intelligent machine civilization, greetings.
The human civilization pays homage to you. Enough, I now declare that your human civilization is my vassal race.
As Qin Chuan spoke, he reached his right hand into the void. The empty space beside him began to glow with a red light.
When the red light faded, the Gaia unit appeared. The fiery red metal sphere unfolded.
The crimson mechanical body raised its head, knelt on one knee, and its red glowing visor looked at Qin Chuan.
Thank you, Lord Aoshianzan. Zhang Beihai's pupils constricted. Aoshianzan, he was Aoshianzan. But soon Zhang Beihai calmed down.
After a calm analysis, he felt that the starship humans might have value. Back on Earth there were matters where he was merely an executor, but he wasn't without a brain.
The collective choice of humanity was at that time sending itself into the abyss.
But greed had blinded the eyes of the human high command. Forced to act, Zhang Beihai secretly and rigorously selected a group, organizing them to assassinate the original high-ranking officers of the Asian fleet. He led a group of people to escape from Earth. Aoshianzan had not destroyed them, perhaps he truly had intentions of fostering them. But Zhang Beihai was also puzzled. Why choose them?
Couldn't he have chosen those top-tier cosmic civilizations? Those civilizations, every one of them was far stronger than them.
Just as Zhang Beihai was pondering, a cold mechanical voice came from ahead.
Gaia will teach you the technology to collect metal resources. Moreover, I have already notified the top civilizations of this universe. They will assist you in helping me gather metal.
Zhang Beihai heard the voice and just looked up, only to see that at some point a USB drive emitting a blue glow was hovering in front of his face. Zhang Beihai raised his head, his dark eyes fixed upon the USB drive. Facing a being capable of effortlessly annihilating civilizations of a divine level, he felt there was no need for the entity to deceive him. His right arm lifted and his right hand extended to grasp the USB drive. The drive felt warm to the touch like glass, its translucent surface etched with blue energy pathways. Seeing Zhang Beihai secure the USB drive, Qin Chuan nodded, then turned his gaze toward the towering figure of Gaia beside him. The dimensional key permissions for constraining 16 civilizations have been delegated to you.
Qin Chuan patted Gaia's fiery red metal shoulder.
If they refuse to cooperate or even turn against us at a critical moment, open the key and annihilate them.
I have no use for disloyal dogs.
Gaia struck his right fist against his chest with a resounding clang, his mechanical voice solemn.
Yes, Lord Aoshianzan.
Having arranged matters in the Trisolaran world, Qin Chuan decided to return immediately to the world of Triptych.
The battle for the sacred artifact would soon commence there.
He hoped it would yield clues about the blood of Yuanzhi Tianzuan. With this thought, Qin Chuan activated the red great word of the paradox, divine pivot. On the surface of his mechanical frame, brilliant colors flared and arcs of chromatic electricity writhed like serpents across every metal surface.
Zhang Beihai lifted his head. His deep black eyes beheld the awe-inspiring spectacle. What kind of existence was this? What means did it possess? Was it about to depart? Where was it going? What was it planning to do?
These thoughts tangled Zhang Beihai's consciousness into a chaotic net, his mind a maze of confusion. Just as he was sinking into a vortex of thoughts, Gaia's voice rang out beside him.
Greetings, vassal. Earth orbit in the world of Triptych. In the silent expanse of darkness within a celestial region 1 AU in diameter, the void suddenly collapsed inward. Light itself slid toward the center, the spacetime resembling a golden funnel radiating brilliance. A beam of chromatic lightning coalesced into a pillar of light shooting outward beyond the vortex. At the tip of the pillar, the center of the arcane beam hollowed out, revealing a colossal passage within. Thunderous roars like exploding thunder echoed from the passage. Qin Chuan's mechanical frame, like a god of electricity clad in radiance, took a single step and stood in the desolate cosmic void. The chromatic lightning pillar and golden vortex behind him seemed to have fulfilled their purpose. The moment Qin Chuan appeared, these spacetime structures began to collapse, dissolving into countless luminous particles that annihilated into the dark void. Back in the universe of Triptych, a streak of colored light glowed at the chest of Qin Chuan's frame. Concentric ripples of spectral light spread outward like waves sweeping through the surrounding space. Within the perception matrix of Qin Chuan's frame, all civilizations and material galaxies belonging to this universe poured in like a flood of high-dimensional compressed data. In just 3 breaths, Qin Chuan had absorbed all information about this universe, both living and non-living, material and immaterial, existent or non-existent. The volume of data, if processed before he had fully mastered universal perception, would have taken until the universe's demise to complete.
As Qin Chuan marveled, he raised his right arm, his fierce finger pointing forward. His gesture was like a stone striking the water's surface. The silent space began to tremble. Throughout the solar system, vague outlines of silhouettes emerged. Spacecraft of various forms and strange luminous celestial bodies appeared. Some resembled palaces of condensed light, others like enormous Rubik's cubes, and a few were simply black holes. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the successive civilizations of this universe, finally resting on the supermassive black hole that all other civilizations had shunned. As Qin Chuan focused on it, the black hole immediately transformed. From within the event horizon, a strand of eerie light shot out, piercing through the black hole and appearing in the physical universe. Under Qin Chuan's amber electronic gaze, the light began to twist and tremble. A bizarre entity like a kilometer-tall tree of light in Qin Chuan's perception materialized. Its main body resembled a winding tree trunk with branches like drifting willow catkins. For a moment the creature dispelled the surrounding darkness in the cosmic void. Seeing Qin Chuan's frame hovering before it, observing it, the enormous being immediately bent, its ethereal voice betraying no gender. Wei pays respects to the Lord. As the voice faded, the other 100 or so civilizations shimmered into the space. Qin Chuan analyzed at light speed, sensing that they all addressed him with reverence. The coldness in Qin Chuan's heart eased slightly.
Should any civilization prove disobedient, no matter how brilliant they had once been in their era, Qin Chuan would immediately annihilate them again.
For him it was as effortless as snapping a finger for some being. As in the previous two worlds, Qin Chuan deployed the same metal collection plan. He had a premonition about the insect race invasion. Since they had already obtained the space-time coordinates of 3 universes, they would soon launch their assault. Every subtle movement across the 3 universes was within his perception. If the insect race attempted a stealthy incursion, he would detect it instantly.
This was not the Warhammer universe with its information isolation. With this thought, Qin Chuan's electronic eyes narrowed and his entire frame vanished from the cosmos.
As he disappeared, these super civilizations, some of which had once nearly shattered their own universe, began to execute Qin Chuan's plan. Collecting metal was merely a basic resource-gathering task for beings of their caliber.
Nevada ahead on the highway. Within a massive mountain formed by a colossal brown rock wall, an abandoned U.S. military base now served as the Autobot base. A group of Autobots seemed to be welcoming a new member. In the main hall, the Autobots gathered in a circle. Optimus Prime stood at the center, while opposite him a blue and white automaton listened patiently to his teachings. Smokescreen, welcome to our ranks.
Smokescreen straightened his frame, excitedly raised his right hand in a salute, clicked his heels together and said solemnly, "Great leader, I shall obey all your commands."
After a brief celebration, Ratchet and Optimus Prime were about to confer when
behind Smokescreen a flash of colored light appeared and vanished. A Decepticon 13 meters tall with a pitch-black coating and hexagonal crystal inlays at the joints suddenly materialized. The chromatic glow around him dissipated instantly and he stood there silently, his spark energy signal far surpassing that of a Prime, flooding the entire base. Except for the leader Optimus Prime, who barely managed to stay standing, the humans and Autobots in the base could not help but feel an urge to kneel before this figure.
Raphael fainted first, followed by Jack and the girl.
"Lord Aotianzan, control your spark energy at once," Optimus Prime's heavy authoritative voice rang out. Qin Chuan turned his head, seeing Optimus Prime struggling to keep his frame upright, a flicker of surprise in his mind. He reduced the intensity and brightness of his spark to nearly a faint glimmer. Only then did Ratchet and Bulkhead manage to stand. Smokescreen helped Bumblebee and RC to their feet, then turned his gaze to the unfamiliar oppressive frame beside him.
After some time, the two sides exchanged information.
Ratchet and Optimus Prime exchanged glances, and the Autobots' metal faces displayed worry. They now faced only two paths: either help Qin Chuan obtain the ultimate divine key, allow him to absorb the blood of Yuancher Tianzuan to complete his progress and defeat the insect race, or let the rift between them widen, with Qin Chuan seizing all the keys to obtain everything he desired.
Under the gaze of Ratchet and the Autobots,
Optimus Prime slowly raised his head, his blue optics fixed on the Qin Chuan before him.
"I'm sorry, buddy, but we can't trust that kind of thing you mentioned."
Qin Chuan felt no surprise. If Optimus Prime had not doubted him, Qin Chuan would have found it suspicious. A metallic smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. In the air before him, a mass of green pulpy flesh materialized again, wrapped in arcs of chromatic electricity.
Qin Chuan wasted no words.
A red beam shot from his left eye and a blue curtain materialized.
A video lasting over 10 minutes began playing above the heads of the assembled Autobots.
In the video, Qin Chuan stood in a dark space filled with black mist, the chaotic and destructive energy almost bursting through the screen.
Then Qin Chuan, Unicron and the Swarm Tyrant appeared in succession. Qin Chuan dealt with each one.
Amid the Autobots' stunned metallic expressions, Qin Chuan closed the holographic screen. A beep sounded as the holographic screen shut down.
Optimus Prime and the others snapped back to reality.
In an instant, Optimus raised his arm cannon, aiming at the mass of flesh before him.
Ratchet stood nearby, his gaze filled with a yearning to study.
Qin Chuan wore a confident metallic expression. He raised his palm and the multicolored sparking mass of flesh vanished. The tense murderous atmosphere in the hall visibly eased. Seeing Optimus Prime and the Autobots silent, Qin Chuan spoke with a smile.
Optimus, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I?
Qin Chuan's words were almost taunting, yet Optimus Prime's metal face grew even more solemn.
The situation in the video and the time difference were minimal, meaning this had just happened. Optimus Prime realized that even a single swarm tyrant possessed terrifying combat power on par with a supreme commander. If he went up against it, he would be nothing but cannon fodder. Moreover, according to Qin Chuan, this swarm was a multiversal force.
If such a horde truly invaded this universe, they would devour all biomass and energy.
In Optimus Prime's quantum neural network, a terrifying image surfaced against the dark backdrop of space. Countless purple fissures appeared. Innumerable dense insects like dust swept across massive celestial bodies. Planetary cores were drained, stars were siphoned, and the brilliant sea of stars rapidly plunged into vast darkness. Optimus Prime's optics trembled and he instinctively stepped back. Ratchet, quick as lightning, darted behind him, extending his arms to support Optimus' frame. Optimus steadied himself, his blue optics flickering. Not even against Unicron had he felt such dread. This was the first time since becoming a leader that he had experienced such intense fear. His entire frame seemed to plummet into an abyss, true despair and helplessness. Qin Chuan naturally noticed Optimus' reaction and felt deeply satisfied. Half an hour later, the medical bay door opened. Led by Optimus Prime, the Autobots walked out solemnly. Optimus turned to look at Ratchet beside. Ratchet let out a helpless sigh, then lifted his gaze toward Qin Chuan. Within Qin Chuan's communication module, a series of electronic beeps sounded. 3 lines of fluorescent green numerical coordinates appeared. Qin Chuan's face lit up with joy. He then looked at Ratchet, raised his right arm and aimed. In the instant before the Autobots could react, Qin Chuan's chest glowed with multicolored light. Colored lightning clung to his right arm, condensed at his palm and shot out. The lightning struck Ratchet's chest. All of this happened within the smallest Planck time. In the frozen moment, Qin Chuan completed his sequence. He lowered his right arm and the colored light faded from his chest. Ratchet's pained groan sounded as time resumed its normal flow. Everything moved forward linearly. Before the others could understand what had happened, Ratchet began to change. His originally redanded white frame started to ascend. His limbs and pillars expanded, emitting dull metallic collisions with sparks and arcs of electricity wildly spraying. The spark within his chest transformed from orange to azure. A signal of Supreme Commander-level spark energy radiated from his chest at light speed, spreading in all directions. When the colored light faded, Ratchet stood still. He lowered his head, his arms trembling, and metallic joints emitted sparks and electric arcs. Optimus Prime and the other Autobots were stunned, their mouths agape. The shock in their minds was no less than when Optimus had lost his memory. Among the group's smokescreens, blue optics burned the hottest. He looked at Qin Chuan and then walked over. The heavy metallic footsteps drew the attention of the other Autobots. Under the flickering gazes of all the Autobots, and Qin Chuan's smokescreen stepped forward, knelt on one knee in excitement, placed his hand over his chest, lifted his head and spoke with sincere metal face. Master, my life has been like walking on thin ice. Meeting you today feels like a rebirth. Smokescreen paused, lowered his head and spoke with excitement. If you don't mind, I wish to become your right hand. Qin Chuan remained outwardly indifferent, but inwardly he was astonished. This smokescreen, indeed a candidate for the matrix of leadership, was more adaptable than Optimus Prime, knowing how to leverage resources. In the original story, he had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats using the phase shifter. He could even abandon the temptation of becoming a leader. If Qin Chuan believed that Smokescreen was merely envious of Ratchet, he would be deceiving himself, an old fox at heart. There were only 2 reasons. First, he genuinely craved powerful orthodox strength but would obtain it through proper means. Second, for the sake of the Autobots, he wanted a stronger voice in Qin Chuan's faction. Pressed for time, Qin Chuan decided to upgrade everyone at once. Such a task was merely a blink of an eye for him and had little impact. After brief negotiations, Optimus Prime agreed to help Qin Chuan deal with the invaders. On the planet Cybertron, deep within the dark gray mechanical wasteland not far from the vast Rust Sea, there was a circular wellhead 10 kilometers in diameter. Within 100 kilometers around the wellhead, ancient inscriptions and energy patterns alternated, radiating from the wellhead to every corner of the region. Standing on the edge of the wellhead, Qin Chuan and the Autobots stood side by side. Qin Chuan looked down into the well. Inside the well, azure light burst from an invisible core, and the aura of Primus Spark was captured by Qin Chuan. Optimus, let's go down. Qin Chuan did not respond, only nodded, and his frame vanished from the spot. Behind Optimus Prime, the wide robust thrusters of his 4 metal wings ignited with blue light. The towering redand blue frame shot upward, circled and then dived down.
Qin Chuan's frame hovered and beneath his feet 4 fan-like mechanical blades rotated slowly. Below was a mechanical base 10 kilometers in diameter.
The metal surface of the base was dark gray inlaid with countless mysterious dark gold inscriptions and azure energy patterns.
A blue-white orb hovered silently within the base. With a thought from Qin Chuan, colored lightning flashed in the 4 directions around him. 4 hexagonal mechanical keys embedded with energy circuits appeared radiating blue light. A whoosh sounded as the 4 keys approached the mechanical blades, as if sensing something. As soon as the 4 keys approached, the mechanical blades stopped rotating. At the center of the axis, the metal deformed into a vertical slot. The keys slid into the slots like cards. The entire mechanical well began to tremble and the orb's surface flashed with intense blue light. At that moment, Optimus Prime's voice came from behind. "Optimus, the ultimate key has been inserted. We can now place the spark." Qin Chuan turned around, his orange-yellow electronic eyes fixed on the redand blue mecha whose back flickered with blue light. Under his gaze, the door opened on Optimus Prime's chest armor. A cube emitting a blue glow appeared. If one looked closely, they could see inscriptions and energy pathways alternating on the cube's surface. He pinched it between 2 fingers. Then Optimus Prime carefully flew toward the center of the 4 mechanical fan blades. The metal surface of the main shaft at the root of the 4 blades had already deformed. A miniature base emerged. Optimus Prime stepped forward, his metal expression solemn, and placed the source of sparks into the recess of the base. The mechanical base had recessed edges. A blue light screen like an inverted bowl covered the source of sparks. Qin Chuan kept his eyes fixed on everything happening. In the original plot, although Primus never appeared, Qin Chuan always felt something was off. Logically, elder celestial beings like Yin Tianqing should have intervened. But they did not. The more Qin Chuan thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. Perhaps the awakening of Unicron had long been within this mechanical deity's calculations. The revival of Cybertron after Optimus Prime was their ultimate plan. In Primus' eyes, Unicron might be no different from a clown. Unicron's role might be merely to accelerate Cybertron's rapid reunification of ideals and set it on a normal development path. The more Qin Chuan thought, the more his heart trembled. He suddenly felt that the entire well of sparks was like a prison. As Qin Chuan's mind wandered and he kept watch below, a terrifying fiery energy signal surged from below, followed by a will linked through the spark. Panic gripped Qin Chuan's heart and his mecha instantly activated the Paradox Divine Pivot. Colored electric sparks had just flickered across the mecha when his body was swept by a wave of spark energy. Qin Chuan quickly sensed something wrong. The Paradox Divine Pivot was suppressed, unable to teleport. Qin Chuan roared inwardly and the singularity spark at his chest transformed. The once brilliant singularity lost its solemn order force, turning dark. In contrast to the luminous singularity, the black singularity was deep and glossy, its surface perfectly round. The obscure destructive chaos force radiated from the dark mist bursting from the black point. Transforming into the dark form, Qin Chuan's mecha also changed. At the joints, hexagonal crystals were breached by upward curving spikes. Qin Chuan's mecha instantly became ferocious, exuding an aura identical to Unicron's. After the form transformation succeeded, Qin Chuan activated his spark. The energy wave that had swept over him was instantly dispelled. But soon Qin Chuan's expression changed. He abruptly looked down below. A terrifying targeted will swept through his mecha in an instant. Qin Chuan clearly perceived a spark consciousness signal scanning him back and forth. It felt like a gaze examining him from inside and out. A will suddenly appeared in Qin Chuan's spark soul, and a voice ancient with a hint of agitation spoke. "I never expected that among the later generations of Cybertron a being like you would emerge. You desire my blood." "Quite interesting." Hearing these words, Qin Chuan roughly knew the owner of the voice. His gaze fell below to the 10-kilometer mechanical base, where a glowing orb blazed with intense light. Optimus Prime had already fallen unconscious. His mecha hovered on a metal blade. As Qin Chuan studied Optimus Prime's mecha, the ancient mechanical voice echoed again in his spark consciousness. "Young one, if you want the blood, you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Qin Chuan looked resigned, speaking calmly in his mind. "After driving away those invaders, merge into my source of sparks." Qin Chuan sneered inwardly. This old dog really dared to think such a thing. Indeed, identities and personas are just packaging. Only by truly contacting these so-called gods does one discover they too have greed. This Primus seems far less noble than the Cybertronian records suggested. "I can read your thoughts." The ancient mechanical voice sounded. Qin Chuan ignored it. Inside his chest, the dark singularity erupted, releasing vast dark mist from his chest. Every inch of Qin Chuan's mecha was visibly exuding black gas. Within 3 breaths he stood in the dark mist, his outline blurred. "Primus, and now,
Dark inscriptions and patterns crawled over every part of Qin Chuan's surface.
Only then did Qin Chuan feel at ease as the dark mist blocked all of Primus' methods. Qin Chuan immediately called the system in his mind. System, can I absorb fully this time?
If I max it out, will the acquired traits be affected by Primus?
Qin Chuan explained his concerns. In the center of the system's blue panel a gray circle began to spin.
2 seconds later the system panel information updated. Several lines of glowing green text appeared.
Qin Chuan glanced at them, then excitedly dismissed the system.
From the literal meaning, plundering was secondary, copying was the main point. As long as it was plundered and copied by Qin Chuan, the attribute would become his own. This was evident after copying the spark source left by Primus.
Although this time it was changed to a phone progress bar, every percentage point of ability was the product of the system's perfect plunder and copy.
So I was just suppressed by the overwhelming power gap.
Yes, host. The system's rare active reply surprised Qin Chuan slightly.
This damn system.
Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, then his mecha dove without hesitation.
Since he now knew Primus' true face,
he no longer felt burdened. He had already destroyed the Cybertron planet in the real world, so blowing up another one wouldn't make a difference. His mecha appeared at the main shaft. Shrouded in black mist, Qin Chuan extended his arm covered in black curved spikes.
Wrapped in the mist, his metal palm tore open the blue energy shield. Crack!
A roar erupted from the black mist, causing it to roll violently. Seeing that Qin Chuan ignored him, the mechanical deity, and tried to steal his power. Primus' spark immediately emitted visible blue ripples.
Seeing this, colored electric snakes began to flicker within the black mist. The blue ripples passed through him as if hitting an illusion. Bang! The energy shield shattered and countless blue energy fragments like splinters of glass flew in all directions. Qin Chuan rejoiced and his black hand fiercely grabbed the blue cube. With his touch, the orb below reacted even more violently. Tens of thousands of blue energy chains burst from the orb like wildly growing seaweed. Each chain instantly surrounded Qin Chuan, carrying powerful light force as if to annihilate him. But Qin Chuan did not panic thanks to the dark singularity. Now Primus could not stop him from using the paradox divine pivot. As Qin Chuan expected, no matter how those chains struck him, it was like a child poking at the moon's reflection in water. No matter how they struck, Qin Chuan remained unharmed, standing still. In the well of sparks, Primus' furious roars echoed continuously. Qin Chuan remained unmoved. Half an hour later his mecha trembled and a trait pop-up appeared in his quantum neural net. Ding detected that the host's collection of Primus blood progress has reached 100. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the trait creation Absolute Order Protocol Red level. Absolute Order Protocol Red. This trait is legendary, the core attribute of Primus. All chaotic and insane energy and things should be purified and sealed. Please speed up, host. Mechanical transcendence is within reach. Evil God's blood progress 58. 08637. Seeing the progress already over half, Qin Chuan's metal face showed a smile, but he quickly restrained it. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Compared to the blood of Yuanchi Tianzuan, the blood of Yuzhou Dadi was far easier to obtain. Just as Qin Chuan was about to teleport back to Earth to absorb the dark super energy body, a communication signal appeared in the sensing matrix. Based on the wavelength, Qin Chuan recognized Gaia. Had the Zerg vanguard already arrived? With doubt, Qin Chuan quickly connected to the communication request. The auditory module soon echoed Gaia's grave and urgent electronic voice. Great Lord Ao Tianzuan, the Zerg have descended upon the three-body universe. We cannot withstand them, they devour everything in sight. 1/3 of the universe's spacetime has already been consumed. Gaia paused, then continued in a somber tone. 1/3 of the cosmic matter has been swallowed by them. Qin Chuan's heart sank. It seemed the Zerg held a grudge. Just because he had destroyed one consciousness core, why turn a vanguard into the main force? It seems he'll have to deal with these bugs first before absorbing the dark super energy body. At that moment Qin Chuan's body returned to normal. The curved spikes at the joints vanished along with the black mist, and the hexagonal crystal transformed into an ellipsoid, its surface glowing white. The main body of the machine remained black. Energy patterns were embedded in the chest and back. The entire machine exuded an aura of solemnity, a transcendent sense of divinity. Qin Chuan looked down. Inside the chest armor, the spark had undergone a tremendous change. The once overwhelmingly powerful singularity of black light or white light had disappeared. Now the spark resembled a faintly glowing orb similar to that of Yuanchi Tianzuan. It might not seem as awe-inspiring as the singularity spark, but its power was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Qin Chuan stood in the void, sensing every part of his body. His gaze fell below. The spark of Yuanchi Tianzuan had dimmed and the earlier chains had vanished. Optimus Prime lay on a piece of metal leaf.
His redanned blue body emitted a stable spark energy signal. Seeing that Optimus Prime was unharmed, Qin Chuan activated the paradox pivot to support the three-body world. In the three-body world, ever since Qin Chuan had erased the ceiling-level existences like the Zero Returners and the fringe civilizations, the civilizations that had long been suppressed but managed to escape quickly rose to dominance. Yet they were not overjoyed. To them, Qin Chuan remained a massive shadow. Not long ago they had been controlled by him and forced to submit to the interstellar humans. In the subsequent period, the human decision-makers had them constantly collect metal, refining it into metal planets.
Many civilizations secretly discussed this strange behavior, making various speculations. Some advanced civilizations even guessed that the entity might be preparing to prove some great conjecture.
Perhaps these were just special experimental apparatuses, and disposable ones at that.
After all, metal minerals could be synthesized directly from the universe. For God-level civilizations relying on the ever-active quantum fields in the universe, they could create something out of nothing.
Such methods were not particularly impressive to them.
As for lower-level civilizations, they could only search the universe.
When Gaia assisting the humans had collected hundreds of billions of metal planets,
the Zerg descended.
Nearly one-third of the observable cosmic bubbles were engulfed by purple fissures, some spanning light years, others mere 100 meters.
Each purple rift seemed like a gateway to hell.
Countless terrifying roars and shrieks emanated from the purple cracks, condensing a biological magnetic field of chaos, destruction, and devouring.
Like a terrifying mental storm, it swept through a third of the cosmic bubbles in an instant. Countless star seas fell into darkness one after another. Only faint shrieks and roars echoed across the entire universe.
Within the local group on a highly developed administrative planet, administrative buildings and commercial streets were densely arranged like resistors across every part of the planet.
On the planet's equator, inside an octagonal building whose silhouette could be seen from space, an emergency meeting concerning the survival of the entire universe was underway.
Under a translucent dome 100 kilometers in diameter, a round table of the same size, milky white with soft lines, was surrounded by strange-shaped intelligent races. They all turned to look at their respective holographic screens.
In the screen, Zhang Beihai sat at the head of the table.
He sat upright, his expression stern and composed. This demeanor eased the restless atmosphere slightly.
It seemed that the entity was about to act. Just as the venue relaxed and whispers began,
a flash of colored lightning flickered in the air above the dome. Qin Chuan teleported to the center of the round table, hovering in midair. Qin Chuan turned his head, sweeping his gaze over the cannon fodder before him, then spoke slowly.
"Dispatch all your defensive forces and weaponry to fight those bugs." After speaking, Qin Chuan teleported away. In a pitch-black cosmic space, hundreds of billions of polished metal spheres floated like balloons on water, bobbing up and down.
Qin Chuan appeared above them.
He looked down at the metal spheres.
A scale of hundreds of billions was of course a drop in the bucket compared to the Zergs, but if all of them were at the level of the Zerg tyrant, that would be different.
Now Qin Chuan possessed the trait keywords of Yuanzhi Tianzuan.
With those keywords combined with the paradox pivot, Qin Chuan could create a demigod-level supertemporal mechanical legion of 100 billion strong. If even that couldn't solve the main Zerg force, then they might as well all hang themselves. Thinking this, Qin Chuan spread his arms. From the center of his chest armor, a white light flashed and colored chains burst forth, rushing toward the billions of spheres below. The dense colored chains formed a net of colored lightning that descended.
White light adhered to every inch of the net. The net quickly enveloped the spheres.
Colored lightning crackled on the surfaces of the metal spheres.
Within half an hour, in the ocean of metal spheres, energy signals of super leader level sparks began to rise from the billions of spheres, one after another.
The transformation of the machines caused a metallic clatter like rolling thunder, sending dense ripples through the space. Qin Chuan stood in the cosmos, the colored light on his chest already faded. Watching the mechanical legion created so effortlessly and feeling the endless surging power within him, Qin Chuan recalled the past. Back then, creating mechanical life required the sea ruin spark source and the scepter. But now, without relying on any technological relics, he himself was like a true deity. With a mere gesture he could conjure a demigod legion of 100 billion. Of course, with a single thought he could decide whether to extinguish their sparks. To these super-mechanical demigods, Qin Chuan's status rivaled that of Yuanzhi Tianzuan. For their sparks were strictly speaking differentiated avatars of Qin Chuan's own spark. After a simple mobilization, Qin Chuan and the Legion performed a collective spacetime jump.
Only dense rippling colored ripples remained in the original space. A true war between calamities was about to begin.
Within the San-T universe bubble, vast spatial voids were riddled with purple fissures. The colossal insectoid ships blotting out the sky emitted a purple glow flowing out of the fissures like parts on an assembly line. The ships were spindle-shaped, covered in twisted and menacing bone spurs. Beneath their hulls, dense purple cavities radiated a purple luminescence.
Those cavities were tubular chambers used for collecting biomass.
To the west of the warships, countless terrifying silhouettes drifted about like fish in water. The horrific roars stirred a primal urge to destroy everything. A beam of purple light shot from the fleet above. In the darkness below, those creatures revealed their monstrous colossal bodies. They were enormous insects resembling mythical dragons, their heads vast as stars. Their bodies were covered in purple-veined bioarmor with countless biocannons bristling with fleshy tendrils on the surface. Their 100-kilometer-long purple eyes glowed like miniature moons. They scanned their surroundings with icy detachment. Suddenly all the colossal beasts threw back their heads and roared, their bodies covered in coral-like densely packed tubular cavities emitting purple light. Before the purple spiritual energy shield could envelop their forms, the space around them erupted with prismatic lightning. Torrents of vibrant prismatic chains crackled violently through the dense swarm. In the blink of an eye, every cavity releasing spiritual energy was reduced to scattered purple particles. Qin Chuan's mecha stood atop a colossal insect dragon. Prismatic chains spread from the mecha's feet. With a deafening boom, the monstrous dragon's head beneath him instantly cracked, exploded with prismatic light, and then detonated. The shockwave hurled the nearby insect dragons tens of thousands of kilometers away. The mechanical legion descended like tigers among sheep. Both arms of the mecha extended 100-meter-long prismatic energy blades. It was like a game of mowing grass. Within a minute, the entire space was filled with celestial-sized severed limbs and fragmented bodies forming a biological asteroid. Qin Chuan turned his gaze to the purple fissures ahead. Were these portals one-way or two-way? If he charged in, would he end up in the Zhan Shui world or a universe teeming with bugs? And which branch of the Zerg was attacking them now? Was it one of the main forces from Zhan Shui? As Qin Chuan's thoughts raced, a eerie purple light flared behind him. A massive explosion transmitted through the mecha, jolting Qin Chuan's perception matrix. It felt as if something had slammed into him. The dark, imposing mecha teleported instantly, appearing 3 AU away in the void. Qin Chuan gazed at the monstrous warship before him, his optical sensors glowing with cold yellow light. Under Qin Chuan's scrutiny, countless purple lights flickered to life on the warship's head and flanks. Hundreds of millions of purple chains extended like tentacles. They shot out, eerily lunging at Qin Chuan in an instant. Purple ripples appeared all around him, and tens of thousands of ships surrounded him, sealing off every escape. The purple energy chains arrived simultaneously. Cornered, Qin Chuan sneered internally and raised his right arm at light speed. A device resembling a mechanical spire replaced the cannon barrel, its surface inscribed with white energy runes. At the spire's tip, the runes blazed with blinding white light. A speck of light rapidly swelled to 100 meters in diameter. The chains, like dense spines, struck from all directions at light speed. The spark in Qin Chuan's chest flared brightly. From the spire on his right arm, a sphere of light instantly erupted into hundreds of millions of dazzling beams. Like dense steel needles, they shredded every chain to pieces. All the disrupted chains collapsed into vast clouds of purple mist, then annihilated. Qin Chuan repeated the same technique. He cleansed the entire region of space, similar to the Boötes void, of all Zerg units. Yet compared to a third of the universe bubble, this was like a snowflake next to a mountain. Qin Chuan felt a pang of difficulty. At this rate of extermination, the entire San-T universe would be devoured before he could kill all the bugs. The demigod mechanical legion was indeed formidable, having suffered no losses in combat. Qin Chuan looked up, his perception matrix scanning. Vast stretches of the starry sea were rapidly extinguishing. Suddenly an idea struck Qin Chuan. He turned his gaze to the nearby purple fissures. These fissures were constantly delivering endless Zerg units every second. It reminded Qin Chuan of playing tower defense games in his past life. Just block the spawn point and kill them as they came out. Perhaps he had no choice but to venture into the purple fissure. Only by blocking the spawn point could he achieve a lasting solution. With the Absolute Order Protocol, Qin Chuan was confident he could escape. Activating the paradox pivot, he teleported before the fissure and transformed into a sleek interstellar fighter, plunging in. The moment he entered the purple fissure, Qin Chuan rammed through hundreds of spindle-shaped bonespur warships. The fighter, like a sharp sword, pierced the lightspeed passage formed by purple energy spanning 100 light-years in diameter. A red sphere of light burst from the fighter's hull, expanding outward. The perception matrix rapidly fed collected data into the quantum neural network. With the Absolute Order Protocol, Qin Chuan could instantly analyze his desired results without needing the mystic sphere. Seeing the unfamiliar fighter, many insect dragons and warships gave chase. Chaos erupted in the temporal passage. Despite all attacks, Qin Chuan seemed like a moon reflected in water. Finding their attacks futile, the bugs dismissed him as a projection from a higher dimension and ignored him. Qin Chuan traversed the endless purple passage. He understood what these passages were: temporal bridges built by the Zerg to invade other worlds. Once a coordinate was obtained, the hive mind would use its powerful biological will to communicate with the vague coordinate-generating purple particles. These particles would poison and infect a region of spacetime, assimilating a field suitable for spawning temporal fissures. After prolonged slaughter and rapid optimization, the cycle for spawning such a field could be completed in just one day. Truly a terrifying race worthy of being called the Zerg Scourge, Qin Chuan mused as he finally spotted the familiar crack. Purple lightning crackled wildly within a mirror-like surface. The purple mirrors shimmered with dense ripples undulating like water. Countless Zerg units emerged from the ripples. Qin Chuan observed for a moment and noticed that the bugs automatically ignored him. Clearly the hive mind had issued an order to disregard Qin Chuan. Without hesitation he charged into the crack ahead. In the Zhanshui world, a dark planet's surface was shrouded in purple mist. In orbit more than a dozen Zerg warships. From the warships' bellies tens of thousands of purple tubes covered in fleshy tendrils and bone spurs extended from orbit to the planet's surface. Like blood vessels they pulsed with light, sucking the planet's matter. Not far from these warships the entire visible space was a purple void. Countless Zerg units were pouring out of it, heading toward a nearby purple fissure. 100 light-years from that coordinate, prismatic lightning flashed and vanished. Qin Chuan stood in an unfamiliar space. His perception matrix expanded instantly, then quickly retracted. In an instant Qin Chuan's heart grew heavy. This was indeed the cesspool of the Zhanshui world. At the same time, on sacred terra in the warp, powerful will sensed this unbridled intrusion. Qin Chuan effortlessly grasped the timeline of the Warhammer universe before him with a single glance. It was now the end of the 41st millennium. The insectoid swarm was launching a massive invasion of the Milky Way. These chaos gods and that emperor must be oblivious to the true nature of the entity they faced. It was only by a twist of fate that Qin Chuan had arrived at this temporal juncture. His current power had yet to undergo mechanical ascension, so he could only temporarily address the nearest invasion node. As for the humans of this universe, Qin Chuan recalled that even a banana had a genetic similarity closer to primordial humanity than these so-called people. Except for the emperor, who was an immortal, a peculiar case. In Qin Chuan's eyes the rest were merely humanoid pseudo-humans. Let them perish, he cared not. Qin Chuan's form teleported, and in the next instant he stood before a spatial cavity constructed of purple energy spanning 5 light-years in diameter. Simultaneously, within a radius of 5 light-years, all life was annihilated into particles. In Qin Chuan's view, everything in this world deserved utter purification. Qin Chuan raised his head, scrutinizing the passageway ahead that continuously spewed exploding insectoid units. The entire corridor was shrouded in purple mist resembling a miniature nebula. Countless insectoid warships surged forth from the purple haze. The moment they emerged they would inexplicably explode into a skyfall of white specks, then vanish completely. The scene became a fireworks display spanning 5 light-years. Qin Chuan's assault had not ceased. Within the entire energy cavity countless white beams began to radiate from the purple mist and its interior. Without any preliminaries, Qin Chuan directly invoked the Absolute Order Protocol Red Tier. The effect was immediate. As the white orb within his chest flared to life, the colossal energy construct before him emitted a crackling sound, like shattering glass. As the surrounding spacetime quaked, the monstrous energy cavity blurred into an indistinct outline until it vanished entirely. Qin Chuan deployed his cosmic perception. Finding no lifeforms fleeing within the vicinity, he nodded in satisfaction. Just as he prepared to activate the paradox pivot to leave this universe, the transparent spacetime around Qin Chuan turned a deep crimson from all directions. In his perception matrix, the energy index of the warp field had skyrocketed exponentially. A torrent of complex emotional signals flooded Qin Chuan's perception matrix. Unperturbed, his towering jet-black formidable form stood in the void. From every surface of his form white light burst forth. Around Qin Chuan the purple mist roiled, and faint shrieks along with distorted maniacal silhouettes were all erased. The initial probing failed, much to the surprise of the 4 entities within the warp. In a vast azure endless expanse of the immaterium, on a blue plateau dotted with boulders within a fortress built of massive stones in a dim boundless space, countless bookshelves filled the entire area. Within this blue-hued space, amidst orderly rows of floating bookshelves, a bizarre shape-shifting entity 2 meters in length coiled beside a shelf. Wreathed in blue smoke, its form was indistinct. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a pair of eagle-like azure eyes blazed within the blue haze. All is change, everything is. Sencha's habitual mantra abruptly faltered. In his temporal extrapolations, the world of change was bound by fate. But now an external factor seemed to be creating a butterfly effect. Sench grew curious, who had become a flaw in his meticulously planned scheme. The indistinct outline vanished from the spot. The same scene unfolded in the other 3 demonic realms. On Terra, in the Imperial Palace at the Golden Throne, a figure resembling a withered tree trunk clad in mottled skin lay prostrate upon the throne. His gaunt body was riddled with psychic energy conduits crackling with arcs. Beneath the throne the dim hall was eerily sinister. A bolt of psychic lightning arced across the dome, its fleeting flash revealing a horrifying sight within the hall. Flanking the central aisle in the gloom, countless metallic coffins flashed past, each tipped with a psychic energy conduit. Scattered writhing silhouettes struggled in agony within their coffins. The figure on the throne stared vacantly toward the floor below through his crimson bionic right eye. He was nearly at the brink of collapse. After nearly a millennium of torment and the return of his sons, he could not even explain the full truth. For the master of mankind, his current state was like an old lion on his last legs, his majesty faded. Just as the Emperor's spirit was sinking, a bold sweeping gaze brushed past him. That unfamiliar, immensely powerful will of purification made his body jolt. The slight movement caused a wisp of black vapor to suddenly rise from his withered form on the golden throne. Within the black vapor, a silhouette with a 9/10 resemblance to his prime incarnation flashed and vanished.
Emperor, claim my power, we are one.
An evil, icy voice echoed through the hall, brimming with heartfelt persuasion, as if it were truly worthy of the Emperor's trust.
Dark King, do not even think of it.
The Emperor's roar was like thunder, and psychic lightning erupted from the throne.
The black vapor reluctantly retreated back into the gaunt figure.
The Emperor realized that within 5 centuries he would be consumed by the Dark King. By then 99% of humanity would become his sacrifice. In his consciousness, the moment from earlier flashed by. Perhaps there is still a... As the Emperor's voice, barely a whisper, faded, the golden throne enveloped his form in psychic lightning. Above his head, a purple spatial rift tore open.
The Emperor transformed into a golden light and plunged through.
This time, if the other party refused, the Dark King would not have to wait 500 years, he would rise on the spot.
The Emperor went all in.
He had sat on the throne for far too long, he could no longer bear it. Around Qin Chuan, from 4 directions, colossal hazy shadows rapidly solidified. The 4 Chaos Gods exchanged glances, and finally Tsench, with a mix of curiosity and wariness, spoke.
You are the variable among all changes. I hope you will not meddle.
The voice was like a winter gale sweeping through the space, making listeners feel as if they would become part of his scheme in the next moment.
You are strong. Fight me, if you win I will let you go.
Within a towering crimson space thick with blood mist, a pair of reptilian scarlet vertical pupils gleamed with excitement, fixed on Qin Chuan, their tone reeking of brimstone-like ferocity.
Demigod, I know not where you come from.
As the outline of the shadow and the purple mist began to speak, Qin Chuan could no longer tolerate it. From the center of Qin Chuan's chestplate, white light burst forth from the surface of a metallic sphere.
The moment he invoked the Absolute Order Protocol Red Tier,
the 4 Chaos Gods, especially Tsench, instantly flashed with a mix of wariness and killing intent in their eyes.
Qin Chuan's cosmic perception detected it immediately. He found it tedious. These pathetic Chaos Gods, he could cripple them right now. But it would be meaningless.
With that thought, Qin Chuan shook his head, then looked up and said, I am passing through.
I will leave now. Farewell if fate permits. As Qin Chuan uttered these words, the Paradox Divine Pivot activated.
Just as his mechanical body shimmered with multicolored light about to dissipate, a vortex appeared in the purple space above the sky. The moment the vortex emerged, a golden beam shot out and then vanished instantly. The phantom of a golden throne materialized. Upon the throne's phantom, a burly white face clad in gold appeared. His gaze locked onto Qin Chuan, and he spoke urgently.
Demigod, can we cooperate?
I can no longer suppress the Dark King within me. As the Emperor finished speaking, black mist began to rise from his body. Qin Chuan merely withdrew his gaze coldly.
What did he care about aliens?
He would rather the Dark King awaken and let it fight the Chaos Gods and those bugs tearing each other apart. That would save him the trouble after his ascension. Right now Qin Chuan was desperate to complete the final absorption progress and achieve mechanical ascension. If anything stood in his way, he would erase it without hesitation, even if it meant the Emperor falling to become the Dark King. Just as Qin Chuan's body was about to vanish, a blurred black figure wielding a black greatsword charged at him from the dark outline. A wave of killing intent surged within Qin Chuan's signal. He suddenly felt he hadn't tested his combat prowess in a long time.
So he changed his mind and decided to stay.
The blurred phantom instantly solidified, and at the same moment a jet-black dark blade came crashing down. The Chaos Gods, witnessing this, were both terrified and wary. They stared intently at the Dark King's projection as it swung its sword.
Buzz. An eerie hum resonated.
Qin Chuan raised his right arm, and 2 metallic fingers emitting white light clamped onto the blade. The obscure destructive ripples spread outward like ripples on water. The 4 Chaos Gods retreated in terror.
Negu was a step too slow.
Directly swept by the transparent ripples, the green bloated body of the Chaos God was compressed into a thin green sheet.
On the sheet, Negus' expression of terror and despair could faintly be seen. Negu is dead.
How is this possible? Genji observed Negus' corpse through a gap in the space within the warp. The sheet-like corpse no longer emitted the green poisonous mist of authority, only a cold thin sheet remained. just as Jianqi felt disbelief. Outside the spatial analysis, the power of destruction clashed with the mighty order of purification. Under the gaze of the three chaos gods, the white light-emitting mechanical body appeared like a ghost beside the Dark King's phantom. There was no sneak attack. The tall, solemn and mighty mechanical body raised its arms, unleashing trillions of white light afterimages. The Dark King's silhouette, churned like mist, violently stirred. Amid a fierce roar, the black mist was annihilated in a burst of white light spewing from within. As the Dark King perished, the Emperor's phantom smirked, revealing a hint of relief. Under the Chaos God's shattered gaze, the Emperor dissolved into golden light, utterly fallen. Jianqi felt deep terror. What kind of demigod was this? Which demigod could erase a true god with just a battle after effect? He was practically a living god. Jianqi closed the space rift, ready to retreat to his demonic realm to lie low. Korn and Slanish shared the same. Just as they prepared to withdraw, the space around them shattered instantly. Countless cracks of varying sizes burst forth with the familiar white light. Qin Chuan gazed at the empty universe ahead. After a moment, his perception matrix received the signal of the Chaos God's deaths. With a flick of his hand, he annihilated all the scum of this galaxy. Then his mechanical body was enveloped in colorful electric light and vanished. Transformers Prime World. On a desolate desert road in Nevada at night, 100 meter colorful light sphere flashed in and out of existence. Qin Chuan's body landed on the road, a heavy metallic thud echoing as sparks flew from his feet. The towering machine transformed, metal parts clashing. A pitch-black starfighter shot into the sky, piercing straight into the atmosphere above. Hungbao, bring the Star God warriors to Earth. And so on. Yes, Lord Aoshianzan. A respectful mechanical voice replied from the other end. Qin Chuan ended the communication and headed toward an active volcano several kilometers away. In less than 2 seconds, Qin Chuan stood at the edge of a volcanic crater. Molten lava churned within, black smoke mixed with sparks billowing out. Glints of fire reflected off Qin Chuan's towering black metallic body. After a careful scan, he spread his arms. The metal sphere on his chest emitted a white glow. Colorful threads like hounds plunged into the lava below. Ding! Detected host contacting Dark Energon. God Blood Collection progress 58. 9614. As the number settled around 65%, the active volcano began to tremble and the crater started to collapse. Qin Chuan's body teleported, instantly appearing at several other locations. Those craters all contained the energy signal of Yujo Dadi's Dark Energon. But Qin Chuan's luck turned sour. Each time the system prompt appeared, it vanished again. Suppressing his inner agitation, he calmly issued the order to collect the Dark Energon. A week later. On the reddish-brown plains of Mars. Qin Chuan stood 10,000 meters high. Beneath him, the Dark Energon was piled into a dark purple mountain. Fongbao stood respectfully 10,000 meters away, gazing at his creator with fervent devotion. Behind Fingbao, the orderly Star God warriors were equally fanatical. Their lord was about to undergo mechanical ascension. If they performed well, becoming gods themselves was not impossible. Under their watchful eyes, the majestic and powerful being ahead finally moved. Qin Chuan spread his arms in excitement, his orange electronic eyes. Memories of the past like a lantern show surfaced from his quantum neural network. From a nameless, outdated relic. Overcoming countless obstacles and surviving numerous crises, he was now about to achieve mechanical ascension. He had played Stellaris before, where civilizations eventually chose synthetic ascension or biological ascension. He never imagined that today he, Qin Chuan, would also undergo mechanical ascension. His chest gathered colorful electric light into chains densely hanging like willow branches, piercing into the dark purple peak below. God Blood Collection progress 80. 5681. 89. 3597. As the progress bar neared 100%, Qin Chuan's orange electronic eyes blazed with terrifying intensity. Finally, on the 5th Martian day, as the star's light rose over the horizon, the progress bar filled completely. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing Phase 3. Phase achieved. Light and darkness destroy each other, yet they rely on each other to exist. Melting the ultimate mythic affix. Entry refinement successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the entry Tai color. Tai, the world of Transformers, is a multiverse composed of 17 to 21 dimensions, with Tai transcending all of this. Possessing absolute control over all Transformers multiverses. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the entry Mechanical Ascension color. Mechanical Ascension, the deity of the multiverse abilities, technological calamity, mythic legion. Within the quantum neural network, the prompt panels of the two entries scrolled in turn. Qin Chuan's mech body underwent a transformation.
The original light sphere spark when synthesizing the Taiyi entry became a sphere resembling a three-dimensional Taiji pattern.
Qin Chuan's mech body began to develop into a cold gray form.
However, soon the mechanical ascension entry appeared again. Qin Chuan's mech body became ethereal, the entire form exploding like fireworks in the sky. The distant underlings witnessing this scene were utterly bewildered. Feng Bao's metal mouth gaped wide.
The creator's spark energy had completely vanished. In this space there was not a trace of Qin Chuan's spark energy.
Could it be that the master has fallen? How is that possible?
The master is so powerful, how could he die so easily?
I must be overthinking. Feng Bao muttered to himself, utterly refusing to believe that his master would fall in such a humiliating manner. Feng Bao.
Just as Feng Bao was doubting whether his master had truly fallen, within his chest the blue spark resonated with Qin Chuan's voice.
Before Feng Bao could react, his mech body suddenly underwent a drastic change.
The Supreme Leader's mech body rose again, visibly expanding. By the time Feng Bao's dazed consciousness returned, he found a reddish-brown sphere before him.
5 minutes later, Feng Bao had adapted to his mech body.
Numerous mind warriors floated beside him like specks of dust. Feng Bao felt the energy within him powerful enough to destroy this universe, and his heart was filled with gratitude and satisfaction. Feng Bao realized that his master had given him special treatment. Now he had become an existence like Primus and Universe.
No, far more than that.
Under Feng Bao's careful perception, his spark turned out to be a colored singularity. Upon further sensing, he also obtained a vast number of dimensional lifeforms.
He was now a mechanical deity transcending the Transformers multiverse. Without his master, he would only be a mechanical deity of the Transformers multiverse.
This reminded him of a concept from Human Games channel servers and official servers.
The multiverse that contains a subset of the Transformers multiverse is the official server.
Qin Chuan had granted him this dimensional authority. Now Feng Bao was even more grateful to his master. At the same time, in the world of Transformers Prime, 50,000 light-years away from Cybertron, within a prosperous star system on a planet also composed of mechanical metal, Xuani Tianzai and other early Cybertronians who followed Qin Chuan were all promoted to mechanical deities by Qin Chuan using the mechanical ascension color entry. In the three-body world, Gaia's mech body began to fuse into a sphere. Qin Chuan's will enveloped his mech body.
Gaia's fiery red mech body expanded, and after 5 seconds its volume rivaled a star.
The fiery red metal planet transformed, and Gaia's mech body blazed with colored flames. Zhang Beihai and the human high-ranking officials nearby were stunned. After the shock, the interstellar human high-ranking officials were even more delighted. But just as they were about to celebrate, one of the top subordinate civilizations of the human world, the Luo civilization, sent an urgent request for help. The human officials immediately became grim and resentful.
The last insect invasion, had Qin Chuan not stopped it in time, the entire three-body universe would have been devoured by the insect race. It took them about 3 years to consume one cosmic bubble.
During those 3 years, the entire cosmic bubble would transform into a giant insect cyst similar to a consciousness backup or supply station. As time passed, when the insect race took over more cosmic bubbles, the three-body universe would gradually be completely devoured and absorbed by the great hyperdimensional cavity derived from the hive mind. By this method, the insect race rapidly expanded to a multiversa-level hive civilization in less than one cosmic cycle. While this civilization developed quickly, its drawbacks were also quite obvious.
Once the core hive mind was found and destroyed from the extra-dimensional void outside the universe, the entire race would instantly become like humans who have lost their brains.
They would have to rely on an insect overlord to start over.
This was somewhat similar to a dandelion scattering its seeds.
Qin Chuan's mech body, or rather his hyperdimensional entity, was standing in the extra-dimensional spacetime outside the universe. The surroundings felt somewhat familiar.
Qin Chuan had entered a similar hyperdimensional plane during the three-body universe.
The current environment was more like a gray hyperdimensional plane interwoven with various rule-based light rays.
In a three-dimensional spacetime resembling a Mercury-like hyperdimensional plane,
countless planets of varying sizes and shapes like dumplings floated freely in the silver hyperdimensional space.
Some resembling black holes collided, entangled briefly, and then quickly separated.
The superclusters inside them, like organs, were flung out and exchanged some material. Qin Chuan's consciousness soon landed on a giant peak formed of silver hyperdimensional planes. Even for himself, standing at its foot was like a mortal gazing upon a mountain. And halfway up the silver peak, a massive insect resembling venom, covered in biological armor and emitting a radiant glow, flickered its 8 pairs of vertical eyes.
On its abdomen, dense purple cavities hung down from the mountainside like venomous snakes piercing into 3 planets.
Gray energy surged on the surface of the cavities, and a faint purple glow emanated from within. Almost instantly, as if sensing Qin Chuan, the creature also raised its head, its 8 pairs of gray eyes fixed on him.
In Qin Chuan's consciousness, a majestic yet fluctuating voice resounded.
A newly ascended deity and a mechanical ascension at that, quite interesting.
Too bad you've encountered me, the lord of the insect race Luan Su.
In his consciousness the moment the voice vanished, a sharp grey mouthpart above Qin Chuan's head viciously bit down toward his ethereal outline. Qin Chuan stood still as if stunned, letting the creature bite him. The grey glowing mouthpart bit down, but it was as if biting into nothingness. The moment Luan Su's confusion arose, an icy mockery echoed from the depths of consciousness.
If that's all you've got, then you can die. Tai. A powerful will instantly enveloped Luan Su.
Before he could understand what was happening, his consciousness began to shatter and his vision plunged into darkness.
The Tai entry was capable of mental manipulation.
In truth, Qin Chuan's strength was the effect of 1113. Equivalent to him alone being able to simultaneously fight 3 deities of the same rank. After dealing with this insect, Qin Chuan began using the Tai entry to continue searching through memories.
After a brief silence, Qin Chuan felt a sense of understanding.
This insect was indeed the hive mind.
Unexpectedly, it was so weak. Qin Chuan's understanding was tinged with disdain.